Chapter 1. Jiangcheng, Longcheng Daijing Community. Yi Feng surveyed his surroundings. Genuine leather sofa, transparent coffee table, gray floor tiles, and a little pet dog, Xiaobai, at his feet. This feels so familiar. This is my home. But wasn't I killed by Li Yiting and Li Yufan? Yi Feng's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Could it be that I've been reborn? He eagerly picked up his phone, the screen prominently displaying April 4th, 2060 of the Blue Star calendar. Yi Feng's face was alight with joy. Ha ha, I truly am reborn, return to the dawn of the apocalypse. Suddenly, Yi Feng became aware of something. His voice abruptly halted, and astonishment filled his face. April 4th, 2060 is the fourth day after the apocalypse. Why? Since I've been reborn, why not earlier? Yi Feng's expression turned complex as he glanced down at his attire. He was clad in thick clothing, wielding a dagger. His brow furrowed slightly as he struggled to recall what he was meant to do at this moment. That instant, a displeased voice echoed from behind him. Yi Feng, what are you dawdling about? Stop mumbling and hurry outside to find food. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. Then an overwhelming fury surged within him. It was her, his girlfriend, Li Yiting. Memories flooded into Yi Feng's mind like a tidal wave. On April 1st, 2060, a sudden blood mist swept across the entire planet. Half of humanity was transformed into zombies during this catastrophe. Among the remaining half, although they did not turn into zombies, most perished at their hands. The world was left with less than 20% of humanity surviving. Zombies were not only ferocious, but also mutated and evolved. Fortunately, survivors could awaken special abilities, preventing the extinction of humankind. Yi Feng and his girlfriend Li Yiting were among the survivors, who later awakened their powers. Li Yiting was Yi Feng's first love, fair-skinned and beautiful, tall and elegant, with a knack for charming men. Yi Feng was utterly captivated by her, pouring out his heart and soul, granting her every wish. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he continued to care for her devotedly, obediently following her every command. Alas, his heartfelt devotion was met with the stark betrayal of his girlfriend. One day, after sustaining injuries, Yi Feng returned home early from an expedition. To his shock, he stumbled upon the illicit affair between his girlfriend Li Yiting and Li Yufan. The two were engaged in an act upon Yi Feng's own bed, exchanging vulgarities in a scene too disgraceful to witness. Yi Feng stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. He could never have imagined that his beautiful girlfriend would engage in such treachery. He erupted in a furious roar, confronting the two. What are you two doing, you despicable pair? To Yi Feng's astonishment, the two soon regained their composure amidst the chaos. Your name is Yi Feng, is it not? It was your wife who first tempted me, Li Yufan stated nonchalantly. As compensation, I can offer you an opportunity. There is a vacancy for the vice captain in the 7th search team, which you may fill. Li Yufan wore a smug expression, fully convinced of his entitlement to make such a proposition. Though his abilities were not particularly formidable, he was the son of a prominent figure in the Warzonia, quintessential second-generation heir, born into immense familial power. I have no interest in such a proposition. Yi Feng seethed with rage, feeling utterly humiliated. He turned to Li Yiting, his heart aching with betrayal. Why have you chosen to betray me? The bicycle he had cherished, now ridden by another, was a bitter pill for Yi Feng to swallow. Li Yiting exhibited no remorse, her demeanor calm and composed. Yi Feng, you should accept Yufan's proposal. After all, we are not married, love should be free, and by strict definition, this does not constitute betrayal. Moreover, Yufan has already made his choice. What more do you desire? Yi Feng's eyes blazed with fury, completely losing his composure. Wretched woman! In a frenzied rage, he lunged at the pair, drawing his knife and attacking them mercilessly, even managing to severely injure Li Yufan in the midst of chaos. However, due to his own injuries, he ultimately failed to eliminate them before the guard arrived. Yi Feng was confined to the war zone prison, while Li Yufan and Li Yiting received treatment from an ability wielder and swiftly recovered. Once healed, Li Yufan unleashed a cruel vengeance upon Yi Feng in prison, subjecting him to various tortures. Although his physical injuries were mended by a healer, the psychological trauma inflicted by Yi Feng left him shattered and despondent. With boundless hatred, Yi Feng endured humiliation, biding his time for revenge. Regrettably, he awaited an opportunity that never came, ultimately perishing in a corner of his cell, akin to a beaten dog. Yet, fortune favored him, was reborn. In this moment, Yi Feng trembled with excitement. Li Yiting approached him, her brow furrowed. What are you doing, Yi Feng? I read in the owner's group that Lin Haoyan from the 8th floor discovered a substantial cache of supplies from his neighbor's home. You pathetic fool, Hurry and go out. A cold smile crept across Yi Feng's lips. Food? How absurd. In his previous life, he had been provoked by Li Yuting in a similar manner, rashly rushing out. Though he had narrowly avoided becoming zombie fodder, his right cheek had been marred by glass, leaving him disfigured and scorned by Li Yuting. Seeing Yi Feng's indifference, Li Yuting's anger flared. What kind of expression is that, Yi Feng? If you are a man, go find food, and don't make me look down on you. With a sudden surge of fury, Yi Feng struck her across the face with a resounding slap. You wretched woman! Li Yuting, stunned, gazed at him in disbelief. Yefeng, how dare you hit me? Have you lost your mind? She covered her swollen left cheek, pointing at Yefeng, unleashing a tirade of fury. They'll tell you, Yefeng, it's over between us. Even if you kneel before me like a dog begging for forgiveness, I shall not grant it. Before Li Yuting could finish her words, Yefeng retaliated with a swift and forceful slap. Forgiveness, my foot, slap. In an instant, Li Yuting's face swelled grotesquely, her body spun around, and she collapsed to the ground. Ah, you bastard, Yefeng. You are nothing but a beast. I will fight back. Li Yuting sprang up, lunging at Yefeng. That a sinister smile crept across Yefeng's face as he slowly raised the dagger in his hand. The sharp blade gleamed ominously. Li Yuting froze, her tirade abruptly silenced. It was as if a bucket of icy water had been thrown over her. A chill coursed through her veins. Yefeng, calm down. What are you planning to do? What am I planning? Naturally, to kill you. Yefeng's gaze was frigid as he advanced toward her step by step. Li Yuting's face drained of color as she stumbled backward. She had a foreboding feeling that Yefeng was indeed intent on ending her life. Why? Yefeng, do you no longer love me? What of our vows of eternal devotion? Just a mere expression. No, I refuse to believe it. You once loved me. Li Yuting wailed in despair. That was then, this is now. Currently, you only evoke my disgust. Yefeng sneered, the dagger slicing through the air. Don't. Li Yuting was paralyzed with terror. In a flash of cold light. Thud. The dagger effortlessly sliced through her throat. Ah! Blood gushed forth from Li Yuting's neck. Gurgling sounds. Her face turned pale as she instinctively tried to stem the flow, yet the blood continued to pour out uncontrollably. Yefeng, Li Yuting swayed unsteadily, struggling to maintain her balance. Yefeng stepped forward, delivering a brutal kick to her abdomen. Thud! Li Yuting gasped, crashing heavily to the ground. Yefeng positioned himself atop her chest, gripping the dagger and stabbing mercilessly. Thud! Thud! Yefeng's gaze remained cold, his movements relentless. One stab, two stabs, three stabs. Only when Li Yuting's body lay in tatters, motionless, did Yefeng finally cease his onslaught. Li Yuting was dead. Ha ha! Yefeng laughed maniacally. Vengeance had been served. His exhilaration was palpable. Begone, wretched woman! You died so easily. It truly suits you. Yefeng rose, his eyes icy as ever. The enemy still remained, along with Li Yufan. That I, in this lifetime, I will make sure to repay you, Li Yufan. Yefeng murmured to himself. Li Yufan was currently absent from Jiangcheng. As long as he continues to live well, following the trajectory of his past life, he is bound to encounter Li Yufan. When that time comes, Yi Feng slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, took out a tissue to wipe his hands, and then returned to the kitchen to retrieve a kitchen knife. He came back and severed Li Yuting's head, discarding it into the trash bin. This was not a manifestation of Yi Feng's sadism, but rather a necessary action to prevent the corpse from reanimating. After completing this grim task, he turned and sat on the sofa, gently exhaling once more while gazing out the window. Outside, a crimson mist enveloped the air, with zombies rampant. Yi Feng felt a sense of ease wash over him as he surveyed his surroundings. The only sustenance available in his home consisted of a dog and its food. The dog, startled by Yi Feng's actions, had scurried back into the bedroom with its tail tucked between its legs. Fortunately, there remained a substantial stock of dog food. Yi Feng squinted thoughtfully. Shall he risk venturing outside in search of supplies? Absolutely not. He could survive on dog food and dog meat for these few days, awaiting the awakening of his abilities before he ventured out. Wasn't that a more sensible choice? His gaze shifted slightly. As long as I can successfully awaken my powers, even if they are weak by the standards of my past life, I can leverage the knowledge from my previous existence to seize opportunities from the strong and rapidly grow in power. The forces behind Li Yufan were formidable. Only by striving to become stronger could he seek vengeance for his past grievances. In my previous life, I lived in constant trepidation, treading on thin ice. In this life, I will firmly grasp my own destiny. My fate is mine to control, not dictated by heaven. Yi Feng silently vowed. At that moment, a mechanical electronic voice echoed in his ear. Notification. Phishing system loaded successfully. Would you like to bind it? What the? Who is speaking? Yi Feng was startled, his body shuddering. Wait, could it be the system? Once he regained his composure, a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. It is well known that systems are the ultimate golden fingers. Remarkably no further elaboration needed. Bind it immediately. Yi Feng practically shouted that in the next instant, the system notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. Phishing system binding successful. Wow. The phishing system, my external aid has arrived. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, a grin spreading uncontrollably across his face. While striving for strength is indeed inspiring, it was clear that having an external advantage was even more appealing. The system continued with its notifications. This system can assist the host in phishing for any item within myriad worlds. The types of items are diverse, encompassing everyday necessities, weaponry, extraordinary skills, and mysterious abilities. Phishing requires bait. The host receives 10 portions of bait as a first-time binding gift. Source of bait. A universal phishing system? I can fish for anything? 10 portions of bait gifted? Fantastic! Yi Feng's heart raced with exhilaration. With the continuous notifications from the system, he sensed the emergence of a peculiar space. Is this the phishing space? Yi Feng's thoughts stirred, and his mind immersed itself within. Before him, a floating island materialized amidst swirling mists, ethereal and dreamlike. Atop the island stood a mysterious black fishing platform. At the forefront of the platform lay a fishing rod radiating with a spectrum of luminous colors. Beneath the island was an abyss of boundless darkness, unfathomable and seemingly capable of devouring all. Island, fishing platform, fishing rod, Yi Feng observed silently. At that moment, a system prompt echoed, notifying him. Consuming one bait allows for a single fishing attempt. Current bait count. 10. Additionally, for your first 3 fishing attempts, a novice aura will grant you powerful abilities, skills, items, etc. Wonderful. The guarantee of rewards for the first 3 fishing attempts. With a total of 10 fishing attempts, I am bound to acquire something extraordinary. Yi Feng inhaled deeply, mentally affirming, to defy fate begins at this moment. System, allow me to fish. In an instant, the fishing rod twitched, and the hook plunged into the endless darkness. Fishing in progress. Jade Emperor, Great Sage, equal to heaven, Buddha, please bless me with a good catch. Yi Feng's heart raced, filled with anxious prayers. After a waiting period of approximately 10 seconds, the system prompted once more. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a mythic-level ability, Chaos Divine Thunder. Mythic-level ability, Chaos Divine Thunder? Yi Feng's face beamed with joy, his heart racing wildly that moment. Another system prompt resounded. Items obtained through fishing are categorized by quality: common, rare, epic, legendary, and mythic. Items will be temporarily stored within the fishing space. Please extract them in a timely manner. The abilities manifest as source orbs upon extraction. The host need only gently touch the orb to awaken the ability. So mythic-level abilities are indeed superior to legendary ones. My luck is simply extraordinary. Yi Feng's excitement was palpable. It was worth noting that in his previous life, his ability was merely a common-level enhancement. This time, he began with a mythic ability. One word, exhilarating. Yi Feng's heart swelled with joy as he promptly delved into the fishing space. A source orb, radiating colorful brilliance, lay quietly upon the fishing platform. The surface of the orb was adorned with peculiar patterns, each resembling lightning and exuding an aura of annihilation. Is this Chaos Divine Thunder? Truly deserving of its mythic classification, it appears extraordinary. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Feng wasted no time. He intoned, System, extract Chaos Divine Thunder. Boom! A source orb shimmering with vibrant colors materialized in the void, floating gracefully. Yi Feng extended his finger, gently prodding the orb. The source pearl instantaneously transformed into a cascade of vibrant light, merging seamlessly with Yi Feng's forehead. Is it truly merged? A jolt coursed through Yi Feng's heart. In the next moment, his body erupted with a torrent of gray arcs of electricity. Crackle and pop. The gray arcs surged wildly, their outer edges cloaked in a faint, colorful luminescence. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, sensing an overwhelming heat radiating from within. Electricity danced around him, crackling with energy. A formidable force surged within Yi Feng, reshaping his skin, muscles, organs, and bones. Moreover, within a several-mile radius centered on Yi Feng, a terrifying and mysterious pressure, descended upon the world. In an instant, everyone nearby experienced difficulty in breathing, their hearts weighed down with unease. The residents of the surrounding community were filled with trepidation, expressing their anxiety in a flurry of messages. What is happening? I feel utterly anxious. I can barely catch my breath. Is another calamity upon us? Damn it, let me die? I've had enough. The heavens and earth trembled, sending the crowd into panic. Inside the house, Yi Feng's awakening reached its critical moment. Suddenly, all the thunderous energy recoiled and surged into Yi Feng's mind. Yi Feng felt as though something had violently intruded into his mind, causing an excruciating headache that seemed to split his skull apart. Gritting his teeth, he endured the torment with sheer willpower. Beads of sweat, large and heavy, cascaded unceasingly from his forehead. "Ah!" he cried out in agony. Yi Feng could no longer endure it and let out an agonized howl. Before long, the throbbing pain in his head gradually subsided as he acclimated to the transformation within himself. The mysterious oppressive force from the outside world abruptly dissipated without a trace. The residents of the neighborhood murmured amongst themselves in bewilderment. It seems to have vanished. "Ah, I'm fine now. Heaven be praised. What on earth just happened?" Inside the house, Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes, having fully absorbed and refined the primordial chaos divine thunder. The awakening was finally complete. Simultaneously, a stream of information imprinted itself upon his consciousness. Ability: primordial chaos divine thunder rank. Mythic, unique. Every awakened individual, upon successfully manifesting their supernatural ability, instinctively receives knowledge pertaining to it. Yi Feng lowered his gaze to behold his transformed body, as flawless and pristine as fine jade. A mythic grade ability, and one of uniqueness. At this moment, Yi Feng nearly burst into song to express the exhilaration surging within his heart. In his previous life, he had never even heard whispers of unique abilities, nor encountered anyone possessing mythic grade powers. Yi Feng was aware that the most formidable supernatural ability known was of the legendary tier. Could this be the mythical grade power? Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly, sensing the miraculous transformation occurring within himself. My strength and speed have undergone astonishing enhancements. What an overwhelming sensation. Compared to the supernatural power augmentation from his previous life, the difference was like night and day. Yi Feng felt all his weakness and exhaustion vanish in an instant. His entire body brimmed with vitality, as if he could single-handedly plow fields stronger than any ox. Yi Feng's heart swelled with exhilaration. With a mere thought, crackling gray lightning surged forth from his palms. The thunderous energy roared and billowed like a raging dragon. Yi Feng's fingertips were entwined with arcs of gray lightning, emanating an aura so terrifying it seemed capable of annihilating heaven and earth, sending shivers down one's spine. Was this the legendary Chaos Divine Thunder? At that very moment, a system notification chimed. Notification: congratulations on comprehending the skill, Lightning Strike. Along with the system's message, a stream of information seamlessly integrated into Yi Feng's consciousness. Yi Feng's gaze flickered slightly. It was the most fundamental lightning energy technique, Thunderstrike. Let me observe and assess the potency of this attack. Yi Feng concentrated his will, and a streak of ashen lightning erupted from his fingertips, transforming into a swift gray beam that struck the wooden dining table nearby. With a thunderous boom, the table instantly disintegrated into fine dust, vanishing without a trace. Yi Feng gazed at the shattered dining table, overwhelmed with ecstasy. The mythical supernatural ability was truly formidable. A mere arc of lightning could pulverize the table. It was absolutely astonishing. With this legendary power, he could undoubtedly challenge opponents beyond his level. Moreover, the thunderous might was controllable. Yi Feng murmured to himself. With a thought, he summoned another flicker of electric current. Boom! Thunder surged forth. A chair instantly turned into a pile of charred remains. It truly works. Yi Feng cast a fleeting glance at his girlfriend's lifeless body, finding its presence rather unsightly. With a mere flick of his finger, a streak of lightning erupted. Boom! Li Yiting's corpse instantly disintegrated into dust. Exhilarating. Yi Feng's heart surged with overwhelming excitement. Who in their youth does not harbor lofty ambitions, aspiring to stand unrivaled among mortals? Who wouldn't yearn to wield extraordinary power and roam the world unhindered? Now, as the apocalypse descends and order crumbles, he has been reborn, commanding the might of thunder itself. His ambition? To traverse the world with absolute freedom. After a long while, Yi Feng calmed his emotions. The primordial divine thunder, its power unparalleled, capable of annihilating all in its path. To to describe it in 3 words: invincibly formidable. Yet, it is not without flaws. Given Yifeng's current energy reserves, he can unleash only about 10 consecutive bolts of thunder in a single battle. Any more, and he would be left depleted. In other words, he lacks mana. But this limitation can be overcome through advancement. Yifeng murmured to himself. At that very moment, a system notification chimed. Notification: the host's personal information panel has appeared. Please click to view details. An information panel? Yifeng's heart stirred as he opened the interface. Name: Yifeng level. First tier 1-star ability. Primordial Divine Thunder Skill. Thunderstrike Combat Power Index. 120. Yifeng's gaze flickered slightly. On the panel, 2 items stood out as particularly noteworthy: the Combat Power Index and the level. The Combat Power Index, as the name suggests, serves as an indicator reflecting a character's battle prowess. Yifeng noticed that beside the Combat Power Index on the panel, there was an additional line of detailed description. With a thought, he clicked to view it. The Combat Power Index is a comprehensive reflection of the host's strength, speed, stamina, mental fortitude, and other energy-related attributes. A healthy adult male typically possesses a Combat Power Index of 10 points. Please note, the Combat Power Index does not account for supernatural abilities, skills, weapons, equipment, or combat techniques. Please be advised, the Combat Power Index is solely for the host's reference. Yifeng pondered thoughtfully. Combat Power Index merely represents the fundamental numerical value of an ability user, not their true fighting capability. In actual battles, it's entirely possible for a lower-powered ability user to defeat a higher-powered one. To draw an analogy, consider a match between an ordinary elementary school student and a world champion boxer. Under normal circumstances, the child would stand no chance against the boxer, given the vast disparity in strength, speed, and other attributes. However, if the child possessed formidable weapons, such as blades, firearms, tanks, or even nuclear warheads, the situation would be entirely different. The same principle applies to battles between ability users. Skills, weapons, equipment, combat techniques, and other factors all influence the outcome. Of course, if the power gap between opponents is too vast, even the most extraordinary abilities or weapons cannot bridge that divide. Yifeng smiled faintly, dismissing further contemplation. The average individual possesses a combat power index of merely 10 points. Presently, his own combat prowess stood at an impressive 120 points, a staggering 12-fold disparity. Moreover, this numerical value fails to account for the formidable might of supernatural abilities. With the unleashing of Primordial Divine Thunder, even adversaries boasting 10 times his combat strength would likely retreat in haste. Amidst this exhilaration, Yifeng's gaze drifted toward the level indicator, first tier, 1 star. The hierarchy of supernatural beings is divided into 9 tiers, each meticulously segmented into 7 progressive stages known as stars. Upon awakening, all practitioners commence at the initial rank of first tier, 1 star. Each ascension through the tiers bestows exponential enhancement upon the practitioner's capabilities, with some gifted individuals even attaining enlightenment of novel techniques. Thus, for any supernatural being, the advancement through stars and tiers constitutes matters of paramount significance. Yifeng's eyes flickered with a glimmer of thought. In his memory, by the 7th day of the apocalypse, certain undead creatures would develop crystalline cores within their skulls. When absorbed by those with awakened abilities, these cores could enhance their powers and elevate their ranks. Today marked the 4th day since the cataclysm descended. That meant he would have to wait a few more days before he could strengthen himself. Yet now he possessed the system. At this thought, Yifeng silently inquired within his mind, "System, are you there? System, is there any way for me to advance my current rank?" The system remained silent. Yifeng shook his head with regret and gave up. The system seemed devoid of intelligence, incapable of conversation. No matter. In any case, he could still enhance his strength in a couple of days. For now, continuing to fish was the proper course of action. Yifeng was about to continue his fishing when suddenly, his phone began to ring. Yifeng lowered his gaze, his brows furrowing slightly. The call was from Wang Guofeng, who lived in the apartment below his. Wang, a middle-level corporate executive in his early 50s, had a penchant for meddling in others' affairs and pontificating about matters beyond his concern. Most egregiously, the man was an ungrateful wretch, the sort who would repay kindness with betrayal. A cold glint flickered in Yifeng's eyes as memory surfaced. In his previous life, when the apocalypse first descended, Yifeng had naively extended aid to ordinary survivors upon awakening his supernatural abilities, generously sharing provisions, among them, Wang Guofeng. Later, Wang Guofeng's son, Wang Kuan, a doctor who had also awakened as an ability user, arrived specifically to retrieve his father. Yet before departing, Wang Guofeng uttered not a single word of gratitude. In time, Yi Feng joined a faction of ability users, only to find Wang Kuan among them, serving as his superior. No less, Yi Feng had initially thought that encountering an acquaintance would make things easier, but to his surprise, Wang Kuan, while smiling affably on the surface, secretly schemed against him at every turn, even nearly causing his demise on one occasion. Later, Yi Feng uncovered the truth. Wang Kuan's hostility was instigated by none other than his own father, Wang Guofeng. The reason, when revealed, was nothing short of ludicrous. It all stemmed from a single instance where Yi Feng, while distributing provisions, had allotted Wang Guofeng a slightly smaller portion than others. This petty slight festered into deep-seated resentment in Wang Guofeng's heart. Yet, he failed to consider that Yi Feng, at the time, had limited resources and could not possibly cater to everyone equally. Wang Guofeng was nothing more than a vile ingrate, repaying kindness with malice. Inside the room, the incessant ringing of a phone pierced the silence. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. In his previous life, Wang Guofeng hadn't called at this moment. The butterfly effect? Perhaps certain things had already begun to change. Yi Feng pondered for a moment before silencing the call. He then opened the neighborhood group chat to check the messages. Damn it, suddenly I can't breathe. Is there another disaster? Huh, the discomfort vanished. That almost scared the life out of me. Damn lunatics setting off fireworks or smashing things, making such a racket. What if it triggers a zombie outbreak? Exactly. Zombies are hypersensitive to noise. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. The group erupted in outrage, hurling accusations. Wang Guofeng chimed in. The noise seems to be coming from the apartment above mine. If I recall correctly, a young couple lives there. The guy's name is Yi Feng. I'll call and give him a piece of my mind. Right, old Wang. You better teach him a lesson. What the hell is he thinking? So that's it. The phone rang again, Wang Guofeng calling once more. Wang Guofeng, are you really that eager to die? Yi Feng answered the phone. Hello, is this Xiaoyi? Did you check the group chat? Was that sound coming from you? Yi Feng replied indifferently, it's me. Upon hearing this, Wang Guofeng spoke with an air of aged authority. Xiaoyu, now that calamity has befallen us. We must stand as one. Only by uniting together can we find warmth and hope amidst this adversity. Yi Feng interrupted brusquely. Speak quickly if you have something to say. Wang Guofeng was momentarily taken aback. What kind of attitude is this? How dare you speak to me like that? His brows furrowed, his expression turning grave. Very well. Since that's the case, he declared sternly, I shall issue a collective warning on behalf of the group. Whatever you're engaged in, Yi Feng, cease immediately, or else. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow and coldly interrupted. Silence. What manner of creature are you, to dare address me thus? On the other end of the line, Wang Guofeng could scarcely believe his ears. Was this truly the same spineless Yi Feng he remembered? This was outright defiance of the natural order. What did you just say? Wang Guofeng demanded. Are you deaf? I said you were nothing. Wang Guofeng seethed with fury. You insolent little wretch, have you lost all sense of propriety? Yi Feng's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Wang Guofeng, listen carefully. Utter one more word, and you shall perish. Wang Guofeng burst into laughter, convinced that Yi Feng had lost his senses. Ha, perish. Yi Feng, you insignificant brat, how utterly ridiculous. Perish? Oh, how utterly terrified I am. His tone dripped with scorn. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Yi Feng's lips. Excellent. I shall crush your windpipe with my bare hands. With a mere thought, a surge of ashen lightning erupted from his fingertips, striking the ground with devastating force. Boom. The entire building trembled as floor tiles shattered and exploded upward. In an instant, a gaping hole approximately 80 centimeters in diameter appeared, revealing the floor below. Without hesitation, Yi Feng leapt through the opening. 13th floor. Wang Guofeng wore an expression of utter disdain. What a brainless mutt. How uncouth. Crush my throat. Huh, you're a joke. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rocked the apartment. Crash. Debris rained down as dust filled the air. Wang Guofeng instinctively turned toward the source of the noise, only to find a massive breach in his ceiling and the roof beyond. His mind went blank. What the hell? An earthquake? Before he could process the situation, a shadowy figure descended through the hole, landing gracefully with slightly bent knees. Wang Guofeng gaped in horror, his blood running cold. Never in his wildest nightmares had he imagined Yi Feng would materialize before him like this. This defied all reason. His hands trembled violently, and his phone slipped from his grasp, shattering against the floor with a crisp crack. With a quivering finger, Wang Guofeng pointed at Yi Feng as though confronting a vengeful specter. What are you? Man or demon? Yi Feng gazed at Wang Guofeng, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Well, he sneered, the ungrateful old wretch finally knows fear. Are you prepared to meet your demise now? Upon hearing these words, Wang Guofeng's countenance instantly paled. Yi, no, Mr. Yi, he stammered. Please allow me to explain. Yi Feng had no patience for idle words. In an instant, his figure blurred as he appeared before Wang Guofeng, his hand shooting out to seize the man's throat and lift him effortlessly into the air. Wang Guofeng's face drained of color, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his eyes wide with terror. Spare me, he choked out, thrashing desperately to break free from Yi Feng's grasp. Yet no matter how frantically Wang Guofeng struggled, Yi Feng's grip remained unyielding as iron, immovable as a mountain. A tide of boundless despair surged through Wang Guofeng's heart. Yi Feng gazed with a faint smile at the despairing expression on Wang Guofeng's face, his fingers gradually increasing their pressure. Please, Wang Guofeng pleaded, his face twisted in desperation. Yet, Yi Feng remained unmoved, instead locking eyes with him. Old fool. You may depart in peace. The road to the underworld won't be lonely. I'll soon send your son, Wang Kuan, to accompany you. Surprised? Huh. At these words, Wang Guofeng's eyes widened instantly, bloodshot with sheer disbelief. Crack. Yi Feng slowly crushed Wang Guofeng's throat with his fingers. Wang Guofeng's face was contorted with terror and bewilderment, gradually stiffening as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Yi Feng let out a cold sneer, as a flicker of lightning erupted from his fingertips, instantly reducing Wang Guofeng's head to dust. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground. How exhilarating it felt to wield the power of life and death. Yi Feng exhaled softly, his face radiating contentment. After exacting vengeance, he began ransacking Wang Guofeng's residence. The old man's abode yielded meager provisions. After an exhaustive search, Yi Feng procured merely 5 kilograms of rice, 6 eggs, a packet of biscuits, and half a crate of milk. Nevertheless, profound satisfaction blossomed within him. Having awakened his extraordinary abilities, his stomach had long been hollow with ravenous hunger. Yi Feng held the food in his arms, bending his knees as he leaped back through the hole in the ceiling to his apartment on the 14th floor. After landing, he sat cross-legged on the floor, voraciously devouring biscuits and gulping down milk. His hollow stomach was finally filled with sustenance. As he chewed, Yi Feng casually took out his phone to browse through messages. His recent commotion had once again caused noticeable tremors in the building, sparking a torrent of complaints in the group chat. Yi Feng curled his lips in disdain, utterly unperturbed. A mere gaggle of insignificant nobodies, all bark and no bite, not a single one daring to step forward. Yi Feng swiftly scrolled upwards, perusing the historical messages. Most of them consisted of complaints, pitiful pleas, or outright profanity. One particular message caught his attention. Lin Xiao. Is there any kind soul who could spare me some food? I haven't eaten all day. I can trade medicine, azithromycin, paracetamol, antiviral oral solutions. No one in the group responded to her. After a brief pause, a user named Lin Haoyan replied. Lin Haoyan. Pretty girl, if you're willing to entertain me, I can give you 2 packs of instant noodles. Lin Xiao, in your dreams. Lin Haoyan. Heh, this little lady has got some backbone. Guess she is not hungry enough yet. Lin Haoyan. Though even if you agreed, the stairwell is crawling with zombies. I wouldn't risk it. What a shame, such a beauty starving to death. Yi Feng had an exceptionally vivid impression of Lin Xiao. She lived on the 16th floor, and he had occasionally glimpsed her in the stairwell. A young music teacher with breathtaking beauty, porcelain skin, and an alluring figure, voluptuous curves, a slender waist, and a perfectly sculpted derriere that swayed enticingly with every step. She was a stunning woman who could rival any celebrity. Yet, as fate would have it, in his previous life, Lin Xiao had never awakened any supernatural abilities and had met a tragic end. Gulp. Yi Feng drained the last sip of milk, barely satiated. His expression grew solemn. To eliminate that fool Wang Guofeng, he had delayed his system's fishing opportunity. Women could wait. Strengthening his power was the pressing matter at hand. Yi Feng took a deep breath. System, cast the fishing line once more. The system notification chimed. Notification, fishing in progress. Yi Feng waited silently, his eyes brimming with hope. Notification, congratulations to the host for successful fishing, obtaining the legendary skill, storage space. A legendary skill? Storage space? A glint of wild excitement flashed through Yi Feng's eyes as he immediately immersed his consciousness into the angling space. Upon the fishing platform floated a radiant golden source pearl. Could this be my ability? And of legendary tier no less. Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement. Beside the skill source pearl, there was an option to click for further details. Yi Feng immediately focused his mind to inspect it. Skill, storage space quality, legendary description, a storage space of infinite capacity, capable of holding various items, allowing for seamless storage and retrieval. Additional note, time within the space remains static relative to reality. Objects stored for extended periods will not decay or deteriorate. Infinite space. Yi Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Exhilarating. Simply marvelous. The storage space was not only infinitely vast but also preserved items in pristine condition. What an absolute delight. Yi Feng's face lit up with astonishment. However, a spatial attribute skill? This appeared to be an ability entirely unrelated to his own supernatural powers. Yi Feng pondered thoughtfully. Logically speaking, an individual can only awaken one supernatural ability. As the ability user's level increases, they would naturally comprehend corresponding skills. Typically, the skills of an ability user are intrinsically related to their innate power. Yet now, Yi Feng's system could shatter this fundamental rule, granting him the privilege to possess multiple skills. Powerful abilities completely unrelated to his original power attributes. How marvelous indeed. With his heart brimming with delight, a whimsical notion drifted through Yi Feng's mind. If one could wield multiple skills, might it also be possible to harbor multiple supernatural abilities? Yi Feng's eyes flickered with a subtle gleam. In his previous life, he had indeed never heard of anyone possessing two supernatural abilities. However, his status back then had been far too lowly, leaving him utterly disconnected from certain clandestine truths. Thus, what he considered common knowledge might not necessarily hold true. Moreover, his own powers hadn't arisen from awakening, but were rather obtained through angling. In other words, perhaps both his supernatural abilities and skills could be limitless in number? If this were indeed the case, the future held boundless promise. Yi Feng shook his head, ceasing further contemplation. System, I choose to extract the legendary skill, dimensional storage. A golden light flashed as a radiant orb symbolizing spatial mastery materialized from the void, descending gracefully. Yi Feng swiftly extended his hand, catching and crushing it in one fluid motion. With a soft whoosh, the primordial pearl instantly transformed into a golden streak of light that darted into his forehead. Yi Feng's body trembled instantly as the system notification chimed in. Notification, congratulations on acquiring the legendary skill, dimensional storage. I've mastered it. He now possessed dimensional storage. A faint smile played at the corners of Yi Feng's lips as a thought flickered through his mind. Yi Feng's consciousness effortlessly connected to a peculiar dimension. The interior of this space was boundless, capable of encompassing all things. Could this be my storage realm? Yi Feng was utterly astonished, eager to test the spatial storage capabilities. Yi Feng's gaze settled upon the flower pot on the balcony. With a mere thought, the vessel vanished instantaneously. Simultaneously, it materialized within the storage dimension. A glimmer of delight flickered in Yi Feng's eyes. This skill proves remarkably convenient indeed, readily accessible whenever needed. Having tested his newfound ability, Yi Feng redirected his focus to the fishing dimension once more. The system had mentioned that the initial 3 attempts would be blessed with novice's luck, guaranteeing exceptional rewards. This marked the 3rd and final opportunity. Yi Feng silently recited in his heart, System, cast the fishing line once. A prompt appeared, fishing in progress. Yi Feng felt a flicker of tension in his heart. What would emerge this time? Notification, congratulations, host, for a successful fishing attempt. You have obtained a legendary item, the Supreme Divine Ring. A legendary item? The Supreme Divine Ring? This time, an actual item was fished out. Yi Feng's face lit up with joy. Within the fishing space, a gleaming black ring shimmered with golden radiance. Yi Feng eagerly clicked to view the details. Item, Supreme Divine Ring quality. Legendary description, a legendary ring imbued with formidable protective abilities, capable of summoning an impenetrable barrier without any cost. This shield nullifies all incoming damage for a duration of 100 seconds. Upon activation, it instantly dispels all negative status effects. Additional note, after deploying the barrier, a cooldown period of 5 minutes is required before it can be used again. Good heavens. Nullifies all damage. Dispels all negative status effects. Yi Feng's heart swelled with elation. Immunity to damage. This was nothing short of 100 seconds of invincibility. just like the ultimate ability of the barbarian king. A true warrior for a full 100 seconds. Feng was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Immunity to all damage signified that during the 100 seconds after activating his sanctuary ability, he could frolic amidst nuclear explosions, swim through molten lava, dance upon the lunar surface, and revel upon the blazing sun. Feng was immersed in delightful reverie. Alas, there was a 5-minute cooldown. How splendid it would be without this restriction. Feng retrieved the supreme divine ring from the fishing space. In a flash, an enigmatic black ring materialized in his palm. The surface of the divine ring was engraved with intricate runic patterns, emanating a faint golden luminescence. Do all items fished out radiate such golden brilliance? Feng was slightly perplexed. Just then, the system notification chimed. Notification: items obtained through fishing are categorized by quality into common, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical tiers. Notification: items of different qualities are distinguished by distinct colors: white for common, blue for rare, purple for epic, gold for legendary, and iridescent for mythical. Oh, so that was how it worked. Feng suddenly comprehended. His chaos divine thunder was of the mythical chromatic grade, while his storage dimension and supreme divine ring were both of the legendary golden tier. Feng picked up the supreme ring and slipped it onto his finger. After waiting for a moment, he frowned in confusion. Why was there no reaction? Feng was filled with bewilderment. At that very moment, the system notification chimed. Notification: legendary and mythical grade equipment require blood binding to activate their latent capabilities. Feng suddenly realized. So it required a blood oath to claim ownership. Without hesitation, he bit his finger and let a drop of crimson blood fall upon the supreme divine ring. Drip, drip. The scarlet droplet landed on the ring's surface, seeping into it as though absorbed by an unseen force. The moment the blood vanished, the supreme divine ring erupted in a dazzling golden radiance, illuminating the entire chamber in its brilliance. Before long, the golden light faded away. Feng instantly sensed a mysterious connection forming between himself and the supreme divine ring. Had the binding ritual succeeded? Feng caressed the supreme divine ring with exhilaration. Possessing this divine artifact, his ability to preserve his own life could be described as extraordinary. One might say that through 3 fateful encounters, he had already defied destiny and altered his fate. Feng licked his lips and murmured to himself, perhaps without even needing the opportunities from his past life. He could dominate the apocalypse solely through fishing. After 3 fishing attempts, Feng had reaped a bountiful harvest. Feng checked the quantity of bait. Bait, 7 portions. With 7 portions of bait, it signifies he can cast his line 7 more times. Feng's heart burned with fervor as he murmured to himself. The protective skill of the supreme divine ring can be tested later. Right now, continuing to fish is the truly pressing matter. Feng curled his lips into a confident smile and declared, "System, initiate another fishing attempt." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the system notification chimed in, announcing, "Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. Obtained. Superman's red underwear 1. Superman's red underwear? Feng was dumbfounded. What purpose could underwear possibly serve? A thought suddenly struck his mind. Feng noticed a pair of crimson undergarments floating within the angling space. He promptly tapped to examine the details. After all, it belonged to Superman. Could it possibly be equipment? Item: Superman's scarlet undergarments. Quality: common. Description: a pair of red undergarments once worn by the Man of Steel. Feng reluctantly extracted the underwear, holding it in his hand and examining it repeatedly. This shabby undergarment was surprisingly well made. Yet, it was indeed just an ordinary pair of briefs. The only peculiar aspect was that they belonged to Superman. Utterly useless. So the system could also dredge up worthless items? Feng's lips twitched slightly. Was the disparity truly this vast without the novice's halo? Tossing the undergarments into his spatial storage, he took a deep, steadying breath. System: initiate continuous fishing. Upon the angling platform, the fishing rod trembled as the hook was cast into the boundless darkness. Notification: fishing in progress. Feng held his breath in silent anticipation. Moments later, a chime sounded. Notification: congratulations, host. On your successful fishing endeavor, you've obtained 1 portion of premium imported steak. Steak? Could this be the bounty from his angling? Feng's heart stirred with a sudden realization. Notification: congratulations, host, for a successful fishing attempt. Obtaining 1 bottle of basic recovery potion. Notification: congratulations, host, for a successful fishing attempt, obtaining 1 scroll of blade mastery. a basic recovery potion, a scroll of blade mastery. These seem to be rather valuable acquisitions. Feng continued to wait in silence. Notification: congratulations, host, on a successful fishing attempt, acquiring 1 bottle of 1982 To La Fight Rothschild. Notification: congratulations, host, on a successful fishing attempt, obtaining 1 pair of pre-worn black stockings. Feng's lips twitched slightly, a trace of speechlessness crossing his features. Use black stockings? Very well, system, so this is how you choose to play. Fortunately, the subsequent items fished out were relatively more conventional. Notification: congratulations, host, on a successful fishing attempt, acquired Flame Battle Sword 1. Notification: congratulations, host, on a successful fishing attempt, obtained Golden Ham Sausage 1 crate. Fishing session concluded. All retrieved items are temporarily stored within the fishing dimension. Feng could retrieve the items immediately or postpone the extraction. However, any items within the fishing dimension could only be stored for a maximum of 48 hours. Should one fail to claim them within this period, the system would cast these belongings back into the boundless abyss. System: I demand to retrieve my items now. Feng first chose to extract all the food in one fell swoop. Whoosh! Steak, red wine, and ham sausages instantly materialized before him. Feng cast his gaze upon the steak, his eyes brimming with eager anticipation. Item: prime cut steak quality, standard description, premium beef. Meticulously prepared to preserve its authentic flavor and texture. Medium well, ready to be savored. The rich, tantalizing aroma of the high-quality steak wafted through the air, stirring Feng's appetite and making his mouth water. Arf arf. The husky trotted over excitedly, circling around Feng with unrestrained enthusiasm. Feng eagerly took a bite of the steak. Tender and succulent, the texture was absolutely exquisite. How utterly divine it tasted. Feng devoured his meal with ravenous haste, wolfing down the food. Nearby, the anxious husky circled restlessly, emitting plaintive howls. Feng paid no heed to it, swiftly devouring the steak with great satisfaction. He then proceeded to unwrap the gilded hem obtained from fishing, an entire box containing precisely 24 pieces, each weighing 140 grams. Feng was overjoyed. Haha. This should be enough to satisfy my hunger. Feng cast a glance at the dog, unwrapped the sausage, and tossed it to the husky. Little White, from now on you'll have sausages aplenty. The delighted canine beamed with joy, leaping up to devour the treat in one swift gulp. Feng tore open another sausage and devoured it in one gulp. For ordinary individuals, indulging in excessive consumption after prolonged starvation would overwhelm the body's capacity. However, Feng had awakened his supernatural abilities, possessing an exceptionally robust physique that rendered such concerns irrelevant. In this vast world, the primal pleasures of sustenance reigned supreme. Feng indulged in a ravenous feast. Moments later, the man and his canine companion had devoured an entire box of sausages, leaving only 10 remaining. What an utterly satisfying meal. Feng wiped his mouth with a contented expression. Little by mirrored his satisfaction. After satiating their appetites, Feng redirected his focus back to the fishing dimension, eager to examine the treasures he had reeled in and discover what valuable items awaited him. Feng first turned his gaze towards the basic recovery potion. Item: basic recovery potion quality, rare description. Upon consumption, your stamina and energy will rapidly replenish within a short duration. This is the fabled blue elixir, a precious boon for sustained endurance. Feng's face lit up with delight as he promptly transferred it into his dimensional storage. His gaze then shifted to examine the other items. Item: worn black stockings quality, common description. A pair of used black stockings, seemingly still carrying a faint trace of warmth. Warmth? Did he just reel in someone's stockings while they were still being worn? Feng cast the stockings aside with a hint of disdain. It seemed his fishing system was engaged in nothing but profit without investment. Fishing system? No, more like a plundering system. Feng shook his head, dismissing further contemplation, and proceeded to examine the other retrieved items. Item: mastery scroll of blade arts quality, rare description. Upon utilizing this scroll by tearing it asunder, one's proficiency in the art of the blade shall be elevated to remarkable heights. Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. This scroll was truly a remarkable treasure. A sudden thought crossed his mind. With a swift motion, a palm-sized scroll emitting a faint azure glow materialized in his grasp. Feng tore the scroll apart without hesitation. In the next instant, the scroll transformed into a stream of azure light, surging into his body. After waiting a few seconds, Yifeng felt slightly puzzled. Why was there no apparent reaction? Just then, a flood of memories poured into his mind. Within a secluded training realm, a slender figure brandished a long blade, executing intricate swordplay techniques. The motions repeated: swing, retract, swing again, over and over, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Time flowed ceaselessly as the relentless practice continued. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, until an entire decade had passed. Then, on one fateful day, boom, the figure swung the blade down with devastating force, shaking the heavens and earth. The swordsmanship had been refined to perfection. As the figure sheathed the blade and turned, it was unmistakably Yifeng himself. Simultaneously, countless memories and insights regarding swordsmanship surged into Yifeng's consciousness. Yifeng closed his eyes, quietly sensing the transformation within himself. He felt as though he had trained in swordsmanship for a decade, countless blade techniques converging into his being. The art of the sword had become his body's instinct. This sensation of growing stronger was utterly intoxicating. After a while, he gradually absorbed his gains and regained his composure. I need a fine blade. Wait, hadn't he just fished one out earlier? Yifeng immediately clicked to view. Item: Flame Battle Blade Quality. Rare description: an indomitable battle blade, forged with unyielding resilience and razor-sharp precision. When wielded in combat, it carries a chance to unleash scorching fire-imbued devastation upon foes. Is this a transcendent weapon? Yifeng's heart swelled with joy as he retrieved the flaming warblade. The weapon measured approximately 1.5 meters in length, its razor-sharp edge emanating a faint crimson glow. Yifeng reached out and grasped the flaming battle blade, giving it a few gentle swings. The hum of slicing through the air continuously resonated. An exquisite weapon. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization. With a sharp blade in one's heart, the intent to kill naturally arises. Yifeng glanced around. Little White? The husky stared back at him with equal innocence. Yifeng shook his head with quiet resolve. Absolutely not. One cannot simply slay a hound. Yifeng swung his blade towards the sofa. Swish. In an instant, the sofa was cleanly severed into 2 halves by Yifeng's strike, smooth and effortless, as though slicing through tender tofu. Yifeng gazed at the scene before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. What an extraordinarily swift blade! Yifeng's eyes flickered with astonishment. The razor-sharp edge of this battle blade far exceeded his expectations. One could truthfully say it could slice through iron as effortlessly as cutting through mud. Yifeng continued to wield his blade in a relentless flurry of strikes. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. As he delivered the 4th stroke, a thunderous explosion erupted. A crimson flame burst forth from the blade's edge. Boom, boom. The searing inferno reduced the remnants of the sofa to smoldering charcoal. Yifeng gazed upon the scattered wreckage with a satisfied nod, sheathing his flaming warblade into the dimensional storage. He exhaled a soft sigh of relief. Having thoroughly examined all the fished-up items, he noted the system's clear classification of quality. Common, white items devoid of supernatural essence, such as stakes and stockings. Rare, blue objects imbued with extraordinary power, like potions and swordsmanship scrolls. Epic, purple yet to be obtained through his fishing endeavors. Legendary, gold possessing the supreme divine ring and dimensional storage. Mythic, rainbow wielding the chaos divine thunder ability. Yifeng murmured to himself, it seems that to grow stronger, one must fish more diligently. As long as I cast my line often enough, strength shall be mine, sustenance will follow, and all things desired shall come to pass. Yifeng's gaze flickered slightly. The key to growing stronger lies in fishing, and the crux of fishing resides in the bait. As long as one continuously obtains bait and keeps fishing, infinite strength can be achieved. At this thought, Yifeng's brows furrowed slightly. According to the system prompts, there are 2 sources of bait. First, triggering various events can yield bait. Second, completing system tasks can also provide bait. For the first method of acquiring bait, Yifeng currently remains unaware of how to trigger it. As for the second approach, Yifeng's gaze rested upon the system interface, where a column labeled System Missions displayed 2 current objectives. Novice Mission, eliminate 1 zombie. Reward, 20 portions of bait. Daily Mission, eliminate 10 zombies. Reward, 10 portions of bait. Yifeng quickly grasped the situation. The Novice Quest, available only once, rewarded 20 portions of fishing bait. Daily tasks, refreshed every day, granted 10 portions of bait. Neither type of mission imposed any penalties for failure to complete them. Yifeng smiled faintly. With his current combat prowess, eliminating zombies and completing missions would be effortless. However, before venturing out, he intended to further test his abilities. Yi Feng's heart stirred as he activated the divine protection ability of the Supreme God Ring. In an instant, a golden protective barrier materialized upon his body, enveloping him completely. A profound sense of security welled up in Yi Feng's heart. Then suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a gray lightning arc collided violently with the golden protective shield. Yi Feng himself remained unscathed. Yi Feng didn't even realize he had been attacked. Damn, that's powerful. This protective ability is truly divine. Yi Feng was full of praise. He was well aware of just how terrifying the offensive power of his supernatural ability could be. The skill test had concluded. Yi Feng stood before the bathroom mirror, carefully examining his reflection. The man gazing back at him was strikingly handsome, almost unfamiliar in appearance. Yi Feng gently touched his unblemished face, his sword-like brows and starry eyes complementing a countenance as fair as jade. In a word, dashing. Yi Feng chuckled softly. Though he was undeniably handsome, who among the esteemed readers present wasn't as graceful as jade trees in the wind, standing out with extraordinary brilliance? After admiring his own striking features in the mirror, Yi Feng stepped out of the bathroom. With a focused thought, he gathered all the scattered supplies in the room along with items from his fishing dimension, storing them neatly in his spatial inventory. For absolute caution, he decided to wait until his shelter skills cooldown period ended before venturing out to hunt zombies and complete his mission. Yi Feng waited silently, having been reborn. His purpose was crystal clear. He was not a man of lofty ideals. Even with this second chance at life and the gift of a system, saving the world never crossed his mind. His objective was singular, to eliminate every last one of his past enemies, especially Li Yufan. Once vengeance was complete, he would simply live the life he desired. Yi Feng's eyes flickered with contemplation. So, the question arises, what kind of life does he truly desire? Is it to establish a dominion and reign supreme, or to wander alone in this apocalyptic world? Yi Feng pondered silently. His previous life had been too bitter. Guarding his girlfriend Li Yating, he had never enjoyed a single day of happiness. In this lifetime, he was determined to live freely, unrestrained, and with effortless grace. No need to establish power structures. Just assemble a team to serve his own purposes. Power and beauties, he would claim them all. If he could harness the system's strength to achieve immortality, that would be even more perfect. Taking in a few beautiful subordinates for conversation, amusement, and sparring would also be quite necessary. This lifetime, he would indulge himself properly. Speaking of indulgence, Yi Feng thought of Lin Xiaoxiao, a peerless beauty with a slender waist and alluring curves. Yi Feng's thoughts began to stir. As the old saying goes, when the belly is full, the mind turns to other desires. Yi Feng, satiated and invigorated, brimmed with vitality. Naturally, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. With his girlfriend already deceased, he couldn't very well resort to solitary pleasures, could he? Taking Lin Xiaoxiao under his wing seemed a rather opportune alternative, especially considering her current predicament of food scarcity. Yi Feng stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. However, in this lifetime, he was determined not to be a love-struck fool. Opening the messaging app, he located Lin Xiaoxiao's profile picture and clicked to add her as a friend. In the notes section, he wrote, "This is Yi Feng from the 14th floor. I have food supplies and can deliver them to you." After a brief wait, his friend request was accepted. Lin Xiaoxiao replied, "You're Yi Feng from the 14th floor? You really have food, and you can bring it to me?" Yi Feng, no need for idle chatter, just watch the video. Lin Xiaoxiao. Subsequently, Yi Feng recorded a short clip of the remaining sausages and milk, then sent it to Lin Xiaoxiao. After watching, Lin Xiaoxiao drooled with longing and immediately typed a response. "Lin Xiaoxiao, how much do you want for them? Or what else would you accept? I have medicine. You know how crucial medical supplies are in this apocalyptic world." Yi Feng smiled faintly and responded swiftly, "I desire neither money nor your medicinal supplies." Lin Xiaoxiao felt an ominous premonition. "Then what do you seek?" "Yi Feng, I desire for you to become my woman." Lin Xiaoxiao, absolutely impossible. Yi Feng continued typing. "Then accompany me 3 times, and I'll provide 3 meals." Lin Xiaoxiao, could we negotiate an alternative condition? I beg of you. Yi Feng, impossible. Rest assured, these 3 meals will be more than sufficient to satisfy your hunger. Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment before sending another message. Yet, this is still my first time. Oh ho, a fledgling. Yi Feng's eyes instantly sparkled with even greater excitement. He immediately typed back, 30 times. Upon seeing Yi Feng's reply, Lin Xiaoxiao froze for a few seconds. Then, realization struck her, and she was nearly driven to tears. How utterly shameless. He actually dared to raise the price. Lin Xiaoxiao 30 times. How could you possibly be like this? Yi Feng, however, felt his actions were entirely justified. For a first attempt, one knows nothing at all. It was quite possible he would have to personally instruct them. Naturally, multiple supplements were required. Was this not perfectly reasonable? Yi Feng typed rapidly. Don't misunderstand 30 times. I'll pay for 30 meals. 1 meal per session, and I'll make sure you're full. If you agree, I'll deliver the food to your door immediately. Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, but her hunger overpowered her caution. She replied, though I desperately need food, I must warn you, the hallway is swarming with terrifying zombies. Can you even make it through? I have a suggestion. We could use a rope and a small basket to pass the food through the window. That way, you wouldn't have to take such a risk. Yi Feng, I would be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Yi Feng curled his lips in disdain. Lin Xiaoxiao's calculating schemes were practically leaping out at his face. Though she possessed striking beauty, her delusions of grandeur were utterly laughable. Yi Feng continued to message. I fear no peril. I insist on delivering it to you personally. Lin Xiaoxiao replied, it's far too hazardous. Please just transmit it to me. Yi Feng insisted. I am not afraid. Just tell me, will you eat it or not? Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent. Yi Feng continued typing. Miss Lin, to be honest, I've admired you for quite some time, which is why I'm willing to take this risk. In truth, his so-called admiration was merely a base desire for Lin Xiaoxiao's physical charms. Yi Feng, I am a benevolent soul who would never bring harm upon you. After typing these words, Yi Feng suddenly came to his senses. Damn it, why was he slipping back into that pitiful, simpering behavior again? Hadn't he suffered enough humiliation in his past life? Yi Feng, you must be more resolute. On the other side, Lin Xiaoxiao once again fell into silence. Yi Feng waited and waited, growing slightly impatient. Damn it, just give me a straight answer already. Another minute passed. Lin Xiaoxiao finally replied with a single message. Just this once, I must have my fill. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yi Feng's lips. Just once? Don't come crying with regrets later. Rest assured. I'll make sure you're thoroughly satisfied. Lin Xiaoxiao replied. I reside in apartment 1803. Yi Feng, do not be so hasty. Yi Feng, please wait a moment. I need to make some preparations before I can come over. Lin Xiaoxiao, why? Yi Feng, mind your own business. Lin Xiaoxiao, setting down his phone. Yi Feng exhaled a heavy sigh. In this ruthless world, strength reigns supreme. Yi Feng naturally prioritized completing the mission first, indulging in some leisurely fishing before entertaining thoughts of women. The cooldown period for his shelter ability had finally elapsed. Yi Feng pushed aside the debris piled at the doorway, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the room. The time for hunting had arrived. Roar. Growl. In the corridor, zombies snarled and howled, their voices echoing amidst a faint haze of blood. Yet the mist was thin, barely obscuring human vision at close range. Yi Feng treaded cautiously forward. Soon, the sound of his footsteps drew the attention of a humanoid zombie. Yi Feng raised his gaze. Before him stood a zombie clad in a black shirt and crimson shorts. Its pallid skin stretched taut over decaying flesh, with eyes burning like pools of fresh blood. With a guttural roar that echoed through the desolate streets, the male creature brandished its razor-sharp claws and lunged toward Yi Feng with unnatural speed. Yi Feng gazed at the zombie and recognized its identity. In its former human life, it had been his middle-aged neighbor across the hallway. From what he could recall, their relationship had been merely one of nodding acquaintanceship. As the undead creature drew nearer, a thought flashed through Yi Feng's mind. For the moment, he chose not to wield the primordial divine thunder. While its power was formidable, the toll it exacted was equally immense. Yi Feng currently possesses a rather limited reserve of energy within his body. Therefore, the primordial divine thunder is more suitable as a trump card to eliminate formidable zombies, rather than a conventional tactic. This situation will significantly improve once his level advances and his energy reserves expand. For Yi Feng at present, it appears more advantageous to engage in sustained zombie hunting by utilizing physical strength and close-quarters combat. Yi Feng aspired to be a versatile warrior rather than a fragile mage. With a swift motion, he summoned a blazing battle blade. Gripping it tightly, he held his breath and focused his spirit, the weapon poised and ready. As the zombie entered his striking range, roar. The middle-aged zombie howled incessantly, lunging toward Yi Feng with its razor-sharp claws aimed at his face. Faced with the assault, Yi Feng sidestepped effortlessly, evading the attack. Then, as if by instinct, he swung his blade downward with lethal precision. Perish. Squelch. Like slicing through gelatin, smooth and effortless, the zombie was cleaved cleanly from head to toe in an instant. Blood sprayed, brains spilled forth, painting a grotesque tableau of carnage. Feng swiftly swung his blade in a reverse horizontal slash, cleaving the zombie into 4 segments. Simultaneously, the fire attribute attack imbued within his flaming battle saber was triggered. Sizzle, sizzle. The elder zombie's body was roasted to a crisp, charred black from the intense flames. From the moment he struck till the zombie's demise, mere seconds had elapsed. Exhilarating. Feng burst into hearty laughter. Never before had he dispatched zombies with such effortless ease. This was the genuine, unadulterated power. This was what it truly meant to be an awakened one. Feng exhaled lightly, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence. Feng, from this moment onward, you shall no longer be the feeble supernatural being who could be manipulated at will. Set yourself a modest ambition to become the paramount transcendent being of the blue planet. Feng revealed a faint confident smile as he opened the interface panel. Feng noticed a change in the mission progress. Novice mission. The novice task has been completed. All that remains is to eliminate a single zombie to fulfill the requirement. Feng is eligible to claim his mission rewards at any time. Daily quests, 110. Feng felt a stirring in his heart. The mission's progress was updating in real time. Just then, the system notification chimed. Notification, event triggered. Notification, for your first zombie kill, you experience a surge of exhilaration. Reward, 10 portions of fish bait. Feng's heart swelled with delight. Had an event been triggered? The first slaying of a zombie filled him with an inexplicable sense of euphoria. Very well. Indeed, it was profoundly exhilarating. A faint smile curled at the corners of Feng's lips, especially upon obtaining 10 portions of bait, which filled him with even greater delight. Roar. At that moment, the distant howls of zombies echoed through the air. Feng raised his gaze and realized that the commotion from his slaying of the zombies had drawn the attention of 2 more lurking in the corridor. With razor-sharp claws flailing, the undead creatures lunged toward him with terrifying swiftness. Feng's gaze flickered slightly. Although he could effortlessly vanquish the zombies, vigilance remained paramount. For a single bite would spell dire consequences. For ordinary individuals, a mere scratch or bite from a ghoul would inevitably lead to their transformation into the undead. First-tier ability users, upon suffering such wounds, faced a certain probability of succumbing to the same fate. However, those of the second tier and beyond were immune to the scourge of the zombie virus. Feng was still a first-tier ability user, so he naturally had to be cautious about this. 2 zombies, 1 male and 1 female, swiftly approached the vicinity. Feng gazed at the zombies, his heart stirring with recognition. Both of the undead figures were familiar to him. They were the wife and father of the middle-aged uncle zombie. Feng let out a sigh. A family should always stay together in harmony. Feng's toes lightly touched the ground as he surged forward with astonishing speed toward the zombies. The distance of several meters was covered in an instant. As he closed in on the 2 undead creatures, his gaze abruptly sharpened with lethal intensity. Gripping his battle blade firmly, he unleashed a swift slash, the razor-sharp edge cutting through the air with a chilling whistle. Swish, swish. 2 zombie heads soared into the sky amidst a grotesque spray of tainted blood. The headless corpses collapsed heavily onto the ground. A single stroke, a double kill. Feng effortlessly dispatched the 2 zombies. Decapitation, or more precisely, the destruction of the undead's brain, proved to be the most efficient method of elimination. Feng's eyes gleamed with a subtle radiance, the corners of his lips curling upwards. In terms of both strength and speed, he had already surpassed the zombies by an immeasurable margin. Even without utilizing his supernatural abilities, merely relying on his physical prowess alone was sufficient to utterly overwhelm the undead. Feng gazed at the battle blade in his hand. Having slain 3 zombies in succession, the edge remained untainted by even a speck of blood. Still gleaming brilliantly with razor-sharp precision, this flaming battle blade was truly exceptional. Feng gazed at the 2 zombies, a thought flashing through his mind. Could there possibly be crystal cores within their bodies at this stage? With this idea in mind, he relentlessly hacked at the zombies' heads with his flaming battle blade. Thud, thud, thud. Before long, the 2 zombie skulls were reduced to shattered fragments. Nothing was found. It seems there were none yet, or perhaps one must wait another 2 days. Feng was not disheartened. Grasping his blade, he advanced steadily toward the neighbor's residence. Those three zombies had all emerged from apartment 1402 next door. At this moment, the security door of the neighboring home stood slightly ajar. Feng stepped into the house and securely locked the door behind him. A nauseating blend of blood and the stench of decay assaulted his senses. Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows in consternation. Before his eyes lay a ghastly skeletal remains by the entrance, its inhuman form evoking profound horror. The bleached bones presented a macabre sight too dreadful to behold. Scattered about were sundry dismembered body parts amidst pools of coagulated blood staining the floor. Feng let out a sigh in his heart, having roughly discerned the situation. As the apocalypse descended, 3 out of the 4 family members next door instantly transformed into zombies. The sole survivor who didn't turn was likely their 10-year-old son. Tragically, this was no blessing for the boy, but rather a cruel twist of fate. Though spared from zombification, his end was far more horrific. Before he could even react, the parents and grandfather who once doted on him most dearly sank their teeth into his flesh, tearing him apart with their own hands. One can only imagine the depths of despair that poor child experienced in his final moments. Such is the merciless reality of the post-apocalyptic world. Feng shook his head with a faint sigh. Methodically, he entered each room one by one, meticulously inspecting every corner to ensure no lurking dangers remained. Only after thorough verification did he allow himself a moment of relief. Caution never goes unrewarded. Vigilance is the companion of longevity indeed. With the inspection complete, Feng commenced his systematic gathering of supplies. His first destination was the kitchen, where he discovered half a sack of rice, a package of wood ear mushrooms, a small bag of millet, an assortment of mung beans, and a container of cooking oil. Next, he approached the refrigerator. What greeted him within its chilled confines brought a spark of delight to his eyes. Thanks to the still functioning electricity, much of the stored food remained unspoiled. The crisper drawers held an assortment of vegetables, fruits, and beverages. Though slightly wilted, they were far from inedible. As for the freezer compartment, it yielded 2 cuts of frozen beef, a box of premium black tiger shrimp, along with frozen dumplings and glutinous rice balls, all perfectly preserved. What a bountiful harvest! Feng was in exceptionally high spirits, so he decided to store the entire refrigerator into his dimensional storage space. Subsequently, in another room, he discovered 3 wafer biscuits, half a box of chocolates, several bags of potato chips, a row of AD calcium milk, and over a dozen bottles of mineral water. To his delight, there was even an entire carton of Huazi cigarettes. Feng's heart swelled with joy as he carefully stored each of these supplies into his spatial inventory. After verifying that nothing had been overlooked, he strode purposefully toward the entrance. Outside the door, zombies wandered aimlessly in their ceaseless, mindless patrol. Feng scanned the surroundings with his eyes, and suddenly his vision brightened. 1, 2, 3. There were 5 zombies outside the door. His previous act of eliminating the undead seemed to have drawn some attention from the creatures upstairs and downstairs. Perfect timing. Feng flung the door open and charged forward without hesitation. Growl. Several zombies snarled viciously, lunging at him with rabid hunger. Feng swung his blade with a decisive slash, thud. A zombie's head soared into the air, blood gushing forth in a crimson arc simultaneously. He sidestepped with effortless grace, evading the frenzied assaults of the remaining 4 undead creatures. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and delivered a sweeping horizontal strike toward another ghoul. This strike unleashed the fiery attribute of his battle blade, hum. A blazing scarlet flame erupted forth, not only annihilating his immediate target but also engulfing the 3 adjacent zombies in searing agony, leaving them writhing in torment. Perfect opportunity. Feng brandished his blade toward the 3 zombies before him, executing swift and decisive strikes. Thud, thud. 2 zombies fell in quick succession, facing the final undead creature. A sudden inspiration surged within Feng's heart. Chaos divine thunder. With fingers pressed together, a wisp of gray lightning erupted from his fingertips. Boom. The zombie had no time to react, instantly obliterated into ashes. The chaos divine thunder remained as domineering as ever. Once unleashed, it embodied pure annihilation. With prudent usage, given his current energy reserves, he could effortlessly deliver over a dozen such devastating attacks. Feng nodded in satisfaction, his gaze lowering to the flaming battle blade in his hand. While the weapon could indeed unleash fiery damage, it paled in comparison to the might of the primordial divine thunder, utterly incomparable in magnitude. A wry smile touched his lips. What was he thinking? Of course, a rare blue tier item could never measure up to a mythical chromatic ability. What about the mission progress? With this thought, Yifeng willed the daily quest interface to open. Mission progress, 810. Two more zombies remained. Yifeng pondered for a moment before heading toward the second neighbor on this floor. In his recollection, this particular residence was inhabited by a young couple. Yifeng approached the neighbor's doorstep. The imposing steel security door stood firmly shut. Knock, knock, knock. Yifeng knocked on the door. Is anyone there? No response came. Growl. Inside the house, the guttural snarls of zombies could be heard. They must all be dead. Yifeng cast a glance at the sturdy steel security door, which appeared quite robust. With his current strength, such an ordinary door posed no obstacle to him whatsoever. Yifeng raised his blazing battle sword high into the air. With swift consecutive slashes, the resounding clashes reverberated through the corridor, igniting the dormant flames within the weapon. Then, with a mighty kick, he sent the door crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom. Yifeng smiled with satisfaction as he stepped into the room, his gaze settling upon the master bedroom. Scratch, scratch. Growl, growl, growl. The sounds of clawing at the door and bestial snarls emanated from within the master chamber. Yifeng strode forward steadily, wielding his blade to cleave through the bedroom door's lock before kicking it open with a forceful thrust of his foot. Inside the chamber, two grotesquely naked zombies came into his view. Bloody hell, he exclaimed. What in the world were you two doing when the apocalypse descended? Yifeng let out a gasp of astonishment. He recognized the two figures before him, or more precisely, the two zombies standing there. They had been a young couple, fresh university graduates who had just entered the workforce and rented this apartment. The man left little impression on Yifeng, but the girl, she had etched herself deeply into his predecessor's memory. A stunning young woman she was, tall and statuesque, with legs that seemed to stretch for miles and features that could steal one's breath away. What a cruel twist of fate that now, transformed into this undead state. Her once radiant beauty had faded, though her figure remained as striking as ever. Yifeng gazed at the female zombie. Though her skin was pallid and ashen, her voluptuous curves still undulated dramatically. While Yifeng was lost in contemplation, two zombies brandished their razor-sharp claws and charged toward him from both sides. Yifeng's right hand twitched slightly, his fingers instantly wreathed in a flicker of lightning. The male zombie charged forward recklessly. A blade-like arc of electricity cascaded forth in a crescent shape, crashing violently toward the undead creature. Boom! Thunder surged wildly, obliterating the upper half of the male zombie in an instant. Its lower half staggered 2 feeble steps before collapsing heavily to the ground. Immediately following was the assault of the female zombie, a pallid, leaping rabbit, bouncing incessantly. Yifeng swiftly dodged the female zombie's attack with effortless grace. Quite the figure. What a pity. Even amidst combat, Yifeng couldn't help but muse. Zombies exhibit 3 distinct characteristics. First, their eyes glow an ominous blood-red hue. Second, their skin takes on an unnatural ashen pallor, with certain body parts like claws and arms undergoing grotesque transformations. Third, their decaying bodies emit a faint but unmistakable stench of death. Beyond these traits, the differences between zombies and ordinary humans aren't particularly pronounced. Undeterred, the female zombie lashed out again, her razor-sharp claws aiming straight for Yifeng's face. Yifeng tilted his head, narrowly evading the strike. With a swift thought, the flaming battle blade materialized in his grasp. Taking a decisive step forward, he swung the weapon diagonally with tremendous force. Thud! The blade cleaved through the female zombie, splitting both body and skull cleanly in two. A sickening cascade of putrid entrails and foul blood spilled across the ground. The bisected corpse twitched faintly before finally falling still. Yifeng furrowed his brows in displeasure. It would be better to decapitate the zombies in the future, otherwise it would be far too messy. After dispatching 2 of the undead creatures, the system notification chimed melodiously. Notification: congratulations to the host for completing the daily mission. Yifeng's heart swelled with joy. The mission was accomplished. Subsequently, his gaze swept across the entire dwelling. Since the 2 had transformed into zombies at the dawn of the apocalypse, the house still harbored an abundance of supplies. Yifeng rummaged through the supplies, acquiring modest provisions: small sacks of rice, black rice, and millet, 16 packets of instant noodles. For portions of luocefen, 14 assorted beverages, along with various snacks including biscuits, potato chips, and spicy gluten strips. The overall haul was meager, reflecting the culinary indifference of these 2 individuals who seldom engaged in cooking. Yifeng stored all the supplies into his spatial inventory before turning to depart. The moment he stepped out the door, several zombies with bared fangs and brandished claws lunged toward him ferociously. Yifeng activated his protective barrier, a golden radiance flickering around his body. With a swift flying kick, he sent a zombie hurtling through the air. Yifeng had no intention of eliminating these zombies. Should the angling system issue a mission tomorrow involving zombie extermination, keeping these few as reserves would allow him to effortlessly accomplish the task. Dispatching zombies within the confined space of a stairwell presented far greater safety and convenience than confronting hordes upon the open streets. Moreover, were Yifeng to purge the stairwell of these undead, other survivors might emerge to compete with him for the unclaimed supplies within the vacant apartments. Yifeng was far from benevolent. The remaining zombies still rampaged with impunity. Yifeng strode forward, swiftly dispatching the remaining zombies before departing with an air of indifference. Upon returning to his residence, he securely locked the door behind him. Without hesitation, he proceeded to claim the rewards for both completed missions. The system promptly responded with notifications. Notification: congratulations on completing the novice mission. Reward obtained: 20 portions of bait. Notification: congratulations on completing the daily mission. Reward obtained: 10 portions of bait. In addition, he retained the 10 portions of bait previously acquired from an earlier triggered event. Yifeng checked the quantity of bait. Bait, 40 portions. 40 portions of bait. Yifeng was overjoyed. When there's bait, one must use it. Swiftly enhancing one's own strength is the fundamental truth. Thinking this, Yifeng silently recited in his heart, "System, grant me 20 consecutive fishing attempts." Within the fishing space, the fishing hook traced a parabolic arc, soaring into the boundless darkness. Notification: currently fishing in progress. Yifeng silently prayed in his heart. O divine deities and sacred Buddhas, I beseech your blessings to grant me something truly remarkable. In the next moment, the system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished out 1 pair of unopened Lebanese aristocratic stockings. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished out 1 pack of 8-dimension sanitary pads. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished out 1 bottle of edible personal lubricant. Yifeng's lips twitched in speechless exasperation. For heaven's sake, what kind of nonsense is this? Give me something worthwhile, system. The system's notification tone continued to chime, announcing, congratulations, host. On your successful fishing endeavor, you've obtained a carton of Li Tao hand-torn bread, food from fishing, and an entire carton at that. Yifeng clicked to view the item details. Item: peach hand-torn bread quality. Common description: a rather ordinary loaf of bread, capable of satiating hunger when consumed. Yifeng smiled faintly. Hand-torn bread was quite decent. At the very least, it was far superior to the worthless items that came before. Yifeng tore open a bag of bread and began eating. Prompt: continuing fishing. At that moment, the fishing system paused for a few seconds. Prompt: congratulations, host, for a successful fishing attempt, obtaining 1 strength enhancement scroll. So, did I just get a drop? Yifeng's eyes widened, a glimmer of delight flashing across his face. A power enhancement scroll? Marvelous. Yet another extraordinary item has surfaced. A faint smile graced Yifeng's lips. Notification: congratulations, host. Successful fishing rewarded you with a crate of Yunnan ham mooncakes. Notification: congratulations, host. Successful fishing rewarded you with a pack of scratch-off lottery tickets from Blue Star China. A whole crate of Yunnan ham mooncakes. What a delightful prize. As for those scratch-off tickets, what use could they possibly serve now? Even as makeshift toilet paper, they'd be far too rough and unpleasant. Yifeng was rendered speechless. Subsequently, the system notifications incessantly popped up. Congratulations, host, for successfully fishing and obtaining 1 piece of black lace lingerie. Congratulations, host, for successfully fishing and acquiring 1 speed enhancement scroll. Congratulations, host, for successfully fishing and obtaining 1 small black whip. A speed enhancement scroll? Now that's a valuable find. Yifeng's eyes flickered slightly, the corners of his lips curling upwards in a faint smile. Before long, his 20 fishing attempts concluded. This angling session yielded rather meager rewards. Yifeng let out a soft sigh, shifting his focus to the 2 newly acquired arcane scrolls. His previous experiences had taught him that these were likely valuable treasures. With a mere thought, Yifeng retrieved the first scroll he had obtained. Like the scroll of blade mastery, this parchment also emitted a faint azure radiance. Yifeng gazed at the ancient scroll. Item: scroll of strength enhancement quality. Rare description: upon using this scroll, your physical strength shall be permanently augmented to a considerable degree. A rare artifact indeed. To permanently enhance one's bodily power, what a magnificent treasure. Feng was overjoyed and without hesitation tore the scroll to pieces. In the next instant, the scroll transformed into a stream of blue light that merged into Feng's body. A warm current surged through his entire being, permeating every limb and fiber, continuously strengthening his muscles, bones, and skin. Feng felt an indescribable comfort enveloping him, as if cradled within the softest clouds. His entire being brimmed with vitality, and his thoughts crystallized with newfound clarity. As the enhancement process continued, the contours of his musculature gradually emerged, with the subtle definition of an 8-pack abs faintly visible. After a while, the transformation reached its completion. Feng's power has been fully enhanced. This sensation is truly marvelous. Feng wore a face of melancholy and loss. Then, snapping back to reality, he clenched his fists, sensing the transformation in his own strength. The surge in power was explosive, not the refined enhancement of swordsmanship, nor the elevation of internal energy, but a sheer, unadulterated augmentation of physical might. Moreover, alongside this surge in strength, his stamina, speed, and other attributes had also experienced a subtle, yet noticeable improvement. Just how formidable has my strength become? Feng pondered for a moment, then strode toward the double-door refrigerator in his home. Standing before the appliance, he effortlessly lifted it with one hand, a subtle exertion demonstrating his newfound strength. Oh, my physical power has increased remarkably, he marveled with quiet satisfaction. Feng was utterly exhilarated, overwhelmed with ecstasy. He hadn't even exerted a tenth of his strength. When he awakened the Chaos Divine Thunder ability, his physical power had already increased substantially. Now, further enhanced by the Power Amplification Scroll, his bodily strength had surged to unprecedented heights. Absolutely magnificent. Feng's heart swelled with exhilaration. After testing his newfound strength, he retrieved the second extraordinary scroll. Item: Speed Enhancement Scroll Quality. Rare description: upon activation, your velocity shall experience a notable augmentation. Just as anticipated, this scroll bore similarities to the Strength Amplification Scroll. Feng's heart swelled with joy, his lips curling upward unconsciously. Reaching out his hand, he exerted a gentle force and tore the scroll apart. Whoosh! The scroll instantly transformed into a stream of azure radiance, soaring into Feng's body. A surge of warmth immediately flooded through Feng's entire being, permeating every fiber of his limbs and bones. Under the continuous baptism of this comforting warmth, Feng grew increasingly stronger. What exquisite bliss! Feng reveled in the enhancement process, utterly intoxicated by it. Moments later, the speed augmentation concluded. Feng swung his fists, leaving several afterimages in the air. After taking a few more steps with astonishing speed, his movements were effortless and swift as the wind. Both his striking speed and mobility had improved significantly. Feng's face lit up with joy, his heart brimming with exhilaration. These enhancement scrolls were truly marvelous treasures. If he could continue growing stronger like this, the future held boundless promise. Feng stretched his limbs, acclimating to the sudden surge in his speed and strength. Feng, brimming with curiosity, tapped open the interface to examine his combat prowess. The power index displayed 211. Feng was utterly astonished. He had actually accumulated 211 points. The combat power index was calculated based on metrics like energy, strength, and speed, excluding supernatural abilities, skills, or weaponry. Feng did not absorb the crystal core. His rank remained at first tier 1 star, with no progress in energy. The surge in combat power index was purely due to enhancements in raw strength and speed. Splendid. Feng felt a surge of delight in his heart. Closing the interface, he turned his gaze to the other items he had fished out. Item: Small black whip quality. Ordinary description: a perfectly mundane little whip. Nothing more, nothing less. If you harbor any illusions of wielding it in battle, you are sorely mistaken. A thoroughly useless trinket. Feng curled his lips in disdain and turned his gaze to the other items. Scratch cards, stockings, lubricating oil. None of these seemed particularly useful. Yet he had no intention of discarding them either, for his storage space remained largely vacant at present. Why not keep them? One never knows when such things might come in handy. Having sorted through his newly acquired possessions, Feng glanced at the panel. Bait, 20 portions system. Continue fishing 20 more times. Feng silently commanded. On the fishing platform, the fishing rod swung gracefully. The hook soared into the boundless darkness. Feng chose to continue fishing. Prompt: fishing in progress. The next moment, the system notification chimed. Prompt: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a 1.8-meter miniature replica of the Eiffel Tower. Prompt: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and acquired a box of ultra-thin, long-lasting condoms. Feng was utterly speechless. What on earth were these things he had drawn out? Damn it, it seemed like an angler could catch everything except fish. Feng's lips twitched slightly as he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Notification: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing and obtaining Jiraiya's Makeout Tactics 1 copy. Notification: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing and obtaining a carton of premium Talunsum milk 1. Notification: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing and obtaining a rare skill, Malice Perception 1. Malice Perception? Did I just hit the jackpot? A surge of delight blossomed within Feng's heart. Notification: congratulations, host, on your successful angling endeavor. You have acquired 1 vial of Corpse Toxin Immunity Elixir. Notification: congratulations, host, on your triumphant fishing attempt. You have obtained 1 cup of Starry Fortune Matai Latte. Notification: congratulations, host, on your prosperous catch. You have gained 1 scroll of Marksmanship Mastery. The elixir and the scroll both appear rather splendid. Feng's heart swelled with delight. Notification: congratulations, host, for a successful fishing endeavor. You have obtained a DVD set of the horror film Ghost Ship. Notification: congratulations, host, for another triumphant catch. You have acquired a crate of Farmer's Fist mineral water. Notification: congratulations, host, for yet another fruitful haul. You have secured a bottle of endurance-enhancing spray. Before long, the fishing session concluded. Feng began examining his gains. Skill: Malice Perception quality, rare description, a passive ability. Upon mastering this skill, you will become more attuned to sensing hostility or threats from surrounding creatures. Damn, incredible skill. Feng's eyes widened with overwhelming excitement. Malice Perception, the ability to sense hostility in those around him. Though not a combat skill, its utility in the apocalypse was nothing short of extraordinary. What truly terrified people in the end times? Zombies? Mutant beasts? No. The most dreadful thing was always the human heart, unfathomable and treacherous. The beloved companion sharing your pillow might one day betray you, plunging a knife into you as you slumber. The most trusted subordinate could deliver a fatal stab when it mattered most. With this ability, Feng could perceive malice in others. To him, this skill was no less valuable than a legendary power. Had he possessed it in his past life, he would never have met such a tragic end at the hands of his lover. Feng immediately chose to extract the skill. A glowing orb materialized in the air, and he reached out to grasp it. Upon contact, the skill orb transformed into a stream of azure light, merging seamlessly into his body. Notification: congratulations. You have acquired the rare skill, Malice Perception. In the next moment, an innate understanding of the ability surged through Feng's mind. Malice Perception had become second nature to him. Feng smacked his lips in contemplation. What a pity it was merely a passive ability, rendering him unable to test its actual efficacy. Feng continued organizing his gains. Milk and mineral water were both useful. Just moments ago, he seemed to have fished out a peculiar book. Item: Intimate Violence Quality, Common Description, a bestseller from the Naruto world, authored by one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. This book is the second installment of the renowned Makeout Paradise series. A Naruto bestseller? The second volume? Feng retrieved the book from the angling space and casually flipped through its pages. What is all this? He murmured. Of what use could this possibly be to me? Feng cast a disappointed glance before tossing the best-selling novel from the Naruto world into his storage space. Yet this incident served as a reminder, perhaps one day, he might truly fish out some legendary abilities from the myriad realms. Abilities like Universal Pull, Almighty Push, or even Devil Fruits. The future brimmed with boundless possibilities. Feng continued examining the items. Item: Zombie Virus Immunity Potion Quality, rare description. Upon consuming this potion, you shall acquire supreme immunity against the undead virus, rendering you impervious to infection. Even those already infected, provided they have not yet turned, shall gain this formidable immunity. This is truly a remarkable treasure. Feng's heart swelled with elation. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the potion and drank it in one gulp. Gulp. The liquid was icy cold upon entering his mouth. As it settled in his stomach, he felt a surge of chilling energy erupt within his body. After waiting briefly with no further reactions, he wondered, had he truly become immune? Feng felt a trace of bewilderment, sensing no apparent transformation within himself. Yet, as the system's creations were invariably exquisite, it was undoubtedly trustworthy. Feng ceased his contemplation and proceeded to examine his acquisitions. Item: Marksmanship Mastery Scroll Quality, Rare Description. Upon mastering this skill, your proficiency in ranged weaponry, including but not limited to firearms, bows, and crossbows, shall be elevated to extraordinary heights. Feng's face lit up with joy. This was truly a remarkable treasure. It could significantly enhance his marksmanship skills. Feng retrieved it. A scroll, about the size of a palm and emanating a faint azure glow, came into his view. Feng could hardly contain his eagerness as he tore open the scroll. In an instant, the parchment transformed into a streak of azure radiance that surged into his very being. Feng waited silently. Before long, a stream of memories flooded into his consciousness. In the shooting range, a slender figure practiced relentlessly, raising the gun, firing, reloading. Over and over, hundreds, thousands of times. Time flowed, yet the training never ceased. Pistols, crossbows, sniper rifles, artillery. An immeasurable stretch of time later, the figure suddenly fired a single bullet. In the next instant, space twisted. The bullet reversed its trajectory, now speeding toward the figure's own forehead. Facing the oncoming projectile, the figure merely smiled faintly, raised the gun once more, and fired another shot. Bang! The two bullets collided midair. Then, the figure holstered the weapon and turned away. That figure was none other than Feng himself. Simultaneously, an endless torrent of shooting experience and memories surged into Feng's mind. Feng closed his eyes, quietly sensing the transformations within himself. Countless marksmanship techniques converged into his being. Every conceivable shooting skill, he had mastered them all, perfected each one. Marksmanship had now become his bodily instinct. This sensation of growing stronger was utterly sublime. Exhilarating. The rewards from the system's fishing were truly miraculous. Feng absorbed the gains with satisfaction, his heart content. He then turned his gaze toward the other items. This endurance spray. Good heavens, this item was actually of rare quality? Feng widened his eyes in astonishment. Item: Endurance Spray, 10 uses, quality, rare description. After applying the endurance spray, you shall possess prolonged stamina and vitality for 2 hours, reclaiming your masculine essence. For external use, each application permanently enhances endurance slightly. This marked the first time Feng had obtained a rare tier item beyond mere blades and scrolls. Feng held the spray in his hand, turning it over and over, scrutinizing it repeatedly before confirming that this object was indeed what he had suspected. Who do they think they're looking down upon? A supreme alpha male like me, in need of such a thing? Feng disdainfully tossed the spray into his storage space. Having completed his meticulous organization of the spoils, Feng found himself with a moment of respite. His thoughts drifted to the formidable powerhouses of his past life. Among peers of similar abilities, he feared none. Unleashing the primordial divine thunder, he could annihilate all in an instant. Even without resorting to such celestial might, his enhanced strength, lightning speed, masterful blade techniques, combined with the flaming warblade and the supreme divine ring, rendered him capable of effortlessly overpowering the majority of his fellow ability wielders. Feng gently stroked his chin, his gaze subtly shifting. Hunting zombies and acquiring crystal cores to grow stronger would have to wait 2 more days. Certain fortuitous opportunities from his past life memories would also begin emerging after that same 2-day period. Just then, his phone vibrated faintly. Picking it up, he saw an impatient message from Lin Xiaoxiao. The little lass was growing restless. A faint smile curled at the corners of Feng's lips. After taking a refreshing shower, he meticulously selected his most dashing outfit and dressed with impeccable elegance. Retrieving a shopping bag, he carefully packed it to the brim with ham, milk, and freshly baked bread. With all preparations flawlessly completed, Feng carried the provisions and stepped out of his home, ascending the staircase. The corridor was shrouded in a crimson mist, where scattered zombies lurked and wandered aimlessly. Soon, the sound of his footsteps caught their attention. Bearing their fangs and brandishing razor-sharp claws, the undead lunged toward him with savage hunger. Feng delivered a powerful flying kick, sending several zombies sprawling through the air, then continued his determined stride toward the stairwell. Upon reaching the 15th floor, he found his path once again obstructed by the undead. Feng once again kicked the zombie flying. Ever since he became immune to the zombie infection, he had stopped being overly cautious. Just as Feng was pummeling the zombie, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from the apartment on the 15th floor. Who's there? Is someone outside? Feng remained silent, delivering another forceful slap that sent the charging zombie flying. Thud. The undead creature crashed onto the ground. The commotion outside stirred agitation in the woman. Her name was Wang Hongxia, residing in the apartment above Feng's home. Peering cautiously through the peephole, she saw no human presence, only the groaning zombie writhing on the floor. Deepening her astonishment. Who's out there? She called out. Are you the one fighting these monsters? Do you possess supernatural abilities, or are you armed with a weapon? Her voice trembled with desperation. Do you have food? I've been starving for days. Could you spare me some? Feng's heart stirred slightly. Is that Wang Hongxia? As neighbors living just upstairs and downstairs, the two had crossed paths long before the apocalypse. Wang Hongxia, a woman in her 30s, possessed a delicate charm, a young wife whose husband was an ordinary office worker. The reason Feng had any interaction with her was due to her particularly vexatious 7-year-old son. The unruly child would constantly run around the house, creating a cacophony, frequently shrieking at the top of his lungs, and refusing to settle down even in the dead of night. Feng and Wang Hongxia had numerous confrontations, yet to no avail. On one occasion, when Feng went to reason with her, he was instead subjected to a torrent of scolding from Wang Hongxia. So petty, arguing with a child. This infuriated Feng to the point where he immediately called the police. However, in the end, it was merely mediated without any substantial resolution, and the unruly child continued their willful ways. Because of this incident, Feng frequently endured reprimands from his girlfriend, Li Yiting. After the apocalypse descended, Feng awakened as a superhuman, while Wang Hongxia had already fallen into depravity. Now, a mere slice of bread could command her compliance. Feng deeply loved his girlfriend, yet their paths seldom crossed. Inside the house, Wang Hongxia grew visibly impatient as Feng remained silent. Out there, you can't just stand by and watch me die. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. I have a 7-year-old son. If you don't save me, both of us will perish. If you refuse, you'll be nothing less than a murderer. Feng raised an eyebrow and sneered. Wang Hongxia, you're still as adept as ever at playing the emotional blackmail card, aren't you? Inside the room, Wang Hongxia's words faltered, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. You're Feng from downstairs? Feng replied indifferently, it's me. Upon hearing this, Wang Hongxia's heart skipped a beat. Him? Why him? She had previously offended Feng quite severely. Would he still save her now? What should I do? Inside the room, Wang Hongxia paced anxiously in circles. I must apologize. After all, he was just a timid young man. Surely, with some sweet words and a humble plea, she could easily win him over. Taking a deep breath, she cooed in a gentle voice. Feng, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have treated you that way. I sincerely apologize. Her tone softened further as she continued. Feng, I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me, all right? You must have food out there. Could you spare some for me? Both Dong Dong and I are starving to death. Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wang Hongxia could indeed bend without breaking. However, he held no regard for her. Compared to Lin Xiaoxiao, she was entirely out of her league. Feng said coldly, I refuse your apology. Moreover, you are already advanced in years. Must you incessantly address me as sister? How utterly nauseating. I possess sustenance, yet I shall not bestow it upon you. I would sooner feed it to the hounds than offer you a morsel. Feng unleashed a torrent of words, feeling a cathartic release as he turned to leave. Saving someone? That was never an option. Not kicking them when they were down already counted as benevolence on his part. Inside the room, Wang Hongxia's face was etched with despair. Her eyes brimmed with venom as she shrieked, Feng, get back here. You heartless monster. What are you showing off for? You have food. Why won't you save me? Beside her, her son Dong Dong wailed incessantly. Mom, I'm hungry. I want chips. I want a burger. Wang Hongxia, agitated beyond measure, ground her teeth in frustration. Good boy, Dong Dong. You'll get chips. You'll get a burger. The spoiled child only cried louder. No, I want them now. Shut up. On the staircase, Feng paused mid-step. Malice detection activated. The target? Wang Hongxia. In other words, she now harbored ill intent toward him. Feng smirked with amusement. So this was the sensation of triggering malice perception. Wang Hongxia's hostility burned crimson in his awareness, standing out vividly like fireflies against the night sky. How should he handle this? His thoughts raced like darting sparrows. Yi Feng made his decision. Turning around, he walked back to Wang Hongxia's doorstep. He knocked on the door, thud. Thud, thud. Wang Hongxia, I'm willing to strike a deal with you. Open the door and let's talk. Surely, you wouldn't want your child to starve to death, would you? Inside the house, Wang Hongxia had been cursing incessantly. Upon hearing Yi Feng's voice, she froze momentarily before a surge of elation overtook her. Has Yi Feng truly returned? A deal? Are you speaking the truth? Wang Hongxia's expression was filled with suspicion as she exclaimed, Yi Feng, you've returned? What prompted this sudden change of heart? Yi Feng lifted the food bag in his hand and opened it wide. Never you mind. This is food. See for yourself. If it meets your satisfaction, we might strike a deal. Wang Hongxia peered through the crack and caught sight of the provisions in Yi Feng's grasp: bread, milk, ham, an abundant variety in generous quantities. She swallowed hard, her eyes brimming with longing and greed. Unable to resist the temptation of sustenance, Wang Hongxia unlatched the door herself. The moment it swung open, her gaze locked onto the food in Yi Feng's hands. Yi Feng, I truly must thank you. You are such a kind soul. With that, Wang Hongxia reached out to seize it. Yi Feng pondered thoughtfully. The malice within her had unexpectedly diminished somewhat, so malice could dynamically adjust itself. Yi Feng took a step back with an amused glint in his eyes. Wang Hongxia, are you trying to rob me? No. Wang Hongxia grew visibly flustered. You said you'd give me food. What I mentioned was a trade, he countered smoothly. Never did I promise to hand it over for free. Yi Feng paused briefly before continuing. Tell me, what valuable items do you have for exchange? Medicines, tools, weapons perhaps? I'll pay with money, 500, no. 1,000 yuan for the food in your hands. Wang Hongxia's face twisted with visible distress. Not acceptable. Yi Feng shook his head in refusal. At this point, money is nothing but worthless paper. You must offer something substantial. Wang Hongxia's mind raced as she spoke again. What about a gold bracelet? I also have a gold necklace. Yi Feng continued shaking his head. Then what is it that you desire? We can discuss anything. Wang Hongxia lowered her gaze slightly, twirling a lock of her silken hair with feigned bashfulness. With the child present, it's not appropriate to speak freely, but truly, everything is open for discussion. Yi Feng scrutinized Wang Hongxia from head to toe before shaking his head disdainfully. Your repulsive appearance is compounded by your offensive body odor. Moreover, I've reconsidered. The transaction is nullified. With that declaration, Yi Feng pivoted to depart. Wang Hongxia stood momentarily stunned, unprepared for such a reaction. How dare you? I don't have body odor. Yi Feng, you can't leave. Her shrill shriek pierced the air as she instinctively seized Yi Feng's arm. Are you resorting to physical theft now? Yi Feng turned back coldly. Wang Hongxia's eyes burned with desperation as she clung tenaciously to Yi Feng's sleeve. Yi Feng, did you truly procure these provisions yourself? Weren't they pilfered from others' dwellings? Sharing a portion would cost you nothing. Within Yi Feng's perception, the malevolent aura emanating from Wang Hongxia intensified, its crimson hue deepening ominously. Simultaneously, the young boy Dong Dong lunged toward Yi Feng, his grubby hands grasping at the food parcel. I'm starving. Give me that food now. Though he yanked at the bag, his feeble attempt proved futile against Yi Feng's grip. Yi Feng lowered his gaze upon the unruly child's behavior, and the unpleasant memories from the past instantly flooded his mind. A trace of disgust flashing through his eyes. The brat continued to snatch and clamor incessantly. Yi Feng spoke with icy detachment. Let go, you little brat. The unruly child stubbornly clung on, defiantly retorting, No, I won't let go. Yi Feng cast a cold glance at Wang Hongxia. Control your child. Don't say I didn't warn you. Instead of stopping the unruly child Dong Dong's behavior, Wang Hongxia joined in, reaching out to snatch as well, even encouraging him. Dong Dong, well done. Just take it from him. I don't believe he dares to do anything to you. Emboldened by his mother's words, Dong Dong grinned smugly before sinking his teeth into Yi Feng's hand. Give it to me. Give it to me now, or I'll bite you to death. The malicious intent radiating from the spoiled child Dong Dong manifested as a faint crimson hue. How amusing. A glint of icy sharpness flickered in Yi Feng's eyes. With a vicious snarl, Dong Dong opened his mouth and lunged to bite Yi Feng's wrist. Yi Feng erupted with sudden fury, delivering a brutal punch straight into Dong Dong's abdomen. BM. Yi Feng's current strength far surpassed that of an ordinary man. Even without exerting his full power, it was more than what a mere child could endure. Ow! The brat let out a piercing shriek before being flung through the air like a projectile, tracing a perfect parabola. Thud! Dong Dong's body slammed violently against the wall, then slid down limply like a lifeless rag doll, collapsing in a heap on the floor. The incident happened too quickly. Wang Hongxia stood frozen in shock. Only when the child hit the ground did she snap out of her daze, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. No, Dong Dong, my Dong Dong, sobbing uncontrollably. Wang Hongxia rushed toward the motionless child sprawled on the floor. Yifeng witnessed this scene with immense satisfaction. His loathing for Dong Dong had festered for quite some time. Now, thoroughly thrashing the unruly child filled him with unparalleled delight. Oh heavens above! Wang Hongxia cried hysterically, shaking the bratty child frantically. But Dong Dong remained limp as dough. Utterly unresponsive, motionless. Yifeng's strength was such that even a grown man could not withstand it, let alone a child. The mischievous little Dong Dong had already fallen into unconsciousness. Yifeng, you monster! Dong Dong is just a child. How could you lay a hand on him? You beast! No, worse than a beast. You're a demon. A vile piece of trash. Wang Hongxia's voice tore through the air, raw and hysterical, her finger jabbing accusingly at Yifeng's face. Her malice burned so intensely it had darkened into a deep, venomous purple. Yifeng smiled with satisfaction, having essentially grasped the application of malice perception. It distinguished hostility levels through varying hues. Yifeng gazed at Wang Hongxia with a cold sneer and remarked, "Oh, so I'm a beast? Like mother, like son. Since you failed to discipline your own child, naturally someone else had to step in and teach him a lesson. Enough, I can't be bothered wasting words on the dead." From the moment he returned to this place, he had never intended to spare either of them. Yifeng drew the flaming battle blade from the void. The glint of the blade was chilling, exuding an aura of deadly menace. Beast. Upon witnessing the sharp weapon materializing from thin air, Wang Hongxia's stream of vulgarities abruptly ceased. What? What are you going to do? Her face turned deathly pale, her entire body trembled, and she shrank backward in fear. Yifeng strode forward with his flaming battle blade in hand, each step measured and deliberate. Thump! Thump! Wang Hongxia's scalp prickled with terror as her body trembled uncontrollably, her heart hammering wildly against her ribs. No, Yifeng, don't come any closer. Murder is against the law. Wang Hongxia's bloodshot eyes bulged with fear, her entire frame quaking violently. On the verge of losing control. I was wrong. Please, don't kill me. Yifeng raised his battle blade. No, sorry Lang. Wang Hongxia was utterly terrified, her soul seemingly fleeing her body. In the next instant, a flash of steel. Thud. Wang Hongxia's head soared into the air. Blood gushed forth in a violent torrent. Her head struck the ground. Her body collapsed, twitching faintly for a few moments before finally lying still. Yifeng's expression remained serene as he sheathed his battle blade and turned to depart. In that fleeting moment of turning, a streak of lightning abruptly descended, reducing the troublesome child's body to ashes, eliminating the roots to prevent future troubles, leaving no hidden dangers behind. Yifeng stepped out of the doorway as the system notification chimed. Alert! Event triggered. Notice. Reward increased by 10 fish baits. Yifeng was momentarily stunned. Then overwhelmed with joy, another event had been triggered. Yifeng's eyes brimmed with uncontainable delight. With 10 portions of bait now in his possession, a profound sense of satisfaction washed over him. Should he indulge in a bout of angling at this very moment? Yifeng pondered for a moment before shaking his head gently. There were pressing matters to attend to today. No need to rush. He could accumulate these moments and indulge in angling all at once later. Yifeng ascended the stairs, arriving at the 18th floor. After effortlessly kicking several zombies to the ground once more, he strode directly to the entrance of apartment 1803. At this moment, the security door remained firmly locked. Knock, knock, knock. Yifeng knocked gently on the door. Inside the room, Lin Xiaoxiao writhed on her bed, clutching her stomach in agony. She was so famished that stars danced before her eyes, her body weak and limp. Every last morsel of food in the apartment had been devoured. Was this neighbor named Yifeng just boasting? With so many zombies outside, could he really make it over? Her gaze vacant, Lin Xiaoxiao's mind wandered aimlessly. She didn't want to die. Truly, she didn't. But without food and unable to venture out, she could only wait for death at home. Such was the cruel reality of the zombie apocalypse. Just then, a knock echoed through the silence. Lin Xiaoxiao jolted upright with effort. He is actually serious? Had Yifeng truly risked his life to come here? Wasn't he afraid of the zombies? A spark of hope flickered in her beautiful eyes, dragging her weakened, starving body. She hurried to the door and peered cautiously through the peephole. There stood a tall, handsome young man with a radiant smile. More importantly, he held a bag of groceries in his hand. He had come. He had actually brought food. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Xiaoxiao trembled, her delicate frame shaking with emotion. Yi Feng is exceptionally handsome. The way he holds the food makes him even more dashing. Lin Xiaoxiao inquired through the door, "Are you Yi Feng?" Yi Feng whispered softly, "It's me. Open the door first." Without much hesitation, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately opened the door for Yi Feng. She was starving to death and couldn't afford to hesitate. Moreover, Yi Feng's smile was quite sunny, and he didn't seem like a violent person. As soon as the door opened, Yi Feng caught sight of Lin Xiaoxiao. Stunning, large, expressive eyes, a delicate high nose, a slender waist, her figure was striking, her skin as fair as snow. "Did you bring food?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked eagerly, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. "Yes, here you go," Yi Feng replied. Yi Feng handed the food in his grasp to Lin Xiaoxiao, then turned to close the door securely. Within his pockets lay several packets of bread, a few sausages, and a bottle of milk. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with hunger as she snatched the provisions almost desperately, settling onto a chair before tearing open the packaging and devouring the contents with ravenous haste. "Pace yourself," Yi Feng advised with an amused chuckle. "Sip some milk. Don't choke." "MHM, MHM," Lin Xiaoxiao mumbled between eager bites, pausing only to gulp down a hurried mouthful of milk. Yi Feng pulled out the chair and sat down beside her, carefully observing Lin Xiaoxiao. Her face bore traces of weariness, her lips slightly chapped, and her hair somewhat disheveled. Yet none of this could obscure the innate charm that radiated from her. Yi Feng revealed a faint smile. Lin Xiaoxiao, disregarding how Yi Feng might perceive her, devoured the dishes like a whirlwind sweeping away fallen leaves. Then, raising her head cautiously, she uttered in a delicate voice, "I'm utterly famished. Yi Feng, might you spare me some more food?" Yi Feng declined. "You've been starving for too long. Consuming an excessive amount of food at once would be detrimental to your health." Lin Xiaoxiao looked rather disappointed, gazing at Yi Feng with pitiful, pleading eyes. "Yi Feng, I beg of you." Yi Feng shook his head. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at him with pitiful eyes. Yi Feng continued to shake his head. Lin Xiaoxiao hung her head in dejection. For a moment, silence enveloped the scene. An awkward tension suddenly permeated the atmosphere. After a brief pause, Yi Feng gazed directly at Lin Xiaoxiao. "Lin Xiaoxiao, do you recall this as merely a transaction?" "The terms." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao gave a slight nod, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Her eyes darted swiftly over Yi Feng. Though undeniably handsome, they had only just met. With cautious hesitation, she proposed, "I have a suggestion. Perhaps we could spend some time together first to see how things go. Would that be acceptable?" "Unacceptable," Yi Feng replied with an unyielding shake of his head. At this, Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent, her teeth lightly worrying her lower lip. "Surely you do not intend to go back on your word?" Yi Feng's gaze grew perilously intense, attempting to apply a formula. "Acceptance does not equate to consent." Yi Feng's voice turned icy. "If you're unwilling, then vomit the food you took from me." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. How could she possibly regurgitate the sausage already in her stomach? She nearly retorted, "I can't spit it out, but would what comes out the other end count?" Yet, as she took in Yi Feng's towering stature, his formidable muscles, and his increasingly stormy, handsome face, wisely, she swallowed her words. Yi Feng maintained a composed demeanor, his tone brooking no disbelief. "I'll give you a few minutes to prepare." Lin Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. So domineering? There was no other choice. Her heart raced wildly. Then, "I'll get ready." She immediately slipped into the bathroom, began her shower, then retrieved her cosmetics to apply light makeup before changing her outfit. Yi Feng reclined upon the sofa, lost in contemplation, weighing his options with meticulous deliberation. Ultimately, he retrieved the miraculous spray, not out of any lack of confidence, but rather because he abhorred waste. To leave such a treasure unused would be nothing short of irresponsible. After carefully storing the spray, Yi Feng resolved to indulge in some fishing. He accessed the system panel. "Bait, 10 portions system, initiate 5 fishing attempts," he commanded. The system promptly responded with a series of notifications. Notification: "Congratulations, host. Successful catch, Huawei Mate X4 Smartphone 1. Notification: "Congratulations, host. Successful catch, Combat Mastery Scroll 1. Notification: "Congratulations, host. Successful catch, Desert Eagle Ammunition 1 crate. Notification: "Congratulations, host. Successful catch, Fluorescent Eyebrow Pencils 100. Notification: "Congratulations, host. Successful catch, Shanghai Sulfur Soap 10. With the 5th attempt concluded, the session came to an end. Yi Feng's face lit up with delight as he began meticulously examining each item. The mobile phone proved utterly useless. As for the Desert Eagle bullets, without the corresponding firearm, they served no practical purpose. Though perhaps in time, he might fish out the matching pistol. Yi Feng focused his attention on the scroll, clicking to examine its details. Item: Mastery of Combat Scroll Rarity, Rare Description, grants you proficiency in combat abilities, enabling mastery of various unarmed fighting techniques. Mastery of Combat Scroll? Yi Feng swiftly unfurled the scroll, tearing it open with eager anticipation. The parchment dissolved into a stream of azure radiance, swiftly merging into his being. Countless memories of combat experience flooded Yi Feng's consciousness as his physique continuously adapted to this sudden transformation. Yi Feng closed his eyes, quietly sensing the transformations within himself. He felt as though he had become a martial arts master who had trained for countless years, with combat now ingrained as an instinctive part of his being. As the enhancement concluded, Yi Feng grew even more formidable. His spirit soared with exhilaration. System: Continue angling. Notification: Angling in progress. Yi Feng's face lit up with anticipation. Moments later, a chime sounded. Notification: Congratulations, host, on your successful fishing expedition. You have obtained a complete collector's edition of the Monk of the Lamp plus 1 additional volume. Notification: Congratulations, host, on your successful fishing expedition. You have acquired 10 sets of premium ladies' yoga attire. Notification: Congratulations, host, on your successful fishing expedition. You have gained 10 high-quality Zhang de Quan kitchen knives. Notification: Congratulations, host, on your successful fishing expedition. You have received 100 bags of exquisite spiced tiger skin chicken feet. Notification: Congratulations, host, on your successful fishing expedition. You have unlocked a rare skill, Divine Blessing. Fishing session concluded. Yi Feng's gaze flickered slightly as he began inspecting his spoils. The books and yoga attire held little value, yet amidst them emerged an extraordinary skill. This endeavor had certainly not been in vain. Yi Feng clicked to view the skill details. Skill: Sacred Blessing Rarity, Rare Description. Upon awakening this skill, you will be capable of bestowing a sacred blessing upon yourself or others, restoring their condition. Is this a support skill? Yi Feng's face was brimming with joy. Unlike in games, life in reality offers no second chances. Possessing auxiliary skills undoubtedly enhances one's survival capabilities tremendously. Yi Feng immediately murmured in his mind, System: I choose to extract the skill. In the next instant, a glowing orb of skill essence materialized from the void. Yi Feng reached out and punctured it. A stream of blue light flew into his forehead. The system notification immediately chimed. Notification: Congratulations. You have acquired the rare skill, Divine Blessing. In but an instant, Yi Feng mastered the art of Divine Blessing. Yi Feng opened the interface and gazed upon his skills: Chaotic Thunderstrike, Dimensional Storage, Malice Perception, Divine Benediction, Mastery of Blades, Marksmanship Expertise, and Combat Prowess. Yi Feng smiled with satisfaction, exhaling a soft sigh of relief. His gaze swept across the room. Lin Xiaoxiao had yet to finish changing. Yet from the moment they entered, his malevolent intuition remained untriggered, a silent testament that she harbored no ill will toward him. Several minutes later, Lin Xiaoxiao finally emerged. Her steps hesitant as she approached him with a bashful expression. How does this look? She murmured. Yi Feng gazed intently at Lin Xiaoxiao. She had changed into a form-fitting white blouse that accentuated her ample curves. The neckline was slightly low, with one button left undone, revealing her fair skin and delicate collarbones. Her lower half was clad in a body-hugging skirt, sheer black stockings, and slender legs that tapered down to crimson lacquered toes. Her demure face contrasted strikingly with her explosive figure, a vision so captivating it seemed almost otherworldly. The very embodiment of an ethereal feminine ideal. You're breathtaking. Yi Feng murmured with genuine admiration. Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent, though her luminous eyes had grown misty with emotion. Yi Feng suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. Why not try the effects of his new skill, Divine Blessing? Wait a moment, he said. Let me bestow a blessing upon you. Lin Xiaoxiao tilted her head slightly, her expression one of bewilderment and confusion. Yi Feng offered no further explanation, simply raising his hand to cast a divine blessing. A sacred white light descended upon Lin Xiaoxiao. Startled, Lin Xiaoxiao instinctively tried to evade, but alas, she failed. Then, to her utter astonishment, the radiance melded seamlessly into her body. In an instant, she let out a soft gasp. her delicate frame trembling slightly as a visible flush of vitality bloomed across her complexion. "How do you feel?" Yifeng inquired urgently. It's quite pleasant. Just a little peculiar," Lin Xiaoxiao replied instinctively. Moments later, as she flexed her limbs, her voice brightened with delight. "Brother Yifeng, I feel as though the weariness in my body has vanished all at once. My energy has been replenished as well." Her eyes sparkled with joy as she gazed at Yifeng. "I feel absolutely wonderful." Yifeng nodded slightly. "I see," he murmured pensively. It appeared that the so-called state recovery could replenish a person's expended stamina and energy to some extent. This skill was rather remarkable, though classified as rare. It was an invaluable supportive ability. Yifeng pondered for a moment and bestowed upon himself a divine blessing. As the radiant white light descended, an immediate sensation of blissful warmth permeated through his entire being. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with delight. This sensation was truly sublime. No wonder Lin Xiaoxiao had that expression earlier. His condition had indeed improved significantly, akin to indulging in a full-body massage followed by a blissful slumber. He felt invigorated, brimming with vitality. Yifeng regained his composure and met Lin Xiaoxiao's inquisitive gaze with calm assurance, stating, "As you can see, I possess extraordinary abilities. I am an individual with supernatural powers." Lin Xiaoxiao's heart swelled with elation, her voice trembling with excitement as she exclaimed, "I had suspected as much. The rumors circulating online were actually true. The world truly has individuals with supernatural abilities. Yifeng, you are absolutely remarkable." Her luminous eyes shimmered with admiration, her pulse quickening like a fluttering fawn. The man before her was not only strikingly handsome and well-built, but also endowed with otherworldly powers. As she gazed at Yifeng, her eyes sparkled with unrestrained admiration, as though stars themselves had taken refuge within them. Yifeng smiled faintly and walked toward her. The clamor was tonight's Cambridge Bridge. Time flowed. 2 hours later. "Brother Feng, that skill of yours is truly miraculous." Lin Xiaoxiao recalled the flash of white light from earlier, her eyes still filled with awe. "Heh, that's only natural." Yifeng casually waved his hand, lowering his gaze to examine Lin Xiaoxiao with quiet admiration. Such a stunning beauty with such an explosive figure was indeed a rare sight. Especially those exquisite curves of her dairy Xiaoxiao. Your figure is truly remarkable. Those curves, I've never seen anything like them in real life. Surely they're not enhanced? Yifeng teased with a playful smirk. Lin Xiaoxiao swung her delicate fist, lightly tapping his chest in protest. "Of course not. I'm all natural. Besides, who in their right mind would get cosmetic work done there?" Yifeng smiled faintly, thinking to himself that it wasn't necessarily so. Some women spend no less on their dairy residential than they do on their faces. Just as Yifeng was about to speak, a mechanical electronic tone suddenly chimed. Notification, event triggered. Notification, reward increased by 10 portions of bait. Notification, additional reward of 20 portions of bait. Damn. Yifeng's heart skipped a beat as he abruptly sat up, his eyes brimming with joy. A triggered event? A total reward of 30 portions of fish bait? To think that completing daily tasks only yielded 10 portions. What had he done to merit such generous recompense? 30 whole portions, enough for 30 full fishing sessions. How utterly extraordinary. In that moment, Yifeng's spirits soared. This system truly knew how to treat him well. When there were benefits to be had, it delivered without fail. Yifeng abruptly sat up, causing Lin Xiaoxiao to be puzzled and bewildered. "Brother Feng, what's the matter with you?" Yifeng's heart stirred slightly, his tone indifferent. As agreed, this was merely a transaction. Now that it has concluded, I should take my leave. With those words, Yifeng rose to depart. Don't go. Lin Xiaoxiao grew anxious, instinctively grasping his sleeve to prevent him from leaving. Yifeng chuckled softly. "What's the matter? Reluctant to see me depart? Yet the terms were set by you." Lin Xiaoxiao pouted her lips, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. I simply won't allow you to leave." Yifeng lay back down once more and said to Lin Xiaoxiao, "Then I'll give it some thought. Could you consider staying a little longer?" Lin Xiaoxiao pleaded pitifully. "Oh, I understand." Yifeng responded absent-mindedly. Burying her head against Yifeng's chest, Lin Xiaoxiao traced gentle circles on his heart with her fingertips, lost in silent contemplation. Yifeng smiled faintly. Indeed, the most sophisticated interpersonal relationships often require the most primal forms of communication. Yifeng opened the system panel. "Bait, 30 portions." A subtle smile curled at the corners of Yifeng's lips. The bait had multiplied abundantly. Yifeng cast a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao, recalling her earlier performance. The corners of his lips curling slightly upward. Beneath this young lady's elegant and dignified exterior, not only did she possess an exquisite figure, but also a passionate heart. Xiao Xiao, as long as you remain obedient, I shall ensure your safety and prosperity in the days to come. Yifeng gently pinched Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate cheek, speaking with utmost sincerity. He sought to transform a fleeting transaction into something eternal. Truly? You're not leaving? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with joy. But you must obey me, Yifeng replied. Of course, I'll listen to everything you say. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded obediently. Then I shall stay here tonight, never to depart? Yifeng chuckled. His own dwelling had long since fallen into disrepair. Valuables had already been stored within his spatial inventory. Thus, there was no need to return to that shattered home. Wonderful. Lin Xiaoxiao beamed with delight. A faint smile graced Yifeng's lips. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao's stomach emitted a soft growl. She lowered her head slightly in embarrassment. Hungry? Yifeng chuckled softly. The recent exertion had indeed been considerable. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded meekly. Not a problem. With a casual wave of his hand, Yifeng summoned a cascade of bread, ham, and milk, scattering them across the ground. Heavens! What in the world? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Was she hallucinating? Had her vision deceived her? She rubbed her eyes vigorously, as if to dispel the illusion. As I mentioned, I possess supernatural abilities. This is my spatial manipulation. Yifeng explained with an effortless smile. But, you just blessed me earlier. Lin Xiaoxiao stared at him, utterly bewildered. Don't ask too much for now. I'll explain in due time. Just know that your man has many talents yet to be revealed. Yifeng extended his hand, gently caressing Lin Xiaoxiao's exquisitely beautiful face. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded softly and ceased her inquiries, savoring the tender touch of his fingers. In that moment, she realized, surrendering herself to a dependable man might not be such a terrible fate after all. A profound sense of security enveloped her. Indulge freely in these delicacies, he murmured. I possess an abundance. Yifeng waved his hand with an air of effortless grace. Brother Feng, you're so kind. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she immediately prepared to rise. Her legs weakened unexpectedly, causing her to stumble to the ground. Witnessing this, Yifeng casually bestowed a divine blessing upon her. A beam of radiant light descended, and Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate frame trembled slightly, a soft gasp escaping her rosy lips. The blessing is complete. I feel so much more energized. Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes shimmered with delight as she regained her strength. She rose gracefully, bending to gather her scattered garments and the food that had fallen to the floor. The movement accentuated her striking figure, her mesmerizing waist-to-hip ratio. Yet, there were imperfections. Lin Xiaoxiao stood rather petite, her height barely reaching 165 centimeters. This lent her thighs a slightly stouter appearance. Not the slender, willowy type, but rather pleasantly plump, with a soft, supple allure. Clutching the retrieved food, she returned to the table and resumed her meal. Eat lightly, came the gentle reminder. There will be something far more exquisite awaiting you soon. Yifeng rolled out of bed and casually reminded her. Got it. Lin Xiaoxiao agreed verbally, yet her pace of eating didn't slow in the slightest. Yifeng shook his head and walked into the bathroom. Lighting a cigarette, he immersed his consciousness into the fishing dimension. The bait, 30 portions of angling could yield him abundant supplies as well as various extraordinary items. Yifeng's heart brimmed with anticipation. Within the angling realm, the island remained enshrouded in an ethereal mist, veiled by swirling white vapors. Beneath the fishing platform of the isle stretched an abyss of endless darkness, profound and unfathomable. Yifeng silently recited in his heart, System, commence angling. The fishing rod twitched, the hook tracing a graceful parabola through the air before vanishing into the boundless darkness. A system notification chimed. Notification, angling in progress. Yifeng's eyes flickered slightly as he waited patiently. Notification, congratulations, host. For a successful catch, acquiring a complete Blu-ray collection of the game TV series, 1 set. Notification, congratulations, host. For a successful catch, obtaining 15 hardcover copies of Beast Labyrinth City. Notification, congratulations, host. For a successful catch, securing 10 crates of compressed biscuits. Notification, congratulations, host. For a successful catch, gaining 100 bags of premium-grade oats. Notification, congratulations, host. For a successful catch, procuring 30 cases of electrolyte water. Notification, congratulations, host. For a successful catch, earning a single stamina enhancement scroll. A stamina enhancement scroll? Yifeng's face lit up with joy as he clicked to examine the item details. Item, Stamina Enhancement Scroll Rarity. Rare description. Upon using this scroll, your physical endurance shall experience a notable improvement. Yifeng retrieved the scroll and, with a gentle yet firm motion of his right hand, tore it asunder. The physical enhancement scroll dissolved into a stream of azure radiance, merging seamlessly into his being. A comforting warmth cascaded through his entire form, suffusing every fiber of his limbs and permeating the deepest recesses of his physique. Yifeng felt a warm and blissful sensation as if floating among the clouds. This feeling was truly delightful. Yifeng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he clenched his fists, savoring the wondrous transformation within himself. His defenses and vitality had markedly strengthened. Fishing. He must continue fishing. A gentle reminder, the angling persists. Yifeng waited silently. Notification. Congratulations, host, for a successful fishing attempt. Obtaining 5 boxes of premium-grade cherries. Notification. Congratulations, host, for a successful fishing attempt, acquiring a mental fortification scroll. Notification. Congratulations, host, for a successful fishing attempt, receiving a copy of How to Transform Your Wife in 30 Days. Notification. Congratulations, host, for a successful fishing attempt, gaining a driving mastery scroll. To avoid excessive word count, some less significant fishing rewards have been omitted. Splendid. This time, 2 scrolls emerged in succession, and 5 boxes of cherries. Excellent. Yifeng smiled as he unfurled the new scroll. Item, Mental Enhancement Scroll Quality. Rare description. Upon activation, this scroll shall elevate your spiritual faculties to a higher plane. The Mental Enhancement Scroll belongs to the same lineage as scrolls of strength and swiftness. He tore the parchment. A cerulean streak of light dissolved into Yifeng's consciousness. Yifeng surveyed his surroundings with an astonishing clarity, where every minute detail became vividly apparent. His perception of both his physical form and the environment had undergone a remarkable enhancement, brimming with revitalized energy. Moreover, it seemed to have triggered an extraordinary transformation. Yifeng's mind stirred, and an imperceptible ripple surged forth. Within the confines of the bathroom, a wooden comb began levitating with deliberate slowness. Yifeng's face lit up with delight as he willed the wooden comb into motion. Swish, swish, swish. The comb danced gracefully through the bathroom, tracing elegant arcs as it pirouetted several times midair before returning to its original position. The enhancement of psychic abilities was truly marvelous. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yifeng's lips as he clicked to inspect his combat panel. Name, Yifeng Combat Index, 308. After undergoing dual enhancements in both physical and mental fortitude, Yifeng's combat prowess had surged dramatically once more. Yifeng smiled faintly and turned his gaze toward another scroll. Item, Driving Mastery Scroll Rarity. Rare description. Upon utilizing this scroll, your driving skills shall be elevated to remarkable heights. Yifeng pondered thoughtfully. This scroll resembled the Blade Mastery Scroll and Combat Mastery Scroll, belonging to the same series. Capable of enhancing driving skills. Yifeng retrieved the scroll, emitting a faint azure glow, and tore it apart without hesitation. As streams of blue light surged into his body, a flood of memories simultaneously poured into his consciousness. A racing circuit materialized in his mind's eye, where a slender figure was maneuvering a sports car with practiced precision, accelerating, braking, executing perfect drifts. Countless memories of driving techniques and experiences cascaded into Yifeng's mind like an unstoppable torrent. Yifeng's eyes were slightly closed, as if he were a god of driving with unparalleled skills. Driving had become second nature to him. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a faint breath of turbid air. All manner of vehicles had become effortless for him to master. Even aircraft, tanks, ships, and aircraft carriers were now within his grasp. The act of angling for objects was truly miraculous. Having fully assimilated the items he had fished up, Yifeng chose to continue his endeavor. Notification. Congratulations, host. Successful angling. Obtained 10 tomatoes. Notification. Congratulations, host. Successful angling. Obtained 30 green beans. What was happening? Nothing but vegetables? Yifeng's eyes widened slightly. Notification. Congratulations, host. For a successful fishing attempt, obtaining 10 thick cucumbers. Notification. Congratulations, host. For a successful fishing attempt, obtaining 100 enormous, elongated eggplants. Yifeng's lips twitched in speechless exasperation. For heaven's sake, had his fishing hook somehow wandered into a vegetable garden? Why were all his catches nothing but greens? The system notifications continued unabated. Notification: congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquired 1 extra-large iron rod yam. Notification: congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Obtained 30 bundles of verdant celery. Notification: congratulations to the host. Very well then, vegetables are precious commodities too. Feng could only console himself. Notification: congratulations, host. On a successful fishing attempt, you have acquired the complete annual Gala Never Stops TV series. Notification: congratulations, host. On another successful catch, you have obtained 10 packs of C4 explosives. Could it be that the fishing pool has changed? Not bad. Explosives are quite useful. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Feng's eyes. Notification: congratulations, host. For a successful fishing endeavor, acquiring a Desert Eagle Pistol 1. Notification: congratulations, host. For another triumphant catch, obtaining a Vision Enhancement Scroll 1. Fishing session concluded. Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. The Desert Eagle Pistol, the Vision Enhancement Scroll. In the end, 2 remarkable items were successfully obtained. Item: Desert Eagle description. This Desert Eagle is an exceptionally powerful handgun, excelling in range, accuracy, and sheer stopping power. Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Excellent. Yesterday, he had fished out pistol bullets, and today he reeled in the pistol itself, a perfect match. Firearms still posed a formidable advantage against low-level superhumans. Feng retrieved the Desert Eagle, turning it over in his hands with practiced ease before stowing the firearm within his spatial storage. Feng once again glanced at the explosives he had previously fished out. They might prove useful in the future. Feng turned his gaze to the next item. Item: Vision Enhancement Scroll Quality. Rare description. Upon using this scroll, your visual perception will be significantly heightened. Visual acuity enhancement. Strength, speed, stamina, mental fortitude, and vision. Feng smiled faintly, savoring this grounded sensation of steadily growing stronger. He retrieved the scroll, tore it open, and a stream of azure light merged into his pupils. Feng felt a faint tingling sensation and slowly closed his eyes, acclimating to the newfound power. After what seemed like an eternity, Feng opened his eyes once more, sensing a profound transformation in the world around him. As he glanced around, every minute detail of the bathroom became strikingly vivid. The intricate patterns on the wall tiles, the faint dust particles on the floor, even individual strands of hair caught in the wooden comb. Each element appeared extraordinarily clear, vibrant, and fascinating to his newly awakened perception. Feng strode out of the bathroom and entered the living room. He approached the window, gazing into the distance with piercing clarity. Through the crimson mist, his vision extended farther than ever before. The gnashing teeth of distant zombies, overturned vehicles, and shattered glass fragments all appeared vividly before his eyes, as if within arm's reach. Feng murmured in his heart, "This sensation is truly sublime." The fishing concluded, and the enhancement was complete. Feng turned around. By now, Lin Xiaoxiao had already devoured all the food on the table. A hero's origins matter not, nor do the pounds consumed in a meal. Satisfied and content, Lin Xiaoxiao leaned back in her chair, her voluptuous curves occupying most of the seat beneath her. Feng approached Lin Xiaoxiao from behind, tenderly lifting her raven-black tresses as his hands gently encircled her snow-white neck. Sensing the warmth of Feng's breath, Lin Xiaoxiao softly grasped his large hands. Feng, I feel so blissful, as though I'm dreaming. Could it be that I've already starved to death, and this beauty is merely a dying illusion? Lin Xiaoxiao murmured. Her beautiful eyes glazed with emotion. Foolish one, he whispered, this is no dream. Feng smiled, and effortlessly swept Lin Xiaoxiao into his arms. 2.5 hours later, Feng reclined on the sofa, his expression one of utter contentment. This, indeed, is how life ought to be lived. Feng sighed with profound emotion. Turning his gaze out the window, he observed the deepening twilight. Xiaoxiao, do you possess culinary skills? He inquired. I can prepare basic homestyle dishes, though I wouldn't claim particular expertise. Lin Xiaoxiao leaned against him, her demeanor exuding a languid grace. Feng's heart swelled with joy. Absolutely. I simply crave some fresh vegetables. Lin Xiaoxiao froze for a moment, instinctively replying, Feng, where on earth would you find fresh vegetables now? Before she could finish her sentence, swish, swish, swish. A lavish assortment of vegetables materialized upon the dining table in an instant: plump tomatoes, crisp cucumbers, vibrant carrots, and verdant bell peppers. Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. her face painted with sheer disbelief. Incredible! She stepped forward, plucking a cucumber from the spread. Good heavens! It's so large and firm, so impossibly fresh and succulent. Feng, how on earth did you manage this? Her gaze locked onto him, brimming with incredulity, though she knew Feng possessed spatial abilities. The sudden manifestation of these pristine vegetables sent an involuntary shiver through her heart. Feng smiled faintly without responding. With a rustling sound, scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried tofu appeared one after another on the table. My heavens! These vegetables are so incredibly fresh, almost as if they were just harvested. Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. Feng, how did you manage this? Are you some kind of creator? I never would have imagined in my wildest dreams that I'd ever taste vegetables this fresh again, Lin Xiaoxiao murmured, her face alight with exhilaration. Feng offered no further explanation, merely waving his hand dismissively. Go prepare the meal, he urged. I'm truly famished. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have eaten so much. Lin Xiaoxiao muttered under her breath as she picked up the vegetables and made her way to the kitchen. Feng reclined on the sofa, unlocking his phone to browse through messages. Soon, a particular post caught his attention. Everyone look, have the zombies mutated? Beneath the post was a short video clip. In the footage, a 2-meter-tall zombie covered in white fur crouched on the ground, relentlessly tearing into and devouring a corpse. My God, it's definitely a mutation. The zombies are evolving, yet I still don't have any supernatural abilities. Are we even meant to survive? Just end it all, haha. Feng's eyes flickered with surprise. At this point in time, mutated zombies had already appeared. In his previous life, burdened by the struggle for survival, he hadn't paid much attention to such news. Feng began searching online and discovered that he was not the only one encountering such zombies. There existed strength-enhanced mutated zombies, speed-enhanced mutated zombies, and even mutated beasts. These creatures were significantly more formidable than ordinary zombies, leaving ordinary people with no chance of survival upon encountering them. Feng set down his phone, his eyes flickering with contemplation. Mutated zombies were the elite among the undead. If ordinary zombies that had developed crystalline cores could be termed first-tier common zombies, then mutated zombies were first-tier elite zombies, far more formidable. Most crucially, the crystalline cores produced by these mutated zombies held immense value and were exceedingly rare. At this stage, all zombies remained at the 0 tier, their strength comparable to that of an average human. Ordinary 0-tier zombies had yet to develop crystalline cores, leaving him uncertain whether these elite variants had begun to produce them. Had any mutated zombies emerged in Jiangcheng yet? If so, he would set out to eliminate them. Feng conducted a search, yet found no reports of mutated zombies in Jiang City. Shortly after, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. How delightful! This sensation felt hauntingly familiar, as if echoing from days gone by. Feng's nose twitched as he sighed inwardly. Soon, the dining table was laden with dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cucumber salad, stir-fried carrots with ham, green peppers with eggs, and dried tofu stir-fried with scallions. The two took their seats and began their meal. Delicious, Feng praised. Lin Xiaoxiao flushed slightly with embarrassment. Feng, I know the dishes aren't particularly flavorful. I'll keep improving. Her culinary skills, she was well aware of their limitations. Feng paid no heed and devoured the majority of the meal. Lin Xiaoxiao, having previously eaten to satiety, could only manage a few delicate bites. After the repast, Feng retrieved the cherries he had fished out. A box of 10 pounds of cherries, plump and vibrant in color with fresh green stems. Come, let's enjoy some fruit after the meal, Feng said with a smile. Brother Feng, you should have brought them out earlier. Now I truly cannot eat another bite, Lin Xiaoxiao pouted playfully. They indulged in a few more cherries. Feng and Lin Xiaoxiao returned to the bedroom, resting together. It seems something was forgotten. Feng frowned. Lin Xiaoxiao clung to him like sticky glutinous rice. Her delicate body pressed tightly against his as she murmured softly. Feng, you'll protect me, right? I will. Feng, you're so good. Sure. Feng. Feng responded absent-mindedly. Before long, Lin Xiaoxiao drifted into a deep slumber. Feng gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao's breathtakingly beautiful face, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. This young woman possessed a remarkably pure heart, yet exhibited striking contrasts. Her personality, appearance, and figure seemed to belong to entirely different realms. Feng turned over, adjusted his posture, and similarly prepared to rest. I should sleep too. However, there seems to be something I've forgotten. Feng pondered silently. After a long while, Yifeng slapped his thigh and abruptly stood up. Damn it. I left Xiaobai at home. Yifeng dressed himself properly and jogged all the way back to his home on the 14th floor. Woof woof. The moment he stepped inside, the husky wagged its tail and pounced on him with a pitiful whimper. Xiaobai. Yifeng gently scooped it up and stored its dog food in his spatial inventory. After meticulously surveying the premises to ensure nothing was left behind, he carried Xiaobai back to their new abode. Lin Xiaoxiao, utterly exhausted, had fallen into a deep slumber. Yifeng's movements did not disturb her slumber. He gently placed Xiaobai in the secondary bedroom and generously provided it with an abundance of treats. Yifeng returned to his bed once more, sinking into a deep slumber. The next morning, at dawn, he remained fast asleep. Yifeng heard a panicked voice beside his ear. Brother Feng, something terrible has happened. Lin Xiaoxiao's tone was frantic. What's wrong? Roused from his drowsiness, Yifeng blinked his bleary eyes. Brother, look outside, quickly. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed urgently toward the window. Yifeng followed the sound and gazed outside. The crimson mist was actually denser than yesterday. How could this be? Wasn't the blood mist supposed to grow thinner each day? Lin Xiaoxiao was filled with palpable anxiety. Yifeng stretched lazily and spoke with serene composure. Xiaoxiao, fret not. I shall handle everything. This situation was one Yifeng had encountered in his previous life. The crimson mist actually contained energy that could accelerate the formation of crystalline cores within the zombies. By the 7th day, some of the undead would develop these cores. And on the 10th day, an extraordinary celestial phenomenon would occur, bringing with it rare opportunities. Also, Lin Xiaoxiao continued anxiously. We now have an additional dog in our household. Yifeng explained with a smile. Don't be alarmed. That's my dog named Xiaobai. I just adopted him yesterday. From now on, the responsibility of caring for him will be entrusted to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh of relief. So that was the case. She patted her chest emphatically and declared with conviction, no problem at all. You can rest assured that Xiaobai is in good hands with me. Yifeng cast a fleeting glance. Majestic and magnificent, it was truly eye-catching. Lin Xiaoxiao approached Xiaobai, gently stroking its head. So you're called Xiaobai, huh? Woof. Carefree and innocent, Xiaobai quickly accepted its new mistress. Yifeng unlocked his phone to browse the news. Upon waking, the world had transformed yet again. Who could possibly explain the intensifying crimson mist and its implications? Ha. Let me enlighten you. It signifies my awakening to supernatural abilities. The proliferation of individuals with extraordinary powers is no mere coincidence. In the coming days, not only will more awaken to these gifts, but mutated zombies shall also multiply exponentially. Subsequent statistical analyses revealed staggering figures. Of Earth's 10 billion inhabitants, approximately 2 billion survived the cataclysm. Among these survivors, roughly 5 manifested supernatural abilities, translating to nearly 100 million empowered individuals globally. However, given that these awakenings occurred gradually over a month's span, the actual number who endured to wield their gifts fell far short of this theoretical maximum. Yifeng continued scrolling through the messages. Why wasn't I gifted with supernatural abilities? How utterly wretched. No powers, no food for 2 days. And now the electricity's gone. I feel like I'm dying. Someone, please save me. With my fair skin, striking beauty, long legs, and mastery of all arts from music to performance. Lin Xiaoxiao frolicked with Xiaobai for a while before scampering over to Yifeng's side with the little creature, idly browsing through short videos. The content was shockingly explicit. Someone, save me. I haven't eaten in 3 days. My wife and child have turned into zombies. What's the point of living anymore? Lin Xiaoxiao grew increasingly unsettled, eventually burying herself in Yifeng's embrace. Yifeng, she murmured, her beautiful eyes clouded with worry. Do you think humanity still has a future? Don't worry, Yifeng chuckled reassuringly. The Sky 1T collapsed just yet. What we're seeing now is merely the prelude. The future will grow far more dire. Mutated zombies, rampaging beasts, twisted flora, savage creatures, sea monsters emerging from the depths, even otherworldly invasions. But humans are remarkably adaptable. No matter how harsh the environment, we'll always find a way to survive. Yifeng and Lin Xiaoxiao rose together, commencing their morning ablutions. Xiaoxiao, for our morning repast this day, shall we partake of this? Yifeng retrieved 2 bags of wontons from the space and handed them to Lin Xiaoxiao. Wow, little wontons. That's wonderful. Lin Xiaoxiao took the wontons, her mouth watering with anticipation. They're wontons, though they're probably similar, right? Yifeng replied uncertainly. I'll go cook them, Lin Xiaoxiao said as she headed into the kitchen and began bustling about. Yi Feng lounged listlessly on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone to pass the time. A crimson mist hung thick in the air as the undead grew more formidable. How were we to survive? I'm done for. A mutated zombie suddenly appeared in the stairwell. Our power's out here. Huh, you're only just experiencing outages? Ours went out yesterday, now our phones could die any moment. Damn it all, we're truly doomed now. Across the nation, dire tidings spread incessantly. The internet seethed with collective despair. Yi Feng furrowed his brows slightly. A power outage? Just a couple of days ago, it was merely isolated cities experiencing blackouts. Now, more and more areas are losing electricity. This is certainly not good news. In his previous life, when exactly did Jiang City's power grid fail? Yi Feng pondered deeply. It must be the 10th day? A power outage was inevitable sooner or later. Not only that, without electricity, utilities like running water, internet, and gas would gradually cease functioning as well. The situation would deteriorate progressively. Yi Feng's eyes flickered slightly as his mind raced with contemplation. Without crystal cores, hunting zombies held no significance at present, and the various opportunities from his past life had yet to manifest. Under such circumstances, he resolved to venture out and gather more provisions to prepare for unforeseen adversities. Beyond mere sustenance, necessities like diesel generators, gasoline, diesel fuel, medicine, clothing, and other daily essentials also demanded attention, though the system provided generously. Relying solely on its unpredictable angling mechanism was far too unreliable. With storage space at his disposal, accumulating additional supplies posed no burden whatsoever. Just then, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Brother Feng, the wontons are ready. Come and eat, Lin Xiaoxiao called out as she brought forth 2 steaming bowls. The piping hot wontons exuded a delicate fragrance, their savory essence permeating the air. Yi Feng approached the dining table and took his seat. Picking up a spoon, he scooped a delicate wonton and brought it to his lips. An explosion of exquisite flavors instantly filled his mouth. Magnificent, he murmured appreciatively, savoring the culinary delight. Yi Feng devoured the food voraciously. Beside him, Lin Xiaoxiao was also gulping down the wontons with equal fervor. To savor such a simple meal now is truly a rare luxury. Her gaze towards Yi Feng brimmed with profound reliance. Who could have foreseen that the civilization humanity took such pride in would collapse in the blink of an eye? These seemingly ordinary dumplings now represented a delicacy beyond the reach of 99% of humankind. Slurp, slurp. The 2 of them emptied 2 large bowls of wontons, not even sparing a drop of the broth. After the meal, Lin Xiaoxiao busied herself in the kitchen, her back turned to Yi Feng as she occasionally bent over. Swish, swish. The apron could scarcely conceal the alluring curves of her ample hips. Yi Feng stepped forward and spoke with profound meaning. Xiaoxiao, come here. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately blushed in shyness. Yi Feng took out an unopened pair of stockings from the luxury brand Lebanon family. Here, put these on. I'm scared. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Inside the room, Lin Xiaoxiao's body felt weak, her face flushed, her gaze hazy and unfocused. I'm so exhausted. It feels like my whole body has fallen apart. I feel like I'm about to die. My soul seems to have left my body. Yi Feng, are you even human? You're absolutely ruthless. Yi Feng was brimming with complacency, an irrepressible smile playing upon his countenance. Lin Xiaoxiao kept pounding his chest with her delicate fists. Yi Feng, where is the tenderness you promised? She chided. Truly, one might sooner believe in ghosts than in the deceitful words of men. Yi Feng lit a cigarette and began to exhale wisps of smoke. Hint, event triggered. Hint, reward increased by 10 portions of bait. Yi Feng was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Another 10 portions of bait? Yi Feng felt a profound sense of contentment in his heart. Exhaling a smoke ring, he turned his gaze towards Lin Xiaoxiao nestled in his arms. Xiaoxiao, he murmured. The current situation was growing increasingly precarious. I've decided to venture out today to gather some essential supplies for us, he declared. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate frame trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes widened with alarm as she pleaded anxiously. Oh, Yi Feng, please don't go out, all right? The streets are teeming with zombies now. It's far too dangerous. Having just glimpsed a sliver of hope for survival, she couldn't bear the thought of losing it. Absolutely not. Yi Feng rejected firmly. In an instant, Lin Xiaoxiao threw herself against him, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist from behind. Her voice quivered with emotion. Yi Feng, don't leave me behind, please. Yi Feng smiled faintly. It's all right, I know my limits. He reached out to stroke her silken tresses. Rest assured, I am far more formidable than you imagine. Before the supplies perish, I must gather more for the days ahead. Merely cowering at home is utterly unthinkable. But, Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated, her words trailing off. The outside is exceptionally perilous. Yi Feng waved his hand and continued, going out to battle is inevitable. No one can escape it. You must adapt. In the future, you may also have to go out and fight. My mind is made up. Lin Xiaoxiao pouted and remained silent. Yi Feng's expression darkened as he gave her rounded bottom a firm slap, feigning anger as he commanded, be obedient. Lin Xiaoxiao, seeing his displeasure, bit her lower lip lightly before murmuring, all right then, brother Feng. But you must promise to be careful. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't want to live either. Yi Feng nodded and cautioned, rest assured, I shall encounter no difficulties. However, after my departure, do not open the door for anyone. Is that clear? I understand, Lin Xiaoxiao affirmed with a firm nod. Yi Feng retrieved some food from the spatial storage, bread, instant noodles, and milk. Enough to sustain one person for approximately 20 days. I may not return today. Just in case, here are your rations. Farewell. Yi Feng extinguished the cigarette and opened the door to depart. Brother Yi Feng, I'll be waiting for you at home. Lin Xiaoxiao called out loudly. Yi Feng did not turn around, merely waving his hand to signify acknowledgement. In the dimly lit corridor, Yi Feng walked with a light and brisk pace. In the post-apocalyptic world, two things were of paramount importance. First, strength. Only with formidable power could one possess the means to withstand all adversities. Second, supplies. Only with vast quantities of resources could one survive and thrive in this desolate era. Yi Feng's current expedition was solely for the purpose of stockpiling vast quantities of supplies. As he moved, two zombies lunged toward him. Yi Feng felt a vague sense of familiarity. After a brief moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon him. These two zombies were the very ones he had disciplined just the day before. What utter fools, remembering only the reward but not the punishment. Yet such is the nature of zombies. Only the higher evolved mutated ones possess the capacity for intellect. Yi Feng kicked the two zombies to the ground and continued descending. At that very moment, a system notification popped up. Notification. Would you like to increase the daily mission difficulty? Before Yi Feng, two choices emerged, affirmation or negation. Yi Feng hesitated for merely a second before resolutely choosing to elevate the difficulty level. In the next instant, the mission refreshed. Daily mission, eliminate 20 zombies. Reward, 20 portions of fish bait. Yi Feng's eyes gleamed with a subtle radiance. Splendid. As the mission requirements escalated, so too did the rewards. This was most auspicious. Yi Feng ascended to the 6th floor, only to find a horde of zombies blocking the staircase. With his path forward obstructed, his gaze upon the undead suddenly turned sharp and piercing. Drawing the flaming battle blade from his storage space, he swung it with a swift motion, slash. Thud. A zombie's head soared into the air as its lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Yet, before he could steady himself, two more creatures lunged at him with frenzied hunger. Yi Feng delivered a powerful kick, sending the two zombies crashing to the ground. Advancing forward, he swung his blade in a relentless flurry of strikes. As he stepped out of the building unit, his gaze briefly flickered toward the mission status. Progress, 1120. Yi Feng was overjoyed. Merely eliminating 9 zombies would suffice to accomplish the mission. Yi Feng's toes lightly brushed the ground as his figure flickered, dashing swiftly toward the neighborhood entrance. The sky loomed ominously, shrouded in a crimson mist. Throughout the residential area and the distant streets beyond, terrifying zombies roamed aimlessly. By the time he reached the entrance, over a dozen of the undead were already in pursuit. Yi Feng halted his steps, turned to face the undead, and advanced courageously against adversity. With swift and relentless slashes of his blade, a tempest of steel radiance erupted. Thud, thud. Several ghouls' heads soared into the air as dark blood splattered, their lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. Yi Feng slashed through the chaos with frenzied abandon. In the distance, the horde of corpses erupted into violent turmoil. The zombies bared their claws and fangs, scrambling over one another in a frenetic rush toward his direction. Yi Feng did not retreat, but advanced instead, darting forward like a fleeting shadow as he charged toward the horde of zombies. As he neared the undead masses, his right hand clenched empty air, gathering arcs of gray lightning that crackled ominously in his grasp. Crackle, boom. In the next instant, a sphere of thunder erupted violently from his palm. Boom. The shimmering gray lightning, wreathed in radiant trails, surged outward in all directions. The air itself trembled with explosive force, the arcs of electricity lashing out like furious dragons. Every zombie touched by this divine thunder was instantly reduced to dust, annihilated without a trace. Annihilation. The brilliance of the lightning only intensified. Boom, boom. Like moths to a flame, the surrounding zombies surged toward Feng in relentless waves, only to be shattered into fragments, reduced to ashes. The ceaseless roar of thunder clashed with the endless tide of undead, painting a scene of overwhelming battle. The spectacle drew the attention of survivors in the surrounding buildings. Voices cried out in awe and desperation. Holy hell, lightning. Unreal. Big bro, save me. Superpowered brother, rescue me. I'll serve under you. Yet Feng remained deaf to their pleas. Save them? With what? How many could he even rescue? And if he did, would he then be responsible for them? Abandon the savior complex. Respect the fate of others. Feng continued unleashing chaotic thunderstrikes, reducing the horde of zombies to ashes. However, his brows soon furrowed in concern. The energy expenditure was too rapid. His mana reserves were nearing depletion. Feng cast a fleeting glance at the mission. Mission progress, 2020. The task had long been completed. Raising his gaze, an endless tide of zombies surged relentlessly toward him. Feng unsheathed his blazing warblade, activating the divine protection skill of the Supreme God's Ring. A golden flash illuminated the surroundings as he entered an invincible state for 100 seconds. Like a war god descending upon the battlefield, Feng charged into the horde of zombies with relentless offense, disregarding defense entirely. The undead's attacks landed upon him yet proved utterly futile. Seizing every opportunity, he brandished his blade in a dazzling flurry of strikes. Amidst the shimmering arcs of steel, zombie heads tumbled to the ground like autumn leaves. Feng ceaselessly reaped lives. Slaughter without end. The heavens and earth were shrouded in crimson mist. Yet still, the relentless tide of zombies surged toward him. Feng found himself utterly besieged. This scene naturally caught the attention of others. The lightning-wielding mutant was surrounded by zombies. By my estimation, there must be hundreds of them. He's surely doomed. Serves him right. What good are supernatural abilities when one is so arrogant? The survivors watched with malicious glee, whispering among themselves. Down below, wave after wave of zombies surged relentlessly toward Feng. Feng's invincible state had not yet faded. Kill, kill, kill. Feng wielded his flaming battle blade, slashing continuously as he reaped the lives of surrounding zombies, venting his pent-up emotions recklessly. In his previous life, he had trodden cautiously through existence, as if walking on thin ice. Never had he indulged in such unrestrained savagery. Zombie heads soared through the air, dark blood splattering wildly. Yet, instead of diminishing, the horde of undead swelled ever larger around him. Feng found himself surrounded. The fearless human wave tactics were proving quite effective. If I had only the power of chaos divine thunder, I might indeed have been worn down here. Fortunately, I am a warrior of all trades. Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. In the next instant, bending his knees slightly, he propelled himself with explosive force, leaping high into the air and covering dozens of meters in a single bound. Seizing the moment before the zombies could react, he continued sprinting at full speed, effortlessly leaving the undead horde far behind. My agility and leaping prowess utterly surpassed these mindless creatures, he mused. The spectacle left onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens! Is he even human? He just jumped away? That wasn't a jump. It might as well have been flight. Damn it, no other awakened individual displays such absurd capabilities. Feng raced down the streets, swiftly putting distance between himself and the residential complex. Yet movement in the open inevitably drew the ravenous undead. Before long, another throng of zombies shambled in relentless pursuit behind him. Feng swiftly dispatched several more zombies with his blade before leaping gracefully across rooftops to another street. He casually selected an abandoned shop, effortlessly eliminating the undead within before barricading the entrance with scattered debris. Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and found a place to sit down. Prompt, congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, 20 additional portions of bait. Task completed. Feng's heart leaped with joy as he unlocked his phone. In the message notifications, Lin Xiaoxiao's avatar pulsed with rhythmic vitality. Feng opened the message. I didn't want to disturb you during battle, so I refrained from reaching out. Whenever you have a moment, just let me know you're safe. That's all I ask. Feng smiled faintly and sent an OK emoji. Feng, did you know? Just now, an ability user who could summon lightning appeared in our neighborhood. Lin Xiaoxiao messaged again. That person was me, Yi Feng replied with a light chuckle. Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth fell open, her eyes widened in shock. She was utterly stunned. After a brief moment of stunned silence, she quickly typed back. Oh my heavens, you're also a lightning-type ability user? Spatial manipulation, divine blessings, and now thunder? You're just too powerful. How do you know everything? The ability users I've seen online aren't like this at all. Lin Xiaoxiao was overjoyed, her excitement bubbling over. As expected of her man. Truly extraordinary. Yi Feng smiled faintly. By the way, Yi Feng, our community group has been buzzing non-stop because of you. Lin Xiaoxiao sent another message. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow and opened the community group chat. A flood of messages scrolled across the screen. Lightning-type ability users are truly formidable. Ha ha ha, serves him right for showing off. Now he's surrounded and doomed. How satisfying. Damn, he actually managed to escape? That's just absurd. The guy's too agile. Damn those ability users, refusing to help when someone's in danger. Hey, upstairs, if you piss them off, they can just kill you. What can you do about it? Yeah, tons have changed. Exactly. With order collapsed, strength is the only law now. I envy them. I wish I could become an ability user too. Yi Feng skimmed through the messages indifferently before shutting off his phone. Time to focus on what really matters. Yi Feng's heart stirred slightly. Completing the daily quest rewarded him with 20 portions of bait. Combined with the 10 portions gifted by the system in the morning, his bait reserves now totaled 30 portions, enough for 30 more angling attempts. Yi Feng silently murmured in his heart, System, grant me the art of angling. In the very next moment, the system's chime resonated, announcing, Angling now in progress. Yi Feng was filled with anticipation. Notification, congratulations, host, on your successful fishing expedition. You have obtained 100 bags of long-grain fragrant rice. Notification, congratulations, host, on your successful fishing expedition. You have acquired 5 Philips electric toothbrushes. Grant me something truly remarkable. Yi Feng let out a helpless chuckle. Notification, congratulations, host, for successfully fishing and obtaining 2 DVDs of The Little Mermaid plus 10 additional copies. Notification, congratulations, host, for successfully fishing and acquiring a rare item. 1 concealment necklace. A concealment necklace? Yi Feng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The name sounded like equipment. Could it be that something valuable emerged right from the start? Notification, fishing in progress. Notification, congratulations, host. Successful catch, 100 bags of crispy chips acquired. Notification, congratulations, host. Successful catch 10,000 Chinese yuan obtained. Notification, congratulations, host. Successful catch, 3 stainless steel screwdrivers added. Notification, congratulations, host. Successful catch, 10 damaged copper wrenches secured. Notification, congratulations, host. Fishing successful. What the? Yi Feng's countenance darkened considerably. While the potato chips were indeed edible and plentiful in quantity, what purpose did Chinese currency serve? Even as toilet paper. It was too rigid and unsuitable. And then there were these subsequent items, screwdrivers, wrenches. Had he stumbled into a construction firm or a hardware store? System, grant me something of value. The system prompted him to continue. Notification, congratulations, host, on a successful fishing attempt, acquired 5 electric drills. Notification, congratulations, host, on another successful fishing attempt, obtained 10 angle grinders. Yet another haul of tools emerged. Enough. Cease this fishing at once. Yi Feng couldn't hold back anymore. So the system just stubbornly lingers among these renovation tools, refusing to budge? These items, useless? Certainly not. But Yi Feng could easily acquire them in reality. What Yi Feng truly desired was extraordinary power, artifacts, skills, and supernatural abilities. After ceasing his fishing endeavors, Yi Feng's mind stirred as he accessed the interface. Bait, 8 portions. Gently stroking his chin in contemplation, Yi Feng decided to reserve these 8 precious fishing opportunities for a more auspicious moment in the future. Perhaps fortune would favor him in due time. With another focused thought, he summoned the sole worthwhile acquisition from this endeavor, the veiled necklace. In a shimmering flash, an exquisitely crafted pendant adorned with cerulean luminescence materialized in Yi Feng's palm. Yi Feng opened the item details. Item, concealment necklace quality, rare description. The concealment necklace possesses mystical powers, capable of absorbing the essence of a specific species. Once attuned, ordinary members of that species will overlook the wearer. To imbue the necklace, maintain contact with a member of the desired species for 5 minutes. Yi Feng's eyes lit up with uncontainable joy. Huh, this is truly a remarkable treasure, he exclaimed. In his previous life, humanity had already confirmed that zombies constituted an entirely separate species. If he could imbue the necklace with even a trace of undead essence, wouldn't he be able to walk unscathed among common zombies, strolling through the streets with impunity? Yi Feng glanced once more at the instructions, which stated that the necklace needed to be in contact with a member of a certain group for 5 minutes. In other words, it required exposure to zombies. Yi Feng pondered for a moment, moved the clutter aside, and stepped out of the shop. On the street, numerous zombies roamed aimlessly. Yi Feng moved with lightning reflexes, swiftly grasping the pallid thigh of a zombie before dashing back. Boom. His audacious act of corpse snatching naturally incited a frenzied uproar among the surrounding undead. Yet, owing to Yi Feng's extraordinary speed, by the time the other zombies registered the disturbance, he had already bolted back into the shop in one swift motion. Barricade the door. Bang, bang, bang. Outside, a horde of zombies pounded violently against the entrance in rabid fury. After sealing the door once more, Yi Feng turned his gaze toward the captured zombie. A female specimen, clad in sheer black stockings, a miniskirt, and a pristine office lady ensemble, ample bosom heaving. At this very moment, it snarled and clawed menacingly in Yi Feng's direction. Yi Feng took out a rope and tightly bound the captured zombie. Growl, growl, it snarled. Yi Feng furrowed his brows and stepped forward, delivering 2 sharp slaps across the face. The office zombie instantly fell silent, utterly bewildered. How dare you? Never in her life had a man struck her. Here, have this necklace as a gift. Yi Feng watched as the zombie quieted down, finally satisfied as he adorned her with the necklace. Unexpectedly, after a while, growl, growl, growl. The office lady zombie resumed her incessant snarling. Yi Feng paid her no heed and walked aside, taking out a pack of sunflower seeds and opening a short video to pass the time. He clicked on one video, parents tragically deceased, pleading for help. Then another, documenting how a neighbor's zombified child brutally murdered its own parents. Douyin had loosened its review policies. Now, anything could be filmed. He had no mood to watch anymore. Yi Feng closed the video with a deep sigh. Alas, the era of fair and slender legs has faded into the past like a fleeting dream. 5 minutes later, Yi Feng swiftly struck down the office worker zombie with a single slash. He carefully removed the necklace, cleansed it thoroughly with clear water, and adorned himself with it. Yet, he remained uncertain of its true efficacy. Yi Feng muttered to himself as he rose to his feet, unlocking his phone to access the digital map. Yi Feng swiftly narrowed down his search, promptly locking onto his target, the most prominent shopping mall in proximity, the opulent Fortune Plaza. Yi Feng's reasoning was straightforward. Within any shopping mall, there would invariably be a large supermarket. And in such supermarkets, an abundance of supplies was guaranteed. If he could empty the supermarket stockpile, he wouldn't have to worry about resources for quite some time. With this in mind, Yi Feng pushed open the door and stepped out of the shop. The streets were still teeming with wandering zombies. Yet this time, even as he stood right in front of a group of them, they paid him no heed, as if he were invisible. Yi Feng deliberately created a disturbance, tossing a small stone. With a clatter, numerous zombies simultaneously raised their heads, searching for the source of the sound. Yet, they still failed to detect Yi Feng's presence. Yi Feng approached a robust and muscular zombie, waving his hand playfully before its eyes and quipped with amusement, "Here I stand before you. How much resemblance do I bear to the past?" The zombie tilted its head in bewilderment, lifting its gaze with vacant confusion, yet remained utterly oblivious to Yi Feng's presence. Yi Feng pondered for a moment, then swiftly delivered a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, the zombie was sent spinning through a full 360 degrees before crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Feng naturally did not exert his full strength. Had he struck with all his might, the zombie's head would have undoubtedly been severed. In the next instant, the slapped zombie rose in fury, baring its bloodthirsty maw as it lunged toward Yi Feng. So it could actually sense my presence. Yi Feng swung his blade, severing the zombie's head with a single stroke. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the undead horde gathering in increasing numbers. Their guttural growls filled the air, some twitching with restless agitation. Yet none could perceive Yi Feng's presence. It seemed they only became aware when one of their own was attacked. This concealment necklace truly proves invaluable, he murmured to himself. Yi Feng concluded his test with great satisfaction. Step aside, everyone. What's the gathering for? I'm talking to you, move. Yi Feng strode forth with an air of arrogance, shoving aside several zombies as he pushed his way through the horde. "Time to depart," he declared. Yifeng's toes lightly grazed the ground as his body surged forward with lightning speed. The towering skyscrapers around him stretched endlessly backward in a blur. Yifeng left behind a series of afterimages in the air. On the street, only a horde of bewildered zombies remained, utterly perplexed. Had something just passed by? Yifeng sprinted along the road. A convenience store. Yifeng came to a halt. The street he currently stood upon was relatively bustling. On either side of the road, scattered small supermarkets and convenience stores dotted the landscape. The supplies in my space are running low. Perhaps I should replenish them here. With this thought in mind, Yifeng stepped into a convenience store. Inside, several zombies roamed aimlessly. Yifeng stepped inside, unnoticed by the lurking zombies. What an abundance of provisions. Yifeng was pleasantly surprised. The supermarket was not large, with some shelves already toppled on the ground, rendering the entire space rather chaotic. Scattered across the floor were copious amounts of snacks, ham sausages, bread, instant noodles, jelly, potato chips, alongside bottled water, assorted beverages, milk, and canned fruits. All the common commodities one would expect in a supermarket were abundantly available. Yifeng's heart swelled with joy as he unceremoniously stowed away these items, along with the shelves, into his storage space. In the dimly lit corner of the supermarket lay scattered daily necessities, dishwashing liquid, laundry detergent, assorted seasonings, and coarse salt. Yifeng pondered for a moment before storing these items in his spatial inventory as well. Though these objects were inedible, a comfortable existence would be unattainable without such necessities. As Yifeng continued gathering supplies, several wandering zombies in the supermarket grew increasingly restless. While unable to perceive Yifeng directly, they could sense the gradual disappearance of their surroundings, stirring agitation within their decaying minds. Groan. The zombies began to snarl and growl. "What a nuisance," Yifeng muttered under his breath. Yifeng drew his flaming battle blade and swiftly unleashed a flurry of slashes. Swish, swish. Several zombies collapsed, their heads severed and rolling across the ground. Their lifeless bodies thudded onto the pavement, dark blood oozing relentlessly from the wounds. After disposing of several zombies, Yifeng continued his thorough search to ensure nothing was overlooked before departing. The harvest was rather satisfactory. Yifeng strolled along the path, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile. Since circumstances permitted, he might as well target a few more establishments. Within the next quarter hour, Yifeng encountered several convenience stores in succession. He spared none, thoroughly ransacking each one. A pharmacy here? Medicines would undoubtedly be precious commodities in this apocalyptic world. With infinite storage space at his disposal, why not stock up generously? Contemplating this, Yifeng turned his steps toward the pharmacy. Yifeng stepped into the pharmacy, assaulted by a nauseating blend of foul odors and disinfectant. The disinfectant must have spilled. His gaze swept across shelves crammed with medications, counters cluttered with bottles and jars, while two zombies lurked aimlessly among the chaos. Yifeng focused his mind, and a multitude of medicines vanished instantly. Cold remedies like banlangen and aspirin, fever relievers such as ibuprofen and paracetamol, along with stomach medicines like Weishiping and anti-inflammatory bile tablets, all were swiftly stored into his dimensional space. At that moment, the two female zombies clad in white nurse uniforms at either end of the pharmacy sensed the dwindling supplies and grew restless. They growled in displeasure. What was happening? Where had the items disappeared to? Yet, they remained oblivious to Yifeng's presence, reduced to agitated pacing in futile frustration. The effect of the concealment necklace was truly remarkable. In Yifeng's heart, an earnest admiration blossomed once more. Yifeng continued his advance, only to find his path obstructed by a nurse-clad zombie. Yifeng reached out and pressed his hand against the nurse zombie's chest, gently pushing it aside. The texture felt somewhat rigid. Yifeng wore a wistful expression as he continued gathering the medicine. The two zombies stood there utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. Yifeng would only draw the attention of the zombies when he actively attacks them. Merely pushing the zombies does not count as an assault. The sole exception lies in medicinal remedies for healing. Yifeng also gathered an assortment of medicinal items, including anti-itch creams, eye drops, and ointments. He even procured specialized treatments for common female ailments, such as gynecological cleansers and herbal remedies like Wuji Baifeng pills. Yifeng thoroughly ransacked the pharmacy before turning away with deep satisfaction. After departing the drugstore, he continued his rapid advance. Before long, he encountered a supermarket. This establishment was considerably larger than the convenience store he had previously looted. However, its entrance was securely locked. Feng swung his blade, shattering the door lock with a decisive strike. Stepping into the supermarket with measured strides, he prepared to gather supplies. Suddenly, his brows furrowed as he halted mid-motion. The shelves appeared sparser than expected, and an eerie absence of zombies pervaded the store. Feng sensed something amiss and focused intently. From the corner, an exceedingly faint breath could be heard. A survivor? Feng furrowed his brows slightly. Then, feigning ignorance, he began gathering supplies. With a mere thought, vast quantities of materials were transported into his spatial storage. He couldn't be bothered to conceal his dimensional ability anymore. After all, at this point, knowledge of superpowered individuals had become common knowledge, with abilities manifesting in all manner of extraordinary forms. Feng merely needed to declare himself as a spatial ability user, which would naturally avoid any suspicion and prevent the exposure of his system's existence. Swish, swish, swish. As Feng continued to gather supplies, shelf after shelf steadily emptied. Feng gradually approached the survivor's hiding place, a flicker of intuition stirring within him. A faint smirk played upon Feng's lips as he deliberately exposed a flaw in his stance, turning his back to the concealed figure. Suddenly, the hidden man's breathing grew ragged with tension. In the next instant, a furious roar shattered the silence. Go to hell. Within the supermarket, a middle-aged man brandished a fire axe, swinging it viciously toward Feng with murderous intent. Feng was well prepared, gracefully sidestepping with effortless ease to evade the man's assault, then swiftly countering with a soaring kick. Though not exerting full strength, the force of Feng's strike still sent the man sprawling several meters away. With a heavy thud, the man crashed to the ground, the fire axe slipping from his grasp. Feng unsheathed his fiery blade, his gaze icy as he stared down at the man who had ambushed him. Ack! Ow! The man groaned in pain, dazed from Feng's kick as he writhed on the ground. Only when Feng drew near did the man regain his senses. With a sideways glance, he caught sight of Feng gripping the gleaming weapon, radiating murderous intent. The sight sent terror coursing through the man's veins, and he immediately dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. Big brother, I beg you, spare me. I was blinded by greed. The middle-aged man, with his sharp, rat-like features, wept uncontrollably, his face streaked with tears. Feng raised his flaming battle blade, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he demanded, Have I provoked you in any way? Why did you ambush me? The man's face turned deathly pale, his body trembling uncontrollably as he hastily explained, Big brother, it was my fault. I'm the owner of this supermarket. All the supplies here belong to me. I was just afraid you'd come and take them from me. This supermarket is yours. Feng's eyes flickered with contemplation. Yes, it's all mine, the man hurriedly affirmed. Feng pondered thoughtfully. In truth, the man was lying. He was merely a customer, not the proprietor. When the apocalypse descended, only this man and a female clerk remained within the supermarket. Fortunately, neither had transformed into zombies. Sustained by the supermarket's provisions, they naturally faced no scarcity of sustenance. However, discord later arose between them. The shop assistant wished to aid other survivors, advocating to bring them into the shelter of the supermarket, given the abundance of supplies. The middle-aged man, predictably, vehemently opposed this, deriding her as a naive do-gooder. Eventually, he ambushed the woman, bound her, and ultimately committed a brutal murder to claim sole dominion over the supermarket. Of these events, Feng remained unaware. The man groveled incessantly, pleading for mercy. This is my supermarket. I feared you would seize my provisions. That's why I lost my senses and attacked. Please, spare me. Trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat beaded upon his furrowed brow. Feng chuckled softly and said, So it turns out that all the supplies in this supermarket belong to you. No. I am willing to give the supermarket to you. From this moment onward, you are the owner of this establishment. The middle-aged man spoke with an obsequious smile. Feng stroked his chin, appearing somewhat hesitant. Upon witnessing this, the man gritted his teeth and immediately knelt to the ground, kowtowing. I am willing to serve under you. To be your loyal hound, I beg for your forgiveness. Feng pondered briefly before speaking. Under such circumstances, I shall grant you mercy. The man's face instantly lit up with unrestrained joy. Granting you mercy is utterly inconceivable. Feng's tone shifted abruptly, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Huh. The man's grin froze instantly upon his face. Feng fixed his gaze upon the man, observing the crimson malevolence radiating from him, and spoke deliberately. I shall grant you a swift end. The man felt an all-encompassing chill, as though plunged into an icy abyss. No, no. I beg you, spare my life. Yi Feng's expression remained icy and unmoved. No, no. I'll fight you to the death. The man's face twisted with fury as he brandished his fists and charged toward Yi Feng. Yi Feng flicked his fingers, and a flash of lightning streaked through the air. With a thunderous boom, the man's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes brimming with terror. In the next instant, his form shattered into dust, vanishing without a trace. Adaptable yet decisive in action. A pity you crossed paths with me. Yi Feng began gathering supplies from the area. The supermarket still contained a considerable amount of resources, far surpassing the previous convenience stores, even after the middle-aged man had taken some. Bottled water, biscuits, instant noodles, and canned goods. He systematically stored all available provisions into his spatial inventory. Yi Feng stepped out of the supermarket and continued his journey forward. Next, Yi Feng proceeded to gather supplies along the way. At the gas station, every type of gasoline, diesel, all packed and taken away. The ice cream shop, emptied entirely. The CAF, completely ransacked. The spice store, cleared out without hesitation. Hardware stores, lingerie shops, bubble tea shops, hot pot restaurants, all stripped bare. Not even the tables were spared. Yi Feng indulged in unrestrained plundering, brimming with exhilaration. Only after a considerable while did he gradually cease this behavior. Storing the supplies within his spatial dimension required the expenditure of mental energy. Yi Feng engaged in extensive scavenging, his spirit somewhat wearied. Moreover, the multitude of small shops lining the city streets was truly overwhelming. To loot each one individually would indeed be a considerable waste of time. Yi Feng was no longer content with trivial pursuits. The minor objectives along the way could wait. His priority now was the grand supermarket. Swiftly, he steeled his resolve. However, sprinting all the way there seemed utterly foolish. Driving was equally impractical. This was the bustling heart of the city, where the streets teemed with the undead and abandoned vehicles. Some roads were entirely impassable, rendering any attempt to navigate by car futile. Yet, while automobiles were out of the question, alternative means of transportation remained a viable option. Yi Feng strolled leisurely, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Soon, his eyes lit up with delight. By the roadside lay an electric scooter, seemingly in pristine condition. What a splendid find! Perfectly suited for the current predicament. Yi Feng approached the electric bicycle and noticed the key still dangling from it. After lifting and starting the vehicle, he found everything in perfect working order. The bike even retained a substantial charge. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction, mounted his vehicle, and began his journey with a soft hum of a tune. Riding his beloved scooter, he never encountered the frustration of traffic congestion. Yi Feng did not slow down, weaving through the multitude of cars and zombies. At times, he maneuvered in an S shape, at others in a Z shape. Occasionally, he would press the horn, emitting 2 short beeps. Naturally, the zombies failed to detect Yi Feng, left to scurry about like headless flies. Their large heads were filled with profound confusion. Yi Feng's audacious actions went unnoticed by the zombies, yet they were clearly visible to human eyes. Numerous survivors witnessed his behavior, leaving them utterly astonished. Damn, how is he doing that? Why aren't the zombies attacking him? Unbelievable. This is so unfair. I can barely sneak downstairs without those things growling at me for just breathing. Look at him, riding that little electric bike like he owns the place, even honking at times. Zombies, are you blind, or what? Someone even recorded a video and posted it on the city forum, sparking heated discussions. This is insane. There is no justice in this world. None of this makes any sense. Seriously? Zombies exist, supernatural abilities are real, and you're still talking about science? Truly a legend. Even as an ability user, I tread carefully around those things. One wrong step into a horde, and it's over. Maybe he is an ability user too, just not combat-oriented. Perhaps he has some kind of stealth skill? Damn, that actually makes sense. Online debates raged on. Meanwhile, on the streets, Yi Feng continued his journey without pause. Along the way, survivors had called out to him for help, but he ignored them all. As the saying goes, every man for himself, let others sweep their own snow. Just as Yi Feng was leisurely cruising on his electric bike, a glimmer of hope ignited in a small 4th-floor apartment by the street. The occupant was Li Yueqi, a minor internet celebrity. Since the apocalypse began, she had been hiding in her apartment. But now, with her food supplies nearly exhausted, she had to consider her next move. Coincidentally, she had just stumbled upon the viral video of Yi Feng on the city forum. Fuming with indignation, she turned around, only to spot him riding toward her direction. Excitement surged through her. He must be one of those legendary ability users. Even if he is not combat-oriented, the power to evade zombies is still useful. At the very least, he could provide food or protection. Perfect temporary boyfriend material. With that thought, Li Yueqi hurriedly leaned out the window, accentuating her ample curves, and called out in her most pleading tone, "Hey, handsome, could you save me? If you do, I might just consider being your girlfriend. Hey there, cutie?" She cooed again, her voice dripping with sweetness. Still, Yifeng paid no attention. Crash! Her shouts attracted a swarm of zombies beneath her building. Their growls intensified as they gathered, making her stomp her feet in frustration. So infuriating. Li Yueqi called out a few more times. Seeing Yifeng continue to ignore her, Li Yueqi's brows furrowed slightly. Her expression displeased. "Little brother? Hey, can't you hear me? I told you to save me. Are you deaf?" Yifeng continued to avert his gaze from her without a glance. Along the journey, those pleading for help were as numerous as fish swimming across a river. Countless beyond measure. Yifeng was beyond saving, nor was there any intention to save him. Seeing that Yifeng continued to ignore her, Li Yueqi's anger surged. Clenching her pearly teeth in frustration, she spat out, "Fine, fine. So you're ignoring me, is that it?" Scanning her surroundings, her eyes suddenly lit up. She grabbed a stool from her home and returned to the window. With a furious motion, she raised the stool high and hurled it toward Yifeng's path. The stool traced a perfect parabola through the air before, crash. It struck the ground with tremendous force, shattering instantly and producing a deafening noise. The loud impact drew the attention of the surrounding zombies. Growls and moans, the undead surged forth, pushing and shoving, converging in a relentless tide. Yifeng found himself instantly encircled by a horde of restless zombies, their agitated movements trapping him in place. With a furrowed brow, he pressed down on the brakes. The undead swarmed around him, their hollow gazes darting aimlessly, yet none could detect his presence. Li Yueqi watched in astonished delight. Could it be true? The zombies weren't attacking him? It seemed this man before her possessed genuine skill. Perhaps he might even be worthy of her. "Hey there, handsome," she cooed, her voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. This time, Yifeng lifted his gaze, his eyes icy as they locked onto the internet celebrity. "Did you throw that chair?" Li Yueqi's heart fluttered. She had finally captured his attention. With her breathtaking looks, how could he resist? "That was me," she admitted playfully. "I just couldn't stand being ignored." "Come save me, won't you? I'd even be willing to date you." She arched her back slightly, deliberately accentuating the delicate curve of her collarbone and the tantalizing glimpse of porcelain skin beneath. Yifeng cast a glance at the woman. Though she possessed some charm, she paled in comparison to Lin Xiaoxiao. Yifeng icily uttered 3 words. "You are unworthy." Li Yueqi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She was utterly stunned, momentarily unable to believe her own ears. Who was she? She had once been the class beauty, hailed as the school's peerless maiden. Now, she was a rising internet celebrity with a following of 200,000 admirers. And yet, when she offered herself willingly, she was rejected? You dare say I'm not good enough for you?" Li Yueqi pointed at herself, her expression one of sheer disbelief. "Indeed, unworthy. Even if you threw yourself at me, I would still find you repulsive." Yifeng sneered coldly. "Throwing yourself at me? Disdain?" Li Yueqi was instantly enraged. When had she ever suffered such contempt? She snapped, completely lost her composure on the spot. "Humph, you say I'm not good enough? And you look down on me? Pathetic man, are you blind? How ridiculous. I'm not good enough. Huh." Li Yueqi was so furious her molars nearly shattered from gritting. "Take a piss and look at your own reflection first. You think you're too good for me? Well, I look down on you too." Beside herself with rage, Li Yueqi began hurling abuse. "Disgusting, mediocre and arrogant, utterly pathetic. A lowly loser scraping by at the bottom of society. Now you've awakened some lousy ability and suddenly you're so impressive, huh?" Every single one of Li Yueqi's words reached Yifeng's ears clearly. This finally made him laugh in anger too. Well, the apocalypse has been here for days now. He had assumed all survivors would have grown wiser by this point. Never could he have imagined that even now, there would still be people actively seeking death. "Very well then, I shall oblige you." Yifeng's lips curled into a cold smirk. With a mere thought, a desert eagle materialized instantly in his grasp. Meanwhile, Li Yueqi leaned against the windowsill, her upper body thrust outside as she continued hurling venomous insults at Yifeng. "Pathetic loser. How dare you speak to me like that? Disgusting man. What terrible taste. You might as well not have eyes at all." Li Yueqi's furious words flew like spittle through the air. Yifeng loaded the bullet, raised the gun, adjusted his aim. He pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. Bang. The gunshot echoed sharply as the bullet tore through the air. Thud. The shot struck true, rupturing Li Yueqi's silicone breast with surgical precision. Ack. Li Yueqi shrieked, frozen in shock. Her mind reeled, unable to comprehend the sudden violence, her lips trembling soundlessly. Bang. Bang. Yifeng showed no mercy, firing 2 more shots in quick succession. The bullets pierced straight through Li Yueqi's hands. Ah! A wave of excruciating pain surged through her as she let out a blood-curdling scream. Simultaneously, her body lost balance, and she toppled headfirst out of the window, plummeting straight down into the horde of zombies below. Aya! Her agonized shrieks echoed through the air. The zombies beneath, idle and restless, were overjoyed at the unexpected feast crashing right into their midst. They swarmed over her, their jagged teeth tearing mercilessly into her flesh. No, no. Ah! Stop. At first, Li Yueqi's tormented screams continued to rise from the seething mass of undead, but gradually, her voice faded into silence. The zombies ripped her apart, limb from limb, splattering blood and gore in a scene of unspeakable carnage. Yifeng smiled faintly, watching Li Yueqi meet her tragic end before calmly holstering his pistol back into his dimensional space. Then, he mounted his electric scooter and drifted away without a trace. He felt not a shred of remorse for ending Li Yueqi's life. After all, fools like her wouldn't have lasted much longer in this world. By sending her off early, he had spared her further suffering in this mortal realm. From that perspective, one might even say he was merciful. Yifeng pondered leisurely as he continued his journey. Before long, he noticed a police station not far ahead. A police station? Yifeng's heart stirred with contemplation. Should he go or not? Within the precincts of the police station, firearms were most likely present. The formidable power of the Desert Eagle he had just witnessed lingered in his thoughts. Yifeng resolved to investigate. Acquiring firearms would undoubtedly be advantageous. In the early stages of the apocalypse, guns proved far more practical than many supernatural abilities. Stockpiling weaponry carried no disadvantages whatsoever. Even if he couldn't utilize them personally, they could be distributed to others. The only uncertainty remained whether any law enforcement personnel still occupied the location. Yifeng murmured to himself in contemplation. In the midst of the apocalypse, the state of a police station could unfold in 3 possible scenarios. The first, where law enforcement retains dominance, maintaining order within its walls. The second, where criminals seize control, transforming the precinct into a den of lawlessness. The third, where the undead reign supreme, leaving no survivors within the station's confines. Each of these outcomes was equally plausible. Uncertainty lingered. Which fate would he encounter? Yifeng didn't hesitate and rushed straight to the police station. Inside the spacious lobby of the station, 4 heavily tattooed men lounged about, exhaling clouds of smoke as they engaged in idle chatter. This apocalypse couldn't have come at a better time. Damn right, this is our world now. That woman yesterday had no idea what was good for her, ended up submitting to Scarface's mighty gun in the end. Too bad we got carried away and accidentally killed her. Now we've got nothing to play with today. One of them, a man with a scarred face, burst into laughter. Don't worry, Huangsen just messaged me. He has got 3 prime catches and is on his way back. Says they're the real deal. Boss, for real? The 3 underlings perked up instantly. Scarface puffed his chest out arrogantly. Of course it's real. The apocalypse is our paradise, women for the taking. Stick with me, and you'll be living like kings. The 3 lackeys nodded eagerly, their faces oozing sycophancy. Boss, you're a legend. We'll follow you to the end, boss. After the apocalypse struck, most of the officers in this police station had turned into zombies, reducing their numbers by 80%. Chaos had erupted instantly. These criminals, temporarily detained at the station, seized the opportunity under the leadership of Scarface, Xiaowendong. They overpowered the remaining officers, seized their firearms, and took control of the precinct. As the apocalypse worsened, with zombies overrunning the streets and societal order collapsing, the criminals grew even more ruthless. They executed the captured officers without hesitation. Xiaowendong, the Scarface leader, armed his gang of 8 with the station's weapons and established their stronghold there. They split into 2 teams, taking turns to scavenge for supplies, one led by Xiaowendong himself, the other by Huang Wenlong. Any male survivors they encountered were killed on sight, while women were either deceived or forcibly dragged back to their lair for their twisted pleasures. As they chatted, the 4 outlaws returned, laden with backpacks and armed to the teeth. Boss, we're back. The leader of the group, a handsome man with dyed blonde hair, was none other than Huang Wenlong. They were escorting 3 captives, 1 man and 2 women. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, his hair disheveled, his expression that of a refined but degenerate scholar. The 2 women consisted of a stunningly beautiful, voluptuous young wife and an innocent, delicate-looking teenage girl. All 3 wore expressions of sheer terror. Their hands were bound with duct tape, their mouths sealed shut, rendering them mute. Xiao Wendong frowned slightly, displeased. I thought we agreed to kill the men. Huang Wenlong smirked lewdly. Boss, you know me. Besides, this guy is special. He is not just the wife's husband, but also the girl's older brother. With him around, the atmosphere would undoubtedly become more lively. Huang Wenlong grinned with a lewd expression, and his underlings exchanged knowing smirks. Scarface Xiao Wendong waved his hand dismissively with a hint of resignation. Do as you please, he muttered. His gaze lingered appraisingly on the 2 women before nodding in satisfaction. Get them cleaned up, they reek, he commanded. And remember, I get first pick. No one dares to cut in line. The gang burst into raucous laughter. Of course, boss. You go first. One chimed in. Another added with a crude chuckle, the boss gets the feast, we'll settle for the scraps. Amidst the crude banter, the 2 women were shoved into the bathroom, their faces etched with terror. Left behind, the bespectacled man trembled uncontrollably. Huang Wenlong loomed over him, eyes gleaming with malice. Xiao Wendong frowned slightly, his voice laced with disgust. Hurry up, and remember, we leave no loose ends. Dispose of him when you're done. Huang Wenlong smirked. Don't worry. I'll make it quick. He tore the tape from the man's mouth, then leaned in, his hands reaching with predatory intent. The handsome man recoiled in revulsion. No, get away from me. He pleaded desperately. My father is a bank president. I can give you anything. Money, whatever you want. Just let me go. Huang Wenlong scoffed. Money? Worthless now, he sneered. As the man struggled futilely, none of them noticed the pair of eyes silently observing from the shadows. It was Yi Feng. Earlier, as Yi Feng had approached the police station, he had stumbled upon the returning quartet, tattooed, armed, and spewing vulgarities, escorting 3 captives. Yi Feng immediately deduced that the prisoners had gained the upper hand inside. Subsequently, he stealthily trailed behind them, infiltrating the police station while remaining concealed in the shadows to observe. When Yi Feng clearly saw the figures in the main hall, his eyes instantly gleamed with delight. Li Shihao, I never imagined you would meet such a fate. Huh. How utterly amusing. Yi Feng recognized many faces in the crowd. In his previous life, the handsome man bound in restraints was the leader of a minor faction named Li Shihao, whose supernatural ability involved emitting toxic mist. He also possessed a strikingly beautiful wife and an adorable younger sister, both of whom were ability users. As for the scar-faced Xiao Wendong, he too was a supernatural being and a local faction leader. The yellow-haired Huang Wenlong, however, was unfamiliar to Yi Feng, likely having perished prematurely. At this realization, astonishment flooded Yi Feng's eyes. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that such a modest police station would gather so many familiar figures from his past. Yi Feng had some past grievances with both Li Shihao and Xiao Wendong. He once clashed with Li Shihao, whose supernatural poisonous mist corroded his skin, leaving permanent scars. He also suffered exploitation from Xiao Wendong's crew during a business deal, seething with silent rage. However, times have changed now. Yi Feng let out a chilling sneer. If we hadn't met, so be it. But since fate has brought us together, none shall be spared. Yi Feng observed coldly as Huang Wenlong advanced aggressively. What a spectacle of dogs biting dogs. Yi Feng watched with keen interest inside the police station. 10 minutes later, the grand spectacle came to an end. Li Shihao stood there with a vacant stare, utterly devoid of hope. Just then, the 2 women who had been bathing were escorted out. Every man in the room instantly brightened at the sight. Fresh from their baths, both women were stunning beauties. The alluring young matron exuded an air of sophistication, her fair skin and curvaceous figure unmistakably captivating. She was Li Shihao's wife, Song Yaji. Beside her stood a radiant maiden, pure in demeanor and brimming with youthful charm, her figure equally pleasing to the eye. This was Li Shihao's younger sister, Li Qingyan. Yi Feng's eyes flickered slightly. These 2 women later awakened supernatural abilities and became Li Shihao's capable assistants. In his previous life, both were objects of envy for his girlfriend Li Yuting. They lived extravagant lives, never wanting for food or drink. On more than one occasion, Li Yuting had complained that only when Yi Feng could provide her with a carefree existence like Song Yazi's would he prove himself a real man. At this thought, a faint smile curved Yi Feng's lips. He had never imagined that Li Shihao, along with his wife and sister, had endured such hardships. Truly, everyone has an unspeakable past. No wonder it was said in his former life that Li Shihao harbored deep-seated hatred for Xiao Wendong. The only question remained, how had Li Shihao managed to escape in that previous lifetime? Yi Feng's eyes flickered with a trace of bewilderment. Inside the venue, Scarface Xiao Wendong gazed covetously at Song Yaji and Li Qingyin, his throat working as he swallowed repeatedly, advancing step by step toward the two women. Truly. Both are peerless beauties. Song Yaji and Li Qingyin trembled uncontrollably, their faces pale with terror. Husband, save me. Why you stay away? Scarface Xiao Wendong leered obscenely. Go on, scream. Scream all you want. Even if you shatter your voices, no one will come to your rescue. With that, he lunged at them like a ravenous beast. Rip. The sound of tearing fabric echoed, followed by the women's desperate sobs. Meanwhile, Li Shihao, hearing his wife's cries, snapped back to reality. The sight before him ignited a fury so intense his vision nearly split. Filth. He roared. You beasts. Let go of my wife. Let go of my sister. If you have any guts, come at me instead. Huang Wenlong stepped forward, materializing before the man with a grotesque smirk. Oh, if you insist, little darling. My. You've got quite the spine. At Huang Wenlong's approach, Li Shihao recoiled in terror, his body quaking as he instinctively clamped his legs together. And no, stay back. Don't come near me. Huang Wenlong drew his pistol, leveling the barrel at Li Shihao with a theatrical sigh. You're quite refined. I rather like you. Pity my boss believes our ranks are presently closed to other men. So, I'm afraid you'll have to die. His tone was light, almost playful. Li Shihao shuddered violently, his pleas spilling forth in a frantic torrent. No, don't kill me. I can join you. Please, spare me, Huang Wenlong sneered. We've no use for spineless worms like you. As for your wife and sister, well, my boss and brothers will take excellent care of them. His finger tightened on the trigger. No, please. I can serve you too. The man babbled desperately. Huang Wenlong hesitated, casting a glance toward Scarface, only to find Xiao Wendong already preoccupied, his own intentions unmistakable. With a resentful shrug, Huang Wenlong bared his teeth in a vicious grin. Boss says no. My apologies. Li Shihao shrieked, his bowels loosening in terror as foul fluids seeped through his clothes. No. Huang Wenlong wrinkled his nose, his finger twitching toward the final pressure. Then a stone whistled through the air, piercing clean through the back of Huang Wenlong's hand. Thunk. Blood splattered as the pistol clattered to the ground. Arc. Agony lanced through Huang Wenlong's nerves, wrenching a guttural howl from his throat. Who? What the hell? Amidst this sudden upheaval, Xiao Wendong hastily scrambled off the woman, fumbling to draw his pistol in disarray. His 6 underlings mirrored his panic, hurriedly raising their firearms as they stood guard in alarm. Outside the door, Yi Feng emerged with measured steps. Only by exacting vengeance with one's own hands could true satisfaction be attained. Yi Feng's gaze swept across the scene with playful amusement. What an entertaining spectacle. Li Shihao, as if granted a new lease on life, desperately pleaded, Brother, save me. Help. Meanwhile, Song Yaji and Li Qingyin seized the chaos to retreat into the bathroom, trembling as they huddled in a corner. Huang Wenlong clutched his bleeding hand, beads of cold sweat forming from the pain, his face twisted with venomous rage. My hand. Boss, kill him. Avenge me. Scarface Xiao Wendong acted decisively. Even before Huang Wenlong's cry, he had already raised his gun and fired. No matter who you are, die? He snarled, pulling the trigger. Interrupted mid-action, his fury burned fiercely. His subordinates followed suit, raising their weapons and unleashing a barrage of bullets toward Yi Feng. Shoot. Kill him. Bang. 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 Bullets streaked through the air, aimed directly at Yi Feng's body. Xiao Wendong wore a smirk of confidence, his men mirroring expressions of impending victory. To them, Yi Feng was destined to be riddled with holes. Yet, in the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. A golden radiance enveloped Yi Feng's form. Every bullet that struck him was deflected, repelled effortlessly by the shimmering barrier. Yi Feng remained unscathed. Damn it. Impossible. How could this be? Good heavens. Is it the Golden Bell shield? The crowd was struck with panic, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Xiao Wendong was equally shaken, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Yet, among the bandits, a quick-witted one gasped in realization. My God, such supernatural abilities truly exist in this world? Only then did the others understand. It was an ability. A defensive supernatural power. Feng's body was bathed in golden light as he advanced slowly, resembling a divine warrior. The group of bandits turned deathly pale, their entire bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Boss, what do we do? He's an ability user. What kind of power is this? We're doomed. Doomed." Xiao Wendong took a deep breath, forcing a strained smile onto his face. Bowing deeply, he spoke with exaggerated deference. "My friend, I must apologize. My tone earlier was far too loud, far too impulsive. Please forgive." Before the scar-faced man could finish, Feng interrupted sharply. "You enjoyed shooting at me earlier, didn't you? Now it's my turn." As Feng's voice fell, with a mere thought, a desert eagle materialized in his grasp. Witnessing this, Xiao Wendong's countenance drastically changed, instinctively raising his own firearm to shoot. Simultaneously, Feng decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets streaked through the air. The bullet aimed at Feng was deflected by a shimmering golden aura shielding his body. Meanwhile, the bullet meant for Xiao Wendong struck true, piercing his forehead with a sickening thud. Blood splattered. Xiao Wendong's eyes widened in shock, his skull violently breached. As his body slowly crumpled to the ground, his demise was anything but peaceful. In his final moments, only one thought echoed in his mind. This guy's cheating. With Xiao Wendong dead, chaos erupted within the police station. Dear God! Holy heavens! The boss is done for. The remaining 6 thugs, witnessing this horror, immediately scattered in panic. It wasn't cowardice, it was sheer helplessness. Their enemy felled them with a single shot each. Yet when they fired back, their bullets merely bounced off his impenetrable golden shield. How the hell do you fight that? He's hacking. Impossible to win. Run. Just run. Feng gazed upon the scattered and defeated bandits, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Transforming into a divine marksman in an instant, he pulled the trigger in rapid succession. A relentless barrage of bullets erupted from his weapon. Bang, 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 bang. Each shot found its mark with unerring precision, striking down the outlaws with lethal headshots. One by one, the 6 bandits crumpled to the ground, lifeless. My marksmanship is truly unparalleled. Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Empowered by the marksmanship scroll, he had utterly transformed into a divine archer. Ah yes, there remained one more yet to be eliminated. Feng turned around, then froze momentarily. Before him stood Huang Wenlong, his face ashen pale, pressing a dagger against Li Shihao's throat with his uninjured hand. With a desperate ferocity that belied his fear, he shrieked, "You came to save him, didn't you? Look carefully, this pretty boy is in my grasp now." Cowering behind Li Shihao's trembling form, Huang Wenlong gritted his teeth against the searing pain, his voice hoarse with threat. "Let me go? Now, don't you see I have a hostage? Shoot, and I'll slit his throat." Meanwhile, Li Shihao, his face contorted with terror, whimpered pitifully, "Brother, please don't shoot. Save me, quick." Feng, "What's going on? Save him." Feng wore an expression of amused incredulity. Feng's heart brimmed with a cascade of question marks. Upon comprehension, he nearly burst into laughter. Huang Wenlong actually believed he had come to rescue Li Shihao? How utterly preposterous. Feng reclined leisurely in his chair, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he spoke languidly. "Little blondie, I believe you've misunderstood something. I merely happened to be passing by, acquiring some weapons. Saving him earlier was simply an itch in my hands, wanting to see how the subsequent events would unfold. After all, I'm rather perplexed about how he managed to survive and awaken his supernatural abilities." Huang Wenlong couldn't comprehend Feng's words, his face twisting further into disbelief as he continued shouting loudly. "Damn you, stop lying to me. Right now, immediately, put down that gun. If you dare take one step closer, he dies." Feng's lips curled upwards, nearly breaking into laughter as he idly toyed with the desert eagle in his hand. Haha. He deliberately refused to lower the weapon, simply playing with it, occasionally pointing the muzzle directly at Huang Wenlong. Each time, it sent Huang Wenlong and Li Shihao's hearts pounding with terror, and as Huang Wenlong's dread grew ever deeper, Feng suddenly caught sight of a plume of ink-black smoke emerging between Li Shihao's fingers. Huang Wenlong, oblivious to the impending danger, continued shouting boisterously. In the next instant, a furious roar erupted. "Perish!" With a swift pivot, Li Shihao pressed his palm, wreathed in billowing dark fumes, directly onto Huang Wenlong's face. Sizzle, sizzle, the noxious black smoke rapidly corroded Huang Wenlong's visage. "No, no, ah!" A harrowing scream tore from Huang Wenlong's throat before silence abruptly claimed him. Mere seconds later, The venomous fumes invaded his heart, extinguishing his life. This is it, the toxic smoke ability. Memories of his past life surged forth, how those very fumes had seared his flesh, leaving behind scars that would never fade. A glint of murderous intent flickered through Yu Feng's eyes. After eliminating Huang Wolong, the Shurhao stared blankly at his own palm. Did I do this? I've become an awakened, a rare tier ability. Overwhelmed with exhilaration and arrogance, Li Shurhao's face twisted with manic excitement. This is incredible. I'm an awakened now. Ha ha ha, with this power, Li Shurhao, will soar to unimaginable heights. Yu Feng nodded with an amused expression. Awakened in ability? And a rare tier 1 at that? Congratulations. Li Shurhao gradually calmed down, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes as he looked at Yu Feng before forcing a smile. Benefactor, you are my savior. May I ask your honorable name? I will surely repay this debt. Yu Feng smiled and inquired, Li Shurhao, having survived such peril and awakened to extraordinary abilities, you must be in high spirits, no? Li Shurhao instinctively nodded, his face brimming with joy. Of course. I'm absolutely exhilarated, haha. He couldn't suppress another burst of laughter. Boom. In an instant, a streak of ashen lightning descended, striking Li Shurhao squarely upon the crown of his head. Ah! A piercing scream tore from his lips as his laughter froze in place. Yu Feng smiled faintly. You rejoiced too soon. Li Shurhao's eyes were filled with utter bewilderment. He could not comprehend what had just transpired. A gentle breeze swept past. Rustle. In an instant, his body disintegrated into fragments. Li Shurhao dead. A single thunderstrike, and the matter was resolved. Yu Feng smiled with satisfaction. Li Shurhao's final performance also resolved Yu Feng's lingering doubts. In his previous life, Li Shurhao must have similarly experienced an 11th hour breakthrough, awakening his toxic mist ability to counterattack the blonde-haired villain while rescuing both his wife and younger sister against all odds. Having exacted his vengeance, Yu Feng felt exceptionally pleased. Surveying the surroundings, he confirmed all adversaries had been utterly eradicated. Yu Feng collected the pistols from the ground one by one into his storage space. After cleaning up the battlefield, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. In the early days of the apocalypse, handguns remained rather decent weapons. Just then, a delicate and timid feminine voice suddenly reached his ears. Excuse me, are you a rescue operative? Yu Feng raised his gaze to behold two women emerging cautiously from the bathroom, one a young matron, the other a maiden. Both were in disheveled attire, with vast expanses of alabaster skin exposed to view. As their eyes fell upon the shattered fragments upon the floor, a fleeting shadow of sorrow passed through their countenances. Yu Feng recognized the two women as Li Shurhao's wife, Song Yaji, and his younger sister, Li Qingyan. Both were stunning beauties and, in their previous lives, had been gifted with supernatural abilities. They were undoubtedly exceptional talents. Yu Feng paused briefly to sense his surroundings, yet detected no trace of malice. I am not a rescuer, nor do I intend to save you, he remarked indifferently. Without another glance, he strode deeper into the police station, leaving the two women standing bewildered amidst the carnage, their expressions blank with helplessness. Yu Feng stepped into the room and began ransacking the police station. Inside the firearms safe, there were pistols and rifles, but unfortunately, it was locked without a password. A bolt of lightning struck. The safe was instantly damaged, emitting a sizzling smoke. With a sweeping glance, Yu Feng swiftly stowed away the pistols and rifles into his spatial inventory. Without pause, he continued his thorough looting. 3 crates of ammunition, excellent, taken. Brand new combat uniforms and tactical vests, taken. A high-intensity flashlight and stun baton, taken as well. Yu Feng ransacked the police station methodically, seizing everything in sight without hesitation. Batons, handcuffs, combat boots, thigh holsters, bulletproof vests, riot shields, even tear gas launchers and spray canisters. Nothing escaped his grasp. Yu Feng was uncertain about the usefulness of these items, but with infinite space at his disposal, he saw no harm in collecting them all. Before long, he had thoroughly scavenged the entire police station. As he approached the entrance once more, he found 2 women waiting patiently, now dressed in their finest attire, adorned with vibrant colors. Please wait, they called out. Yu Feng cast a casual glance at the 2 women. A glint of amusement flickered in Yu Feng's eyes. Sir, we implore you to take us with you. If left here alone, we will surely perish. The 2 women's eyes were rimmed with red, their delicate expressions tinged with a hint of coquetry, as though they had resolved themselves to something unspoken. Yu Feng felt a touch of melancholy, sighing inwardly. 2 beauties, both destined to become superhumans in the future, What a pity. A trace of regret flickered across Yi Feng's lips as he spoke. What a pity for you both. Upon hearing these words, the two women were momentarily stunned, their expressions blank with confusion. Li Qingyan lowered her gaze, uncertain of how to respond. Song Yaji, forcing a faint smile, cautiously inquired, Sir. What do you mean? You saved us. Yi Feng interrupted the two women's conversation. Seeking vengeance for Li Shihao? At these words, their expressions instantly darkened. What? Yi Feng waved his hand indifferently and said with an icy demeanor, enough. The distinction between right and wrong holds no significance. Yi Feng flicked his wrist with a swift motion. Boom. Two streaks of ashen lightning descended with thunderous force. No. The two women's faces froze in an instant, their expressions twisting into horrified dismay. In the next heartbeat, their delicate forms disintegrated into fine dust. Yi Feng's gaze remained as tranquil as still waters. Initially, he harbored no intention to harm the two women. However, after thoroughly looting the police station and preparing to depart, he unexpectedly detected substantial malice emanating from them. At first, his malice perception had not been triggered, perhaps because they had not witnessed Li Shihao's death firsthand or had not yet processed the event. But later, they must have deduced that it was he who had slain Li Shihao, and thus, hatred took root. Their hostility burned crimson, clear vengeance in their hearts. How could he possibly allow them to remain? Yi Feng smiled faintly and turned to depart. In this apocalyptic era, only those with ruthless determination could endure till the very end. From Yi Feng's perspective, any potential threat must be eradicated without exception. No one was exempt from this ironclad rule. Yi Feng turned away without a trace of hesitation. After departing from the police station, Yi Feng headed straight for his destination without stopping. After more than an hour, he arrived at Fortune Plaza. Fortune Plaza was a comprehensive shopping center that combined leisure, entertainment, and large-scale supermarkets. Beneath it lay an exceptionally vast grocery store. When the zombie outbreak occurred, it happened to be peak hours, so the number of zombies inside the supermarket was naturally staggering. Hordes of them roamed aimlessly. Yet, Yi Feng paid no mind. He swaggered into the mall without hesitation. Make way! Make way! Everyone move aside. You there, pull your leg in. Yi Feng skillfully maneuvered through the gaps between the hordes of zombies, weaving his way with practiced ease. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. Glancing around, his eyes were met with an abundant array of goods lining the shelves, a veritable cornucopia of supplies, everything one could possibly need. Yi Feng's eyes instantly lit up with delight. This place was truly marvelous, far surpassing those convenience stores and small supermarkets he had seen before. Yi Feng first arrived at the food section of the supermarket. The supplies here were exceptionally abundant, with all kinds of grains available: rice, mung beans, flour, and corn. Yi Feng's thoughts stirred as he effortlessly stored everything into his spatial dimension, over 100,000 pounds of grain. Beyond the staple foods, the supermarket still held an abundance of meat: pork, beef, mutton, fish, shrimp, and crab. Yet, it was a pity, most of the meat in the refrigerated display cases had already spoiled. Only the cuts preserved within the deep freezers remained pristine and untouched. With another flicker of intent, he acted. Yi Feng made the meat vanish in an instant along with the freezer. Adjacent to the staple foods and meats lay the vegetable and fruit section. A vast array of produce was neatly displayed: baby bok choy, carrots, Fuji apples, pumpkin citrus, and imported bananas. Unfortunately, most of the vegetables and fruits had already spoiled and decayed. However, some remained edible, though noticeably past their prime. Yi Feng naturally would not let anything edible go to waste, swiftly storing everything that remained into his spatial inventory. Gather, 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 he murmured with focused determination. Yi Feng darted back and forth, continuously gathering supplies. The hordes of zombies surrounding him appeared perplexed, their expressions filled with bewilderment. How could objects that were just present suddenly vanish into thin air? Grr! Roar! The zombies emitted confused and agitated growls. Yi Feng paid them no heed and continued his relentless plundering. After harvesting the vegetables and fruits, he spared no dairy products either: plain yogurt, fruit-flavored yogurt, whole milk, soy milk, almond milk. In no time at all, Yi Feng had swept the entire supermarket's food section clean, storing everything within his spatial inventory. Having thoroughly emptied the supermarket's provisions, an exhilarating sense of satisfaction surged through Yi Feng's heart. Strolling leisurely through the supermarket aisles amidst the wandering zombies, he was overwhelmed with profound emotion. In his previous life, When had scavenging for supplies ever been this effortless and comfortable? Feng gazed at the vast supermarket, his fingers itching with temptation. Why not clear out everything besides food? Since I'm already here, might as well take it all. These items will surely come in handy later. Feng immediately sprang into action. Shampoo, body wash, toothpaste, toothbrush, toilet paper, tissues, wet wipes. Feng's gaze swept across the surroundings without discrimination, as he indiscriminately stored everything within his spatial domain. How exhilarating. These treasures would suffice for 10 lifetimes of his own use. Feng's heart brimmed with exhilaration, his face glowing with radiance. For no particular reason. He simply yearned to flaunt and possess. The mere act of collecting brought him profound contentment. Feng transformed into a hoarding squirrel, scurrying non-stop and scavenging relentlessly. Arriving at the supermarket's clothing section, garments, shoes, trousers, skirts, black stockings, uniforms, bedding sets, all were swiftly claimed. Feng advanced steadily, meticulously sweeping through every corner of the supermarket without overlooking any valuable section. The electronics department, smartphones, computers, tablets, televisions, sound systems, all were methodically collected. With ample storage space at his disposal, he proceeded without hesitation, gathering everything in sight. Feng also swept all these products into his personal space without hesitation. The home goods section, luxurious beds, plush sofas, elegant dining tables, refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners, emptied. The medical supplies area, cold medicine, pain relievers, anti-inflammatory drugs, thermometers, blood pressure monitors, various health and nutritional supplements, cleared out. Seasonings, hardware supplies, tobacco and alcohol, adult products. Every single section was stripped bare. Time slipped away unnoticed. Feng bustled about like a tiny hamster, gradually emptying the entire supermarket. In the hollowed-out store, a horde of zombies stared blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings, utterly bewildered. Feng felt a sense of serenity as he retrieved a sofa from his spatial storage and brewed himself a cup of coffee. Having expended considerable mental energy, this was the perfect moment for respite. Outside the window, the sky loomed ominously under a shroud of crimson mist. Inside, the space was eerily vacant, with mindless zombies wandering aimlessly. Amidst the horde of undead, Feng reclined leisurely upon the sofa, savoring the rich aroma of his coffee while contemplating his next course of action. The abundance of supplies in large supermarkets was incomparable to their smaller counterparts, truly in a league of their own. Where should he venture next? Which locations held the most resources? Another major supermarket, perhaps? Or maybe a slaughterhouse? A hospital could prove useful, or even a logistics center. So many worthwhile destinations beckoned. Feng was plunged into profound distress. After some contemplation, he decided to temporarily divert his attention by engaging in the tranquil art of angling. Feng's heart stirred, and before his eyes appeared the count of fishing bait. 8 portions remaining, allowing for 8 more attempts at angling. With this thought, Feng silently recited in his mind, "System, I wish to cast my line." The hook trembled, then plunged into the boundless darkness. Feng chose to engage in the tranquil art of angling, within the boundless void of the fishing space. His rod quivered as the hook was cast into the infinite darkness. A system notification chimed softly, announcing, "Angling in progress. For heaven's sake, spare me from the hardware supply pool this time." The system cheerfully proclaimed, "Congratulations on a successful catch. You have acquired a Banana brand Bluetooth headset, quantity 1. Feng's heart swelled with joy. Bluetooth earphones. The fishing pool has changed. At last, it's no longer that accursed hardware supplies pool. It seems the strategy of delaying and switching fishing pools has borne fruit. A resounding success. Feng was utterly astonished. It appeared that he could proceed in this manner henceforth. The system notification continued. "Congratulations, host, on your successful fishing endeavor. You have obtained 10 bundles of explosive tags. Congratulations, host, on your successful fishing endeavor. You have acquired a 100-year membership for 511 cloud storage. Congratulations, host, on your successful fishing endeavor. You have gained an auditory enhancement scroll. Explosive tags? Enhancement scrolls? Splendid." Feng's eyes grew increasingly radiant. The cloud storage membership proved utterly useless. With a fleeting glance at the explosive tag, he recognized it instantly as the very same from Naruto. Activated by chakra, its destructive force far surpassed that of a mere grenade. As for the enhancement scroll, it belonged to that classic series. System prompt, fishing in progress. Feng continued to wait with bated breath. Notification: congratulations, host, for a successful catch, obtaining 1 phantom heart goo. Notification: congratulations, host, for a successful catch, acquiring 10 1000 terabytes solid-state drives. Notification: congratulations, host, for a successful catch, securing the rare skill, psychic detection. Exhilaration surged within him. Feng's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Insect manipulation? A new ability? Soon after, the fishing session concluded. This time, the harvest was remarkably bountiful. Feng began to examine his spoils. Item: Phantom Heart Goo quality. Rare description: this is a mystical goo insect imbued with extraordinary power. When deployed upon any target, it operates in absolute silence, stealthily embedding itself within the host's body. Unless activated by its wielder, the goo remains dormant, exerting no influence over the target. However, once invoked, it seizes control of the host in an instant, rendering them utterly powerless to resist. Feng's eyes narrowed intently as he retrieved the phantom heart goo. The minuscule insect was smaller than a grain of sand, its form nearly translucent. A most excellent tool for controlling others. Feng smiled faintly, carefully storing away the illusion heart goo before turning his attention to his other gains. Skill: mental probe quality. Rare description: upon mastering this skill, one can more effectively utilize spiritual energy to perceive and analyze the surrounding environment and circumstances. Special note: be advised, excessive use of this ability may lead to severe depletion of spiritual energy. A mental type skill, and one specialized in detection, no less. Feng's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. Without hesitation, he chose to extract this particular skill. A luminous skill orb materialized in the air before him. Feng reached out and absorbed it into his body. A system prompt immediately followed. Notification: congratulations. You have acquired the rare skill, Psychic Probe. In the next instant, Feng's body trembled slightly as he instantly mastered the ability. With a mere thought, a web woven from psychic energy expanded outward from him in all directions, revealing every minute detail of his surroundings with astonishing clarity. An excellent skill, yet it seemed to consume mental energy. Feng pondered silently. The effective range limit was 20 meters. The drawback was that it required active activation, and both initiating and sustaining it consumed a considerable amount of mental energy. However, with my currently enhanced mental capacity, maintaining it for approximately 5 minutes shouldn't pose much difficulty. Feng withdrew his probing senses, thoroughly satisfied. By the way, he had also acquired a new scroll. Feng's thoughts stirred as he retrieved the scroll. Item: Auditory Enhancement Scroll Rarity. Rare description: upon utilizing this scroll, one's hearing shall be elevated to a perceptibly heightened degree. Belonging to the same distinguished series as the Strength Augmentation Scroll and Visual Acuity Scroll. This particular artifact bestows the gift of enhanced auditory perception. Feng smiled faintly. Enhancing one's hearing ability is indeed quite beneficial. Feng's thoughts stirred as he retrieved the scroll. With a swift motion, a palm-sized parchment materialized in his grasp. Feng's heart stirred, and without hesitation, he tore open the scroll. In the next instant, the parchment transformed into a stream of azure radiance that flowed directly into both his ears. Feng felt a soothing coolness continuously transmitting to his ears. Before long, his enhancement was complete. Every sound around Feng was distinctly discernible, his own measured breaths, the rhythmic cadence of his heartbeat, even the distant shuffling footsteps, aimless wanderings, and guttural growls of the undead outside his window. Each auditory detail resonated with crystalline clarity. The hushed murmurs of surviving souls also drifted faintly into Feng's keen ears. Feng could also deactivate this state, filtering out the sounds he wished not to hear. Feng was overjoyed. Enhanced hearing, what bliss! This fishing expedition had yielded bountiful rewards. Not only had he acquired the psychic detection ability, but also the auditory enhancement scroll. And let's not forget the explosive tags. Feng cast another glance at the explosive tag. Item: Explosive Tag Rarity. Rare description: originating from the world of Naruto. This explosive tag unleashes a formidable blast of scorching flames upon activation. Its destructive power, nothing short of extraordinary. A bundle of 20 such tags lay before him. Feng transferred it into the storage space. It could serve as a makeshift grenade. Feng felt a surge of delight in his heart as he took another sip of coffee. Where should he go next? Ah yes, large supermarkets must have storage warehouses. Typically, goods in supermarkets are displayed for sale, but according to Feng's memories from his past life, the back-end warehouses must contain abundant supplies. He had just heard the voices of survivors. Feng pondered for a moment. With zombies roaming the supermarket, if there truly were survivors, taking refuge in the warehouse would indeed be an excellent choice. Feng stored the coffee and other items back into his spatial dimension, immediately activating his newly acquired ability, psychic detection. A surge of mental energy unfurled like countless silken threads, continuously expanding in all directions. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. Within a 20-meter radius around Feng, even the finest details were vividly discernible. Subsequently, Feng activated his spiritual detection and began advancing toward the direction where he had previously heard the voices of survivors. Here, not here. At that very moment, Feng's eyes brightened. Found it. Feng turned a corner and sprinted toward the warehouse area he had located. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the storage zone. The massive gate stood firmly locked, with piles of debris barricading it from within. There were indeed survivors here. Feng pricked up his ears, listening intently. From the depths of the warehouse, murmurs of conversation drifted forth. Sister May, how is my technique? Not bad. Keep working at it. Feng's hearing had been enhanced far beyond the perception of ordinary individuals. Feng focused his mind and released his spiritual energy to investigate. Soon after, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Inside the warehouse, in an open space, sat a strikingly beautiful woman with an air of mature elegance. Resting with her eyes closed, clad in form-fitting black attire, her figure was voluptuous and alluring, with a slender waist that accentuated her curves. Behind her, a short-haired girl was gently massaging her shoulders. Others moved about the area, all appearing in good spirits. This scene was entirely unexpected for Feng. He had envisioned various scenarios for this survivor settlement, perhaps harmonious coexistence, a rigid hierarchy, or even male superhumans ruling with dominance. Yet, it had never occurred to him that a woman would hold the reins of leadership here, living in such comfort, amidst the blood-red mist and the apocalypse. Though men held physical advantages over women, the emergence of supernatural abilities had shifted the balance. If a woman awakened a formidable power, she could easily rival, or surpass, any man. Coupled with the warehouse's abundant resources, it made perfect sense that life here could be so prosperous. Feng did not act immediately, but observed the scene before him with keen interest through his spiritual perception. The woman possessed an alluring and captivating beauty. Her curves accentuated perfectly by the form-fitting black attire and thigh-high boots. Ample where it mattered, slender where it should be. Feng silently praised in admiration. Truly formidable. He continued to extend his spiritual energy without pause, and soon made a new discovery. The supply warehouse. It was indeed here. Feng pondered for a moment. The warehouse was abundantly stocked with supplies, and he simply couldn't pass up such an opportunity. Withdrawing his mental energy, he raised his blade and struck at the door lock. With a few crisp clangs, the lock was effortlessly severed by Feng's strikes. Feng exerted a forceful push. Naturally, the clutter at the entrance couldn't obstruct him. The grand door was gradually swung open by Feng. Feng strode into the warehouse, making his way directly toward the supplies. There stood two large storage facilities, one primarily housing frozen goods, while the other contained ordinary merchandise. The commotion caused by Feng pounding on the door startled everyone inside the warehouse. The survivors hastily emerged, clutching makeshift weapons. The two groups met in the corridor. Leading the survivors was the alluring woman Feng had observed earlier, seductive, curvaceous, and strikingly beautiful. Her brow furrowed as she studied Feng with wary suspicion, remaining silent for a moment. "Who are you?" A petite girl with short hair stepped forward, her voice sharp with apprehension. "What do you want here?" Feng cast a glance at the short-haired girl, the very one who had been massaging the woman's shoulders earlier. Petite in stature, yet generously endowed. Feng couldn't resist stealing another glance. Indeed, her delicate features were quite charming. "What are you staring at?" snapped the short-haired girl with a fierce expression. Yet her childish voice made the threat utterly unconvincing. Feng let out a light chuckle and calmly stated, "Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that I intend to claim all the supplies here." His audacious words left the crowd in stunned silence. Some were still struggling to comprehend his meaning, while those who grasped his intentions were astounded by his sheer arrogance. At that moment, a handsome man named Zhao Dongming in the crowd thought to himself, "This is my chance to shine." Stepping forward with a mocking sneer, he scoffed, "Huh? You think you can take everything? How preposterous. Let me enlighten you. Our sister May is a formidable awakened one." The others quickly rallied, voices rising in protest. "All of it? You must be joking." If you take the supplies, how are we supposed to survive? Who the hell do you think you are? The clamor of indignation swelled as they clamored in outrage. Yi Feng's expression turned slightly cold, his heart murmuring. These people are utterly vexing. It seems necessary to teach them a lesson. Just as Yi Feng was about to take action and demonstrate his prowess, the leading enchantress suddenly spoke up with a sharp rebuke. Enough. Silence, all of you. At her command, the crowd immediately fell quiet. Then, the woman extended her hand toward Yi Feng, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Wumei, formerly the manager of this supermarket, now the leader of these people, and also an awakened one with extraordinary abilities. Yi Feng remained silent and did not step forward to shake Zhao Wumei's hand. Instead, he kept scrutinizing her from head to toe. The name Zhao Wumei sounded strangely familiar. Zhao Wumei slowly lowered her hand, unperturbed by the lack of response, and continued with a radiant smile. Handsome, someone as dashing as you must be reasonable, right? There are over 20 of us relying on this warehouse for survival. If you take all the supplies, it's no different from killing us. Given your skills to make it here, why compete with us when there are so many resources outside? Yi Feng smiled faintly and spoke unhurriedly. You possess discerning taste. Indeed. I am rather handsome, yet unfortunately, I do not abide by reason. Upon these words, a subtle undercurrent of indignation rippled through the gathered crowd. Yi Feng remained indifferent and continued. What does your life or death have to do with me? Woman, you can't expect me to make this trip for nothing with just a few words, can you? Zhao Wumei's eyes shimmered with charm as she further explained, handsome. You needn't worry about that. I certainly wouldn't let you leave empty-handed. However, there's one thing I'm quite curious about. You said you want all the supplies here. But how do you plan to take them? After all, with so many zombies outside the supermarket, trucks can't possibly get in. Surely you don't intend to seize even our little territory? With a light laugh, Zhao Wumei revealed a trace of intrigue. Yi Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm, yet resolute as he declared, on this matter, I have nothing to disclose. I shall only say this. The supplies must be taken by me, and there is no room for negotiation. Before Zhao Wumei could respond, the other survivors erupted in indignation. Young man, you are far too arrogant. Sister May, why waste words with him? There are so many of us. Let's beat him up and throw him out. The scene descended into chaos. Silence. Zhao Wumei's voice cut through the clamor like a blade, her gaze sharp and unyielding. One more word from any of you, and punishment will be swift and severe. Once again, she quelled the unrest with her authority. Then, her eyes flickered back to Yi Feng, and she covered her lips with a delicate hand, letting out a soft, amused laugh. If you wish to take the supplies, of course, that can be arranged. She studied him once more, her gaze lingering, before parting her crimson lips to deliver a startling proposition. How about this, handsome? Spend an hour with me. Within that time, you may take as much as you desire from here. What do you say? Her words hung in the air, provocative and bold. Yi Feng's lips twitched involuntarily. This time, he truly couldn't maintain his composure anymore. Damn it, what had he just heard? Could his ears be deceiving him? Yi Feng blinked repeatedly, scrutinizing the woman before him with rapt attention. Her features were exquisitely alluring. Crimson lips like flickering flames, a statuesque figure both towering and voluptuous. Most captivating of all was the intoxicating aura of mature femininity she exuded, reminiscent of a peach at the peak of ripeness, utterly mesmerizing. She was, without question, absolute perfection. Yi Feng gazed directly into Zhao Wumei's captivating eyes, momentarily speechless. Zhao Wumei met his stare with equal boldness. The surrounding crowd stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with astonishment, as if petrified. Yi Feng inquired with keen interest, Zhao Wumei, is it? Might I confirm if this aligns with my rather unconventional understanding? Indeed, precisely as you imagine, Zhao Wumei replied with a radiant smile, her charm exuding effortlessly. The onlookers were instantly struck with astonishment, their pupils dilating in sheer disbelief. Good heavens! Surely it hasn't come to this, Sister May. Exactly. How could you possibly choose this man, Sister May? I simply cannot comprehend this. Zhao Dongming, consumed by fury, bellowed in protest. I refuse to accept this. This pretty-faced man is utterly unworthy. Yi Feng watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. The situation had progressed to this point entirely beyond his expectations. What an utterly bizarre turn of events. Yi Feng's expression remained unchanged as he gazed at Zhao Wumei. Zhao Wumei's delicate face darkened, her voice icy as she rebuked, silence. Who is in charge here, you or me? At her words, the crowd fell quiet. The scene instantly stilled. Yet, Zhao Dongming alone seemed unwilling to yield, his eyes brimming with impatience. Zhao Wumei waved her hand dismissively, her tone resolute. Enough. No more words. No more persuasion. My decision is final. Then she turned, her gaze coquettish as she regarded Yi Feng. Her voice laced with playful provocation. Handsome, I've gone this far. What say you? Yi Feng's lips twitched slightly. In such a situation, no man could possibly back down. Moreover, the woman before him harbored no ill intentions. Gazing at Zhao Wumei's enchanting and delicate face, along with the breathtaking grandeur of her figure, a faint smile curled at the corners of Yi Feng's mouth. Heh, as long as you don't regret it later. An entire warehouse of supplies, handed over for free? Could such a stroke of luck truly exist in this world? Zhao Wumei narrowed her eyes, resembling a cunning little fox who had just succeeded in her scheme. The expressions of those present varied, each lost in their own thoughts. Zhao Dongming, in particular, felt as though his heart were being sliced by a blade, his gaze vacant and disoriented. Since that's the case, there's no time to waste. Let's proceed now. Handsome, right this way. With that, Zhao Wumei led the way ahead, her graceful silhouette exuding elegance and allure, captivating beyond measure. Yi Feng gazed at the departing woman, his eyes brimming with contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed across his eyes, igniting excitement within him. He had recalled Zhao Wumei's identity. In his previous life, there was a self-proclaimed fire god, one of the strongest supernatural beings in Jiangxing, and Zhao Wumei was none other than the fire god's formidable right-hand woman. Legends spoke of her as a bewitching and ruthless femme fatale, wielding legendary flames without batting an eye. With this revelation, Yi Feng strode forward resolutely, stepping into the room. Behind him, a crowd of bewildered survivors stood frozen in place. Among them, a petite girl with short hair furrowed her brows in confusion. What on earth was Sister May thinking? I don't get it, she muttered. Aside from being handsome, what is so special about that guy? Zhao Dongming, consumed by jealousy, blurted out indignantly, damn it. If I'd known Sister May had such preferences, she could have picked me. What does that guy have that I don't? The short-haired girl cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Dongming and remarked coolly, well, the difference seems rather significant. At the very least, his flair for the dramatic far surpasses yours. Zhao Dongming fell speechless. With a complicated expression, the girl murmured to herself, if Sister May went willingly when you think about it, they actually make quite the pair. It's south not our place to object. Half an hour later. Yi Feng, you've truly surprised me. Zhao Wumei, sensing the surge of supernatural energy within her, couldn't suppress a delighted smile as she leaned weakly against the headboard. Yi Feng was equally content, casting a casual glance at the woman before suddenly widening his eyes in astonishment. For he discovered, to his surprise, that Zhao Wumei's eyes were brimming with exhilaration. Yi Feng's eyes flickered with a trace of suspicion. Something seemed amiss. Her expression gave him the distinct impression that she was the one who had suffered a loss. A brief activation of his malevolence detection revealed no triggered alarms. Yi Feng conducted a thorough self-examination yet found no abnormalities within his physique. On the contrary, his current condition was remarkably optimal, his spirit refreshed, and his mind extraordinarily serene. Yi Feng was slightly puzzled. At that very moment, the system notification chimed. Notification, event triggered. Notification, reward, 20 additional fish baits. Yi Feng was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. What a benevolent system, delivering yet another wave of warmth. Yi Feng's face lit up with exhilaration. Effortlessly obtaining 20 portions of bait was simply splendid. Moreover, he was on the verge of reaping an entire warehouse's worth of supplies. What an absolutely magnificent windfall. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yi Feng's lips. Turning around, he beheld Zhao Wumei's radiant countenance, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration, appearing tenfold more delighted than he. Yi Feng's smile froze instantly. A wave of bewilderment surged within him once more. Something was amiss. What on earth was happening? This woman seemed even more delighted than he was. There must be something wrong. Yi Feng couldn't comprehend, so he straightforwardly inquired, your joy seems rather peculiar. Tell me the reason? Zhao Wumei pursed her lips in a smile and softly uttered, you're so formidable. Yi Feng sensed that what she was referring to at this moment was not about the combat prowess on his bed. Stop beating around the bush. Yi Feng's expression darkened with displeasure. Noticing Yi Feng's rising irritation, Zhao Wumei cooed with a silvery laugh. Don't be angry, I'll tell you. Yi Feng remained silent, awaiting her explanation. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wumei countered with a question. Yi Feng, what kind of supernatural ability do you possess? Yi Feng grew somewhat impatient. Stop speaking in riddles. How is this relevant to the question I posed? He remarked coolly. It is relevant. Zhao Wumei nodded emphatically. If you don't speak up, I won't tell you either. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next instant, his right hand shot out like lightning, seizing Zhao Mimi's snow-white neck. Do you think I won't kill a woman? Yi Feng's eyes turned icy cold, a murderous aura abruptly surging forth. Zhao Mimi found herself completely unable to breathe, her pupils dilated with sheer terror. She was overwhelmed by the chilling realization that the man before her would truly take her life, an absolute, bone-chilling dread that froze her very soul like plunging into an abyss of ice. Yi Feng gradually intensified his grip. Zhao Wumei struggled desperately, yet his hand remained as immovable as an iron vice. Spare me, she gasped. Moments later, Zhao Wumei was rendered completely speechless, her face flushed crimson. Yi Feng released his grip, tossing her onto the bed. With measured restraint, he uttered a single word, speak. Yi Feng had no intention of killing her. However, Zhao Mimi's arrogance had simply crossed the line. She merely needed to be taught a modest lesson. Without proper discipline, who knows what audacity she might display in the future? Zhao Mimi gasped heavily, her alabaster chest rising and falling uncontrollably. After a moment of recovery, she gradually rose to a seated position, a flicker of exhilaration glinting deep within her eyes. You're so domineering, Yi Feng, she murmured. Yi Feng silently observed, noticing that Zhao Wumei harbored not a trace of malice toward him, which filled his heart with quiet astonishment. Zhao Wumei patted her chest and cooed in a charming tone. I truly thought I was about to meet my end just now. Yi Feng's expression remained impassive, no nonsense. Yet inwardly, he was barely holding it together. This woman, did she truly have no fear of death? His earlier warning seemed to have made no impression on her whatsoever. Zhao Mimi gazed at him with a resentful pout. Fine, I'll speak. My ability is unique. Exceptionally unique. I'll be honest, you mustn't get angry, and you absolutely must not strangle me. Yi Feng nodded gently. I bear no resentment. Zhao Wumei's face blossomed into a radiant smile, luminous and captivating. The ability I awakened is called attachment, ungraded. As it turned out, Zhao Wumei was unlike other ability users. The power she awakened was an exceptionally unique, ungraded ability, attachment. From the moment of its awakening, the attachment ability endowed Zhao Wumei with innate allure and a comprehensive enhancement of her physical attributes. This granted her a significant surge in strength. Yet, this was not the true essence of the attachment ability. Upon awakening, it bestowed upon her a once-in-a-lifetime, limited skill conception. After her first intimate encounter, it would automatically absorb a trace of her partner's ability essence. Once assimilated, the attachment ability would undergo metamorphosis, evolving into the very ability possessed by the partner, though its grade would diminish by one tier. If the partner wielded a legendary grade ability, it would conceive an epic grade ability. If the partner possessed a mythic grade ability, it would manifest as legendary, and so forth. With exhilaration gleaming in her eyes, Zhao Wumei exclaimed, "The moment I met you, I could tell at a glance. You were a formidable ability user, but I never imagined the sheer magnitude of surprises you would bring me. What is your ability? And what is its grade?" In truth, from the instant Zhao Wumei laid eyes on Yi Feng, her ability had been incessantly signaling that an encounter with him would yield extraordinary benefits. Zhao Wumei had been married, a wife. Yet her husband had long since turned into one of the undead. However, upon awakening the attachment ability, her body underwent an automatic reconstruction, restoring her to pristine purity. Precisely because of this, the first man she chose would be of paramount importance. It would profoundly influence the trajectory of her strength. She had originally intended to reserve this choice for the future, waiting to see which powerful male ability user might catch her eye. Yet, in the blink of an eye, fortune smiled upon her. She encountered Yi Feng, formidable and strikingly handsome. Without hesitation, Zhao Wumei embarked on a high-stakes gamble. The outcome? She won, reaping bountiful rewards beyond measure. Her ability whispered to her. It was now evolving into a legendary grade ability. Absurd. Even downgraded by a tier, it remained legendary. With the internet still functional and ability users not uncommon, fragments of information regarding abilities had surfaced online. Thus, the classification of abilities into 4 tiers, common, rare, epic, and legendary, had already been established. The known hierarchy placed common as the lowest and legendary as the highest. Hence, Zhao Wumei could scarcely fathom that even after a downgrade, her ability still ranked as legendary. In other words, Yi Feng's supernatural ability level transcends the legendary realm. What kind of power lies beyond the legendary? No one knows. After listening to Zhao Mimi's introduction, Yi Feng felt a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Supernatural abilities, such extraordinary phenomena, actually existed in this world. Truly, the universe was vast and filled with marvels beyond imagination. The world was becoming increasingly fantastical. His past self had been far too weak and ignorant to even hear of such things. This woman had indeed stumbled upon an incredible bargain. He was, without question, her most optimal solution. The Primordial Chaos Divine Thunder, a mythical tier ability, stood unrivaled in both potential and power, reigning supreme in this world. Yi Feng surmised that Zhao Meiwu would awaken a legendary thunder-related ability. From this perspective, it seemed that Zhao Meiwu's interaction with him had actually put him at a disadvantage. Damn it, he had initially thought he was the one gaining the upper hand. But in the end, she was the one who reaped the greater reward. Yi Feng's expression darkened with displeasure. Did you perhaps plunder something from me? His gaze carried a trace of suspicion. No, I didn't. Zhao Wumei hurriedly explained, her voice laced with urgency. The benefits I've gained won't cause you any trouble. She feared that Yi Feng might reprimand her again. The magnitude of the advantages she had obtained was far too immense. She understood that all too well. Thus, the man before her was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Yi Feng's lips twitched in exasperation. Very well. Zhao Wumei's actions indeed hadn't triggered his malevolence detection. However, this ability wasn't without its flaws. If someone's behavior could potentially harm him while remaining utterly oblivious to the consequences, harboring no ill intent whatsoever, then naturally it wouldn't activate his detection. Take Zhao Wumei's incident as an example. Had her actions been detrimental to Yi Feng while she remained completely unaware, his malevolence perception would have remained dormant. One must tread carefully in this treacherous world. Yi Feng meticulously examined everything once more. The condition was normal, with no issues detected. He exhaled slightly in relief. So, do you now comprehend the nature of my supernatural ability? Yi Feng's heart stirred as he inquired softly. I'm still unaware. All I know is that my ability is of the legendary tier. Zhao Mimi shook her head slowly. Your power is far too formidable. I estimate it will require another hour before the transformation completes. Only then shall I discover the nature of my own ability. Why don't you tell me about yours instead? Yi Feng shook his head with a faint smile. Preserve some anticipation. You shall understand in due time. Yi Feng gazed at Zhao Mimi's alluring figure with appreciative eyes. Though Zhao Mimi's curvaceous derriere was more pronounced than average, it still paled slightly in comparison to Lin Xiaoxiao's. However, each possesses their own unique charm. Zhao Mimi's captivating grace was something Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't yet rival. Of course, Lin Xiaoxiao still had room for further development. With a coquettish laugh, Zhao Mimi turned over, showcasing her exquisite silhouette to full effect. You seem somewhat displeased, Zhao Mimi murmured, her eyes glimmering with seductive allure. Yi Feng said fiercely, you've gained a tremendous advantage. This is utterly excessive. Zhao Wumei's delicate face flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes already misty with emotion. Half an hour later, Zhao Wumei's eyes narrowed slightly, her voice weak and breathless. I truly didn't mean to deceive you. Yi Feng smiled triumphantly, his mood exceptionally buoyant. Suddenly, Zhao Wumei stepped forward, encircling his waist with her delicate hands in a tender embrace. My dear adversary, she murmured, why not stay and keep me company? From now on, I shall follow only you. Let us soar together like paired lovebirds, shall we? Yi Feng was momentarily stunned before resolutely pushing her away. What kind of joke is this? To abandon an entire forest for the sake of a single flower? Yi Feng let out a dry chuckle and decisively declined. What? Trying to get something for nothing? Don't want to provide the supplies anymore? We agreed it would only be a fleeting encounter. Zhao Wumei bit her rosy lips lightly, visibly disappointed. You truly are a man with a heart of stone. Yi Feng, observing Zhao Wumei's posture, thoughtfully stroked his chin and ventured tentatively, however. If you choose to come with me, I might actually consider it. Undoubtedly, Zhao Wumei was an exquisite and alluring beauty. Come with you? Her captivating eyes brightened with curiosity as she pressed further. Do you have other women? Yi Feng nodded slightly in tacit agreement. Zhao Wumei's expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. After a moment's contemplation, she shot him a disdainful glance. Forget it, she said. You clearly have a roving eye. I refuse to debase myself by sharing you with other women like some concubine. Hearing this, Yi Feng felt a twinge of regret. Yet considering Zhao Wumei's extraordinary abilities, She was destined to carve her own path in the world. She had no need to cling to him. You must visit me when you have time, she added, her lips curving into a knowing smile. After all, a woman has her needs. Yi Feng was rendered speechless. If you dare to cuckold me, I shall end your life. Yi Feng's expression remained composed, yet his tone brooked no argument. Zhao Wumei's heart skipped a beat as realization dawned, her face instantly painted with wounded indignation. Yi Feng, what manner of person do you take me for? I've always maintained my virtue with utmost purity. How dare you insult my integrity so lightly? Yi Feng smiled and said, very well, I trust you. Though he spoke these words, Yi Feng lowered his gaze, his index finger twitching imperceptibly. A colorless streak of light silently merged into Zhao Mimi's body, the phantom heart goo. This insidious parasite would lie dormant within its host, only to seize complete control upon activation. An additional safeguard, ensuring absolute certainty. Should Zhao Mimi ever harbor treacherous thoughts, her fate could be sealed with but a single thought, captured or slain. Unaware of the invisible shackles now binding her, Zhao Mimi continued to wear an expression of aggrieved innocence. Yi Feng smiled gently and reassured her, all right. I have complete faith in you. Well, I must go gather supplies now. As he spoke, Yi Feng began dressing. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Mimi sidled up to him, pressing close incessantly. Darling, are you upset with me? She cooed. After all we've shared, how could you be so heartless as to take my belongings? What's mine is yours, isn't it? Yi Feng smiled faintly. Let's not conflate separate matters. Moreover, with just over 20 people here, you can't possibly finish all these provisions anyway. Since you've reaped substantial benefits yet refused to follow him, then we must collect some alternative compensation. Yi Feng adjusted his attire with composed elegance, effortlessly disentangling himself from the clinging Zhao Mimi before resolutely striding toward the warehouse. My dearest adversary, do wait for me. Zhao Mimi fumbled in flustered haste as she scrambled to fasten her garments. Yi Feng exited the chamber and proceeded towards the refrigeration unit. At this moment, the power system remained operational. Yi Feng extended his spiritual perception. His psychic energy unfurled like delicate threads, revealing vast quantities of supplies within his mental vision. A grand supermarket stood before him, accompanied by an equally massive refrigerated warehouse. Such storage facilities typically preserve perishable goods requiring low temperatures. This particular cold storage unit proved no exception to that rule. Yi Feng's gaze swept across the scene, revealing an astonishing array of frozen delicacies, glutinous rice dumplings, wontons, dumplings, wonton wrappers, assorted dim sum, and an extensive selection of frozen vegetables. The inventory further boasted copious quantities of frozen pork, chicken, beef, lamb, and various aquatic products. The sheer volume was staggering, surpassing even the abundance displayed on the exterior shelves. Moreover, the refrigerated periphery of the warehouse housed a bountiful collection of fresh vegetables and fruits, their pristine condition a testament to their quality. Yi Feng moved swiftly, leaving behind a trail where frozen meat vanished in an instant. With a series of rapid motions, vast quantities of supplies disappeared into thin air, only to reappear within the confines of his storage space. Yi Feng continued gathering supplies. Zhao Wumei arrived in a flurry, accompanied by other survivors from the area. As they stepped inside, their eyes were met with the surreal sight of vast quantities of materials vanishing into thin air. The group froze in collective shock, as if witnessing something supernatural, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and bewilderment. Good heavens, what in the world is happening? Gone. The beef, the lamb, all of it disappeared. Stunned into silence, they stood rooted to the spot, utterly at a loss. Zhao Wumei suddenly understood, her voice trembling with realization. Yi Feng, you possess spatial abilities? Yi Feng's expression remained impassive as he continued collecting. The crowd suddenly comprehended. My God, damn, such an ability exists in this world. Soon, someone snapped back to reality. Sister May, if this continues, he'll empty this place. Without supplies, how will we survive? The crowd grew visibly anxious. Yet, Zhao Wumei was torn between astonishment and exhilaration. All of you, out, she commanded. Reluctantly, the subordinates withdrew from the freezer. Once they had left, Zhao Wumei stepped forward, her face alight with excitement. Yi Feng, is it possible that I might awaken spatial abilities as well? Yi Feng said indifferently, it's not spatial ability. His hands continued moving as he kept collecting. Ah, Zhao Wumei was dumbfounded. Not. Then what is it? Yi Feng ignored her. You'll find out soon enough. Zhao Wumei's face twisted with unwillingness, yet there was nothing she could do. Watching Yifeng relentlessly gather supplies, her heart ached with distress. Her pearly teeth lightly pressed against her lower lip as she pleaded in a soft, imploring voice. Brother Yifeng, please, stop this divine feat. I admit, I underestimated you. Could you spare me a sliver of mercy? Yifeng cast a glance at Zhao Mimi. Her eyes were glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Having left in haste, strands of her hair were disheveled and her garments slightly askew, revealing generous glimpses of her fair, porcelain skin. A picture of vulnerability and distress. Yifeng remained unmoved and spoke indifferently. As per our agreement, I shall take what is rightfully mine. As he spoke, Yifeng stored crate after crate of frozen seafood into his spatial inventory. Watching her supplies dwindle before her eyes, Zhao Wumei grew increasingly frantic. She rushed forward and clung to Yifeng's arm. It was my fault. Please, brother, spare me this once. I beg of you. Zhao Wumei continued to plead desperately. Yifeng continued his movements without pause. Seeing the man remain unmoved, Zhao Wumei grew desperate and began to weep. A single tear streamed down from her eyes. How could you be like this? She sobbed. You're bullying me. Yifeng was somewhat speechless. How did she start shedding those little pearls? Though he knew full well she was merely acting, Yifeng still felt a trace of softness in his heart. All right, I'll leave some for you. How about this? I'll leave 30% of the supplies from both the cold storage warehouse and the adjacent food storage facility. Yifeng made a suggestion. Oh, so you're aware of the adjacent warehouse as well? Zhao Wumei was momentarily taken aback before hastily responding. 30% is too little. How about 50? 20? Yifeng countered. No, 30% it is. Zhao Wumei quickly forced a smile. 30% is more than enough for you. Even just 30% of these stored supplies would suffice to feed over 20 people for 100 years. Originally, according to Yifeng's plan, it would have been normal to completely empty the place. As for the survival of others, what concern was that of his? However, he couldn't proceed that way now. After all, he and Zhao Wumei had shared an intimate bond. Truthfully, the main reason was that he felt somewhat displeased at having been outmaneuvered by Zhao Wumei. Otherwise, there were plenty of other locations in Jiangcheng with ample supplies. Yifeng could simply have chosen another place to plunder. Thank you, brother Feng. Zhao Wumei exhaled in relief, patting her chest in a gesture that sent a delicate tremor through her form. Yifeng continuously activated his abilities, gathering supplies. Apples, bananas, strawberries, watermelons, and cherries. These fruits remained relatively fresh under low-temperature refrigeration. However, once the power outage arrived in the future, they would all inevitably rot. Storing them within Yifeng's spatial dimension, on the other hand, would preserve them indefinitely. Thus, it was that Yifeng was particularly ruthless or greedy. After all, leaving most of these supplies for Zhao Mimi would be meaningless. They would only decay and go to waste. Placing them within his spatial storage was, in truth, the optimal choice. For now, he would simply safeguard them on her behalf. Returning them to Zhao Mimi at a later time would be just as well. Yifeng continued to collect. Zhao Mimi stood beside him, her eyes darting about with an inscrutable expression, her thoughts unfathomable. Yifeng casually inquired, I sense that even without relying on my abilities, your powers are quite formidable. As long as you're cautious, those zombies outside shouldn't pose much of a threat to you, should they? Zhao Wumei smiled faintly, her lips curving slightly. Naturally, after my abilities awakened, not only did I gain innate charm, but my strength, speed, and other attributes also improved significantly. As long as I'm not overwhelmed by a horde of zombies, ordinary ones are nothing to me. But among the zombies, there exists a mutated variant far stronger than the common ones. There's one here. I couldn't defeat it. Yifeng was startled upon hearing this, his brows furrowing deeply. Mutated zombies? There are mutated zombies here? Explain in detail. Yifeng had traversed quite a distance without encountering any mutated zombies. Zhao Wumei continued. Within this supermarket resides a mutated zombie. One of the strength-enhanced variety. However, it remains dormant most of the time, only emerging to roam during the night. Its presence makes me hesitant to venture outside recklessly. Yifeng nodded and continued. Mei Wu, once your supernatural abilities awaken, you'll be able to deal with him. Really? Zhao Mei Wu's face lit up with excitement. Her mind raced with speculation. What exactly were Yifeng's supernatural powers, and how formidable were they? After a brief pause, Yifeng left behind 30% of the supplies before halting his actions. Turning away, he departed straight for another warehouse to continue gathering provisions. The goods stored within this warehouse were quite similar to those on the outer shelves, yet here they were all packed in boxes, predominantly fast-moving consumer goods. Instant noodles, iced tea, coffee, pure milk, yogurt, rice, cooking oil, fruit juice with pulp, and cola were stacked in towering piles, resembling a mountain range. Yifeng stored everything into his spatial inventory. Zhao Wumei accompanied him the entire way, her heart bleeding internally while forcing a smile. After a while, Zhao Wumei could no longer bear to watch. Yifeng, I trust you, but you must leave me 30%. With those words, she hastily departed. In the warehouse hall, the crowd sat in restless unease. Where did this man even come from? Someone muttered in confusion. Aside from his spatial ability, he doesn't seem extraordinary. Why is Sister Mei so wary of him? I wonder how their discussion went. Zhao Dongming, his face twisted with resentment, gritted his teeth. I don't understand. Sister Mei is so powerful. Why wouldn't she dare to challenge him? What if he is just a pretty facade, all show and no substance? The short-haired girl, Su Xiaoxiao, Zhao Wumei's assistant, immediately retorted, Humph. I believe Sister Mei has her reasons. Ever since learning that Yifeng was a spatial ability user, her impression of him had shifted dramatically. That man, Yifeng, must possess something extraordinary, she continued. After all, he wields spatial manipulation. As the group debated, Zhao Wumei reappeared. Eyes lighting up, they hurried to greet her. Sister Mei, what happened? What did that damned spatial ability user say? Calmly, Zhao Wumei replied, 30% of the supplies. What? He is taking 30%? Might as well rob us. The handsome man bristled with indignation. No, 30% is ours, Zhao Wumei clarified. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. How could he possibly consume so many supplies? Exactly. The greed is unbelievable. Zhao Dongming, seething, proposed, Sister Mei. He is just one man. Why don't you lead us in a fight against him? Zhao Wumei shot him a frigid glance. If you wish to die, go alone. But before you act, I'll kill you myself, to spare me the trouble. Trying to manipulate me into harming my man. You deserve death. The threat sent a shiver down Zhao Dongming's spine. Never before had Zhao Wumei been so merciless. And no, I wouldn't dare. Stammering, he bowed repeatedly, realizing the gravity of his misstep. Zhao Wumei swept her gaze across the group. This outcome is already favorable. Even 30% is more than we can exhaust. Pausing, she issued a command. Remember this. Yifeng's power is beyond measure. He is not to be provoked. Understood? Yes, understood. The crowd chorused their compliance. Then, a deafening roar shattered the air outside. Ruhar. Upon hearing the roar, the crowd's expressions instantly darkened. Damn, it's a mutated zombie. How could it emerge during daylight? The creature seemed utterly enraged. This spelled disaster. Zhao Wumei's face also paled. The supernatural abilities of Yifeng, upon whom she relied, still required time to awaken. At this moment, she lacked the confidence to confront the mutated zombie. Could this be connected to that spatial ability user? Someone whispered. Exactly. It might very well be his doing. The murmurs spread like wildfire. Zhao Wumei frowned slightly. Related to Yifeng? Regardless, if the mutated zombie attacked, she would still need to depend on him. I'll go speak with Yifeng, she resolved. No need. A clear, composed male voice interjected. Yifeng's expression remained serene as he stepped forward unhurriedly. The crowd fell silent upon his approach, their murmurs ceasing abruptly. Zhao Wumei's beautiful eyes sparkled with sudden brightness as she beamed. Yifeng, did you hear everything just now? Indeed, Yifeng responded, his gaze drifting toward a particular direction, an inscrutable gleam flashing through his eyes. Not only did I hear, but I also witnessed everything. By condensing his spiritual energy into concentrated strands, he could remarkably extend the range of his perception. Yifeng had already pinpointed the location of the mutated zombie. Zhao Wumei froze momentarily, while the others exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend his words. Wumei, is this the mutated zombie you've been worried about? Yifeng asked with a light chuckle. Exactly. Zhao Wumei nodded, her expression tense. Don't worry, Yifeng replied calmly, his voice steady. Whether this zombie awakened during the day because of me or not, I will eliminate it for you, removing this threat once and for all. Hearing this, Zhao Wumei's eyes brightened with gratitude. Yifeng, thank you. But this mutated zombie is extremely powerful. You must be careful. Thank you for your concern. He responded with a faint smile. I'll finish it in 3 minutes. No, 1 minute. His declaration left the crowd stunned. Some gazed at him with admiration, while others scoffed in disbelief. Just then, a furious roar echoed in the distance. Growl. The ground trembled slightly, stirring panic among the group. "It's gone berserk," someone cried out. "Will it come for us?" Observing the situation, Feng turned to Zhao Wumei. "I've already retrieved the supplies as promised. Once I deal with this zombie, I won't return. So this is farewell." Zhao Wumei's breath hitched. Feng, you." Before she could finish, his figure blurred, vanishing in an instant. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Did anyone see how he left? Too fast. Whispers spread like wildfire. Zhao Dongming, seizing the opportunity, stepped forward again. "Let's admit it. Feng is fast and strong. But this time, he's overestimating himself. If he can annihilate that mutated zombie in the blink of an eye, I'll run naked around the warehouse 3 times. Others nodded in agreement. Exactly. His arrogance is unbelievable. Come on, we all know how terrifying mutated zombies are. No normal person can defeat one, let alone obliterate it instantly. I wonder if the items in a spatial ability user's inventory drop when they die." Amid the murmurs, the short-haired girl, Su Xiaoxiao, wore a worried expression. Gazing in the direction Feng had disappeared, she instinctively retorted, "Why are you doubting him? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean he can't." Zhao Wumei, her expression complex, spoke softly yet firmly. "If Feng says he can handle it, then he can. We just need to wait." Then she added, "Find the high-powered telescope. Let's see if we can get a vantage point to observe the battle." "Got it, Sister Mei." Su Xiaoxiao beamed, straightening with pride. The others exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom the source of Zhao Wumei's confidence. Meanwhile, Zhao Wumei narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing the evolution of her own abilities. Just how powerful is a legendary tier ability, and beyond? If Feng could eliminate this mutated zombie, Zhao Wumei's eyes flickered with anticipation. It was precisely because of this mutated zombie's presence that she had been too afraid to venture outside, forced to cower within this warehouse, living in constant fear each day. The dread that one day the mutated zombie might suddenly appear and crush them all to death haunted her. Should Feng truly succeed in disposing of the mutated zombie, it would indeed be extraordinarily wonderful news. Meanwhile, Feng swiftly dashed forward, weaving through the hordes of ordinary zombies. Generally speaking, compared to their common counterparts, mutated zombies experience a significant surge in strength, yet their intelligence remains largely stagnant. However, each mutated entity is unique in its own way. Feng's act of nearly emptying the entire supermarket might have indeed provoked the mutated zombies. Before long, Feng followed the sound and approached the vicinity of the mutated zombie. From a distance, he observed the creature, standing 2 meters tall, its eyes gleaming with sinister crimson light. Its skin was as hard as iron, with blood-red muscles grotesquely exposed, presenting a truly repulsive sight. Feng's brows furrowed deeply. This was no ordinary mutated zombie. To have evolved to such an extent at this stage, it likely possessed the potential to grow into a zombie king. Feng smiled faintly, realizing he had underestimated it. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the flaming battle blade from his spatial storage, intending to probe the zombie's capabilities. Just then, the mutated zombie abruptly turned around, fixing its malevolent gaze upon Feng with vicious intensity. Feng's eyes flickered with realization. Could the mutated zombie detect his presence? Indeed. According to the description of the concealment necklace, its stealth effect only worked against ordinary zombies. Roar, roar, roar. The mutated zombie let out a deafening, furious bellow. Feng's heart stirred as he spoke. "Foolish oaf? Come, let your grandfather witness what skills you possess." Though the mutated zombie couldn't comprehend his words, it sensed the provocation in Feng's tone. Fury burned in its eyes as it let out a deep, guttural roar. Groar. The deafening sound shook the heavens and earth. Without hesitation, the monstrous creature charged toward Feng. Closing the distance in an instant, it swung its massive fist with brutal force, aiming to crush Feng's skull. Feng swiftly dodged the mutated zombie's attack with agile grace. Simultaneously, he brandished his flaming battle blade and delivered a fierce slash across the creature's chest. With a sickening thud, the blade sank several centimeters into the zombie's grotesque torso, inflicting grievous wounds. Enraged by the strike, the mutated zombie descended into a frenzied state. Its body swelled grotesquely, its eyes burning crimson with fury. It began thrashing its massive fists with terrifying brutality, as if unleashing some unholy ability. Feng swiftly evaded the attack with a nimble sidestep, then brandished his flaming battle blade, slashing at the zombie. Sizzle. This time, to his astonishment, the strike merely left a moderate gash on its body. Its defensive capabilities had markedly strengthened, Likely some protective ability had been activated, though such power surely couldn't be sustained indefinitely. The question was, for how long? Could it have advanced a rank prematurely? The thought flickered through Yi Feng's mind. The mutated zombie attacked again, leaping high into the air before crashing down toward him with devastating force. Yi Feng swiftly sidestepped, causing the mutated zombie's attack to miss and crash violently into the ground with a thunderous boom. Debris scattered wildly as clouds of dust billowed upwards. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yi Feng brandished his blade in a series of rapid slashes, carving multiple wounds across the creature's grotesque form. Enraged beyond measure, the mutated zombie flailed its fists with increasing frenzy, launching relentless assaults. Its strength far surpassed that of ordinary first-tier zombies. Indeed, by all sensory indications, this abomination seemed to have ascended to the rank of a first-tier elite zombie. Yi Feng estimated that if he could gauge this zombie's combat power, it would undoubtedly be in the hundreds, far beyond what an ordinary superhuman could contend with. Yi Feng grew increasingly astonished as the battle raged on. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind. In his past life, there was a self-proclaimed god of flames among the awakened, who had engaged in an earth-shattering battle with a super-evolved zombie. Could it possibly be you? If so, killing you outright would be rather wasteful. A rapidly evolving zombie like this makes for excellent harvest material. Yi Feng pondered silently in his heart. Roar. The mutated zombie let out an earth-shaking bellow. Its eyes burned crimson, completely devoid of reason, driven only by primal instinct. Its strength and defensive capabilities were formidable. Prolonging this battle might lead to victory, but at the cost of precious time. He had just boasted confidently, and now barely a minute had passed. In that case, swift and decisive action was necessary. Yi Feng was preparing to unleash the Chaos Divine Thunder ability. Yi Feng materialized before the zombie with lightning speed. In the next instant, he extended his palm, upon which a sphere of crackling thunder coalesced, entwined with arcs of electricity. With a sizzling sound, the electric current surged forth from his hand. The mutated zombie made no attempt to evade, having activated its ability. It had forsaken all instinct for self-preservation. In its perception, the feeble attacks of mere humans held no threat whatsoever. The ashen lightning struck the abomination with a thunderous roar. Currents surged and thunder detonated in a cacophony of crackling energy. The mutated creature froze instantly, its body locked in rigid paralysis. A moment later, it unleashed a roar of impotent fury before exploding with a resounding boom, disintegrating into scattered debris upon the ground. A single strike, instant annihilation. The primordial divine thunder remained as devastatingly effective as ever. Yi Feng's eyes flickered with a trace of astonishment. Not far away, Zhao Wumei and her companions were observing the battle through high-powered binoculars, coincidentally witnessing Yi Feng annihilate the zombie in an instant. The group stood frozen in place, their eyes brimming with awe. Gradually, the supermarket crowd regained their composure. Thunderous strike. Good heavens, that hulking brute was obliterated in a flash, reduced to mere fragments. How utterly inconceivable is Yi Feng's prowess. Su Xiaoxiao, overcome with exhilaration, bounced with unrestrained joy. Yi Feng is magnificent, a single strike, and the enemy was vanquished. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Dongming. Well, what do certain individuals have to say now? Zhao Dongming, standing dumbstruck, remained silent. A shiver coursed through his body as he reflected on his earlier actions, realizing with dread that he had practically flirted with death twice that very day. Yi Feng could obliterate himself 10 times over with a single lightning strike. No, 100 times over. Damn, it's good to be alive. Everyone was utterly astonished. And Zhao Wumei was no exception. Though she had already considered that Yi Feng might be formidable, she never anticipated he would be this overwhelmingly powerful. Against this mutated zombie, she could only flee in panic. Yet, when the creature faced Yi Feng, it barely lasted a few rounds before meeting its demise. The sheer disparity in strength was glaringly obvious. Truly, he is beyond legend. Zhao Wumei's captivating eyes shimmered with awe. Most crucially, could lightning truly be Yi Feng's supernatural ability? At this thought, exhilaration surged through Zhao Wumei's heart. Did this mean she, too, would soon wield the power of thunder? Yi Feng's overwhelming strength sparked widespread discussion among the crowd. Yi Feng wasn't putting on an act. He was genuinely formidable. Sister Mei, your judgment is truly impeccable. Indeed. If we were to provoke Yi Feng, he could probably eliminate all of us within mere minutes. Minutes? More like seconds would suffice. Su Xiaoxiao gazed at him with admiration. Mutated zombies seemed like mere toys before him, yet some more expressions of bewilderment. Wait, isn't he supposed to be a spatial ability user? How can he summon lightning too? No idea. The disparity between individuals is simply too vast. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Feng cast a despondent glance at the charred fragments scattered on the ground, his expression tinged with resignation. Prodding the zombie remains with his flaming battle blade. He couldn't help but heave a melancholic sigh. Alas, his strength had been miscalibrated. Regardless of what treasures the mutated zombie might have carried, they were now irrevocably reduced to nothingness. Feng unleashed the full might of the primordial divine thunder, embodying the ultimate essence of destruction. No spoils of war could possibly remain in its wake. Feng's gaze flickered slightly. It seems that in the future, he must continue to train and better control the might of the primordial divine thunder, striving to wield it with the effortless precision of moving one's own arm. Just then, a system notification chimed. Notification: first successful elimination of a mutated zombie. Mood elevated. Reward: 10 portions of fishing bait. Woohoo! 10 extra portions of bait. Feng's heart swelled with joy. This time, the harvest was bountiful. Immediately, he cast a thoughtful glance in a certain direction, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Raising his hand, he formed an okay gesture before vanishing in the blink of an eye. On the other side, the group exchanged bewildered glances. Did he notice us? Of course he did. How could he possibly detect us from such a distance? That's absurd. Aren't you all curious why ordinary zombies don't attack him? Perhaps they're afraid? He's even more terrifying than mutated zombies. Zhao Wumei's enchanting eyes gleamed with an even brighter intensity. Space manipulation, lightning, annihilating mutated zombies in an instant, and immunity to ordinary undead. What manner of being was he? Feng, what other secrets do you still hold within you? And what exactly is my supernatural ability? Zhao Wumei's heart brimmed with curiosity. Beside her, Su Xiaoxiao also wore an expression of adoration. At that moment, Zhao Wumei slowly turned and cast a glance at Zhao Dongming, who was trembling uncontrollably. And certain people's promises must be honored. Zhao Dongming let out a bitter laugh. Overwhelmed with regret in that instant. Why did I have to speak so recklessly? Zhao Wumei felt a surge of satisfaction. Thinking to herself, serves you right for looking down on Feng. Stepping out of Fortune Plaza, Feng pondered silently where to go next. Just then, a message notification chimed. Feng opened the message to find it was from Zhao Wumei. After their previous sparring session where they exchanged techniques, they had added each other as contacts. Zhao Wumei. Feng, is your supernatural ability related to lightning? A faint smile played at the corners of Feng's lips as he typed his reply. Affirmative. In the next instant, Zhao Wumei sent a flurry of cheerful bunny emojis in rapid succession. Feng also smiled as he put away his phone, lost in contemplation. From the supermarket in this wealth plaza, he understood that as long as there was electricity, the vast quantities of meat would remain unspoiled for the time being. However, once the power was cut off, all the frozen goods in the cold storage would likely be ruined. The same fate would befall slaughterhouses and other places stocked with large quantities of meat. Feng pondered for a moment. The supplies in the supermarket could be gathered later, as they wouldn't expire in the short term. Before the city's power outage, it would be wise to collect as much meat as possible and stockpile more provisions. Lost in thought, Feng made his decision. The next destination would be the cold storage warehouse of the slaughterhouse. Feng opened the navigation app and began searching for slaughterhouses. Swiftly, the map displayed one of Jiangqing's largest abattoirs conveniently located nearby. Feng smiled faintly. In that case, let us depart. On the road, a massive truck was hurtling forward at breakneck speed, leaving blurred afterimages in its wake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vehicle carved through the air like a phantom. The driver was none other than Feng himself. After leaving the supermarket, he had set his course straight for the slaughterhouse. Initially, he had ridden out on a small electric scooter, but as the number of zombies dwindled along the way and the roads grew increasingly clear, he made the switch. Feng found the electric scooter unbearably sluggish. By sheer coincidence, he happened upon a fully operational heavy-duty truck parked by the roadside. Feng resolutely replaced his small electric scooter with a massive truck. The transition from an electric vehicle to a heavy-duty truck naturally yielded vastly different results, akin to upgrading from a musket to a cannon. With this change, his field of vision broadened expansively, and his speed became astonishingly formidable. Feng slammed on the brakes and sped all the way to the destination. Before long, he arrived at the home-to slaughterhouse. Feng brought the heavy-duty truck to a halt by the roadside and alighted, then turned to stow the vehicle into his spatial storage. He surveyed his surroundings with a sweeping gaze. The air remained thick with crimson mist, shrouding the world in a hazy gloom. Beneath his feet lay asphalt, its surface weathered yet intact. The vegetation around him had grown more robust and towering compared to its pre-apocalyptic state. By the entrance of the slaughterhouse stood 2 trees. One was a willow, and the other, also a willow. Feng approached the grand entrance and was astonished to discover a nest of fledgling sparrows perched upon one of the willow trees. The delicate hatchlings, barely days old, were still pink and featherless. Feng pondered thoughtfully. In this apocalyptic catastrophe, both animals and humans face 3 possible fates. The first is to transform into zombies, evolving into an entirely different species. The second is to harness supernatural powers. Humans awaken extraordinary abilities while animals undergo direct mutations, becoming mutated beasts or simply aberrants. The third and most unfortunate outcome is remaining unchanged, inevitably descending to the bottom of the food chain. As for plants, they will undergo collective metamorphosis. However, that is a matter for the future. Feng's gaze flickered slightly. The nest of birds before him appeared to be nothing more than common sparrows. It was rather fortunate they had managed to survive thus far. Without paying further heed to the little sparrows, Feng stepped into the slaughtering area. As he passed through the gates, a pungent metallic scent of blood assaulted his senses. Feng furrowed his brows slightly as he surveyed his surroundings. The area was eerily desolate. Overturned tables and chairs, dried stains of dark blood, scattered fragments of bones. Yet, no zombies in sight? Feng heightened his vigilance. Under normal circumstances, there should have been some zombies here. After all, the slaughterhouse had employees. Feng activated his psychic abilities, continuously extending and scanning the surroundings. No survivors. No zombies. Feng advanced cautiously, approaching the frigid storage area of the slaughterhouse. At that very moment, a deep, guttural roar reverberated through the air. Feng fixed his gaze intently. A colossal, swine-like monstrosity emerged from the distant shadows. Feng was momentarily stunned before realization dawned upon him. It was a mutated zombie. And what's more, a mutated zombie swine. The unknown is always the most fearsome. Having identified the creature, Feng felt slightly relieved and raised his head to observe. The monstrous beast stood 3 meters tall, its eyes blood-red and teeth razor-sharp. Its pallid skin was crisscrossed with blackened veins, and parts of its body were covered in thick, armored hide, appearing incredibly resilient. Truly an inhuman abomination, quite the intimidating sight. Let us hope your skull contains the crystal core I seek. Feng gazed calmly at the monstrous creature before him. At that moment, a swarm of over a dozen smaller aberrations surged forth from the shadows. Their crimson eyes gleamed with feral intensity, razor-sharp tusks protruding menacingly, though traces of their former domestic porcine nature could still be faintly discerned. Feng was momentarily taken aback, slightly surprised. You actually have underlings. Similar to humans, certain animals can also turn into zombies, zombie pigs, zombie dogs, and other undead creatures. Among these infected beings, mutated variants emerge as well. The porcine-like mutated zombie before him was essentially no different from human variants. Whether human or beast, mutated zombies tend to possess formidable strength. Most crucially, they invariably yield crystal cores, special ones at that. The slaughterhouse workers had likely all fallen prey to this abomination, Feng silently surmised. Ruer. With terrifying speed, the mutated zombie charged ferociously toward Feng, its grotesque features contorted in rage. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance between them. Feng could distinctly discern the pulsating veins and ferocious tusks on the boar's head. A nauseating stench of blood assaulted his senses. Feng tightly gripped his flaming battle blade, swiftly sidestepping at the precise moment the mutated zombie lunged toward him, narrowly evading its attack. Seizing the split-second advantage while the creature remained disoriented, he swung his blade with formidable force, cleaving into its neck. Thud. The blade sank a full 30 centimeters deep, exposing bone beneath the ghastly wound. A spray of inky black blood erupted into the air. Aru. The zombie howled in agony before retaliating with a furious expulsion of foul, brownish secretion. Feng swiftly dodged with effortless grace. Hiss. A viscous brown secretion splattered onto the ground, instantly corroding the surface into a sizzling ruin. Venomous saliva. Feng's heart grew wary. Growl. At that very moment, the minions of the zombie swine king launched their assault against him. Feng waved his hand, unleashing several terrifying bolts of gray lightning energy from his palm. With thunderous roars, the 4 leading zombie pigs disintegrated into dust upon contact. The remaining mindless horde continued charging toward him without hesitation. Feng drew his Desert Eagle and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The speeding bullets pierced through the eye sockets of the zombie pigs one after another. Splat! Each shot drew blood. In no time, Feng had cleared out all the zombie pigs. Watching his minions fall one by one, the mutated zombie was utterly enraged. Roar! It let out a furious howl. Its body rapidly swelling in size, its crimson eyes burning even more intensely. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a terrifying monster towering 5 meters tall. Feng appeared minuscule before it. The transformation was complete. The monster, with its crimson eyes wide open, mercilessly lunged at Feng with lightning speed. Feng bent his knees slightly, then propelled himself forward with a sudden burst of speed, soaring high into the air. Mid-flight, the mutated zombie pig had yet to even register his movement. Feng raised his blade and slashed down. A sickening squelch. Dark blood gushed forth, splattering several meters away. Grara! The mutated zombie grew even more frenzied from the wound. It launched a relentless, tempestuous assault. Yet, Feng's speed far surpassed its own. He dodged every strike with effortless grace. For this battle, Feng had no intention of wielding his Chaos Divine Thunder ability. At present, he still lacked precise control over its devastating power. The slightest misstep could unleash overwhelming force, just as it had when he obliterated the supermarket zombie, reducing it to mere fragments. After several intense exchanges, the mutated zombie realized it was no match for Feng. Sensing its transformation nearing its end, it unleashed one final attack before shrinking in size and turning to flee. Feng was momentarily stunned, then immediately gave chase. How could he possibly let it escape? He pursued relentlessly as it fled desperately. Feng's speed surpassed that of the mutated zombie, swiftly closing the distance. With a single slash, squelch, a piercing shriek echoed as the grotesque head soared skyward. Ebony blood gushed forth, splattering in all directions. The abomination's massive frame collapsed with a thunderous impact, sending dust and debris scattering through the air. The undead swine's carcass twitched faintly several times before finally lying still. Feng exhaled softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The battle had lasted roughly 3 minutes. The resilience of this mutated creature was extraordinary. Relying solely on physical attacks had proven rather troublesome. I must refine the primordial divine thunder without delay. Feng never anticipated that there would come a day when he would lament the overwhelming potency of his supernatural abilities. Notification. Event triggered. Notification. Reward. 10 additional portions of fishing bait. 10 portions of fishing bait? Feng was utterly astonished, though the system remained silent. Perhaps this was connected to his first slaying of a mutated zombie creature. Feng's gaze rested upon the carcass of the monstrous creature before him. This formidable beast possessed considerable strength. Might there perhaps be a crystal core concealed within? Feng strode forward, brandishing his flaming battle blade, carving an opening through the skull of the mutated zombie. With deft movements, he probed deeper into the cranial cavity. Before long, the edge of his weapon encountered a solid, unyielding object within. A glimmer of delight flickered through Feng's eyes. It appeared he had stumbled upon something promising. Feng's eyes sparkled with sudden interest. Disregarding the filth, he reached out without hesitation to feel around. After a moment of searching, his fingers closed around a solid object. A thought flashed through his mind. Feng retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his storage space and meticulously cleansed the object. A thumb-sized, crystalline core, translucent and gleaming, was thus unveiled before his eyes. The core. Indeed, it was unmistakably a core. Feng's face lit up with joy. From the crystal core, he sensed an energy that could be absorbed. Sigh. Feng exhaled a long, turbid breath. At last, he could absorb the crystal core and enhance his strength. Generally speaking, crystal cores were divided into ordinary and special variants. In a few days, when the zombies collectively ascended to the first tier, the cores they produced would be first-tier ordinary cores. If a mutated zombie advanced to the first tier, the core it generated would be a first-tier special core. Special cores not only contained greater energy reserves but also harbored unique energies within them. For an ability user to elevate their rank, they first had to push their internal energy reserves to the absolute limit, reaching the 7-star level. Only after achieving this could they absorb a special core, granting them the chance to shatter the shackles of their human form and ascend to the next tier. If a crystal core had already formed, Did that mean the mutated zombie boar before him had already reached the first tier? Yi Feng's eyes flickered with contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he shook his head gently. Regardless of other considerations, this crystal core could serve to enhance his strength or even facilitate a breakthrough in his cultivation. Yi Feng's face lit up with joy as he placed the crystal core into his storage space. Should he absorb the core now, or wait until tonight? The moment of reaping rewards had arrived. Yi Feng stepped into the storage room of the slaughterhouse. As he crossed the threshold, his gaze swept across the vast refrigerated warehouse. Rows upon rows of massive freezers stood in orderly formation, each compartment packed to capacity with various frozen meats. Pork, beef, and mutton were meticulously categorized and labeled, their quantities astonishingly abundant. Wow, he murmured, impressed. Truly befitting the largest slaughterhouse in Jiangxing. The reserves were nothing short of extraordinary. Yi Feng marveled in his heart. With a mere thought, Yi Feng swiftly began collecting the frozen meat. Wherever his gaze fell, countless slabs of frozen meat along with their refrigerated containers were promptly stored into his spatial inventory. Gather, 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 he murmured urgently. Yi Feng's lips curled into an irrepressible smile of pure delight. Exhilarating. Yi Feng swiftly traversed the entire frozen processing plant. Within a quarter of an hour, Yi Feng plundered the entire frozen warehouse, reaping an abundant harvest. The spoils included 400 tons of frozen pork, 200 tons of frozen beef, 800 tons of frozen mutton. Even if he lived 100 lifetimes, Yi Feng could never consume all this meat. This haul was nothing short of staggering. Yi Feng departed from the slaughterhouse with an exhilarated expression, stepping out into the open air. Yi Feng retrieved the truck from his spatial storage, preparing to depart. At that very moment, he suddenly froze in slight astonishment. Not far away, a razor-clawed, green-eyed zombie was wreaking havoc among the bird nests in the trees. Yi Feng didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately drawing his pistol and pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet whizzed through the air, and the zombie collapsed instantly. Swiftly, Yi Feng darted forward, arriving beneath the willow tree. Where once a nest of fledglings thrived, now only a single baby bird remained. To be precise, it was a pink sparrow chick, bald and crimson, appearing particularly unsightly in its raw infancy. Yi Feng glanced around but found no other adult sparrows in sight. Its mother, perhaps, had already perished. Yi Feng pondered silently. If he chose to ignore it, given the current circumstances, the fledgling sparrow would undoubtedly perish. It seemed fate had brought them together. Yi Feng smiled gently, extending his hand to carefully cradle the adorable little sparrow in his palm. In his previous life, some formidable warriors would tame mighty mutated beasts as their subordinates. With his current advantages, it seemed he too could nurture a few such companions. On the desolate highway, Yi Feng hummed a cheerful tune as he sped down the highway in his massive truck. The world may demand much, but a true man fears nothing. Success or failure. One must face it all with calm composure. Half an hour had passed, and Yi Feng had already entered the city. A tiny sparrow chick, invigorated by Yi Feng's divine blessing, now fluttered about with newfound vitality. Still unable to chirp, it paced restlessly across the passenger seat of the roaring truck. What name should I give this little sparrow? Just then, an abrupt disturbance erupted. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid volley of gunfire shattered the air. Crack. The windshield of Yi Feng's truck shattered with a thunderous crash. Simultaneously, his vehicle began swaying wildly like an untamed stallion. Damn it! A tire blew out. Yi Feng calmly gripped the steering wheel, rhythmically tapping the brakes to gradually bring the truck to a halt by the roadside. Fortunately, his masterful driving skills prevented what could have been a disastrous rollover. After securing the vehicle, his gaze fell upon the passenger seat, and his expression instantly darkened. His bird had been obliterated. The sparrow fledgling he had acquired lay shattered by a stray bullet, its tiny body reduced to a grotesque pulp of flesh and blood. Yi Feng's heart sank. In such a state, could there still be life? He turned sideways to check, and indeed, Yi Feng's gaze was icy cold. The sparrow fledgling had already perished completely. How utterly detestable. Yi Feng's face turned ashen as he leapt from the vehicle. A bullet from some unknown origin had not only shattered his truck's tires and windows, but had also obliterated his beloved bird. This was absolutely unforgivable. Yi Feng's heart burned with unbridled fury. He had provoked no one, offended none. Who dares? I shall drag you out and tear you limb from limb. His eyes blazed with towering wrath. Analyzing the bullet holes on the truck tires, Yi Feng swiftly deduced the ambusher must be hiding within the buildings lining the roadside. Yet that area contained multiple structures teeming with survivors, making the assailant difficult to pinpoint. Nevertheless, a stratagem swiftly crystallized in Yi Feng's mind. With but a thought, Yi Feng stowed the heavy truck into his storage space. In a flash, his figure blurred into an afterimage as he dashed at breakneck speed toward the tallest building. Inside the building, within a dimly lit room, a young man gripping a gun trembled slightly, his face pale. Damn, that must be an ability user, he thought, panic creeping into his voice. We might be messed up big time. The other youths in the room also wore grim expressions. What do we do now? One stammered. I'm freaking out. Another choked out. Shit, I'm getting my brother. The first youth spat out the words before bolting through the door, leaving his bewildered companions exchanging uneasy glances, paralyzed with indecision. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had already arrived at the base of the building. With a slight bend of his knees, he propelled himself upward in a mighty leap, soaring effortlessly through the air before landing inside an 8th-floor apartment. The residence, however, stood empty. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. With his enhanced hearing and mental perception, a flood of information instantly flooded into his consciousness. Mom, I'm hungry. You useless piece of trash. How could I have been so blind to marry you? Yi Feng focused his thoughts and began systematically filtering and gathering intelligence. First household, a middle-aged couple, eliminated. Second household, an obese shut-in, eliminated. Third household, empty, no one present. Yi Feng's thoughts were straightforward. Whoever had fired at him undoubtedly harbored malicious intent. Yi Feng only needed to identify those within the building who harbored malice toward him, then eliminate them all without exception. This household wasn't the one. Neither was this. For a while, there were no leads, but Yi Feng remained undeterred. Stepping out of the room, he continued weaving through the corridors, gathering information relentlessly. The 8th household. The 12th. Then, suddenly, his eyes sharpened with recognition. Inside an apartment on the 10th floor, 3 delinquents with dyed blonde hair wore unpleasant expressions. And in the room with them, a woman, tortured beyond recognition. Yi Feng's heart trembled slightly. The woman seemed vaguely familiar, likely a movie star. As for those young delinquents with dyed hair, they harbored varying degrees of malice toward him. Found you at last. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Yi Feng's lips. In the next instant, his figure flickered and vanished without a trace. On the 10th floor, inside a dimly lit room, 3 petty thugs exchanged uneasy glances. Zhou Wanjin ran away. What do we do now? One stammered. That superhuman shouldn't be able to find us. Right? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door exploded inward with a thunderous bang. The trio flinched in unison, their gazes snapping toward the entrance. A man clad in black stepped through the shattered doorway, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent. It was Yi Feng. At the sight of him, the 3 young men trembled uncontrollably, their bodies betraying their terror. Yi Feng had a clear understanding in his heart. At this moment, he was absolutely certain. This group of people were the ones who had ambushed him earlier. Was it you who fired those shots just now? Yi Feng's voice turned icy as he questioned them. The 3 men paled visibly, having just witnessed Yi Feng's superhuman speed and his ability to summon vehicles within the building. They were acutely aware they might be facing an awakened being, someone not to be trifled with. Brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand. One of them feigned innocence, his hand subtly inching toward the weapon concealed at his waist. Yi Feng let out a cold snort, swiftly moving beside him in a flash, reaching out to seize his throat. G.H., the man barely managed to utter a sound before a crack. Yi Feng exerted a subtle force, crushing the man's neck with effortless precision. The life instantly faded from his body. Now, speak carefully. Choose your next words with utmost deliberation. Yi Feng gazed coldly at the 2 remaining figures in the room. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. The other man, with dyed blonde hair, frantically pulled out a pistol, his finger tightening on the trigger. In the next instant, a flash of steel. Thud. His hand, still clutching the gun, dropped to the floor. Blood gushed forth like a crimson fountain. Ah, my hand. The blonde-haired man collapsed, writhing in agony as he clutched his severed limb. Yi Feng sneered, taking a decisive step forward. Without the slightest hesitation, he crushed the man's skull beneath his foot as effortlessly as one would stomp a watermelon. A grotesque mixture of crimson and ivory splattered in all directions. Yi Feng turned his gaze to the 3rd man, grinning like a demon. Now it's just you left. Choose your words carefully. The last remaining delinquent, witnessing his companion's gruesome demise, was nearly frightened out of his wits, his legs trembling beneath him. I, the young thug stammered incoherently. Is that your answer? Yi Feng's tone was icy as death. Terror seized the delinquent's heart, and he collapsed to the ground. No. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. It was Zhou Wanjin who fired the shots. He said you were too damn arrogant. Driving that truck around pissed him off. He was the one who pulled the trigger. We were just bystanders. Zhou Wanjin fired multiple rounds. I swear, I had nothing to do with it. The young thug spilled everything he knew in a frantic torrent, holding nothing back. Oh? Yi Feng's gaze flickered slightly as he inquired. This Zhou Wanjin you mentioned, where is he now? The young delinquent answered without hesitation. He fled. Zhou Wanjin saw you charging toward him and immediately sensed danger. He rushed to the 13th floor to seek his elder brother. His brother is a formidable superhuman, capable of harnessing the power of frost, effortlessly annihilating all in his path. Yi Feng nodded in understanding. Then he inquired further, what are the backgrounds of you people? The young punk with dyed hair promptly replied, the Zhou brothers escaped from Qingxing prison. Rumor has it they killed prison guards. Zhou Wanrong has a lot of firearms and manpower under his command. We were originally residents here, but were forced to join under the Zhou brothers' threats. Boss, I'm innocent. I haven't done anything bad. Yi Feng pondered thoughtfully. Zhou Wanrong. Yi Feng had heard of this man in his previous life. He seemed to be a formidable ice attribute ability user and the leader of a certain faction. Zhou Wanjin also possessed a beast transformation ability. The Zhou brothers commanded hundreds of subordinates and were armed with numerous firearms. However, they were later absorbed by a more powerful group of ability users. If Yi Feng remembered correctly, they likely joined the team of the pyrokinetic deity, having no significant interaction with Yi Feng himself. From this perspective, Zhou Wanrong had awakened his ice attribute ability, while Zhou Wanjin had yet to awaken his. In your past life, you brothers lived quite comfortably. But now that you've crossed me in this life, your days are numbered. The thought of his poor, brutally killed bird filled Yi Feng with melancholy. Big brother, I've already pleaded with you. Please spare me. The young delinquent continued to beg pitifully. Yi Feng nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. You've done well. I appreciate the information. The young delinquent felt as though he'd been granted amnesty, his face lighting up with relief. Thank you for sparing me. Yi Feng curled his lips into a cold smirk. Spare you? Impossible. I shall send you on your final journey this very moment. The young delinquent felt a bone-chilling terror, as if plunged into an icy abyss. You've broken your word. I've told you everything. Yi Feng sneered coldly. When did I ever say I would let you go? The young punk widened his eyes, as if still wanting to say something more. Yi Feng raised his blade and struck with lightning speed. A flash of steel gleamed, and in an instant, a crimson line appeared across the man's throat. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. The young delinquent, his face twisted in terror, desperately clutched at his throat, yet no matter how he tried, the torrent could not be stemmed. Why? With a final expression of bitter resentment, he collapsed lifeless to the ground. All three had fallen. Yi Feng cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious celebrity lying inside the room. The woman's limbs were severed, rendering her utterly incapacitated. Not only was her body covered in grievous wounds, but her eyes had been cruelly taken, her ears and nose mercilessly carved away, a sight too harrowing to behold. Her injuries were so severe that death could claim her at any moment. What a despicable pack of scoundrels. Yi Feng was filled with bitter resentment. How exquisitely beautiful she had once been. Yi Feng stepped forward, raising his hand to bestow a sacred blessing. A radiant white light descended upon the woman. With a muffled groan, she remained unconscious. Yi Feng lowered his gaze once more to assess the woman's injuries, intensifying his efforts. Gradually, she stirred from unconsciousness, murmuring faintly, I'm still alive. Yi Feng let out a sigh. Indeed, but I'm afraid you're going to die. The woman lowered her head, gazing at her grievous state, her heart as desolate as ashes. After a long silence, she let out a bitter laugh. Give me a quick end. Very well. Yi Feng nodded, stepping forward to seize her throat. Crack. Her throat shattered, and thus she perished. Unable to save her, Yi Feng could only ease her suffering. Yi Feng felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He had once been quite fond of the dramas starring this actress. What a pity. Such is the cruel reality of the apocalypse. Yi Feng cast another glance at the corpses on the ground, scum of the earth, undeserving of life. Without another word, he turned and walked away. Brothers of the Zhou family. You're next. 13th floor. Inside a room. Brother. Trouble. Panting heavily, Zhou Wanjin rushed to find his elder brother, Zhou Wanrong. Brother, I think I've made a terrible mistake. Zhou Wanrong, who had been indulging in pleasure, frowned at his brother's frantic demeanor, displeasure flickering across his face. Stop shouting like that. Do you want to attract the zombies? Calm down and speak properly. Beneath him, a woman knelt in servitude, her actions eliciting a wave of comfort that made his eyes narrow slightly in satisfaction. Ah, the younger brother, Zhou Wanjin, nodded obediently. Brother, here's what happened. I saw a heavy-duty truck passing by, and I couldn't resist taking a few shots at it. But instead of flipping over, the truck just vanished and a superhuman jumped out, running straight toward our building. I knew right then. This had to be a superhuman. Zhou Wanjin paused before continuing, his voice trembling. And not just that. This guy was fast, unnaturally fast. Like the damn wind itself. The moment I realized he was a superhuman, I rushed straight to you. Brother, you have to save me. At this, Zhou Wanrong's expression darkened instantly. A superhuman who can make a heavy-duty truck disappear and moves at inhuman speed? His brows furrowed, rage boiling within him. He jabbed a finger at Zhou Wanjin's face and snarled. What the hell were you thinking? Have you forgotten our code? Either don't act at all, or act decisively. Do you understand nothing? His voice rose sharply, startling both his brother and the woman beneath him. Zhou Wanjin flinched, his body stiffening in fear. The woman, equally terrified, shuddered violently, her teeth accidentally clenching too hard in her panic. Zhou Wanrong winced slightly at the sudden pain. His gaze, devoid of emotion, settled on the woman. She felt an icy dread seep into her bones, as if plunged into an abyss. Trembling uncontrollably, she knew all too well, Zhou Wanrong was a man who killed on a whim, more demon than human. Her face twisted in terror as she dropped to her knees, begging. Boss Zhou, I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. I beg you. Zhou Wanrong smiled gently, patting her cheek with deceptive softness. No, you're not wrong. I am. The woman blinked in confusion, then exhaled in relief, only for Zhou Wanrong to suddenly seize her throat and twist. Crack. Her head spun unnaturally, her lifeless face frozen in horror. Sharp teeth, sharp tongue, disgusting. Zhou Wanrong sneered coldly and tossed the woman's corpse onto the ground. His younger brother Zhou Wanjin glanced at the lifeless body. Though her features were plain, she possessed fair skin, ample curves, and shapely legs. Brother, what a waste. Wanjin muttered. Beautiful women aren't easy to come by these days. His mind wandered before a sudden realization struck him. Excitement lit his face as he exclaimed, Brother, what if that superhuman can't find us? Doesn't he even know it was me who fired the shot? Wanrong rose to his feet, his voice icy. We stand out here. If that superhuman has patience, he will find us. Wanjin frowned in dissatisfaction. As his elder brother dressed, he turned and warned. Listen well, I'll clean up your mess one last time. Understood? Relief washed over Wanjin. A smirk curled his lips. With his brother stepping in, victory was assured. His tension eased, and he muttered under his breath, We kill for fun all the time. Who knew we'd bump into some damn superhuman, and a skilled driver at that? Even with a blown tire, he stopped like it was nothing. Ridiculous. What rotten luck. I'll go find a few girls later to shake it off. Ignoring him, Wanrong barked orders to his underlings. Mobilize every fighter we have. Understood, boss. The men sprang into action. Soon, the room swarmed with armed followers, their voices buzzing with restless energy. Wanrong laid out the situation, but his men scoffed. Boss, we thought it was something serious. This is nothing. Even if he is a superhuman, so what? None match you, boss. And it's not like we Haven T killed one before. Exactly. Bullets don't discriminate. Remember that superhuman prison guard we took down during the breakout? One thug grinned mockingly. We got over a dozen guns here. Whoever comes will be turned into a corpse. Wanrong allowed a cold smile. He seems capable. We'll play it by ear. If he is smart, we might even leash him as a dog. Just then, a clear, amused voice cut through the room. Leash me? How amusing. Feng strode leisurely into the chamber, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Over 20 individuals populated the space, more than half of them brandishing firearms. Those unarmed with guns each clutched either a club or a lengthy blade. Feng sneered coldly. Excellent. A gathering of worthless trash indeed. This saves me considerable trouble. Splendid. You may now utter your last words. Upon hearing this, the underlings erupted in fury, hurling curses and insults. You insolent brat. How dare you be so arrogant? You little wretch. I'll beat you until you're crawling in the dirt. Zhou Wanrong raised a confident hand, silencing the torrent of abuse. He studied Feng with a scrutinizing gaze before speaking with a forced smile. Brother, as the saying goes, it's better to resolve enmity than to prolong it. I am an awakened one, and you, my friend, are clearly no ordinary man. I've heard you can make a truck vanish in an instant and move with astonishing speed. Is this your final statement? Yi Feng's gaze remained icy. Suppressing his rising fury, Zhou Wanrong maintained his strained smile. You've suffered no real loss, brother. As compensation, I offer you a crate of instant noodles and 10 sausages. How does that sound? Furthermore, Wan Jin, step forward and apologize to our friend here. Zhou Wanjin swaggered forward with exaggerated nonchalance. Ah, come now, it was all just a bit of fun. Who knew you'd take it so seriously? My sincerest apologies. Here, let's shake hands. From now on, we're brothers. Before he could finish, a flash of steel sliced through the air. Thud. Zhou Wanjin's arm fell to the ground. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Aya! My arm! Aya! Zhou Wanjin's agonized screams pierced the air, shrill as a slaughtered pig. Yi Feng uttered coldly, addressing me as brother? You are unworthy. Zhou Wanjin, the younger brother, clutched his arm and writhed on the ground. Brother, my arm is gone. Seize him at once. I shall make him suffer a fate worse than death. Zhou Wanrong, the elder brother, was equally taken aback. His expression darkened, and inwardly, he cursed. How dare he spurn my generosity? Without hesitation, he barked the command. All units, open fire. Zhou Wanrong harbored no underestimation of his adversary. His order was swift and decisive. His subordinates flashed cruel, twisted grins as they pulled their triggers in unison. Bang, 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 bang. A relentless storm of bullets, dense as torrential rain, surged toward Yi Feng. Confronted with this onslaught, Yi Feng merely smiled faintly, neither dodging nor avoiding. Seeing this, Zhou Wanrong frowned. Could he be paralyzed with fear? Humph. And here I thought highly of him. Turns out he's just worthless trash. Yet in the next moment, the scene before them left the entire group dumbstruck, scarcely able to believe their own eyes. A golden radiance suddenly enveloped Yi Feng's body. The bullets they fired struck the shimmering light, only to be deflected and scattered in all directions. Yi Feng remained completely unscathed. Why? Damn it, this can't be possible. An indestructible body? His underlings grew visibly unsettled. Zhou Wanrong's face twisted in shock. What the hell is this? But then, realization struck. An ability. He barked. Don't stop, keep firing. This power of his must drain enormous energy. There has to be a limit. Reassured, his men intensified their assault. Bang, 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 bang. A relentless barrage of bullets continued to rain down. Yi Feng strode forward with serene composure amidst the hail of bullets, as if taking a leisurely stroll through a tranquil garden. Yi Feng was deeply moved in his heart. The supreme divine ring, truly invincible, immune to all harm. It was no exaggeration. Yi Feng advanced like a golden war god, his every step exuding relentless pressure. Zhou Wanrong, witnessing the ineffectiveness of their collective assaults, was drenched in anxious sweat. I refuse to believe this flimsy barrier can withstand all our attacks. His expression darkened as he clenched his fist, summoning a sphere of frigid energy between his fingers. Every defense has its limit. The energy coalesced into a mass of glacial ice, so bitterly cold it seemed capable of freezing all existence. My ability, the legendary Frost Dominion, and I have mastered a technique known as the Frost Arrow. There is no way you can withstand this. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Wanrong steeled himself. More. I must push further. With a surge of determination, he drained every last drop of energy from his body. The formidable frost energy writhed and churned in his palm, eventually solidifying into a crystalline dagger of ice. Adorned with intricate frost patterns, it radiated an aura of piercing cold. Zhou Wanrong's gaze turned glacial as he swung his arm with violent precision. Perish! The icy dagger shot forth like an arrow loosed from a bow, carving a frozen arc through the air. In the next instant, it struck Yi Feng squarely. Boom! A violent eruption of energy engulfed him. Ha! Success! Zhou Wanrong's face twisted with triumphant glee. His followers erupted in exhilaration. It hit. They cheered. The boss's frost arrow is earth-shattering. He's done for. Yet, in the very next moment, their voices died in their throats. A golden flash pulsed from Yi Feng's body, and the icy dagger shattered into mist, vanishing without a trace. Yi Feng remained unscathed. Not even a single crease marring his garments. Utterly preposterous. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Zhou Wanrong's eyes bulged in disbelief, his face a portrait of incredulity. The underlings erupted into chaos. Yi Feng let out a cold, mocking laugh and declared, Boss Zhou, unleash whatever tricks you still have up your sleeve. Zhou Wanrong felt his heart plummet into the abyss. As if sinking into an unfathomable chasm, In my frost arrows possess destructive power surpassing even explosives. How could you emerge completely unscathed? Yi Feng said coldly, still confused. Ponder it in hell. Yi Feng's right hand clenched gently, a surge of gray lightning wildly coursing through his fingers. A terrifying aura of power radiated outward. Crackling. The thunder roiled, electric sparks scattering in all directions. The dreadful energy of the storm sent shivers down the spines of all present. He was a wielder of lightning-based supernatural abilities. Good heavens. The crowd's expressions twisted with dread. No, I don't want to die. One underling suddenly cast aside his weapon and bolted desperately toward the exit. Yi Feng focused his will, and a bolt of lightning surged forth. Boom. A flash of thunder illuminated the scene as the electric arc struck the fleeing underling. His body instantly disintegrated into dust, scattering across the ground. This horrifying spectacle sent chills down the spines of all present, as if they had been plunged into an icy abyss. No, don't kill me. Mother of mercy, spare us. Any remaining resolve shattered. The crowd scattered in panic, their terrified screams filling the air like the howls of ghosts and wolves. Yi Feng waved his hand, and terrifying bolts of lightning surged from his fingertips. The electric radiance flickered, tumultuous and overwhelming. Crackling and sizzling, the thunderbolts scattered like fireworks, dazzling, resplendent. The arcs of gray electricity transformed into harbingers of death. Anyone touched by them faced utter annihilation. Before long, over 20 men lay dead. The only enemies still breathing in the room were Zhou Wanjin, groaning on the ground with a severed arm, and his elder brother Zhou Wanrong, whose face had frozen into a mask of dread. Having cleared the rabble, Yi Feng advanced slowly toward Zhou Wanrong. At this moment, Zhou Wanrong trembled uncontrollably. His pallid face drained of all color. He struggled to maintain composure, yet his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. He did not wish to die. Having awakened a formidable ice-based ability, his future held boundless promise. Brother, this was entirely my fault. Zhou Wanrong forced a hollow laugh. Yi Feng's expression remained impassive. Zhou Wanrong gritted his teeth and suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud. Spare my life, I beg you. I pledge my loyalty to you. I'll be your dog. I've awakened an epic-level ice attribute ability. I'll be your most useful tool. Wherever you point, I'll strike without hesitation. Thud. 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 Zhou Wanrong kowtowed repeatedly, even barking like a dog. Yet, beneath the surface, a flicker of venomous resentment flashed in his eyes. Han Xin endured the humiliation of crawling between another man's legs. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. One day, I will repay this disgrace 100-fold. Yi Feng observed the scene with a sardonic smile. I've slain so many of your subordinates, yet you bear me no hatred? Zhou Wanrong replied without hesitation, no hatred at all. They were mere commoners. Their deaths mean nothing. My lord, Zhou Wanrong lifted his head with an obsequious grin. But what he never anticipated, in the next instant, a flicker of lightning flashed before his eyes. The arc of electricity vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Zhou Wanrong's expression froze forever in that moment. No. His body shattered abruptly, reduced to charred fragments scattered across the ground. Zhou Wanrong dead, to serve as my hound. You are unworthy. Yi Feng sneered coldly. After slaying Zhou Wanrong, his gaze fell upon the sole remaining survivor in the room, Zhou Wanjin. At this moment, Zhou Wanjin's face was pale with terror, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. No. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I swear I was wrong. Watching his elder brother and comrades perish one by one, Zhou Wanjin was consumed by overwhelming regret. Why? Why had he fired that shot? Why had he brought such a terrifying harbinger of death upon his own kin? Remorse gnawed at his heart like a ravenous beast. Yi Feng approached Zhou Wanjin with measured steps, standing tall before the cowering figure as he raised his flaming battle blade. No, please. Spare me, I beg you. The one-armed Zhou Wanjin lay collapsed on the ground, his dignity lost as he trembled uncontrollably, reduced to nothing more than a pitiful, broken wretch. Yi Feng smirked coldly and swung his blade with a flash. In an instant, Zhou Wanjin's other arm was severed clean from his body, thudding to the ground. Blood gushed forth violently. Aya! Zhou Wanjin let out a piercing, agonized scream. Kill me. Just kill me now. Yi Feng swung his blade once more, severing his leg. A fountain of crimson erupted anew. Ah! Please, please just kill me. Zhou Wanjin wailed in agony, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yi Feng raised his hand and cast a sacred blessing. A beam of white light descended, instantly improving Zhou Wanjin's condition as he awoke from his dazed state in bewilderment. Yifeng swung his blade once more, severing his other leg. "Aya!" Zhou Wanjin screamed in relentless agony. Yifeng once again invoked the divine blessing, followed by severing the fifth limb. After completely amputating Zhou Wanrong's limbs, Yifeng grasped Zhou Wanjin by the throat, dragging him like a lifeless carcass to the next floor. There, a horde of ravenous zombies awaited with gaping maws. He pushed open the door. Yifeng held the spherical Zhou Wanjin aloft in midair. With a divine blessing, Zhou gradually regained consciousness. As he turned his head, he beheld a horde of zombies directly beneath him, nearly frightening his soul from his body. In utter terror, he began screaming hysterically. "No, please no. I beg you, grant me a swift end." Yifeng's heart stirred slightly. Based on intelligence from his past life, Zhou Wanjin later awakened a beast transformation ability. Thus, Yifeng's torment wasn't purely for vengeance. Such relentless suffering, yet still no awakening. It seems the instinct for survival has minimal influence on ability manifestation. Having obtained his answer, Yifeng let out a cold chuckle. "To die like this is far too merciful for you." With those words, he hurled Zhou Wanjin into the horde of undead. Rustle, scrape, a swarm of ravenous corpses closed in. Claws and fangs sinking into flesh. "No, no. Aag!" Zhou Wanjin thrashed violently, his agonized shrieks piercing the air, until, gradually, silence swallowed them whole. Yifeng cast a cold glance at his lifeless form before turning away with indifference. Yifeng was unaware that approximately 20 minutes after his departure, the deceased female celebrity he had encountered earlier in that very room began to stir. Her eyes turned a sinister crimson as she gradually rose from the cold floor. Half an hour later, Yifeng returned to the urban area once more. By now, the afternoon sun cast its golden glow upon the city streets. Yifeng felt a pang of hunger and resolved to find a secluded spot for his meal. Surveying his surroundings, he saw rows of buildings lining the streets. Yifeng leapt up, shattered the window, and vaulted into a residential building by the street. It was an empty fourth-floor apartment, relatively clean and tidy. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. "Let's have lunch here." What should we eat?" Yifeng stroked his chin, then an idea struck him. With a thought, he retrieved a table from his spatial storage and set it up. Next, he took out a stove, cooking utensils, and charcoal. After lighting the charcoal fire, he produced an abundance of hot pot ingredients: fresh baby bok choy, translucent glass noodles, succulent pork throat, tender beef slices, rich mutton, and an assortment of small meatballs. Watching as the hot pot gradually heated up, Yifeng took advantage of his spare moment to open the interface. With a click, he checked the quantity of bait available, 40 portions in total. Yifeng smiled faintly. From Zhao Mimi, he obtained 20 fish baits. By slaying the mutated zombie, he gained 10 fish baits. Defeating the mutated zombie pig yielded another 10 fish baits. In total, 40 fish baits. Now he could indulge in a modest fishing spree. With 40 attempts, what treasures might the waters yield? System, commence fishing for me 20 times first. Yifeng silently commanded, consuming 20 fish baits. The process of angling for items began. Yifeng's eyes brimmed with anticipation as he waited in silence. Notification: congratulations, host. On your successful fishing endeavor, you have obtained 5 3-carat diamond rings. Notification: congratulations, host. On your successful fishing endeavor, you have acquired 10 emerald green yoga balls. Notification: congratulations, host. On your successful fishing endeavor, you have secured a complete DVD box set of the television series The Walking Dead. Yifeng stroked his chin, contemplating that this round of fortune seemed rather unfavorable. So-called diamond rings, nothing but a capitalist deception. Yoga balls and television dramas held little value as well. How he longed for more sustenance instead. The fishing endeavor persisted. Notification: congratulations, host. On a successful catch, 10 pairs of black Tyrannosaurus sunglasses acquired. Notification: congratulations, host. On a successful catch, 100 gold bricks, each weighing 500 grams, obtained. Notification: congratulations, host. On a successful catch, the rare skill, Charisma Beyond Mortal Bounds secured. Ah, splendid. A treasure indeed, the skill of Charisma Beyond Mortal Bounds. Yifeng smiled faintly. Notification: congratulations, host. On your successful fishing endeavor, acquiring 1 high-vibration jumping pill. Notification: congratulations, host. On your successful fishing endeavor, obtaining 10 boxes of 1000 passage muscle and bone patches. Notification: congratulations, host. On your successful fishing endeavor, securing 1 olfactory enhancement scroll. Another enhancement scroll, olfactory this time. A faint smile curled upon Feng's lips. Notification, congratulations, host, for a successful phishing attempt, obtaining an RTX 4090 graphics card 1. Notification, congratulations, host, for a successful phishing attempt, obtaining a rare tier item, eavesdropping beetle 1. An eavesdropping beetle? This appears to be quite the valuable find. Before long, the 20th and final phishing attempt concluded. Feng promptly clicked to examine the eavesdropping insect. Creature, eavesdropping insect rarity, rare description, a peculiar and diminutive creature, manifesting in an exceptionally fragile and minuscule form. Once activated, it transforms into an invisible, colorless entity capable of adhering to any surface or continuously hovering in flight. It serves its master by covertly gathering auditory intelligence from its surroundings. Requires a blood pact for ownership. Feng pondered for a moment. So it's a flying eavesdropping device. Once activated, it becomes invisible and colorless, meaning no one can see it, nor can it be destroyed? Not bad at all. Feng retrieved it. Discovering the tiny insect was entirely cyan in hue, no larger than a grain of rice. A thought flickered through his mind. Feng squeezed an infinitesimal drop of blood from his fingertip. Too much would drown the eavesdropping insect. As the crimson droplet fell, the contract was sealed. Feng discovered his newfound ability to command the eavesdropping insects. With a mere thought, the tiny creatures transformed into invisible, colorless specks, fluttering ceaselessly around him. It was rather fascinating. Feng smiled faintly, casually attaching it to his sleeve before disregarding it further. The stealthy eavesdropping insect could maintain its invisible state for an extraordinarily prolonged duration, rendering it virtually invincible in this form. Feng continued to tally his gains. Skill, charismatic allure quality, rare description, a passive ability. Upon acquiring this skill, you will effortlessly draw the attention and affection of the opposite sex. You exude an irresistible charm, making others more inclined to engage with you, converse with you, and even fall for you. So this is essentially a skill for wooing women? Will every beauty simply adore me? Feng immediately chose to extract the skill. In an instant, a radiant source pearl materialized in midair. Feng extended his hand and caught it. In an instant, the skill orb transformed into a stream of azure light, merging into his body. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed. Notification, congratulations. You have acquired the skill, charismatic aura. Feng acquired the passive skill, transcendent charisma. Yet, no apparent changes seemed to manifest. Feng took out a mirror and examined himself carefully. His sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a face as fair as jade, exuded an extraordinary aura. What an excellent skill. It enhanced his already strikingly handsome appearance to an even more dazzling degree. He proceeded to inspect his other gains. Item, olfactory enhancement scroll quality, rare description. Upon using this scroll, your sense of smell will be significantly heightened. Another enhancement scroll from the same series. With a thought, Feng retrieved the olfactory enhancement scroll. An exquisitely crafted parchment materialized in his palm. Feng gently unfurled the scroll. A rich and intricate aroma, interwoven and complex, wafted through the air. In the next instant, the scents coalesced, transforming into a stream of azure radiance that surged into Feng's nostrils. A mystical force swiftly enhanced the sensitivity of his olfactory nerves. Feng's gaze flickered slightly as he gradually acclimated to the newfound enhancement. Swiftly, the augmentation process concluded. Feng inhaled softly, astonished to discover that the once mundane air was now imbued with myriad delicate fragrances. The aromatic essence of hot pot ingredients, the decaying perfume of flowers and grass, and the distinctive traces of human presence all lingered in the atmosphere. Feng's heart stirred slightly. It seemed that not long ago, someone had lingered in this very spot. Feng endeavored to discern each subtle fragrance. A thought flickered through his mind. Feng retrieved some food from the space. Then, he gently closed his eyes and began identifying them one by one. The delicate fragrance of apples, the rich aroma of cheese, and the distinctive scent of cigarettes. Feng was deeply moved. Was this the enhancement of his sense of smell? It felt rather splendid. Feng felt utterly content. At this moment, he had successively enhanced his auditory, visual, and olfactory senses. Feng revealed a glimmer of anticipation, wondering what form of enhancement he might obtain next. After organizing his gains, he opened the panel. Bait, 20 portions, 20 fishing attempts remaining. Might as well use them all. System, continue fishing. At the same moment, the fishing hook soared out. 20 portions of bait consumed. Fishing in progress. Yifeng exhaled softly, quietly awaiting the outcome. Notification. Congratulations, host. For a successful catch, acquiring a Philips 1000 series electric shaver plus 10 units. Notification. Congratulations, host. For a successful catch, obtaining the world's greatest wuxia film and drama DVD collector's edition plus 1 unit. Notification. Congratulations, host. For a successful catch, securing 3 bottles of primary recovery potion. Notification. Congratulations, host. Yifeng's heart stirred slightly. 3 bottles of basic healing potions from fishing? He seemed to recall obtaining something similar before. Yifeng pondered thoughtfully. It seemed he could reel in items he had already obtained before. This should be considered good news, no? Notification. Fishing in progress. Notification. Congratulations, host. Successful fishing attempt yielded 1 DVD of the movie Blind Woman. 36 hours. Notification. Congratulations, host. Successful fishing attempt yielded 100 copies of the illustrated album Madame by Jia. Notification. Congratulations, host. Successful fishing attempt yielded 1 taste enhancement scroll. Taste. So it truly is the enhancement of the 6 senses. This time, it's a taste enhancement scroll. Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Before long, the fishing session concluded. This time's angling yielded rather meager results. Yifeng opened the recovery potion to examine its details. Item. Basic recovery potion quality. Rare description. Upon consumption, your stamina and energy will be rapidly restored within a short period. He had obtained one of these before. A reliable potion to sustain prolonged combat. Quite useful indeed, though he had yet to find the right moment to use it. Yifeng carefully stored the 3 newly acquired potions along with his previous collection within his dimensional storage space. Then came the new scroll. Item. Scroll of gustatory enhancement quality. Rare description. Upon activation, this scroll will elevate your sense of taste to a heightened degree. Part of the 6 senses enhancement series, gustatory refinement. Yifeng's thoughts stirred as he retrieved the scroll. A petite azure parchment materialized within his grasp. Yifeng tore open the scroll. In the next instant, the scroll transformed into a streak of azure radiance, surging into Yifeng's body and swiftly merging with his taste buds. The enhancement continued unabated. Before long, the strengthening process concluded. Yifeng's thoughts stirred as he retrieved several pieces of chocolate from his spatial storage. One by one, he placed them in his mouth, savoring each morsel in tranquil contemplation. The dark chocolate offered its bitter depth, the milk chocolate its saccharine delight, while the nut-filled variety presented a symphony of textures. Though his enhanced gustatory senses held little significance for combat, they rendered him increasingly discerning when it came to culinary pleasures. Yifeng was both amused and exasperated. Could this be considered negative reinforcement? Previous enhancements to his hearing, vision, and even olfactory senses had all provided tangible assistance in combat and intelligence gathering. Yet this gustatory upgrade seemed rather superfluous. Yifeng ceased his unnecessary musings. Though this round of angling brought but modest enhancement to his prowess, he remained thoroughly content. Each casting of the line yielded its bountiful harvest. Every refinement signified ascension. Thus, through gradual accumulation, his strength burgeoned steadily. Yifeng smiled as he accessed the interface. Reviewing his current repertoire of abilities, chaotic thunderstrike, dimensional storage, malevolent perception, divine benediction, psychic scrutiny, mastery of blades, marksmanship expertise, combat prowess, vehicular proficiency, and transcendent charisma. Yifeng smiled faintly and glanced at his combat power evaluation. Combat power, 389 points. A surge of quiet delight blossomed in his heart. The room was faintly veiled with wisps of steam as the water in the hot pot reached a rolling boil. Bubbles rose and burst rhythmically. Gradually, the rich aroma of spicy beef tallow broth began permeating every corner of the chamber. Yifeng placed the mutton and meatballs into the pot, then retrieved his phone. He noticed several unread messages awaiting his attention. Yifeng's fingers moved lightly as he read the message from Zhao Mimi. Zhao Mimi. Yifeng, my supernatural ability has awakened. Zhao Mimi. I've awakened a legendary tier ability, Dominion over Thunder. A cascade of expressive emojis followed her words. I can command the power of lightning. This ability is unbelievably formidable. I can hardly imagine just how much stronger you must be, Yifeng. Her overflowing joy was palpable even through the screen. A faint smile graced Yifeng's lips as he felt genuine joy for Zhao Mimi. Awakeners possessing legendary tier abilities already stood at the pinnacle of humanity's pyramid of power. To Yi Feng's knowledge, legendary tier represented the apex of supernatural capabilities. As for mythical tier abilities, he had never even heard whispers of anyone attaining such heights. Yi Feng continued scrolling through his phone screen. Apart from messages from Zhao Wumei, Lin Xiaoxiao from home had also sent several messages. Yi Feng opened the message to find a stream of affectionate words filled with tender concern. Lin Xiaoxiao. Yi Feng, I miss you so much at home. Lin Xiaoxiao. Yi Feng, you must be careful and stay safe out there. Yi Feng smiled faintly. To Zhao Wumei, he casually exchanged a few playful remarks. As for Lin Xiaoxiao, he reassured her that he was in excellent condition and all was well. Before long, the hot pot broth resumed its vigorous boiling. Time to dine. Yi Feng picked up his chopsticks, eagerly grasping a piece of mutton. Dipping it in the sauce, he brought it to his mouth. Excellent, truly delicious. The savory aroma of the mutton gently tantalized his taste buds. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Another slice of tripe in the hot pot. Exquisitely fragrant. Pure bliss. He cracked open another bottle of soda, perfectly cutting through the richness. Delicious. Yi Feng indulged in the feast, savoring each delicacy with relish. Time slipped away swiftly. Yi Feng let out a contented sigh of satisfaction, setting down his chopsticks. With his hunger thoroughly satiated, Yi Feng's gaze flickered slightly, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. The current stockpile of supplies is already remarkably abundant, sufficient to weather the early stages of the apocalypse with stability. Yi Feng's eyes flickered slightly as he murmured to himself. If I wish to establish influence, stockpiling supplies is crucial. Yet if I choose not to build power, ordinary provisions hold little significance for me. After all, for formidable superhumans. By the mid-apocalypse, far superior alternatives for sustenance would emerge. Yi Feng's eyes flickered incessantly as pivotal moments from his past life surfaced vividly in his mind. The first crucial juncture arrived on the 7th day of the apocalypse's descent. From that day onward, certain undead creatures would harbor crystalline nuclei within their skulls, precious cores that could amplify human abilities, indispensable to those gifted with supernatural powers. The second turning point manifested on the 10th day, or more precisely, as dusk fell on the 9th night. The sanguine mist thickened, heralding a celestial boon. Flora, fauna, and inanimate objects would undergo another collective metamorphosis. The third epical shift. Each transformation of the blue planet would profoundly reshape the survival dynamics of humanity's remnants. Amidst relentless calamities, survivors would evolve step by arduous step, clinging to existence. From these upheavals would emerge energy-infused mutant crops and beasts. For the elite among the empowered, mundane pre-apocalypse provisions would scarcely suffice to sustain their enhanced physiology. As their abilities ascended, so too would their very essence transcend mortal limitations. Post-cataclysm sustenance, altered by the new world's touch, became their optimal nourishment. At this realization, Yi Feng narrowed his eyes contemplatively. Whether mutant wheat, golden maize, fresh milk from altered cattle, or the exquisitely textured flesh of enhanced swine, all eclipsed ordinary fare. Prolonged consumption not only fortified the body, but subtly honed physical resilience. Common pre-collapse rations were relegated to baseline survivors and fledgling adepts. Once, in his previous life, by serendipity, he had tasted roasted mutant swan. Its aroma, flavor, succulence. A reflexive swallow interrupted his reverie. No more dwelling on such temptations. Yi Feng shook his head, silently vowing in his heart. In this lifetime, he would undoubtedly stand atop the highest peak, crush all his enemies, feast upon mutated delicacies until satiation turns to surfeit. Returning to the present, Yi Feng immersed his consciousness into the storage dimension, meticulously cataloging the provisions within. Beef, lamb, pork, chicken, duck, seafood. The reserves were ample enough to sustain him for a millennium. Once the second wave of mutations arrived, an abundance of transformed flora and fauna would emerge like spring bamboo shoots after rain. By then, these mundane provisions would no longer hold his interest. Nor did Yi Feng intend to establish any grand faction. At most, he would assemble a modest team, dedicated solely to sustaining him and bolstering his personal prowess. At this thought, a faint smile graced his lips. Gathering supplies could be left to fate, no need for deliberate pursuit. Yet, if not stockpiling resources, what then should occupy him now? Slaying zombies? Presently, these undead bore no crystalline cores. The serendipitous opportunities he recalled had yet to manifest. Mindful of the butterfly effect, Yi Feng resolved against premature interference. Beyond this, no other path to strength seemed apparent. Perhaps returning home to rest would suffice? Yifeng recalled Lin Xiaoxiao's towering and majestic figure, her full and perky curves. For a moment, his thoughts wandered uncontrollably. No, Yifeng, how could you be so undisciplined? Mutant zombies can yield crystal cores. Moreover, the apocalypse has just begun. Beautiful women are still abundant. As time passes, they will become increasingly rare and precious. After all, awakening as a superhuman has little to do with one's appearance. Most beauties are not superhumans. By the mid-apocalypse, even the most stunning women would seldom remain untouched. Though Yifeng lacked such inclinations, he would naturally cherish his woman more if she remained pure and untouched. Therefore, seizing the early days of the apocalypse to recruit a few beautiful subordinates was the proper course of action. Just then, Yifeng's phone vibrated. Glancing down, he saw several desperate pleas for help. Yifeng, I saw a video on the city forum about an awakened individual. The figure resembled you. If you have the ability, please help me. I'm at my wit's end. Pleas for aid were everywhere, and Yifeng merely skimmed them with indifference. His eyes narrowed slightly as he recognized the sender, and a faint, intrigued smile curled at the corners of his lips. So it's her? The one seeking help was none other than Nan Shirin, the top campus belle of Jiangcheng University, a girl whose beauty could topple cities and captivate nations. Yifeng couldn't help but fall into reminiscence. He was a graduate of Jiang University. During his senior year, Nan Shirin had just entered as a freshman. Upon her arrival on campus, Nan Shirin immediately captivated the entire university with her breathtaking beauty. With her supermodel-like figure and extraordinary charm, she effortlessly claimed the undisputed title of the most beautiful campus belle at Jiangcheng University. And now, Yifeng's eyes gleamed with a subtle spark as the corners of his lips curled into a faint arc. Such a peerless beauty had truly reached the end of her rope. Nan Shirin possessed breathtaking loveliness. From octogenarian elders to children of tender years, no man who laid eyes upon her could deny her exquisite beauty. Yifeng was no exception. At Jiangcheng University, there once circulated a saying, who wouldn't adore Nan Shirin? However, Yifeng remained steadfast in love. Having Li Yiting by his side, he never deliberately sought Nan Shirin's company. Their acquaintance was limited to exchanging contact details during a university-organized event, followed by a few brief interactions regarding academic matters before Yifeng graduated. So, does this mean Nan Shirin is still alive? Yifeng's eyes flickered with a subtle glimmer. In the previous life, when the apocalypse descended, Yifeng had once inquired about Nan Shirin's whereabouts. It was said that Nan Shirin did not awaken as an ability user. Thus, as an ordinary person, she perished prematurely during the early days of the apocalypse. Yifeng was utterly unaware whether Nan Shirin had perished under the claws of zombies or at the hands of others. Truly, a beauty's fate is often ill-starred. At that very moment, another message from Nan Shirin arrived. Yifeng, I don't know if you'll see this message or if you'll come to my rescue. But I have no other options left. I've done everything within my power. Now, all that remains is to entrust my fate to the heavens. Here is the situation I'm facing. Yifeng gazed at his phone. Nan Shirin's subsequent messages roughly outlined the life-threatening crisis she had encountered. Yifeng's fingers glided lightly as he perused the content briefly. For more comprehensive details, one could refer to the campus forum of Jiangcheng University. Yifeng switched browsers and opened the Jiang University forum, skimming through it briefly. Then he set down his phone. The situation was now essentially under his grasp. The terrifying mutated monster in the library, the demise of the supernatural being. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Yifeng's eyes. It turned out that the library of Jiangcheng University was currently infested with a terrifying mutated beast. The situation had persisted for several days, rendering the library a veritable death zone within the campus. Nan Shirin from his previous life had likely met her demise in this very place. Yifeng pondered for a moment, then picked up his phone to reply to Nan Shirin. This is Yifeng, the superhuman in the video. I've seen your distress message and understand you're currently in dire straits. I possess the capability to eliminate that monster and rescue you. However, everything comes at a price. What can I gain by risking my life to save you? Several minutes passed without any response. Yifeng pondered for a moment, then made another voice call. No one answered. Yifeng furrowed his brows. Could Nan Shirin have perished already? The thought of her meeting a tragic end under the claws of zombies made a sorrowful expression cross his face. What a pity. A girl as delicate as a flower. Yifeng wasn't particularly melancholic. He stood up, preparing to store the remaining hot pot ingredients in his storage space. Just then, his brows furrowed slightly. Someone was approaching? Yifeng listened quietly. After a moment, the corners of his lips curled into a cold smirk. Outside the house, a young man and woman crept stealthily toward the door. The man held a crossbow, his expression resolute. The woman frowned, gripping a kitchen knife. Little sister, are you absolutely sure? There's really a man inside our home. Eating hot pot. The man whispered, still struggling to believe something so absurd could happen before his eyes. In a time when most people struggled to find enough to eat, someone was indulging in hot pot, and in their home, no less. It was beyond ridiculous. Brother, there's no mistake. Don't you trust my ability? The woman replied softly. They were siblings, returning empty-handed from a failed scavenging trip. The younger sister had awakened a rare great ability, perception. The elder brother wielded a crossbow with deadly precision. Hearing his sister's confirmation, the man narrowed his eyes, a calculating glint flashing within them. After a pause, his voice turned ruthless. Then we'll do what we did to that lecher Wang Chong. You go in first, lure him, distract him. I'll stay hidden behind you and put an arrow through him. Wang Chong had been their neighbor, just 2 days prior. The siblings had used the same seduction tactic to catch him off guard and break into his home, killing him without resistance. The woman hesitated briefly before speaking. Brother, this man seems unusual. Shouldn't we consider recruiting him instead? Foolish. A fat sheep delivers itself to our doorstep. How could we not take it? Besides, we're nearly out of food. If we don't act now, we'll have no choice but to resort to that. The woman fell silent. The that her brother referred to was the unspoken taboo, cannibalism. Strike first, or be struck. This man will die. Sister, are you with me or not? The man pressed. His brow furrowed. Fine, brother. We'll do it your way. The woman finally relented with a sigh. What a pity. Such a handsome young man. Inside the house, Feng sat calmly by the table, continuing to enjoy his hot pot. Suddenly, the sound of keys turning in the lock echoed from the doorway. Feng raised his gaze. As the door swung open, a provocatively dressed woman of considerable allure stepped inside. Feigning astonishment, she let out a delicate gasp. Oh, who might you be? Feng remained composed and silent. The woman found his reaction somewhat peculiar, but had no choice but to continue with her script. With a timid voice, she asked, Why did you break into my home? There's nothing valuable here. As she spoke, she glanced toward the interior of the house. The moment her eyes took in the scene inside, she froze in shock. How is this possible? This is absurd. A steaming hot pot simmered with succulent slices of meat, surrounded by an abundant array of ingredients, fresh vegetables, plump meatballs, and more. The rich aroma of the broth and spices permeated the entire room. Her limited perception had only allowed her to see Feng eating earlier. She never imagined his feast would be so extravagant. Instantly, greed flickered in her eyes. Her throat moved subtly as she swallowed hard. Unable to resist the tantalizing scent of the broth and meat wafting through the air, her gaze shifted back to Feng. He was undeniably handsome, tall, poised, exuding an aura of effortless charm. What a striking man. Yet, her eyes darted once more to the lavish spread on the table, and a faint glint of murderous intent flashed in their depths. Handsome or not, he deserves to die. Why should he live in such luxury while the rest of us suffer? With a coquettish tilt of her head, she pressed her ample chest forward, striking a seductive pose. Handsome, won't you share a little with me? I'll do anything you want. Feng cast a fleeting glance at her, remaining unmoved. Compared to Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhao Wumei, this woman fell far short. I was merely passing by, stopping for a simple meal. Feng said as he rose to his feet. The woman rolled her eyes discreetly. You call this lavish hot pot a simple meal? Little brother. Look here. She slipped off her coat, revealing a glimpse of snowy radiance. Upon hearing this, Feng raised his gaze. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a razor-sharp arrow sliced through the air, hurtling toward him. Die! A man emerged from behind the door, his eyes alight with exhilaration. He harbored absolute confidence in his archery skills. This hot pot-loving fool before him was as good as dead. Yet, in the next moment, the triumphant grin on the man's face froze. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Feng, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. With effortless grace, Feng had caught the speeding crossbow bolt, barehanded. Caught it. The woman stood equally dumbfounded, her expression one of sheer incredulity. This was impossible. The man's pupils contracted violently, his heart seized by terror. To intercept a crossbow bolt with one's bare hands, was this even human? Could he be an ability user as well? Feng's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes upon the two, speaking deliberately. Shoot me? Then I shall return the favor. The man's countenance twisted in horror upon hearing this. The woman, equally aghast, spun on her heels and fled toward the exit. Yifeng flicked his wrist, and the arrow in his hand instantly reversed its trajectory with a swift motion. Whoosh! The razor-sharp projectile first pierced through the woman's neck before embedding itself into the man's heart. Thud! Thud! A single arrow claimed 2 lives simultaneously. Yifeng's arrow struck with lethal precision, felling 2 men in a single shot. Their lifeless forms crumpled to the ground as crimson streams seeped slowly from their wounds. Even in death, their faces remained frozen in expressions of abject terror. Yifeng's expression remained serene and unruffled. Towards those who sought to harm him, regardless of their identity, he would show no mercy. There was but one fate awaiting them, death. The thought flickered through his mind. Yifeng stored the remaining hot pot ingredients in his storage space, then approached the window. With a single leap, he descended. The howling wind roared past his ears. Thud! Yifeng lightly tapped the wall with his toes and descended gracefully. Though the sound of his landing was faint, it still alerted the surrounding zombies. However, when they raised their heads to look around, they found no target in sight and could only continue wandering in bewilderment. Yifeng strolled leisurely along the bustling streets. At that very moment, his phone vibrated subtly in his pocket. Yifeng glanced at his phone, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of delight upon reading the message from Nanshirin. Senior Yifeng, name your terms. We urgently need the assistance of an awakened one. A second message swiftly followed. Senior, I'm currently at the second library of Jiangxing University, specifically in the reading room on the western side of the 3rd floor. We're being stalked by an extremely terrifying mutated hound. I won't deceive you, this creature is formidable. Even an awakened one with epic tier abilities has already fallen victim to it. There are reports circulating online as well. The entire Jiangxing library has become this beast's territory, a forbidden zone for humans. We're trapped here, and death could claim us at any moment. Nanshirin's words were laced with desperation. A glimmer of joy flickered in Yifeng's eyes. The campus goddess was still alive, yet living in extraordinarily dire circumstances. This situation was simply perfect. A faint smirk curled at the corners of Yifeng's lips. This situation presented the perfect opportunity, not to kick someone when they're down, but rather to offer timely assistance. As for that fearsome mutated hound, such trivialities hardly warranted concern. At this juncture in time, no creature more terrifying than himself had yet emerged into existence. Yifeng promptly responded, I can come to your rescue. What may seem like a formidable mutated beast to you is but a trivial challenge in my eyes. Within mere seconds, Nanshirin replied with palpable relief. Oh, that's wonderful. Senior Yifeng, please hurry and save me. You truly are a kind and noble soul. Yifeng, damn it, giving me the nice guy card? Little girl, I'll show you the harsh realities of this world. Let me clarify, I am no saint. As I've stated before, just as there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, survival comes at a price. My assistance has conditions. Nanshirin, what conditions? Yifeng, the condition is exceedingly simple. Become my woman. Yifeng had admired her for quite some time, so he decided to be straightforward. Simple, direct, brutal, and efficient. What? You say pursuing a goddess requires cultivating emotions? My friend, what era do you think this is? The apocalypse has arrived. Talking about romance in the midst of doom, isn't that utterly frivolous? Thus, Yifeng laid his cards on the table. If she agreed, he would save her. If not, she could await her demise. After all, the world was teeming with beautiful women, though she was undeniably exquisite. Just then, a reply suddenly flashed across Yifeng's phone screen. The message was brief. Senior Yifeng, I accept your terms. But this place is truly perilous. The mutated dogs are especially terrifying. Please, be careful. A glimmer of delight flashed through Yifeng's eyes as the corners of his lips curled slightly. How perceptive. In terms of sheer beauty alone, Nanshirin from Jiangxing University was essentially the most exquisite woman Yifeng had ever encountered, the absolute pinnacle of feminine grace. She surpassed even certain female celebrities in both elegance and charm. Yifeng sent the message. Hold on, don't perish. I shall arrive imminently. What mere mutated hound? It shall be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Yifeng put away his phone, his figure flickered, and vanished on the spot. At Jiangxing University, inside the library, in a reading room on the 3rd floor, 6 male and 2 female students huddled together in a corner. Each of them wore pale, numb expressions. Among them was Nanshirin, the campus belle. Unlike the others, however, a faint glimmer of hope lingered between her brows. Senior Yifeng, an awakened one. I wonder if Senior Yifeng will really come as promised? Annihilate it with a snap of his fingers. How could that possibly be true? Shireen sighed inwardly. She didn't quite believe Yi Feng's claim of obliterating their enemy effortlessly. After all, the mutated Cao Cao was far too terrifying. But now, trapped in this desperate situation, she clung to this fragile hope. She had already relayed their dire circumstances to Yi Feng truthfully. Since he remained so confident, his strength must be somewhat reliable, right? She could only pray that Yi Feng would arrive before the mutated beast and rescue them. The mere thought of that monstrous creature sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. When the apocalypse descended, Shireen had taken refuge in the library's snack bar, narrowly escaping the first wave of zombies. Surviving on snacks and pastries, she and the other survivors managed to endure for several days. But as time passed, their supplies dwindled. Just as panic began to spread, two awakened ones emerged among them. One was Wang Haoxuan, a junior with the rare ability of metallization. The other, Li Donghai, a university counselor, wielded the epic tier power of frost. Under their leadership, the group fought back against the zombies in the library, gathering essential resources. Yet just as their situation seemed to improve, disaster struck without warning. A massive mutated Cao Cao appeared in the library, slaughtering the survivors with terrifying ease. The beast, transformed beyond recognition, possessed strength and intelligence far surpassing its original form. 2 meters in length, unnervingly swift, and more ferocious than a tiger, it struck before its victims could even react. Such creatures were known as mutated beasts, or simply aberrants. Rare in number but devastating in power. They were distinct from the undead. During its first attack, the mutated Cao Cao slaughtered over a dozen survivors in the blink of an eye. It then engaged the two awakened ones in battle, tearing Li Donghai, the frost wielder, apart on the spot. The other, Wang Haoxuan, barely escaped with his life. With their protectors fallen, how could ordinary people hope to survive? Just as Shireen and the others were on the brink of despair, resigned to their fate, the mutated Cao Cao silently retreated. This mutated beast had once been a stray dog on campus, abandoned by its owner and subjected to cruel abuse, leaving it with an intense hatred for humanity. After the apocalypse, instead of turning into a mindless zombie, it had the fortune of mutating into a speed-enhanced supernatural creature. The library became its territory, and the survivors within its walls, its prey. It intended to toy with these despicable humans slowly, savoring their suffering to quench its thirst for vengeance. When the beast withdrew, the survivors wept with relief, believing they had narrowly escaped death. But hours later, the mutated Cao Cao returned, bearing its fangs. It chased, tormented, and slaughtered. Anyone who dared to flee was instantly torn apart by the lurking predator. The survivors became nothing more than helpless lambs awaiting slaughter, drowning in terror, trapped inside the library. Unwilling to surrender to their grim fate, the survivors turned to the internet, pleading for aid from any superhumans who might save them. They deliberately concealed the true strength of the mutated Cao Cao, because Shireen, the university's most renowned beauty, was among the trapped. A superhuman actually answered the call. A strength-enhanced awakened, one of her fervent admirers, rushed to her rescue without hesitation. Proud and bold, he charged in, only to be swallowed whole by the beast guarding the entrance, meeting a gruesome end. After that, no one dared to come, not even for the sake of the famed beauty. After all, there were countless women in the world. But life was irreplaceable. In the reading room, Shireen crouched in a corner, her eyes downcast, brimming with urgency and hope. Yi Feng, you must hurry, it could return at any moment. 2 hours earlier, the mutated Cao Cao had prowled through the library, slaughtering another wave of survivors before departing, satisfied. Now, only this final group remained. A suffocating despair spread through the room, stirring agitation among the survivors. Damn it all, why does this world breed such monsters? Last time, that thing devoured the others. Next time, it'll be us. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Some wept, others sat numb with shock. Someone please save us. Even Li Donghai, with his epic tier ability, died. Who else can come? Even if the beast doesn't return. We want last much longer. I haven't eaten or drunk anything in a day. Among them, a young man with bloodshot eyes was particularly frenzied. That damned mutated Cao Cao. I'm a superhuman. I had a bright future. And now I'm going to die here. What an utter scoundrel. He viciously kicked over a nearby trash can with a resounding crash. Shireen cast a fleeting glance at the male student before falling into silent indifference. The young man was Wang Haoxuan, a junior who had awakened the metallic transformation ability, a power allowing partial or full bodily conversion into metal drastically enhancing strength, speed, and defensive capabilities. Alas, Wang Haoxuan's meager abilities proved utterly insignificant against the mutated Cao Cao. Slumping onto the floor with tightly pressed lips, bitterness festered within him. In his heart, he was the chosen one, destined for greatness. Yet here he was, facing the same gruesome fate as these ordinary people between the jaws of monsters. The injustice of it all. As time crawled by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and restless. Suddenly, a slightly plump girl erupted in agitation. This entire predicament rests on your shoulders, Wang Haoxuan. Had Li Donghai not perished, the two of you, both ability users, might have stood a chance against that beast. Her voice rose, drowning out the murmurs of discontent around her. The others fell into uneasy silence as she directed her accusations at Wang Haoxuan. You should never have stood idly by. Why didn't you fight alongside Li Donghai? You're nothing but a coward. The remaining students exchanged furtive glances, their silence tacit agreement. There was truth in her words. Li Donghai had awakened an epic tier ability, command over frost and ice, granting him superior combat prowess compared to Wang Haoxuan. When the mutated Cao Cao first appeared, Li Donghai had unleashed his icy powers, momentarily wounding the beast. Yet Wang Haoxuan, paralyzed by fear, had refused to engage, hovering uselessly at the periphery. The consequence was dire. Li Donghai, drained of energy, was torn apart and devoured by the beast, its strength ascending to new heights. This abomination grew more formidable with every ability user it consumed. Wang Haoxuan, shielded by his metallic resilience, had escaped with his life, until now. The plump girl, her expression unhinged, continued her tirade. Had you charged forward, holding off that monster while Li Donghai created distance, everything might have been different. We're all waiting to die here, all because of your spineless incompetence. Her frenzy blinded her to the storm brewing in Wang Haoxuan's eyes. Enough, Li Ling. Someone interjected warily, sensing the danger. Li Ling scoffed. What? He commits atrocities, and we're not allowed to speak? What do I have to fear? We're all doomed anyway. At that moment, Wang Haoxuan could endure no more. He sprang to his feet, his voice a thunderous roar. Shut your damn mouth. Wang Haoxuan's face twisted into a vicious snarl as he reached out and seized the slightly plump girl by the throat. You wretched woman. How dare you say I was wrong? His grip tightened. What gives you the right? Is it this flabby body of yours? The girl's face flushed crimson as she struggled, her hands clawing at his arm, legs kicking wildly. Please, mercy, she choked out. Since awakening his supernatural abilities, Wang Haoxuan's strength and speed had increased dramatically. Even without activating his metal transformation, his combat prowess was formidable. You think you can lecture me? He spat. What the hell do you even amount to? His rage escalated, fingers digging deeper into her throat. The girl's eyes rolled back, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The room erupted into chaos as Haoxuan lost control. Brother Xian, stop this. We're all classmates here. Someone pleaded. Linger just spoke without thinking. She didn't mean to blame you. Another voice chimed in. Haoxuan, if you keep this up, Li Ling will die. With a cold sneer, Wang Haoxuan released his grip, letting the girl collapse to the floor with a heavy thud. Li Ling lay there, trembling, her face pale with terror as she gulped down air. Too frightened to utter another word. Haoxuan's eyes burned with madness as he roared. That mutated dog-esque strength was undeniable, everyone saw it. Who among us could have killed it? Even an epic tier ability user died. What difference would I have made? Just another corpse. His voice echoed through the study hall. The others cowered, heads bowed, none daring to provoke him further. Haoxuan swept his gaze across the room, lips curling in disdain. And let us not forget, who charges into battle first every time? Me. While you spineless cowards just stand there, cheering from the sidelines, utterly useless. He jabbed an accusing finger at the front row. You, and you, why don't you fight? Silence. Not a soul met his challenge. Pathetic. Every last one of you. The air was thick with tension. Fueled by their silence, Haoxuan's fury only grew. His glare locked onto the plump girl again. And this trash, I actually shared food with her before. What a waste. He spat in disgust. His rage spiraled, triggering his ability. A metallic sheen spread across his right leg, encasing it in dark, unyielding steel. Tell me, how dare she blame me for not fighting? Does she even deserve to speak? His voice dripped with venom. She deserves nothing. With a single step forward, he raised his metal-clad leg. The girl's face twisted in horror. And no. Please. Don't. Shireen. Li Ping. Someone stop him. Help me. The slightly plump girl never imagined that Wang Haoxuan seemed truly intent on killing her. Haoxuan. Don't be rash. We're all classmates. With a sinister grin, Wang Haoshuan raised his foot and brought it down with brutal force. Squelch. Li Ling's skull burst like an overripe watermelon, brains splattering, blood spraying in all directions. Li Ling dead. The onlookers stared in stunned disbelief, not daring to even breathe. After executing the girl, Wang Haoshuan swept his icy gaze across the room. I sent her ahead of schedule. Any objections? Terror-stricken, everyone shook their heads frantically. And none at all. She deserved it. Li Ling got what was coming. Brother Xian has worked tirelessly. How dare someone like her criticize him? The crowd scrambled to flatter Wang Haoshuan, terrified that a single misstep might earn them the same fate. Though the monstrous creatures outside would eventually claim them all, delaying death, even briefly, was still preferable. Survival was, after all, every creature's primal instinct. Emboldened by their submission, Wang Haoshuan swelled with arrogance. In these final moments, he was the undisputed ruler, the sovereign of this doomed sanctuary. But soon, his bravado crumbled. His voice dropped to a whisper. We're the last survivors in this library. When that mutated lion comes, it'll be the end for all of us. We can only wait. Wait to die? As despair weighed on him, his restless eyes settled on Nan Shireen, flickering with something darker. Nan Shireen, the university's undisputed top beauty. Porcelain skin, delicate features, legs that seemed to stretch endlessly, a slender waist. But what truly set her apart was her ethereal, untouchable aura, as if she were a celestial being descended among mortals. Noticing his predatory gaze, Nan Shireen's heart sank. This is bad. Wang Haoshuan's mood was dangerously volatile. Forcing a strained smile, she lied through her teeth. You did nothing wrong, Wang. He didn't respond, but the madness in his eyes only deepened. Everyone, I have a proposal. A wonderful proposal. A lewd smirk twisted his lips. At once, sycophantic voices chimed in. What brilliant idea do you have, Brother Xian? Yeah, let us hear it. His tongue flicked out, moistening his lips as he raked his eyes over Nan Shireen's curves. Since we're all going to die anyway, why not indulge in some pleasure before the end? A little carnal delight. His grin widened. What do you say, Campus Belle Nan Shireen? Silence. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Originally, there had been 8 survivors, 6 men, 2 women. Now, with Li Ling gone, it was 6 men and 1 woman. The remaining girl was Nan Shireen. 6 against 1. The atmosphere in the room shifted abruptly. Wang Haoshuan advanced toward Nan Shireen with a sinister grin. Classmate Nan Shireen. He sneered, before the apocalypse, you cruelly rejected my confessions 3 times. Tell me, will you be so heartless as to refuse me again this time? As he drew closer, Nan Shireen's heart sank. She needed to buy time. Biting her lower lip lightly, she spoke quickly. Wang Haoshuan, calm down. We're about to be rescued. Wang Haoshuan froze. What do you mean? Nan Shireen stood and addressed the group. Wang Haoshuan, and all of you, we're not at a dead end yet. I just contacted a senior alumnus named Feng. He is also an ability user, and he is willing to save us. His powers are formidable, even stronger than Li Donghai's. He is already on his way and will arrive soon. At her words, the other's eyes lit up with hope. Really? That is incredible. We're saved. Wang Haoshuan, however, scoffed. What a convenient coincidence. Right after I made my proposal, suddenly there is a rescuer? Who would ve thought the prestigious Campus Belle Nan Shireen would stoop to lying? I'm not lying. It's true. Nan Shireen insisted urgently. Wang Haoshuan waved her off dismissively. Our predicament in the library has been public knowledge online for a while. The mutated lion's terrifying strength is undeniable. Even Li Donghai, a powerful ability user, was no match for it. What fool would rush here to die? Even if this so-called Feng is your devoted admirer, surely he has some basic intelligence? His mocking gaze lingered on her, as if amused by the idea that the renowned beauty would resort to deception. His words struck a chord with the others. He is right. Who in their right mind would come here now? That beast can't be taken down without a dozen ability users or heavy weaponry. Even if someone did come, they'd just be another casualty, like the last survivor who couldn't even make it past the entrance. We're still doomed. The male student's eyes roamed over Nan Shireen's delicate figure, her porcelain skin, her ethereal beauty. A peerless gem. Nan Shireen's heart plummeted into an abyss. Her fair face paled slightly as she tried to convince them. I'm not lying. I have proof. Look at my phone records. She swiftly pulled out her phone, displaying the evidence. His name is Feng, and he is extraordinarily powerful. Everyone, please calm down and wait a little longer, all right? Isn't living a good thing? What I'm saying is absolutely true. Yet at this moment, Wang Haoshuan couldn't be bothered to listen any further. with a dismissive wave of his hand. His voice turned icy as he declared, "Truth or lies, it doesn't matter in the slightest. If it's true, it's just another fool rushing to his death. That guy probably wouldn't even make it past the library doors before that monster tears him apart. And if it's false, well, for a campus belle like you, untouched by the world, to perish so tragically would be such a waste. Why not let me help you out instead?" As he spoke, Wang Haoshuan moved closer to Nanshirin, inhaling deeply with a look of intoxicated delight. So fragrant. Absolutely intoxicating. Even after days without a bath. A goddess remains a goddess, utterly enchanting. His grip tightened around Nanshirin's snow-white arm. She struggled desperately, her voice trembling as she cried out, "Wang Haoshuan, have you lost your mind? Let me go. Let go of me right now." You've all seen the communication logs. Someone stop him. But Wang Haoshuan's strength was overwhelming, and she couldn't break free. A wave of despair surged through Nanshirin's heart. "Yifeng, is there still time?" With this thought in mind, Nanshirin shouted again, "Classmates, Wang Haoshuan has gone mad. Someone stop him." Her plea stirred the other male students. One boy cautiously spoke up, "Brother Xian, maybe we should wait." Wang Haoshuan turned and shot him a frigid glare. "Shut your mouth." The boy recoiled and immediately fell silent. Wang Haoshuan turned back to Nanshirin, his gaze lingering on her delicate, icy beauty. Overcome with excitement, he burst into raucous laughter. "Before I die, if I can savor such a delicacy, it'll be worth it." He then addressed the crowd, his voice booming. "Listen up, boys. Everyone here gets a turn. After I'm done, you'll take over. No waste allowed." The male students erupted in cheers. "Good. Huh. That's the spirit. Let us do it." They rubbed their hands together, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Brother Xian is unstoppable. If I can taste her today, my life won't have been in vain. Wang Haoshuan smirked, basking in their adulation, ready to proceed. Then, a deafening crash erupted from the doorway. Boom. Wang Haoshuan froze, his grip loosening instinctively. The others turned deathly pale, their bodies trembling as if struck by lightning. "We're doomed. The mutated Chow Chow is here. I don't want to die." So much for fun. Some collapsed to the floor, others turned ashen, and a few even wet themselves in terror. Wang Haoshuan, too, trembled uncontrollably. I don't want to die?" Seizing the moment, Nanshirin wrenched herself free. Clatter, clatter. Footsteps echoed as a figure emerged from the shadows. Confusion flickered among the crowd. "Wait, that doesn't he look like the mutated Chow Chow?" As the figure drew closer, the dim light revealed a tall, broad-shouldered man clad in black, his sharp brows and piercing eyes unmistakable. Yifeng. Surveying the scene, his lips curled into a faint smile. Just in time. Realizing it was a human and not a beast, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. "Phew. Scared me half to death. Damn it. There are other survivors here? Kid, you've got a death wish." Wang Haoshuan also relaxed, his expression softening. Only Nanshirin's eyes lit up. She rushed forward. "Yifeng, that's me," he confirmed with a nod. The room erupted in murmurs. "He*s not just another survivor from the library. He*s that so-called simp with powers Nanshirin mentioned. It's actually true? How did he even get in? Maybe the mutated Chow Chow let him in on purpose." Wang Haoshuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yifeng. Yifeng paid no heed to these insignificant clowns, lowering his gaze to contemplate Nanshirin. Her eyes shimmered like a river of stars, and though her lips were slightly chapped, they retained a delicate rosy hue. Her face was elegantly oval-shaped, adorned with a refined, high-nose bridge. A simple black ponytail, tied with an ordinary hairband, cascaded down her back, accentuating her swan-like neck, pale and graceful, imbuing her entire presence with an air of cool detachment. Her attire was understated, a pale gray short-sleeved top paired with form-fitting black jeans. Towering at around 175 centimeters, her long legs were flawlessly straight and fair, while her rounded hips, hugged by the dark denim, exuded a lush fullness. If there was any flaw to note, it was perhaps her modest bust, likely no more than a B-cup. Yet despite this, Yifeng felt a warmth stir within him, truly worthy of being the campus belle. Her beauty, those endless legs, far more striking than he remembered. This trip was not in vain. A faint curve graced the corners of Yifeng's lips. Yet in the very next moment, he noticed the glimmer of unshed tears shimmering in Nanshirin's beautiful eyes, causing his brows to furrow with concern. Reaching out, he gently brushed away the crystalline droplets clinging to her lashes. Nanshirin flushed with maidenly shyness, yet made no move to evade his touch. Yifeng's eyes burned with fury, his voice icy as winter's breath. You've been wronged, he uttered through clenched teeth. Who dared? His gaze swept the surroundings ominously. Or was it every single soul present? Feng surveyed the entire scene. In the reading room lay a headless female corpse, accompanied by 6 young men with varied expressions. They whispered among themselves. For a distinguished ability user to come here and throw his life away. Pitifully, he might not have realized that the library had already become the territory of mutated hounds. Entry permitted, but no exit allowed. The crowd gazed at Feng with looks reserved for fools. In their eyes, ability users lived comfortably outside, lacking nothing. To rush here for a woman and throw away his life, what else could he be but a fool? Even Li Donghai, an ability user of legendary caliber, had failed to defeat that monstrous creature. Could this Feng possibly surpass Li Donghai? Only Wang Haoxuan's eyes flickered restlessly, his thoughts inscrutable. Feng glanced at the group before him, his brow involuntarily furrowing with displeasure. Turning to Nan Shireen, he inquired in a measured tone, Shireen, do these individuals truly deserve death? Nan Shireen nodded instinctively, but soon realized the implication behind Feng's words. He intended to exact vengeance on her behalf. Hastily, she added, let it go, Feng. I'm unharmed. All I ask is that you take me away from here. Lowering her voice, she recounted the events of the past few days, summarizing them briefly for Feng. Then, drawing even closer, she whispered urgently, Feng, that mutated Chao Chao is terrifyingly powerful. 2 ability users have already fallen to its jaws. You must be extremely cautious. Feng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the room as a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At that very moment, Wang Haoxian forced a faint smile and introduced himself. I am Wang Haoxian, a supernatural being. You must be Feng, correct? I understand, my friend, you've come for Nan Shireen. Truly a man of passion. Wang Haoxian raised his thumb in admiration, his face brimming with exaggerated praise. Feng gazed at him with an icy indifference, his expression unreadable. Wang Haoxuan's eyes flickered with displeasure, his mind seething with silent curses. How dare he ignore me? What an insufferable act. Yet, he suppressed the fury within, forcing a veneer of warmth onto his face. Women are but fleeting pleasures, as the saying goes, he began, his tone dripping with false camaraderie. Brother Feng, since you fancy Nan Shireen, I shall yield her to you without contest. With enemies at our doorstep, and both of us awakened with abilities, if we join forces, we might just stand a chance against that mutated lion and escape this forsaken library. What say you? Wang Haoxuan spoke with practiced sincerity, though his mind was already weaving schemes. To him, survival outweighed momentary indulgence. After all, once they escaped this peril, women would be plentiful. And if fate granted him the chance to eliminate Feng in the chaos, Nan Shireen would remain his to claim. Masking his calculations behind an expectant gaze, he awaited Feng's response. Feng's expression remained calm as he spoke unhurriedly. Alliance? Calling me brother while stealing my woman. Are you even worthy? Upon hearing these words, Wang Haoxuan's face darkened instantly, as if he could scarcely believe his ears. What did you say? Never had he imagined that someone could be so ungrateful as to trample upon his goodwill so blatantly. Feng continued with a cold sneer. What kind of insignificant creature do you take yourself for, daring to dream of an alliance with me? If you lack a mirror, surely you possess urine? Gaze upon your own reflection and ask yourself, are you even worthy? These words sent Wang Haoxuan trembling with rage. He simply couldn't fathom how such an utterly arrogant and conceited individual could exist in this world. Wang Haoxuan stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Feng surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over Wang Haoxuan and the assembled crowd. Regardless of who stepped forward, the outcome would be singular, death. Upon hearing this, Wang Haoxuan was so enraged his lungs nearly burst. Pointing at Feng, he roared, You have no sense of proportion. You have no comprehension of just how terrifying that mutated Chao Chao truly is. Shaking his head in fury, he spat, arrogant fool. You fail to understand. Only by uniting our powers can we possibly defeat that monstrosity. Go ask Nan Shireen. She knows exactly how horrifying that beast's strength is. Nan Shireen, standing nearby, hesitated briefly at Wang Haoxuan's words before gently tugging at Feng's sleeve. Feng, she said softly, though he is indeed scum. He is not wrong about this. That mutated Chao Chao is extraordinarily powerful. If you work together, that would be the optimal solution. Hearing Nan Shireen's words, Wang Haoxuan's spirits lifted, and he burst into laughter. As expected of the top campus belle, you truly understand the bigger picture. Feng, if you apologize to me now, I might just forgive your earlier insolence. As Nanshirine said, only by cooperating can we escape this library alive. The other survivors chimed in, urging reason. Feng, don't be so irrational. With an enemy at our gates, unity is our only path to survival. We may have been wrong, but hasn't Teen and Shireen erred as well? Feng merely smiled at Nanshirine. Unnecessary. Wang Haoshuan, witnessing this, was utterly exasperated. Shaking his head, he sighed. Feng, you're utterly incorrigible. Fine. I'll beat you into submission and force you to face reality. Full metal transformation. As his words fell, Wang Haoshuan's body underwent a drastic change. A dull metallic glow radiated from within, encasing his entire form in a shell of steely gray. Crack. In an instant, he transformed into a towering metal colossus, standing over 2 meters tall, his entire body armored in unyielding dark alloy. The transformation complete. A smirk of confidence curled on Wang Haoshuan's lips. This was his ultimate form, full metal transformation, capable of hardening his muscles, bones, even his internal organs into indestructible metal. The male onlookers erupted in fervent chatter. Brother Xian is invincible. Crush him for us. Yet Nanshirine's beautiful eyes brimmed with concern. Feng, be careful. Wang Haoshuan shot her a disdainful glare. Wretched woman, once I've pummeled Feng to death, I'll deal with you properly. With that, he swung his massive fist and charged at Feng. The colossal strike descended. Feng's expression remained unchanged as he merely raised a single finger with subtle grace. Hum. In an instant, a tempestuous sphere of gray thunder energy coalesced at his fingertip. Crackle. Arcs of electricity surged relentlessly. A faint yet oppressive aura of power rippled across the entire scene. What sorcery is this? Wang Haoshuan's pupils constricted sharply, an ominous premonition dawning upon him. Feng. This fellow seems to possess genuine skills. Yet, with the arrow already on the bowstring, there's no turning back. At this moment, he could only summon every ounce of his strength to deliver a fierce metallic fist towards Feng. All flash and no substance. Perish. The punch carried a razor-sharp wind. Formidable beyond measure. Feng flicked his wrist lightly. The thunderbolt transformed into a streak of light midair, hurtling directly toward Wang Haoshuan. Wang Haoshuan had no time whatsoever to evade. Boom. Feng's electric arc clashed with his metallic fist in midair, producing a deafening explosion. Thunder surged forth. A torrent of terrifying energy instantly coursed through Wang Haoshuan's entire body. Crackling and sizzling. His body stiffened abruptly, rendered completely immobile. This can't be. Wang Haoshuan's eyes brimmed with sheer terror. In the next moment, his metallic form violently shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground like debris. Wang Haoshuan, annihilated. The male onlookers' eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, collectively gasping in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Damn, Brother Xian is gone. What kind of ability is this? Obliteration. Thunder-based powers? This is absurdly overpowered. Nanshirine's exquisite eyes widened in shock, her delicate lips parting slightly as astonishment painted her features. She had anticipated Feng's strength, but never had she imagined it would reach such staggering heights. The formidable Wang Haoshuan, vanquished in a single strike by Feng, without even a chance to retaliate. Unfathomable. Could it be that Feng's earlier claim of annihilating mutated beasts with a mere flick of his fingers was not mere bravado, but the unvarnished truth? The way Nanshirine gazed at Feng now had transformed entirely. Dashing, handsome, formidable, enigmatic. Feng, having slain Wang Haoshuan, shifted his gaze to the others present. You all deserve death as well. The onlookers trembled under the murderous intensity of his glare. Their bodies quaked with fear as they desperately pleaded for mercy. No, not me. We were wrong. It was Wang Haoshuan who deceived us. Spare us, spare us. Yet their pleas fell upon deaf ears. Feng showed no inclination toward leniency. However, dealing with these wretches required no supernatural abilities. A mere thought sufficed. Feng retrieved a pistol from his spatial storage and mercilessly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. The rapid gunshots reverberated through the silent library. Each bullet fired forth like the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of these men. No, please. Spare us. Desperate screams and pitiful wails rose and fell in succession. In the blink of an eye, the reading room was littered with corpses sprawled haphazardly across the floor, blood pooling endlessly beneath them. Not a single male student in the room was spared. All lay lifeless upon the ground. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air. Nanshirine, witnessing this brutal scene, paled slightly. Yet as she recalled the despicable expressions these men had worn earlier, She couldn't help but feel they deserved their fate. Yi Feng. Thank you. Her gaze toward him shimmered with admiration and gratitude. She knew he had done this for her. Yi Feng lowered his gaze to examine Nanshirin. Her skin was as white as snow, smooth and delicate, with a tall and slender figure, especially those long, snow-white legs that were particularly eye-catching. Her large, bright eyes seemed to shimmer with starlight. With a high-nose bridge and cherry-like lips, she irresistibly tempted one to steal a kiss. Exquisite. Truly the masterpiece of the creator. Yi Feng gently grasped Nanshirin's delicate, boneless hand and spoke to her in a soothing tone. Shirin, let us depart from this place. Nanshirin nodded, her face alight with exhilaration. Yet, in the next moment, a thought struck her. Yi Feng, if we simply walk out like this, that mutated Chow Chow will surely attack us. Though you dispatched Wang Haoshuan as effortlessly as crushing a chick, that beast is just as capable. A trace of unease lingered in Nanshirin's heart. Hearing this, Yi Feng chuckled softly. Fear not, Shirin. I shall handle everything. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Nanshirin fell silent. The two stepped out of the reading room and soon descended to the first floor. The mutated Chow Chow had yet to appear. Nanshirin clutched Yi Feng's hand nervously, her heart pounding wildly, her chest rising and falling with each breath. Could it be that the beast has fallen asleep? Her thoughts spiraled into anxious speculation. Just as they were about to cross the threshold of the library, a deep, thunderous roar erupted from the distance. Grrrr. The sound shook the heavens and earth, as if piercing straight into the soul. Nanshirin trembled, her expression frantic. Yi Feng, that mutated Chow Chow. It's here. Brother Yi Feng, I'm so scared. Her face drained of color, she stood frozen in panic. Do not fear, Yi Feng reassured her, his voice steady. I am here. Yi Feng gently grasped her delicate jade-like hand, remaining cautiously vigilant. A fleeting shadow darted past. Before them materialized a mutated beast. Yi Feng raised his gaze. Before him stood the mutated Chow Chow, a formidable beast measuring 3 meters in length, towering and majestic. Its razor-sharp teeth and claws gleamed menacingly, while its coarse yellow fur resembled steel needles, each strand bristling with intensity. The creature's pitch-black eyes radiated pure ferocity, too savage for direct eye contact. An aura of overwhelming power emanated from its entire being. Rather than attacking immediately, the mutated Chow Chow displayed an almost human-like intelligence in its dark, penetrating stare as it studied Yi Feng and Nanshirin. Shirin, step aside and observe the battle from a distance, Yi Feng instructed. Yi Feng shielded Nanshirin behind him, then strode resolutely toward the mutated Chow Chow. Beast, I hear you possess formidable strength? His piercing gaze locked onto the monstrous creature before him. The mutated Chow Chow appeared to comprehend human speech, its eyes flickering with displeasure. With a sudden surge of its massive frame, it launched itself forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, leaving only a blurred afterimage in its wake. Such astonishing speed. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, not daring to be careless. A wisp of gray lightning coiled around his fingertips. Zzzt. Facing Yi Feng's thunderous attack, the mutated Chow Chow suddenly felt a surge of vigilance. If I take this head-on, I'll die? The gray lightning shot forth. With uncanny anticipation, the massive beast twisted its body mid-air, narrowly evading the arc of electricity. The bolt grazed past the mutated Chow Chow and struck the bookshelf behind it. Boom. The towering bookshelf shattered into splinters under the force of Yi Feng's lightning. A cold sweat broke out on the beast as it witnessed the destruction. Its gaze toward Yi Feng grew even more hostile. Yi Feng was equally astonished. For the first time, an enemy had managed to escape from his chaos divine thunder. The mutated lion dog let out a furious roar, its figure flickering rapidly. In the span of a single breath, it appeared beside Yi Feng. Its eyes brimmed with savage ferocity as it raised its enormous, razor-sharp claws and ruthlessly swiped at Yi Feng's head. Yi Feng could even detect the fetid stench of blood emanating from it. Beside him, Nanshirin couldn't help but let out a startled cry. Yi Feng, be careful. Yi Feng's figure shifted slightly. The mutated Chow Chow's razor-sharp claws swept past him, slamming heavily onto the ground. Crack! The tiles shattered, sending fragments of stone scattering in all directions. With a swift motion, Yi Feng summoned his flaming blade into his grasp. In the blink of an eye, he raised the weapon and delivered a horizontal slash. Simultaneously, the mutated Chow Chow lifted its razor-sharp claws. The beast's talons clashed against Yi Feng's fiery sword. Thud! A deep gash split open on the mutated dog's claws, blood gushing forth. At the same moment, tongues of flame erupted from the blade's edge, searing the creature's paw. A whoop, agonizing pain wrenched a shrill howl from its throat. The massive beast recoiled in haste, rolling violently on the ground to smother the flames. Huff, huff. Panting heavily, the mutated Chow Chow's eyes burned with unbridled fury. The pain, it was unbearable. Never since its mutation had it suffered such grievous wounds. Rage consumed it. A guttural growl rumbled from its throat once more. Growling. And then, its skull abruptly swelled, expanding several times its original size. Yifeng's heart stirred. What kind of technique is this? The art of enlarging one's head. Just as Yifeng was silently bracing himself, the mutated Chow Chow's neck elongated in an eerie manner, stretching like a rubber band as it lunged toward him at an astonishing speed. It must be noted that this mutated beast was already incredibly swift by nature, yet this attack was 10 times faster than its usual speed. By the time Yifeng realized what was happening, it was too late to evade. The attack succeeded. A glint of triumph flashed in the Chow Chow's eyes as it bared its razor-sharp fangs, its gaping maw descending upon Yifeng as if to swallow him whole. Watching from the sidelines, Nan Shirin's heart clenched in terror, her beautiful eyes brimming with dread. The beast clamped its jaws viciously around Yifeng's waist, its gaze alight with savage glee. Ha! Damned human, die. In its mind, Yifeng would surely be torn in half, his scalding blood gushing forth in a gruesome spray. It had even envisioned the manner of its feast. First this, then that. With a brutal snap of its jaws, crack. The texture felt wrong. Confusion flickered in the Chow Chow's eyes. It was as though it had bitten into unyielding metal. Its teeth shattered. A searing pain erupted from its gums the next instant. A crack split the roots of its once indestructible fangs, blood seeping faintly from the wound. The mutated Chow Chow was utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? Its fangs, harder than any metal, had never failed to crush anything since its mutation. Instinctively, it lifted its gaze, only to find the human's body radiating a faint golden glow. Blindingly brilliant. What in the world is this? Fury and panic surged within the beast as it retracted its massive head, staring at Yifeng with wary disbelief. Nan Shirin, witnessing this from the side, finally exhaled in relief, her eyes shimmering with exhilaration. Yifeng remained unscathed. What a tremendous relief. Brother Feng, press on with unwavering determination. Yifeng furrowed his brows slightly. Why did this ability seem vaguely familiar to him? Yifeng gazed intently at the mutated Chow Chow before him, sifting through the recesses of his memory. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization flashed through his eyes. He remembered. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yifeng's lips. So you are the colossal beast with the retractable head. In the previous life, it was precisely this mutated Chow Chow before him that had brought considerable trouble to humanity. When Yifeng first heard of it, the mutated Chow Chow had already reached a formidable level. Its massive frame loomed like a small mountain, an absolute behemoth. With razor-sharp claws and astonishing speed, not to mention its eerie ability to stretch its body, its combat prowess was truly terrifying. It had established dominion over a territory in Jiangxing, wreaking havoc and spreading chaos. Eventually, it took the combined efforts of several powerful human warriors to encircle and slay the beast. Little did he expect that in this lifetime, he would encounter it so soon, a mutated creature with immense potential for growth. Yifeng suddenly recalled his little sparrow that had been killed by the Zhou brothers. Though mutated beasts were rare, most of them possessed formidable combat prowess once they matured. Should he tame this foolish dog as his steed? With this thought in mind, Yifeng spoke calmly. Foolish dog, I know you understand me. I'll give you one chance, become my pet, or die. The mutated Chow Chow regarded Yifeng with wary uncertainty. It could keenly sense the overwhelming threat emanating from him, particularly the terrifying lightning capable of shattering its defenses and ending its life. But surrender to a human? Impossible. A savage glint flashed in the beast's eyes. Its hatred for humankind ran deep, an enmity beyond reconciliation. Besides, it was undeniably faster than him. Even if it couldn't defeat Yifeng, couldn't it simply flee? Roar. The mutated Chow Chow let out a defiant snarl, rejecting the offer outright. Seeing its refusal, Yifeng pondered briefly before speaking again. Submit to me, and you shall live. This is your only chance. Yifeng considered the dog before him to be a formidable combatant and was inclined to grant it another opportunity. A glint of defiance flickered in the mutated Chow Chow's eyes. It resolved to demonstrate its stance through action to teach this man a lesson. In an instant, The mutated beast's claws swelled grotesquely, its limbs stretching like elastic bands as it lashed out with terrifying speed. Danger. Fully alert, Yifeng immediately discerned the anomaly. This time, the target of the mutated Chow Chow's assault was not him, but Nan Shireen, who stood observing the confrontation from the sidelines. Before anyone could react, the monstrous claws descended upon her like a guillotine. Nan Shireen remained frozen, her mind blank with shock. Bang! The air cracked with a thunderous snap. Then, a flash of golden light. Yifeng swiftly positioned himself in front of Nan Shireen, directly enduring the mutated Chow Chow's ferocious assault. The beast's massive frame trembled violently, its razor-sharp claws aching excruciatingly. Utterly dumbfounded, it stared in disbelief. How could this human remain completely unscathed, his body as impenetrable as solid rock? Not a single scratch. If capable of speech, the mutated creature would undoubtedly have roared in outrage. Damn cheater with invincibility hacks. Beside them, Nan Shireen finally grasped the situation, once again. Beneath the claws of this monstrous beast, Yifeng had saved her life. Overwhelmed by lingering fear, an immense wave of gratitude surged within her heart. Yifeng, thank you for rescuing me yet again. Yifeng turned his back to her and waved his hand dismissively, though a lingering sense of dread crept into his heart. Fortunately, he had remained acutely aware of Nan Shireen's presence, allowing him to narrowly rescue her in the nick of time. One must understand, this mutated beast moved with terrifying swiftness. Had Yifeng hesitated even for half a beat, Nan Shireen would have been reduced to a bloody pulp beneath its claws, her delicate life extinguished in an instant. At this thought, his gaze sharpened with lethal intent as it locked onto the mutated lion. Taming had failed. Yifeng sheathed his flaming blade into the void. With a mere thought, crackle, waves of thunderous power surged around him, arcs of electricity dancing and snapping in the air. The mutated Chow Chow's heart lurched with dread, sensing impending doom, and immediately turned to flee. Where do you think you're running? Yifeng took a decisive step forward, his hands thrusting out with formidable force. Boom, 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 boom. For colossal arcs of gray lightning erupted from his palms, front and back, left and right, streaking toward the mutated lion with unimaginable speed. The crackling electricity illuminated the air, sizzling and sparking. Faced with Yifeng's relentless thunderous assault, the mutated lion was seized with terror. Its eerily human-like eyes flickered with fear as a defiant roar echoed in its mind. I will evade this, summoning every ounce of its latent power. It predicted the trajectory and pushed its speed to the absolute limit. Its massive frame shrank abruptly, narrowly dodging the first arc of lightning. Yet the remaining 3 bolts closed in, forming a deadly triangle. Twisting its body in a desperate roll, the lion evaded the second and third strikes. But against Yifeng's 4th divine thunder, it was powerless to escape. Yifeng's gaze was icy cold, for divine thunderbolts formed a lethal crossfire. Where could you possibly evade? A glint of resignation flickered in the mutated Chow Chow's eyes, leaving it no choice but to brace for impact. Instantly, its steel needle-like fur coiled and interwove across its body, weaving into an impromptu shield in the blink of an eye. It will hold. The beast roared inwardly. Boom. A streak of gray lightning tore through the sky, crashing mercilessly onto the mutated Chow Chow. The primordial thunderstrike had found its mark. Arcs of electricity surged like raging dragons, flooding every inch of the beast's body in an instant. The Chow Chow, once imposing and thunderous, now stood rigid, its eyes wide with defiance as it unleashed a final, unwilling bellow. Crackle, ZZT. The thunder revealed its devastating might. Flashes of lightning crackled and popped, the steel for defense disintegrated into nothingness. The creature's body stiffened, charred black where it stood. As the radiance of the storm slowly faded, a trace of despair surfaced in the Chow Chow's gaze. Lifting its head, it fixed Yifeng with a pleading look, its submission unmistakable. Too late for regrets, Yifeng remarked coolly. The next moment, the light in the beast's eyes dimmed. Its breath stilled, and its massive frame toppled backward with a thunderous crash, shattering stone and splitting tiles beneath its weight. And then, an alluring aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. The mutated Chow Chow, struck by Yifeng's divine thunder, had been thoroughly cooked, crisp on the outside, tender within. Yifeng silently admired in his heart. Truly befitting of me, the mastery over the might of the primordial divine thunder has grown increasingly refined. The roasting was done to perfection. Brother Yifeng, you're simply extraordinary. Are you the most formidable supernatural being in the world? Nan Shireen, who had been observing the battle from the side, covered her small mouth, her eyes shimmering with astonishment and delight. Yi Feng's formidable strength utterly surpassed her expectations. He was practically invincible. The mutated Chow Chow, as lethal as the Grim Reaper itself, collapsed effortlessly beneath his feet. It must be noted that 2 other superhumans had already perished under this beast's claws. Even more astonishing was the sheer dominance Yi Feng displayed during the battle. An overwhelming instant annihilation. Nan Shireen hurried over to him, her eyes shimmering with admiration. "Yi Feng, you're absolutely incredible," she exclaimed, her gaze sparkling with awe. Yi Feng suppressed the smugness in his heart, waving his hand with an air of nonchalance. This beast proved slightly more formidable than anticipated, requiring a bit more effort to subdue. Yi Feng spoke while glancing at the thoroughly cooked mutated Chow Chow. With a thought, he stored the corpse of this mutated canine into his spatial storage. Zombified creatures and mutated variants among the undead are absolutely inedible. However, mutated life forms like this Chow Chow don't belong to the zombie species. Not only are they edible, but their meat possesses exceptional texture and flavor. Most crucially, the energy contained within mutated flesh provides some benefits for enhancing an ability user's strength. Certain parts of mutated beasts even possess miraculous effects for boosting power, making them virtually priceless treasures. Yi Feng did not inspect the skull of this mutated Chow Chow, for within the cranial cavity of mutated beasts, there exist no crystalline nuclei. The essence of these aberrant creatures mirrors that of human superhumans. Only upon reaching the 4th tier would an energy core coalesce within their corporeal forms. Yi Feng's act of summoning objects out of thin air once again left Nan Shireen utterly astonished. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Yi Feng, what kind of ability is this? How did that enormous creature vanish in an instant? Is it some form of illusion?" Yi Feng smiled faintly without further explanation. "This is my special ability, which I shall elucidate to you gradually in due course. A gentleman ought to retain an air of mystery." Yi Feng gently grasped Nan Shireen's delicate, boneless hand and led her away from the library. Nan Shireen obediently followed behind him, gazing at his handsome profile and upright posture. Her heart overflowed with an indescribable sense of security. Is this the man to whom I shall entrust myself? Just how many mysteries do you still conceal? Yi Feng and Nan Shireen strolled through the campus grounds. From time to time, zombies would launch assaults towards Nan Shireen. Yi Feng dispatched them without hesitation. During this time, Nan Shireen made another startling discovery. The zombies seemed to attack only her while completely ignoring Yi Feng's presence. Utterly inconceivable, burdened with Nan Shireen's presence. Their progress was far from swift. As they trudged onward, her movements grew increasingly sluggish, her delicate panting growing ever more pronounced. Yi Feng suddenly realized his mistake and cast an apologetic glance at her. "My sincerest apologies. I had momentarily forgotten about your delicate constitution." Nan Shireen's face had turned rather pale, yet she hastily shook her head in reassurance. Yi Feng gently smoothed her silken tresses. "Are you hungry?" he inquired softly. "Shall we find a place to rest?" Nan Shireen nodded bashfully. "It's been so long since I've had a proper meal, and these past few nights, I haven't slept well at all." Yi Feng nodded in comprehension. Swiftly, he escorted Nan Shireen to a faculty dormitory building. The staff accommodations at Jiang University were all single-occupancy units, with some more luxurious options featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room. They arrived at the base of the residential tower. Yi Feng unsheathed his blade, swiftly dispatching the dozens of zombies lurking in the vicinity. With a gentle motion, he then reached out and tenderly encircled Nan Shireen's slender waist. A delicate blush graced Nan Shireen's fair cheeks as she offered no resistance to his embrace. Yi Feng whispered softly, "Hold me." Nan Shireen wrapped her arms around his waist, her heart trembling with the unfamiliar intimacy of a man's embrace for the very first time. It was as if she had drifted into a haven of warmth. Yi Feng, seeing her securely holding on to him, immediately bent his knees and propelled himself upwards with a powerful leap, soaring into the sky. Amidst her involuntary gasp of surprise, he effortlessly vaulted to the 5th floor, shattering the window as he burst into the room. Once inside, he gently released Nan Shireen from his grasp. "Yi Feng, you're practically a superhero," Nan Shireen exclaimed, her voice trembling with a mix of exhilaration and nervous awe. Yi Feng surveyed the surroundings, examining the dormitory environment. There appeared to be no zombies present. The room consisted of 2 bedrooms and a living area, neat and tidy with all necessary daily supplies readily available. "This place seems quite decent. We shall rest here temporarily." Yi Feng meticulously searched the entire house, confirming the absence of any zombies before securely locking all doors and windows. Shireen obediently followed his instructions. Upon reaching a safe environment, her tense expression gradually softened. Gurgle. Her stomach suddenly rumbled. You're hungry? Yifeng wore a faint smile. Shireen nodded shyly. Order whatever you'd like to eat, anything at all. Yifeng gestured generously, with the ingredients from his spatial storage. He was confident he could fulfill most of Shireen's requests. Ah, really? Anything. Shireen's eyes sparkled with delight. Of course, Yifeng affirmed with a nod. Then I like hot pot, Shireen blurted out eagerly. Yifeng. At noon, I had just indulged in a hot pot feast. Noticing Yifeng's silence, Shireen suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. She offered an apologetic smile. What era is this? When 99% of the world's population is starving. How could you even think of craving hot pot? How utterly inconsiderate. I was only joking. Anything else to eat would suffice, she hastily added. Yifeng smiled calmly. All right. Hot pot it is, no problem. Although he had just finished a hot pot meal, another round wouldn't hurt. With a thought, a long brown table specifically designed for hot pot suddenly appeared in the room, complete with a traditional copper hot pot. Having previously emptied out an entire large hot pot restaurant, Yifeng naturally had all the necessary utensils at his disposal. Shireen stared blankly at this scene. Yifeng, are you Doraemon? Whatever comes to mind materializes. Under Shireen's gaze. Like a magician, Yifeng continuously conjured hot pot ingredients from thin air, slices of beef, lamb, tonghao greens, shiitake mushrooms, baby bok choy, and konjac delights. You're truly magical, Yifeng. Shireen's beautiful eyes sparkled as she swallowed repeatedly in anticipation. Yifeng smiled faintly and continued retrieving food items from seemingly nowhere. Eggs, fish tofu, duck intestines, meatballs, morel mushrooms, and kelp nuts emerged one after another. The entire table was soon adorned with a dazzling array of ingredients. Shireen's cherry lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Though she had previously witnessed Yifeng's extraordinary abilities, this magical manifestation of whatever one desired still left her utterly awestruck. Yifeng, you're absolutely incredible. How on earth do you do this? She exclaimed. Yifeng pondered for a moment and decided there was no need for concealment. This is my spatial ability. Capable of storing objects. Yifeng produced 2 packets of hot pot dipping sauce, a bottle of sesame paste, a bottle of fragrant oil, a container of crushed peanuts, a handful of chopped scallions, and a bunch of cilantro. Finally, he brought out a case of mineral water and instructed, Shireen, I'll leave the rest to you. By the way, what kind of broth base would you prefer? I have tomato, bone broth, spicy beef tallow, and mushroom beef tallow. How about the beef tallow flavor? Shireen quickly responded, any is fine with me. Leave the rest to me. Yifeng, you should go and rest now. With a chuckle, he replied, well then, I'll eagerly await the feast. Yifeng turned around and settled into the armchair to rest. Shireen began preparing the hot pot ingredients, pouring mineral water into the pot, adding the base seasoning, and mixing the dipping sauce. Before long, the water in the hot pot came to a boil with a bubbling sound, releasing the rich aroma of beef tallow broth. How fragrant! Shireen exclaimed in delight. The two then took their seats and began their meal in earnest. Yifeng placed the thinly sliced meat into the sizzling pan, allowing it to sear for a brief moment before retrieving it. He then delicately coated the morsel with a specially prepared dipping sauce before placing it in his mouth. A symphony of rich, aromatic flavors instantly blossomed across his palate. Exquisite. Absolutely divine. Yifeng praised the food effusively. Shireen was moved to tears as she ate, having once believed she would never taste such exquisite delicacies again. At this moment, her heart overflowed with profound gratitude toward Yifeng. How fortunate she was to have him by her side. She too devoured the meal ravenously, and the two of them feasted heartily within the confines of the room. On the same floor, in another chamber, 5 men sat around a dining table, silently consuming rice soaked in soy sauce. The table bore nothing but a single pot of plain rice and 2 measly sausages, no other sustenance in sight. Among them sat a man of balanced build, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. His name was Sun Weixin, formerly a professor in the Chinese literature department of Jiangxing University. When the apocalypse descended, he had been resting in the faculty dormitory and narrowly escaped the initial catastrophe. Later, a group of campus security guards sought refuge in the same building. Initially, these guards had been civil, even cooperative, but as days stretched into weeks, it became painfully clear that the old order had crumbled. Emboldened by their numbers, The guards began to bully and abuse the surviving faculty members, seizing what little food remained. Sun Weixin had once teetered on the brink of starvation, until fate intervened. He awakened an extraordinary ability, the power to petrify his body, encasing himself in stone armor. On the very day his powers manifested, Sun Weixin acted with ruthless resolve. One by one, he executed those who had tormented him, exacting a vengeance as brutal as it was cathartic. The sole survivor among the guards was Wang Dazhuang, a simple-minded man who had never participated in the cruelty. Dim-witted and relegated to the lowest rung among the guards, Wang Dazhuang had shown Sun Weixin kindness in the past. As the meal drew to a close, Sun Weixin spoke deliberately. "Gentlemen, our supplies are dwindling. This afternoon, we must continue our search upstairs for more resources." Wang Dazhuang thumped his chest eagerly. No problem. Boss Sun, I'll follow your lead." Sun Weixin cast a sidelong glance at him. True to his name, Wang Dazhuang was a hulking figure, strong but slow-witted, his speech blunt. His courage lacking, yet his appetite boundless. His sole redeeming quality was his unwavering loyalty. The other three men nodded in agreement. They, too, had suffered under the guard's tyranny and witnessed Sun Weixin's terrifying display of power, how he had crushed his enemies with merciless brutality. From that day forth, they had pledged allegiance to him without question. These 5 men were the only remaining survivors in the entire faculty dormitory. Wang Dazhuang lowered his head and resumed eating, swiftly polishing off 3 more bowls of rice. "You're a bottomless pit, I swear," Sun Weixin scoffed, though not without amusement. Wang Dazhuang responded with a sheepish grin. Sun Weixin narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. "The resources in this building are far too scarce. We still have the 6th floor left to scavenge. If resources remain insufficient, we'll have no choice but to venture outside the building." This faculty dormitory of the university was scarcely occupied to begin with. Coupled with the fact that the zombie outbreak occurred during class hours when most were absent, the number of undead within these walls remains minimal. Yet so does the food supply. Now, they are left with only a meager portion of rice and a few precious packs of bread and ham that even Sun Weixin hesitates to consume. After a modest meal, the group armed themselves with makeshift weapons and stepped out of their room, ascending the stairs cautiously. "Boss, I think I smell something unusual," Wang Dazhuang suddenly whispered, causing everyone to halt. "Do you smell it?" Sun Weixin frowned. "I do." Indeed, there was a distinct aroma, one that unmistakably resembled hot pot. Bewilderment settled over them. Where could such a scent possibly come from? It was utterly bizarre. "Proceed with caution," Sun Weixin commanded. Following the scent, they soon traced it to a particular room. "Boss, I remember this was an empty room. There shouldn't be any hot pot in here. Are we dealing with something supernatural?" Murmurs of unease spread among them. The inexplicable fragrance left them unsettled. From beneath the door, the rich aroma of spicy beef tallow broth wafted out, mingled with the unmistakable scent of thinly sliced beef and lamb. Outside, throats bobbed as the group swallowed hard, salivating uncontrollably. "So fragrant. I crave hot pot so badly. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Boss, what should we do?" Indecision gripped them. "Let's return to our room first." Exercising prudence, Sun Weixin led the group back to their quarters. Once inside, he addressed them with measured deliberation. "After careful consideration, I don't believe this is supernatural. Most likely, newcomers have arrived in this building. Dazhuang, Monkey, take our remaining supplies and scout ahead. Assess the situation inside that room." Dazhuang, referring to Wang Dazhuang, nodded immediately. Monkey, whose real name was Li Fenghui, was a university counselor. Given his slight frame, Sun Weixin had bestowed upon him this unflattering nickname. Now, however, reluctance flickered across his face. The inexplicable hot pot scent made this reconnaissance mission feel perilous. "You're unwilling?" Sun Weixin's displeasure bore down on Li Fenghui with an icy glare. A shudder ran through Monkey. The memory of Sun Weixin slaughtering those security guards remained vivid in his mind. Under such pressure, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Armed with their provisions, the two mustered their courage and approached the door of the mysterious room. Knock, knock. With trembling hands, Monkey rapped lightly. "Hello, is anyone there?" Inside the house. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of rapping echoed. Yifeng remained unmoved. Nan Shirin, however, was somewhat frightened and hastily sought Yifeng's guidance with her eyes. Yifeng calmly whispered, "Do not worry, I shall handle everything." Knock, knock, knock. The rapping at the door persisted. "I shall take care of it." Yifeng spoke as he rose and walked to the door. "Who's there?" Outside, Wang Dazhuang and Hosey exchanged glances. With sincere earnestness, Hosey replied, "Hello, we're survivors here. And also professors from Jiangxing University. My name is Li Fengwei. We noticed you might be having hot pot. Would you be willing to share some food with us? We'd be deeply grateful." Yifeng responded bluntly, "No, please leave." At that moment, Nan Shirin approached Yifeng's side and glanced outward with a quiet murmur. "I recognize this person. It really seems to be Teacher Li. Oh, what do you suggest?" A flicker of thought crossed Yifeng's mind. After a brief pause, Nan Shirin replied, "For the sake of our safety, I believe we should not open the door." Yifeng nodded approvingly. "Shirin, you're absolutely right. In this apocalyptic world, there's no need to pity others. Human hearts are treacherous indeed." Outside the door, the monkey's voice continued pleading, "Please, fellow student." Yifeng uttered coldly, "Scram." Hearing the brusque rejection from within, Wang Dazhuang and Hosey exchanged glances before deciding to alter their approach. "Dear classmate, might we exchange some rice and bread for your hot pot ingredients? Rest assured, the quantity will certainly not leave you at a disadvantage." Yet the voices outside continued their relentless chatter. Yifeng turned to Nan Shirin and said, "I'll open the door and drive them away." Nan Shirin pondered for a moment before replying, "Then I shall withdraw for now, lest I bring you unnecessary trouble." With those words, she rose and retreated into the bedroom. Although Yifeng saw little necessity, he did not hinder her actions. "Classmates, in this transaction, you are undoubtedly getting an exceptional bargain." Before he could finish his words, Yifeng abruptly swung the door open. As the door parted, Wang Dazhuang and Hosey were instantly dazzled. The rich, steaming aroma of hot pot wafted toward them, tantalizing their senses. The dining table was lavishly adorned with an array of delicacies, sliced beef and lamb, baby bok choy, and savory mushroom meatballs. Yifeng cast a glance at Wang Dazhuang and Monkey, one burly in stature, the other short and wiry. A thought flickered through his mind. A translucent, colorless insect the size of a grain of rice silently emerged from Yifeng's sleeve and alighted upon Wang Dazhuang's hair roots. This was Yifeng's newly acquired eavesdropping bug, formless, invisible, and nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Its purpose was to intercept conversations in its vicinity. Since obtaining it, Yifeng had yet to put it to use. The current situation presented the perfect opportunity for a test. Wang Dazhuang and Monkey swallowed hard. After deploying the bug, Yifeng spoke coldly, "I told you to leave. Do you not understand human speech?" Monkey raised the bag of food in his hand. "Classmate, I'm willing to trade what I have for one pack of baby bok choy and half a box of beef. What do you think? Judging by quantity alone." The two indeed carried a considerable haul, over 10 pounds of rice, 7 or 8 loaves of bread, and 3 sausages. On paper, the exchange would have favored Yifeng. But Yifeng cared little for such trifles. "No deal. Scram." Hearing his refusal, the pair showed no surprise. Wang Dazhuang pressed, "See, classmate, reconsider. It's a very fair trade, scram. Or die." A frigid aura of killing intent radiated from Yifeng. The two shuddered involuntarily. Just as Monkey opened his mouth to speak again, Wang Dazhuang seized him by the collar and dragged him away. "Fine. We're leaving right now." Once they had gone, Yifeng slowly closed the door. Nan Shirin stepped forward, her face etched with concern. "Yifeng, do you think they'll come back to cause trouble? After all, there's an old saying in China, wealth should not be exposed. Before, this hot pot meal would have been nothing. But now," Yifeng gently placed his hand on Nan Shirin's slender waist and whispered by her ear, "Shirin, rest assured, I have my own plans. Do not waste your thoughts on irrelevant individuals. These trivial matters need not concern you for now. Let us finish our meal swiftly so we may attend to more pressing affairs." Nan Shirin's delicate cheeks flushed with a faint rosy hue as she nodded obediently. The two sat down and continued savoring the feast of hot pot. Meanwhile, in another room, Wang Dazhuang and Hosey returned. Sun Weixing eagerly approached them. "How did the reconnaissance go?" Hosey pondered briefly before summarizing. "There appear to be 2 of them, a man and a woman. Their hot pot ingredients are incredibly lavish: beef, lamb, meatballs, all sorts of vegetables. Everything one could desire." The mere description made the group salivate. Hosey continued, "In any case, the quantity is substantial and the variety is abundant. If we ration carefully, it could last us 3 full meals. However," he added, "the man is dressed impeccably, clearly unaccustomed to hardship, and speaks with unwavering confidence. I suspect he might be an ability user, much like you, boss. As for the woman, I didn't catch a glimpse of her, but her voice was soft and melodious, likely a beauty." Sun Weixing nodded repeatedly in approval. "Excellent work, both of you." He rose to his feet, scanning the faces of those before him, then declared with a menacing tone. As the saying goes, how can one tolerate others snoring beside their bed? I have decided to launch a surprise attack and seize them in one decisive strike. What say you? No one dared oppose him. Those who had were long dead. Moreover, the tantalizing prospect of the hot pot only fueled their compliance. Sun Weixin nodded in satisfaction. Good. We shall strike tonight. Now, let us discuss the details of the ambush. Inside the room, Feng savored the hot pot while listening to the intelligence transmitted by the eavesdropping insect. An ambush? Feng let out a cold chuckle, set down his chopsticks, and turned his gaze toward Nan Shireen. Shireen, I need to step out to handle some matters. Stay here and wait for my return. With that, he picked up his keys and strode toward the door. It wasn't until the door clicked open that Nan Shireen snapped out of her daze. Feng, you. The words caught in her throat as a thought struck her. What right did she have to question his decisions? Swallowing her hesitation, she amended. Feng, I support every decision you make without condition. Just, please be careful and stay safe. Meanwhile, in another room, Sun Weixin, Wang Dazhuang, and their companions were embroiled in heated debate. The crux of the matter, one argued, is resolving the pivotal issue, the element of surprise in the ambush. Before he could finish, a voice cut through the tension. Why trouble yourselves with such complications? Lure him out and cut him down, simple as that. Sun Weixin instinctively snapped. How could that possibly? One must employ strategy. Then, realization struck. His body stiffened. His head jerked up, shock contorting his features. Who the hell are you? Wang Dazhuang and the others whirled around, their faces paling at the sight. Be boss. Monkey and Wang Dazhuang stammered, trembling. It's him. The hot pot guy? That's him. That's really him. Sun Weixin's expression darkened instantly. Friend, he ventured cautiously, just how much? Did you hear? Feng wore a faintly mocking smile, his expression brimming with playful derision. Every single word you've uttered has reached my ears. Feng emphasized the word every single sentence. However, Sun Weixin and his gang were destined never to grasp this point. Observing their bewildered expressions, Feng suddenly felt a wave of weariness and spoke indifferently. I'm here to kill you all. Upon hearing this, Wang Dazhuang stammered. You want to kill us? Our boss isn't awakened with the petrification ability. Sun Weixin's lips twitched slightly. Wang Dazhuang, you absolute imbecile. Why don't you just announce the color of my underwear to the enemy while you're at it? Petrification? Interesting. Feng cast a sidelong glance at Sun Weixin. Sun Weixin's gaze turned icy. Fine. You think you've got me figured out? Let's see what you're really made of. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Sun Weixin's eyes as he swiftly activated his petrification ability. Boom. Boom. In an instant, his arms, legs, and even his head became encased in a layer of unyielding, pale stone. His entire form resembled an indomitable warrior clad in white stone armor, exuding an aura of overwhelming might and ferocity. Boss is invincible. Crush this arrogant bastard. Wang Dazhuang and the others had witnessed the terrifying power of Sun Weixin's petrification ability before, and their confidence surged instantly as they turned their gazes toward Feng. What expression would Feng wear in the face of such a horrifying ability? Would he regret the bold words he had just uttered? To everyone's astonishment, Feng remained as composed as drifting clouds, as if Sun Weixin were utterly beneath his notice. A trace of reminiscence flickered through Feng's eyes. In his past life, there was a teammate with whom he shared a decent rapport, whose supernatural ability was of the petrifying variety. Sun Weixin, noticing Feng's distracted demeanor, was instantly consumed by humiliation and fury. Fine, looking down on me, are you? He seethed inwardly. Watch how I crush you, how I smash your brains out. Activating his petrification ability, his defenses became nearly invincible, impervious to blades and weapons. His strength and speed surged dramatically, whether facing ordinary humans or zombies. Each of his punches could fell an opponent effortlessly. This was his ultimate form. Yet, with his current energy reserves, he could sustain this state for only 1 minute. Thus, he had to end this swiftly. With a furious roar, Sun Weixin brandished his stone fists and lunged at Feng. Feng summoned his flaming battle blade, and with a mere thought, a faint glimmer of lightning adhered to its surface. This was a minor technique he had devised during his leisure hours, enhancing its offensive power while consuming minimal energy. Feng's figure flickered and vanished from sight. No, impossible. Sun Weixin's face paled in an instant. The man's speed was astonishingly swift. A distance of mere meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. Feng's flaming battle blade carved a brilliant arc through the air as it descended upon Sun Weixin. With a furious roar, Sun Weishan bellowed, "Perish." His fist swelled monstrously once more. Blade met fist with a sickening thunk. Under Sun Weishan's disbelieving gaze, his seemingly indestructible stone armor shattered instantly. No, impossible. His mind reeled in shock. A gaping fissure had been cleaved through his defenses by Yi Feng's strike. A sharp hiss escaped Sun Weishan's lips as cold sweat drenched him. Excruciating pain lanced through his arm, blood gushing freely from the wound. Huh, so your defenses aren't entirely worthless. It seems your ability isn't merely common grade, though it barely qualifies as rare tier. Yi Feng swiftly swung his blade once more, so fast, impossibly fast. By the time Sun Weishan could react, the blade had already cleaved mercilessly into his neck. Thud! With a single slash, Sun Weishan's head tumbled to the ground, rolling lifelessly as the petrification effect faded, leaving behind nothing but an ordinary severed head. His expression was frozen in disbelief. He could not fathom it. His pride, his indomitable stone armor, had been torn apart by Yi Feng's blade as if it were mere paper. As Sun Weishan perished, his body crumbled, the petrified fragments shattering into pieces. De Zhuang, Ho Zi, and the others stared in stunned horror. No, this can't be. How? How is this possible? The boss just died like that? We're finished now. Yi Feng curled his lips into a chilling smile and declared, "Now, it's your turn." Under his icy gaze, the men trembled violently, their bodies frozen with terror as if plunged into an abyss of despair. "No, don't kill us, please. We were only following orders. We're innocent. Our crimes don't warrant death." Despite his towering frame, Wang Dazhuang was a coward at heart, the first to drop to his knees in desperate supplication. The others followed suit, their bodies shaking uncontrollably as they groveled for mercy. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't end you," Yi Feng mused, his tone laced with dark amusement. "I don't want to die. I beg you." One of them wailed. I have a beautiful younger sister." Yi Feng's expression was icy and detached. With a swift flicker of his figure, his flaming battle blade slashed relentlessly. Blood gushed forth in torrents, crimson pillars erupting violently. Several heads tumbled to the ground, rolling lifelessly. All had perished. The justification, utterly insufficient. Yi Feng withdrew the eavesdropping insect with a wave of his hand. Without lingering, he turned and departed, returning to the dwelling. Nan Shireen cautiously peeked out her head, her delicate face brimming with joy upon seeing Yi Feng's safe return. Her graceful figure rushing toward him. "Thank heavens you're back. I was worried sick," she murmured. Though Nan Shireen knew of Yi Feng's formidable strength and that a few adversaries should pose no threat, a trace of concern still lingered in her heart. Yi Feng held the beauty in his arms. "What? Were you worried about me?" he murmured with a soft chuckle, lowering his gaze. Nan Shireen nodded gently, her voice tender and sweet. "Indeed, I was terribly concerned for you." Yi Feng gazed at Nan Shireen with a touch of sentimentality, truly deserving of her title as the top campus belle of Jiangxing University. Not only was her beauty breathtaking and her figure exquisite, but her skin was also incredibly smooth and delicate. "May I go take a shower first?" Nan Shireen cooed softly. "Go ahead," Yi Feng replied. Watching as she disappeared into the bathroom, he settled onto the bed, waiting patiently. The night held a quiet, enchanting allure. An hour later, Nan Shireen had drifted into a deep slumber. Beside her, Yi Feng stretched leisurely, his fingers gently tracing the silken strands of her raven-black hair as he admired her ethereal beauty. Nan Shireen's loveliness seemed like a divine masterpiece, her obsidian tresses cascading gracefully, her brows finely arched, her lips a delicate shade of rose. Her tall, curvaceous frame was accentuated by skin so flawless it appeared almost translucent. Yet, her most striking feature was her long, slender legs, pale as snow, paired with dainty, jade-like feet, combined with her innate aura of serene elegance. She resembled a celestial maiden descending into the mortal realm. Simply put, her beauty was beyond compare, radiant, peerless, and utterly mesmerizing. Yi Feng lay in bed, utterly unable to sleep. Yet he couldn't bring himself to wake Nan Shireen either. Yi Feng reflected upon the events of these past few days. Currently, he had 3 subordinates under his command: Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhao Wumei, and Nan Shireen. In terms of sheer physical allure, both Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhao Wumei were breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, when compared to Nan Shireen, they still fell slightly short. However, Nan Shireen was not without her flaws. Her figure was somewhat slender and lacked fullness, appearing rather flat. Yi Feng cast a glance at Nan Shireen. She was sound asleep, even emitting faint snoring sounds. Yifeng couldn't help but smile faintly. A peerless beauty. Yifeng found himself devoid of drowsiness, so he quietly rose and slipped out of the bedroom into the living room. Glancing up, he noticed the sky outside had already darkened. Nan Shireen remained deep in slumber, and he felt a pang of reluctance to disturb her. A silent apology formed in his heart. Xiao Xiao, I must beg your forgiveness this time. Retrieving his phone, he sent Lin Xiaoxiao a message informing her he wouldn't be returning that evening. Predictably, Lin Xiaoxiao was utterly crestfallen. She bombarded him with multiple texts, eventually resorting to video calls in her distress. Yifeng offered a few simple words of comfort before setting down his phone. He opened the panel to check the quantity of bait. 20 portions. A faint smile graced Yifeng's lips. Unconsciously, he had accumulated another 20 portions of bait. Let's go for another round. 10 tries first. The fishing rod twitched, and the hook vanished into the endless darkness. Notification, fishing in progress. Yifeng waited silently. Notification, congratulations, host. For a successful fishing attempt, you have obtained 3 bottles of basic recovery potion. Notification, congratulations, host, for another successful catch. You have acquired 10 complete collector's edition DVDs of Stellar Palace X. Notification, congratulations, host, for yet another fruitful endeavor. You have gained 1 tactile enhancement scroll. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reeled in 3 basic recovery potions and some kind of enhancement scroll. The system notification appeared. Fishing in progress. Yifeng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Notification, congratulations, host, for a successful fishing endeavor. You have obtained the book records of the Celestial Maiden of the Bright Firmament 1 copy. Notification, congratulations, host, for another triumphant catch. You have acquired the complete Marvel movie collection on DVD 1 set. Notification, congratulations, host, for an extraordinary haul. You have gained the legendary skill, Eyes of Insight 1 instance. Yifeng's heart trembled with sudden realization. A new skill had emerged. Yifeng first turned his gaze towards the skills. Skill, Insightful Eye Quality, Epic Description, Active Skill. Upon mastering this ability, you shall perceive the essence of all things, obtaining deeper revelations. Magnificent, he exclaimed. It was actually a detection skill. Yifeng's heart swelled with joy as he directly extracted the skill. A radiant purple source pearl materialized in midair. Yifeng extended his hand and crushed the origin pearl. In the next instant, the skill orb transformed into a stream of violet radiance that merged into his body. Notification, congratulations. You have acquired the epic tier skill, Eyes of Insight. Notification, your skill, Eyes of Insight, will synergize with the combat power detection ability. Simultaneously, a surge of knowledge regarding the skill manifested in Yifeng's mind. A faint smile graced his lips as a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. How formidable would its effects truly be? Yifeng's heart stirred as he turned to cast his insightful gaze upon Nan Shireen. Name, Nan Shireen. Description, an extraordinarily beautiful human woman. Ability, Non-Combat Index 7. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Yifeng's eyes. This ability could actually discern a person's fundamental information, even their combat prowess. How remarkably intriguing. Yifeng continued to gaze upon the other objects. Object, Floor Description, a worn and weathered floorboard. Yifeng continued to employ his insightful gaze. Object, Double Bed Description, a dilapidated bed where, mere moments ago, a man and woman had entangled themselves in passionate abandon. Yifeng smiled slightly. The ability of Insightful Eyes proved to be somewhat useful. At the very least, it could provide valuable intelligence. The skill test had concluded. Yifeng turned his gaze to the new scroll. Item, Tactile Enhancement Scroll Quality, Rare Description. Upon using this scroll, your tactile senses will be elevated to a certain degree. The scroll belongs to the familiar series, Sensory Enhancement, Tactile Amplification. Yifeng retrieved the scroll. With a swift motion, a palm-sized parchment materialized in his grasp. Yifeng unfurled the delicate scroll. In an ephemeral moment, the petite parchment transformed into a cerulean streak of light, surging into the depths of his being. Yifeng's body trembled slightly as he felt a surge of power rapidly merging with his tactile nerves. Simultaneously, subtle stinging sensations spread throughout his physique, compelling him to gently close his eyes and steel himself to endure the enhancement. Before long, the intensification process concluded. Yifeng opened his eyes and gently caressed his garments, his gaze flickering with astonishment. Every object he touched seemed imbued with newfound sensations. The supple texture of fabric, the glacial chill of metal, all rendered with heightened clarity and vivid realism. Feng could even faintly perceive the subtle currents of air swirling around him. It felt rather pleasant. Feng smiled faintly. With 10 more fishing attempts remaining, he had no intention of saving them. System, proceed with 10 consecutive fishing attempts. The fishing rod trembled slightly. Notification, fishing in progress. Feng lounged casually in his chair, awaiting the outcome of his fishing endeavor. Notification, congratulations, host, for a successful catch. 10 units of Huawei shortwave radios. Notification, congratulations, host, for a successful catch. 1 model of Azalane's illustrious. Notification, congratulations, host, for a successful catch. 100 jars of Xinjiang brand yellow peach preserves. Feng. It seems nothing was obtained. The system prompts continue. Notification, congratulations, host, for a successful fishing attempt. Acquired 10,000. Strike matches 1,000. Notification, congratulations, host, for a successful fishing attempt. Obtained a BBK Little Genius Smartwatch 1. Notification, congratulations, host, for a successful fishing attempt. Gained an Intuition Enhancement Scroll 1. Feng let out a slight sigh of relief. Having rewards was still acceptable. Before long, the fishing session came to an end. Feng's mind stirred as he retrieved the soul harvest from his fishing space. Item, Intuition Enhancement Scroll Rarity. Rare description. Upon using this scroll, your intuition shall experience a notable elevation. The sixth sense, intuition, strengthened. Feng tore open the Intuition Enhancement Scroll. In the next instant, the scroll transformed into a stream of azure light that flowed into his body. He gently closed his eyes, yet perceived little discernible change. It seemed as though nothing had altered at all. Feng opened his eyes, slightly perplexed. Previous enhancements had always brought about some noticeable changes. But this peculiar sensation, what could it be? Feng's eyes flickered slightly. In the dimly lit chamber, a cockroach emerged from the crevice beneath the dining table, its antennae twitching cautiously. Feng crouched down to observe. The cockroach sauntered in a circle before slipping into another crevice. Was this intuition? Or perhaps what one might call a sixth sense? Feng's eyes grew increasingly radiant. Following the enhancement, his perceptual abilities had improved dramatically. Feng could perceive the subtlest fluctuations in his surroundings with heightened acuity. The sharpening of his intuition was indeed remarkable. Feng smiled with satisfaction. This enhancement of intuition would prove beneficial, both in combat and in making critical judgments. The strengthening process was now complete. Feng exhaled softly. Though the 7th day had not yet arrived, he could already attempt to ascend in rank. With this thought, he retrieved a zombie crystal core from his storage space and activated his insightful eye to examine it. Item, Tier 1 Crystal Core, Elite Grade, Description, an energy-infused crystal core that can enhance an awakened's power when absorbed. Absorbing an elite-grade core can assist an awakened in breaking through their current tier. Upon learning the details, a flicker of delight passed through Feng's eyes. That mutated zombie Bort truly was a Tier 1 mutated zombie. Special crystal cores, also known as mutated cores, elite cores, or breakthrough cores, are exclusively obtained from mutated zombies. In contrast, ordinary crystal cores are harvested from common zombies. The elite crystal core in Feng's possession, if utilized for enhancing one's abilities, yields effects equivalent to 3 or 4 ordinary crystal cores. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, it is considered an extravagant luxury to employ such a special core merely for power augmentation. These unique cores possess the extraordinary capability to assist ability users in shattering their physical constraints, enabling them to ascend to the 2nd stage of evolution. Initially, ability users begin at the 1-star level. Through continuous absorption of crystal core energy, they can elevate their own star ratings. For most, the pinnacle of their potential is the 7-star level. Rumors speak of certain rare treasures capable of breaking through this 7-star limit, allowing ability users to advance further, reaching the elusive 8 and 9-star tiers. Yet, Feng has only heard whispers of such artifacts, never laying eyes upon them. Once an ability user reaches their star level limit, their strength stagnates, unable to progress further. At this critical juncture, they must transcend human limitations and undergo a profound evolution. The 2nd stage of evolution marks a rebirth, a fresh beginning where the ability user's power surges forward with unprecedented momentum. Feng gazed intently at the crystal core before him. This extraordinary nucleus could serve dual purposes, either shattering the constraints of one's cultivation realm or elevating the potency of stellar strength. From a rational perspective, ordinary zombies could be hunted as early as the day after tomorrow to harvest their cores for level advancement. Preserving this elite-grade nucleus for breakthrough purposes would undoubtedly be the most prudent allocation of resources. Yet, Yifeng suddenly flashed a confident smile, holding the crystal core in his hand. With such an incredibly fortunate beginning and a strength far surpassing others, how could he ever lack crystal cores in the future? As time progressed, the number of mutated zombies would only increase exponentially. With sufficient power, he could amass a vast quantity of these cores. At this thought, a sharp glint flickered in Yifeng's eyes. It was time to cultivate. There were generally two methods to absorb the energy from zombie crystal cores: holding them in one's palm or ingesting them. Both approaches required the awakened individual to gradually channel the energy into their body through focused concentration. It was worth noting that consuming too many crystal cores at once carried the peril of bodily explosion. Absorbing them through the palms was considerably safer, albeit more mentally taxing. Each method had its own merits and drawbacks, yet their absorption efficiency remained identical. However, the rate at which different awakened individuals could absorb energy varied significantly. The determining factor was the grade of their innate abilities. For those with common grade abilities, absorbing a single zombie crystal core took approximately 24 hours. Those possessing rare grade abilities required about 12 hours per core. Epic grade ability users could complete the process in roughly 6 hours. Legendary grade individuals needed merely 3 hours per core. As for those blessed with mythical grade abilities, Yifeng had never before heard of any superhuman possessing a mythical grade ability. In other words, the energy absorption efficiency of this legendary power would now be personally tested by none other than Yifeng himself. At this thought, a surge of excitement coursed through Yifeng's heart. He settled into a meditative posture, cradling the energy crystal in his palm, and with a tranquil mind, began absorbing the essence within. Swish, swish, swish. Strands of pure energy, like crystalline streams, flowed gently into Yifeng's body. A portion merged with his flesh, continuously fortifying his physical form, while the rest converged within his dantian, steadily elevating his inner power. A glimmer of delight flickered through Yifeng's eyes. The energy absorption efficiency was astonishingly rapid. Subsequently, he gently closed his eyes and continued absorbing the crystalline core's energy incessantly. Approximately 3 hours later, at a certain moment, Yifeng's body suddenly shuddered as his aura intensified dramatically. Yifeng's face lit up with joy. His strength had advanced from 1 star to 2 stars. Yifeng continued to meditate, absorbing the energy until the special crystal core in his hand was completely drained. The once luminous crystal dimmed into obscurity. Yifeng opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing within them. The energy absorption rate was even faster than he had anticipated. In his previous life, he had only possessed an ordinary level ability. Absorbing a single common crystal core took a full 24 hours of uninterrupted concentration. Yet humans inevitably need to eat, move, and rest. Maintaining such focus indefinitely was impossible. Ordinary level ability users often required even more time to fully absorb a single crystal core. But in this life, with his mythic tier ability, absorbing a common crystal core took merely an hour. Yifeng absorbed a special crystal core this time, containing 3 times the energy of an ordinary one. The process took over 3 hours. Had it been the mediocre abilities from his previous life, it would have required 3 days and nights of continuous absorption. Yifeng gently closed his eyes, savoring the surging energy coursing through his veins, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. As he swung his fist experimentally, he noted with quiet satisfaction the considerable augmentation in his physical strength. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with delight. The magnitude of this enhancement far surpassed that of ordinary abilities in his previous life. Common, rare, epic, legendary, mythical. Each tier of ability bestowed vastly different increments in combat potential. This disparity would only widen with time, eventually becoming as insurmountable as a chasm between heaven and earth. Lost in thought, Yifeng stretched contentedly before turning toward the grand bed. Nan Shireen remained deep in slumber, undisturbed. Strength ascendant, beauty nestled close. Such days were nothing short of sublime. With a faint smile lingering at the corners of his lips, Yifeng embraced Nan Shireen as they drifted into deep slumber. The following morning, a radiant beam of sunlight streamed into the chamber. Yifeng slowly regained consciousness. With a languid stretch, he retrieved his phone and glanced at the time. It was already past 10 in the morning. Today marked the 6th day of the apocalypse. Yet there was nothing particularly pressing to attend to. Feng turned his gaze towards Nansharine. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her exquisitely beautiful face slightly furrowed, while her slender and straight legs were crossed, as if she were trapped in some dreadful nightmare. Feng gently brushed through her silken tresses, his eyes brimming with tender affection. From this angle, Nansharine exuded an undeniable aura of a sophisticated older sister, her fair complexion, delicate features, and long raven hair cascading down, complemented by her statuesque figure and endless legs. Those slender limbs weren't mere legs, but crystalline waters gracing the banks of the Feng. Seeing her slumber so peacefully, Feng chose not to disturb her. These past days had been fraught with anxiety and relentless pressure for Nansharine. Feng comprehended it entirely. Feng rose from bed and stepped into the kitchen, retrieving a set of cookware from his spatial storage along with several eggs and a bottle of cooking oil. He then took out 2 packets of wontons and a large container of mineral water. With the ingredients prepared, Feng began his culinary endeavors. He lit the stove, boiled water, and fried the eggs. In no time, a simple breakfast was ready. Having consumed hot pot for 2 consecutive meals, he now craved something lighter. The delicate aroma of wonton soup and fried eggs wafted through the air. Nansharine's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she gradually awakened. How delightful it smells. Still groggy from sleep, she hadn't quite grasped her surroundings, her expression one of innocent bewilderment. Feng carried 2 steaming bowls of wonton soup from the kitchen, placing them gently on the dining table. "Shireen, you're awake? Breakfast is ready. Come and eat." Nansharine gazed at this heartwarming scene, feeling a surge of emotion welling up inside her. Feng is truly wonderful, handsome, capable, and strong. He even took the initiative to cook for her. She hurriedly stood up. "Feng, in the future, leave such simple tasks to me." However, with just a slight movement, she couldn't help but let out a soft ah. Her delicate face flushed slightly. The intensity of last night's battle left her body sore in many places. More crucially, Nansharine's clothes were torn beyond recognition. She had nothing to wear. Feng also noticed Nansharine's embarrassment. A thought flashed through his mind as he retrieved a lace nightgown from his spatial storage and handed it to her. "Change into this for now. I'll find you some proper clothes later." Nansharine stood up to take the garment, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her delicate form. Feng gazed with an appreciative eye. Unable to look away, Nansharine glanced at the garment, her delicate cheeks flushing slightly. This seemed to be a seductive nightgown, yet she uttered not a word of protest, obediently slipping into the attire. Once she had changed, Feng surveyed her from head to toe. The wine-red lingerie complemented Nansharine exquisitely. The snug design accentuated every curve, the gentle swell of her hips, the slender grace of her waist, the porcelain smoothness of her calves, all displayed to perfection. Paired with her naturally alabaster neck, her breathtakingly beautiful face, and that innate air of cool elegance. Exquisite. Feng silently marveled in his heart. If only she held a glass of swirling red wine in her hand. This aura truly befits the title of the top campus belle. Her figure is a natural-born clothes hanger. Everything looks exquisite on her. Nansharine sat down with a hint of shyness. In her entire life, she had never worn such an alluring outfit before. The aroma of breakfast wafted through the air, rich and inviting. The steaming bowl of wontons captured Nansharine's gaze completely. Yet, since Feng hadn't picked up his chopsticks, she hesitated to start eating first. Feng took his seat, picked up his chopsticks, and said, "Go ahead and eat. No need to wait for me." The 2 of them began to enjoy the breakfast before them, taking a bite of the wonton, then savoring a mouthful of the fried egg. This simple meal filled Nansharine with a profound sense of happiness. Such a humble breakfast, seemingly ordinary, was something 90% of people nowadays could scarcely afford. Reflecting upon it, the most fortunate event she had encountered in recent days was receiving Feng's confession. The wisest decision she had made was agreeing to become his woman. After a while, the 2 of them had cleared the table of their morning feast. Feng retrieved an extensive array of garments from the storage space: t-shirts, dress shirts, jackets, shorts, overalls, bell-bottoms, leggings, and sundresses. There was also a diverse assortment of undergarments in various brands and hues. Feng spread all these clothes out on the bed. "Wow! How did you manage to get so many outfits, Feng?" Nansharine exclaimed in astonishment. "Go ahead and pick one. Find something that suits you." Feng replied with a gentle smile. Nansharine nodded, then bent down to carefully select her attire. The motion effortlessly accentuated her tall, graceful figure. Yifeng gazed quietly in admiration. Nanshurine swiftly selected a suitable outfit. The process of changing clothes naturally provided Yifeng with another feast for the eyes. After quite some time, Nanshurine finally finished changing and emerged gracefully from the bedroom. Upon witnessing Nanshurine's new attire, Yifeng's eyes instantly lit up with admiration. She had merely opted for an understated ensemble, yet it accentuated her charm exquisitely. A simple hair tie gathered her tresses, lending her an irresistibly playful and adorable aura. The muted sage-green fitted tee hugged her form gracefully, while the deep indigo skinny jeans artfully traced the contours of her silhouette, the delicate waist, statuesque legs, and the alluring curvature of her hips. Yifeng licked his lips, his body slightly restless with anticipation. How utterly exhilarating. Under Yifeng's intense gaze, Nanshurine cast a glance at him with eyes as gentle as flowing water. "You scoundrel, don't look at me like that." Yifeng chuckled mischievously, his tone laced with playful teasing. "Shireen, how come your legs are so slender, straight, and fair as snow?" Nanshurine's delicate face flushed with bashfulness. "Oh, do stop saying such things." Yifeng gently grasped her delicate hand and whispered tenderly, "Shireen, rest assured, I will treat you well." Upon hearing this, Nanshurine's smile blossomed like a flower, radiant and enchanting. A single smile capable of captivating hearts. "I trust you," she replied. Yifeng's heart surged with emotion as he pulled her into his embrace. Nanshurine's exquisite face flushed with a delicate rosy hue. Her starry eyes now veiled in a faint mist of tenderness. The radiant beauty before him was utterly captivating and enchanting. Yifeng involuntarily swallowed hard. The clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, leaving the bed in utter disarray. Nanshurine's exquisitely beautiful face was flushed crimson, her eyes dazed and unfocused, her delicate hands fidgeting restlessly. Her adorable demeanor filled Yifeng with immense fondness. Just then, a system notification chimed. "Alert! Event triggered. Alert! Mood elevated. Reward increased by 10 portions of bait." Yifeng's eyes sparkled with delight as he checked the quantity of bait. Bait. 10 portions. A faint smile graced Yifeng's lips. His current condition was ideal, his mood pleasantly buoyant. This was the perfect moment for a leisurely fishing session. Yifeng's heart stirred as he chose to cast his line. Upon the fishing platform, the golden fishing rod trembled slightly as the hook was cast into the boundless darkness. A prompt appeared, "Currently fishing." Yifeng silently prayed in his heart, "O great system, bestow upon me something truly useful." In the next moment, the system's chime resonated, announcing, "Congratulations, host. Successful fishing has yielded you a lifelike wax statue of Wonder Woman from the live-action film. Congratulations, host. Successful fishing has granted you 10 packs of premium ultra-thin overnight comfort undergarments by besieged. Congratulations, host. Successful fishing has rewarded you with 3 temporary enhancement scrolls, movement speed." Temporary enhancement scrolls? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback as the system notifications continued to appear. Notification, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 10,000 Great Xia currency from Planet Blue." Notification, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 Jade Route, malicious white rabbit figurine." Notification, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 modified luxury RV." Before long, the fishing session concluded. The harvest this time was rather meager. Yifeng slightly furrowed his brows as he entered the fishing interface to inspect his latest acquisition. Item, temporary enhancement scroll, movement speed, rarity, rare description. Upon activation, this scroll temporarily increases your movement speed by 10-fold for a duration of 10 minutes. Yifeng was instantly filled with disappointment. This was merely a temporary buff after all. Though it could increase movement speed 10-fold, undeniably potent, it was regrettably fleeting rather than permanent. Yifeng placed the 3 scrolls into his storage space and proceeded to examine the other items. Models and nighttime undergarments were merely ordinary objects. However, when his gaze fell upon the modified RV, his eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. Item, modified off-road RV quality, rare description, a sleek silver RV boasting formidable defensive capabilities, opulent interior decor, and an array of advanced functions such as automatic obstacle clearance and self-driving. Within its confines lies an enchantment of spatial magic, rendering the interior both expansive and luxuriously comfortable. Yifeng's heart swelled with joy. What a marvelous find! With this modified RV, his future travels would be secured. No more would he need to ride that measly electric scooter around town. Even heavy-duty trucks could be rendered obsolete. Had he possessed such a vehicle back then, his beloved bird wouldn't have been brutally slaughtered by the Zhou brothers. After the initial euphoria, Yi Feng transferred all the items obtained from this fishing trip into his storage space. Then, he immersed his consciousness into the space. The modified RV, with its sleek lines and silver-white exterior, exuded an air of high-end sophistication and striking coolness. Yi Feng grew increasingly fond of it as he gazed upon it. What a pity the space here was too confined to unveil the motorhome and admire its full splendor. A thought flickered through his mind. Yi Feng opened the mission panel. The system displayed a prompt. Notification. Would you like to increase the daily mission difficulty? Before Yi Feng, two choices emerged. The first, yes, and the second, no. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Another opportunity to increase the difficulty? Without hesitation, he chose option 1, to elevate the challenge. The daily mission refreshed before his eyes. Daily mission, slay 40 zombies. Reward, 40 portions of fish bait. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Magnificent. The mission rewards continued to escalate. As for the so-called difficulty of eliminating a few dozen more zombies, how could that possibly be considered challenging? System notification, you have triggered a random mission. Will you accept? Yi Feng was slightly taken aback. What? A fishing system with randomized quests? Yi Feng's gaze flickered slightly as he clicked to accept the mission. Random mission, eliminate 100 zombies. Mission reward, 10 portions of premium fish bait. The system notification continued. Hint, upon completing this mission, the fish bait synthesis function will be unlocked. Yi Feng's gaze sharpened intently. The mission rewards include advanced bait, and even bait synthesis privileges? System, what exactly is advanced bait? And what do these synthesis privileges entail? The mechanical system remained silent, offering no response to Yi Feng. Yi Feng had already anticipated this outcome and was not particularly disheartened. After all, it was merely an attempt to inquire, costing nothing but a moment's curiosity. Yi Feng's eyes flickered with a trace of exhilaration. Could these premium lures possibly yield extraordinary catches? There was no need for haste. Once the mission was accomplished, the outcome would naturally reveal itself. Yi Feng closed the system with satisfaction, glancing back at Nanshirin. She had already emerged from her intoxicated state. At this moment, her delicate hands clutched the phone tightly, her exquisite face etched with visible conflict. Yi Feng inquired with a gentle smile, Shirin, what seems to be troubling you? Nanshirin lifted her gaze towards him, her lips parting slightly as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Yi Feng noticed and felt a slight stir in his heart. Shirin, if you have something to say, speak directly to me. Don't keep any secrets from me. Nanshirin gently bit her lower lip with pearly teeth and whispered softly, Brother Yi Feng, I was wondering if I could ask you for a favor. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and spoke deliberately. Shirin, first tell me what this is about. Having been granted a second chance at life, Yi Feng vowed never to grovel as a lovesick fool again. Therefore, he needed to hear Nanshirin's request clearly, to discern whether it was reasonable before deciding his response. Nanshirin exhaled in relief and quickly explained, Yi Feng, it's like this. My aunt, Nan Ruyan, is a manager at the Qingxiu Group's branch office. When the apocalypse struck, she was in a conference room at the Golden Summit Hotel, negotiating a business deal with another company. Now, she's trapped in a warehouse there, in grave danger. The situation is dire. In essence, Nanshirin's aunt, Nan Ruyan, was stranded at the Golden Summit Hotel, desperately in need of rescue. In truth, her aunt had reached out for help before. However, at that time, Nanshirin herself had been trapped in the university library, sending out distress signals of her own, utterly helpless, unable to offer any assistance. But times had changed. Now, Nanshirin had found new support and had reconnected with her aunt. Inside the room, Nanshirin bit her lower lip delicately, her voice trembling with vulnerability. Yi Feng, I just managed to contact my aunt again. She's currently in a presidential suite at the Golden Summit Hotel. You're the only one who can help me now. She continued softly, I know this request might be too much, so I won't insist. But if it's within your capabilities, please, save her. Of course, only if you can guarantee your own safety. Otherwise, I'd rather you didn't go at all. After receiving her aunt's plea for help, Nanshirin had been restless with worry. She knew she lacked the ability to rescue Nan Ruyan herself. Her only hope was Yi Feng. Yet, deep down, she also understood, what right did she have to demand that he take such risks? Moreover, Yi Feng was now her sole anchor to survival. If anything were to happen to him because of this mission, the guilt would be unbearable. Yi Feng stroked his chin, his eyes glinting with contemplation. since he was already planning to venture out to hunt zombies and complete his mission, and now with the new RV at his disposal. Saving one more person would be but a trivial effort. At this thought, a faint smile graced his lips. Of course, I'll save your aunt. It's no trouble at all. Upon hearing his agreement, Nan Shireen sprang to her feet, her face flushed with excitement as she threw her arms around Yifeng. Yifeng, I adore you. I'll share the good news with my aunt right away. She swiftly sent the message, then eagerly scrolled through her phone's gallery before retrieving several photos and handing the device to Yifeng. Look, this is her, Nan Ruyan. Yifeng casually took the phone and glanced at the photo, only to be instantly captivated the next moment. The image depicted an extraordinarily elegant and poised beauty clad in a sleek business suit, her striking figure defying all expectations. Yifeng instinctively flipped through the photo album continuously. The magnificent bosom, the voluptuous curves of her figure, even more stunning than Lin Xiao. Shireen, if only you had told me earlier how breathtaking our aunt is. I would have agreed in a heartbeat. Yifeng raised his gaze towards Nan Shireen and inquired, Shireen, your aunt appears remarkably youthful. Indeed. My aunt Nan Ruyan is only senior in terms of family hierarchy. In truth, she has not yet reached the age of 30, Nan Shireen replied earnestly. Yifeng inquired casually, she appears to be a sophisticated lady. Is she already married? Yes, she is, Nan Shireen nodded in response. Though wedded. Her aunt shared no affection with her uncle. Their union was merely a reluctant concession to familial pressure. Post-marriage, the couple spent most of their time living apart, as her aunt remained singularly devoted to her career. Hearing this, Yifeng felt a mingling of disappointment and quiet delight. The thought of such a devastatingly alluring woman falling prey to a zombie bite struck him with urgency. Resolute, he declared, Shireen, time is of the essence. Since your aunt is in peril, we must hasten to the hotel and ensure her safety at once. Nan Shireen bobbed her head eagerly, like a little chick pecking at grains. Then it's settled. We depart immediately. Yifeng swept his hand decisively through the air. In an instant, the room's contents vanished without a trace, seamlessly stored within his spatial inventory. Nan Shireen, too, swiftly dressed and prepared herself. The two stood ready in no time. Come, follow me downstairs. Yifeng encircled Nan Shireen's slender waist with one arm. Hold on tight, clasping him like a koala. She wrapped her arms around his sturdy torso and pressed her delicate cheek against his chest. Yifeng led him to the window and leaped into the air. The whistling wind rushed past Nan Shireen's ears, startling her so profoundly that she instinctively nestled tighter into Yifeng's embrace. Yifeng lightly tapped the curtains to dissipate the force, and the two of them landed smoothly. Growl. Several zombies with crimson eyes brandished their sharp claws, lunging toward Yifeng and his companion. A flash of lightning erupted, instantly charring the zombies black. They collapsed to the ground, motionless. Yifeng wore a concealed necklace, while the horde of zombies was drawn by Nan Shireen. The time had come for the modified RV to make its grand entrance. Yifeng's thoughts stirred, and in an instant, an 8-meter-long, 3-meter-wide, sleek silver motorhome materialized on the open ground ahead. Its streamlined contours exuded sophistication, while its minimalist design radiated cutting-edge technology from every angle. What kind of motorhome is this? It looks absolutely stunning. Nan Shireen gasped in awe. Yifeng was also seeing the RV for the first time in person, his heart brimming with excitement as he strode toward the vehicle's entrance. The silver door of the modified RV slowly swung open, having already automatically recognized him as its rightful owner. Yifeng and Nan Shireen stepped forward and entered the motorhome. As they gazed around, both were somewhat astonished. First was the space. From the outside, the motorhome did not appear particularly large. Yet upon entering, they discovered the interior's spaciousness far exceeded expectations, spanning at least 200 square meters. Yifeng silently marveled in his heart. Is this the effect of spatial magic? Truly magnificent. Within the expansive interior, there were generously sized sofas, dining tables, and chairs, along with several sets of comfortable bedding. The kitchen was fully equipped with a microwave, oven, refrigerator, cabinets, and dishwasher. A separate bathroom, sound system, large-screen television, and gaming console were all thoughtfully provided. Just then, a crisp voice chimed in. Greetings, Master. I am the RV's intelligent assistant, Mealy. Allow me to introduce the vehicle's features. This recreational vehicle boasts an advanced defense system capable of withstanding conventional bullets, missiles, and other physical attacks, as well as any assault below 4th tier. It also exhibits considerable resistance against 4th tier threats. The basic functions include intelligent navigation system, autonomous driving capability, and automatic road obstacle clearance. After a brief pause, the introduction concluded. Yifeng immediately issued the command, Miley, activate autonomous driving mode, destination, Golden Summit Hotel. No sooner had the words left his lips than the large screen before the RV illuminated abruptly. Acknowledged. Navigating to Golden Summit Hotel, autonomous driving engaged. The next moment, a faint mechanical purr resonated as the RV roared to life, vanishing in a cloud of dust. Yifeng reclined comfortably on the sofa, gazing ahead. The city streets were far from unimpeded. Some roads were congested with hordes of zombies and abandoned vehicles. Under such circumstances, the formidable performance of this modified off-road RV became evident. At the vehicle's front, a silver triangular steel plate automatically emerged, like a snowplow clearing its path. The triangular steel plate sent obstructing zombies and small cars flying as it charged forward unhindered. Inside the RV, Yifeng sat on the sofa, brewing 2 cups of coffee. The soundproofing and stability of the modified RV had been maximized to perfection, completely insulating its occupants from the external chaos. Those inside merely needed to wait patiently before effortlessly arriving at their destination. The enhanced recreational vehicle raced forward along the road. Yifeng handed the coffee to Nanshirin, who accepted it with a delicate sip. Yet, her expression remained fraught with anxiety, her restlessness palpable. Don't worry, your aunt will surely be fine, Yifeng reassured gently. Nanshirin nodded, her gaze flickering once more to her phone screen. Brother Yifeng, how much longer until we reach the hotel? She murmured, her voice tinged with quiet urgency. Yifeng glanced at the route and speed. About 10 more minutes, he estimated. Nanshirin exhaled softly, murmuring, 10 minutes. That should be fine. Just then, her phone buzzed abruptly. A jolt of unease shot through her. She swiftly unlocked the screen and tapped the notification. But the moment her eyes landed on the message, her mind went blank, a deafening hum drowning all thought. Regaining her senses, she frantically sent message after message to Nanruyan. Yet each one vanished into silence, unanswered, like stones sinking into an abyss. Yifeng noticed that Nanshirin was in an unusual state and promptly inquired, Shirin, what troubles you? What has transpired? A flicker of sorrow passed through Nanshirin's eyes, her delicate lashes glistening with unshed tears. Brother Yifeng, we were too late. She murmured, her voice trembling. My aunt just sent word. She has already been bitten by the undead. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's heart skipped a beat in alarm. Bitten by a zombie. Generally speaking, after being infected with the zombie virus, transformation would occur within approximately 5 minutes. Yifeng sighed with a heavy heart. Such a beauty, turned into a zombie? Truly, a fleeting life of beauty. Indeed, in the face of calamity, status and appearance hold no weight. Fate is impartial. Nanshirin's lovely eyes were reddened, her voice choked with sobs. Brother Yifeng, we don't need to waste time going to the Golden Summit Hotel anymore. Sob. I sent several more messages, but my aunt. She has tea responded. Rewinding slightly, at 9 in the morning, Yifeng and Nanshirin were still asleep in the staff dormitory. Meanwhile, in a back kitchen storage room on the 8th floor of the Golden Summit Hotel, over a dozen survivors had gathered. Growl, growl, roar. Outside the kitchen storage, the howls of zombies echoed incessantly. Nanruyan huddled in a corner, her face etched with sorrow. Glancing at the others, she saw mostly numb expressions and vacant stares. A helpless sigh escaped her lips. When the disaster struck, Nanruyan had been representing her company in negotiations with another firm. Who could have foreseen the sudden upheaval? The descent into apocalypse? In the blink of an eye, most of those around her transformed into zombies. Fortunately, under the protection of her bodyguard, Li Jiandong, she managed to take refuge in the kitchen storage. A little over 10 survivors had gathered there, relying on the stored ingredients to survive thus far. Over the days, their collective mindset had shifted repeatedly, from clinging to illusions, desperately awaiting rescue, to the emergence of superhumans and the collapse of order. Online reports frequently surfaced of humans slaughtering one another. Even instances of cannibalism were no longer rare. The atmosphere within the storage grew increasingly tense. By yesterday afternoon, their food supplies had been completely exhausted. This meant they were all doomed to starve to death. Nanruyan crouched in the corner, her heart drowning in despair. Countless distress messages had been sent, but in these dire times, who had the capacity to save others? Just then, a shrill female voice shattered the silence. Little fatty, these past few days, you've eaten the most. I saw you hoarding food yesterday. Hand it over. Everyone else is starving. Nanruyan looked up. The speaker was the administrative secretary from the opposing company. In her memory, she had been a gentlewoman with sleek black stockings and slender legs. Now, she seemed utterly transformed. The secretary in black stockings appeared to have failed in her negotiation with the chubby man and was now tugging at him aggressively. "I didn't. Don't falsely accuse me," he protested. The chubby boy spoke with evident panic in his voice. At that moment, a burly man in the corner abruptly raised his head, his eyes gleaming. His name was Li Jiandong, bodyguard and chauffeur to Nan Ruyan. When disaster first struck, it was under Li Jiandong's protection that Nan Ruyan had narrowly survived. Initially, Li Jiandong had treated Nan Ruyan with utmost respect. However, as time passed, he gradually realized that he was the true authority in their current predicament. His attitude toward her grew increasingly discourteous. In recent days, even the way he looked at her had taken on an unsettling quality. Nan Ruyan understood all too well. Were it not for the presence of others making Li Jiandong hesitant, she would have been in grave danger. Yet she felt utterly powerless to change the situation. Li Jiandong strode purposefully toward the chubby boy and barked harshly. "Hiding something? Hand it over now." The boy averted his gaze, stammering in protest. "I don't have anything. Don't listen to that woman's nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false?" shrieked the secretary in black stockings. Li Jiandong bent down and began roughly tearing at the boy's clothes. "Get off me. Let go." The boy struggled futilely against the burly man's strength. Before long, thud, thud, half a packet of sugar and 2 cucumbers tumbled out from the boy's trousers. Li Jiandong's expression twisted between disgust and delight. He continued searching until certain the boy had no more hidden goods, then callously gathered the items and turned to leave. The boy wailed in despair, clutching at Li Jiandong's pant leg. "Don't take it all. Those are mine. Get lost." Li Jiandong kicked him away, sending him sprawling to the ground with a groan. Witnessing this, the onlookers stared hungrily at the meager provisions. Li Jiandong's face darkened with menace. "Scram, all of you. Get back. This paltry amount isn't even enough to fill my teeth. Anyone who dares try taking it won't live to regret it." Li Jiandong brandished his kitchen knife with a menacing flourish. Witnessing the gleaming blade in his grip, the crowd cowered in the corners, their faces etched with trepidation. As the most formidable fighter among them, none dared provoke his wrath. Though hunger gnawed at their stomachs for merely a day, reason still prevailed, except for the secretary in black stockings who had earlier exposed the chubby man's secret. She approached cautiously with feline grace. "Big brother, I contributed too. Could I have just a bite?" After a contemplative pause, Li Jiandong pinched a scant pinch of sugar between his fingers and pressed it into her waiting mouth. Her eyes glittered with rapture as her tongue darted out greedily, lapping at the sweetness. The sight filled him with dark satisfaction. In the shadows, a buzz-cut youth clenched his fists, resentment simmering in his gaze. He was the secretary's admirer, a colleague from the same company. Soon, she had licked every last granule away. "Big brother, could I have just a little more?" she purred, tracing her lips with lingering desire. With an impatient shove, Li Jiandong dismissed her. "Gone." His gaze then flickered toward Nan Ruyan. "If only you were as eager as her." Retreating to his corner, he indulged in the remaining sugar and cucumber, the audible swallows of the onlookers a symphony of envy. Yet his grip on the knife never slackened. Before long, only a scant dusting of sugar remained. Abruptly, he turned to Nan Ruyan. "Manager Nan, care for some?" He extended the offering mockingly. Temptation whispered. But she shook her head. "No, this sugar is a trap. One taste, and he'll demand more." Disappointed, Li Jiandong licked his fingers clean and rose, surveying the room. Confusion rippled through the crowd as he cleared his throat. "Listen well," he declared. "Our supplies are exhausted. To stay is to die. Soon, we'll devolve into the monsters you read about online, cannibals and desperation. Is that what you want?" A murmur of unease spread. To wait was folly, yet what alternative remained? "Speak then," someone challenged. "What is your plan?" A smirk curled his lips. "The Golden Summit Hotel has more than one kitchen. Some rooms still hold rations. The undead outside are few. I say we charge out, scatter, and let fate decide." Upon hearing these words, some were moved to action while others hesitated. At that moment, a robust middle-aged man voiced his agreement. "I believe Li Jiandong makes a valid point. Waiting here is akin to awaiting death. There are only about 8 zombies outside, and we have 13 people here." The implication was clear: sacrifice 1 for each zombie, and 5 could still escape with their lives. Li Jiandong glanced at the sturdy man and nodded approvingly. "Exactly. That is precisely what I mean. While we still have the strength to run, we must gamble with our lives. Our fate lies in our own hands. The group exchanged uneasy glances, each lost in contemplation. Just as Li Jiandong sought to press his advantage, a pudgy young man interjected. But that is not fair. If we all rush out together, it'll just come down to who runs the fastest. Those of you who are fit and swift will have a far greater chance of survival than slow runners like us. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Exactly. The faster you run, the better your odds. So women like us, who can't run as fast, are just supposed to cover for you? I refuse. Let us be honest. To survive, you don't need to outrun the zombies. You just need to outrun most of the others. A flicker of smug satisfaction crossed the chubby youth's face as he derailed Li Jiandong's plan. Serves you right for stealing my food. Li Jiandong fixed his gaze on the young man, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his lips. You've raised an excellent point, young man. Truly excellent. In response, I have a proposal. The murmurs gradually subsided. Li Jiandong continued, smiling. To improve everyone's chances of survival, sacrifices must be made. We need bait, someone to run ahead and draw the zombies' attention. Those who follow will have a significantly higher chance of escape. His meaningful glance at the pudgy youth did not go unnoticed. The young man's eyes widened in dawning horror. The others quickly grasped the implication, their expressions brightening with realization. Li Jiandong pressed on. Since we all agree that taking this risk is necessary, then you, little fatty, these past 2 days, not only have you eaten the most, but you've also been hoarding supplies in secret. He pointed an accusatory finger, his face the picture of righteous indignation. You are a traitor among us. It's only fair that you contribute. The young man's face drained of color. Li Jiandong surveyed the group, his smile unwavering. I propose that our plump friend here serve as the vanguard, the one to charge ahead and divert the zombies' attention. What say you all? After a brief exchange of glances, the crowd erupted in agreement. I support this. So do I. Everyone expressed their agreement. After all, as long as it wasn't themselves being sacrificed, it was acceptable. Li Jiandong nodded in satisfaction. The chubby fellow had originally been a mere waiter here, occupying the lowest rung of the hierarchy. With no camaraderie to speak of among these former corporate elites, he ate the most and even dared to hoard supplies secretly. Having made such mistakes, he was the most suitable candidate to serve as bait. If not him, then who? No, I disagree. Why should it be me? The chubby man protested, his voice strained. A cold glint flashed in Li Jiandong's eyes as he brandished the kitchen knife in his hand, his tone sharp and menacing. Everyone else has agreed. Do you wish to defy the collective will? Let me make this clear. You have no choice. Either go out as bait, or I'll kill you right now and use your corpse instead. The chubby man trembled uncontrollably, his face drained of color. Li Jiandong paused, then softened his tone slightly. Actually, your task is simple, and you might not even die. What if you outrun the zombies? Or what if they simply ignore you? In any case, we'll each face our own fate. Isn't that right, everyone? Exchanging glances, the others chimed in with persuasion. Come on, chubby, just agree to it. You've eaten the most these past few days. Yeah, and you hid supplies. Consider this your atonement. The chubby man's face turned ashen, his eyes hollow, bombarded by their accusations. He stood bewildered, unsure of what to do. Fine. Seeing no alternative and glancing once more at the knife in Li Jiandong's hand, he reluctantly yielded. With consensus reached, preparations for the risky venture began immediately. People formed alliances and organized into teams. A young man with a crew cut mustered his courage and approached the woman in black stockings to form a team. After a brief hesitation, she nodded in agreement. In the corner, Nan Ruyan felt a flicker of hope rekindle. Manager Nan, stay close to me. I'll get you out of here, Li Jiandong murmured, his gaze lingering on her with undisguised greed. Oh, okay. Nan Ruyan forced a faint smile. Before long, everyone was ready, some armed with iron pans, others with steel pipes, all waiting uneasily. Under Li Jiandong's direction, they cleared the barricade at the entrance. Then let's begin. He cracked the door open slightly and barked at the chubby man. Go. Run out now. The chubby man trembled, frozen in fear. Without hesitation, Li Jiandong pressed the blade against his throat. Run, and you might survive. Refuse, and I'll cut you down right here. A glance at the knife steeled his resolve. Gritting his teeth, the chubby man bolted outside. Run, run. He had never moved so swiftly in his life, as if the wind itself carried his feet. Several zombies were drawn to the commotion and began charging toward the chubby boy. Seeing this, the boy sprinted even faster. At that moment, a ruthless glint flashed in Li Jiandong's eyes. Swinging his arm, he hurled the rolling pin in his hand. The wooden implement traced a perfect parabola through the air before striking the boy squarely between the shoulder blades with a sharp thwack. Ah! The impact sent the boy sprawling onto the pavement, pain wrenching a cry from his lips. Grill. The pursuing zombies immediately pounced upon their fallen prey. Faced with the ravenous undead, despair twisted the boy's features. No, stay back, he shrieked, but the creatures paid no heed. Their maws gaped wide, jagged claws slashing through the air as they descended upon him. Squelch. Talon-like fingers tore through the boy's chest, his agonized screams piercing the air. Aya, help me. Watching the gruesome spectacle unfold, Li Jiandong's eyes gleamed with cold calculation. Now's our chance. He barked. Charge. The group surged forward in a chaotic stampede, Li dragging Nanruyan along in a desperate sprint. Not all the zombies had been distracted. Several still lurched toward the fleeing humans. Some unfortunate souls found themselves intercepted, forced to watch in horror as rotting teeth sank into their flesh, their final wails joining the chorus of carnage. The survivors ran as if the devil himself pursued them, each praying for just more ounce of speed. The buzzcut youth sprinted ahead, cleaver in hand while pulling his secretary along by the wrist. Yet soon, the telltale snarls of a pursuing zombie grew closer, the woman's faltering pace allowing the creature to gain ground. Just as death's claws seemed imminent, the secretary made her choice. With a sudden shove, she sacrificed her companion to the ravenous pursuer. Staggering backward, the young man's face contorted in betrayed disbelief even as teeth sank into his flesh. I'm sorry, so sorry. I just wanted to live, the secretary sobbed, tears streaking her makeup. Gritting his teeth, the doomed youth swung his cleaver in a final act of defiance, severing one of the zombie's fingers. By cruel fate, the decaying digit landed squarely in the woman's hair. Screaming as if death itself had touched her, she whirled around to see her former protector locked in mortal combat with the creature. Xiaowei, run. He gasped through bloodied lips. Her heart surged with wild exhilaration as she fled without a backward glance. The flat-headed youth soon ceased breathing. Meanwhile, Li Jiandong and Nanruyan were also sprinting desperately. Yet one man outpaced them slightly, the very same who had earlier echoed Li Jiandong's words. Three figures, running for their lives. Rounding a corner, they came face to face with a shambling zombie lurching toward them. All three froze. Without hesitation, Li Jiandong delivered a powerful kick to the middle-aged man's back, sending him stumbling into the zombie's embrace. The creature bared its teeth in grotesque delight, sinking its fangs into the man's throat with a sickening crunch. Li Jiandong, may you die a wretched death. The man howled in despair. Li Jiandong paid no heed. The old adage held true, better the monk perish than the pauper. How else could he escape? He and Nanruyan pressed on, only to encounter two more zombies blocking their path. Their hearts sank. Glancing back, they saw yet another undead creature closing in, its hollow gaze fixed upon them. Despair washed over them, until Nanruyan's voice rang out with sudden hope. A room. The door unlocked. Li Jiandong's eyes darted to the entrance. An elation surged through him. Without hesitation, they barely slipped inside as the zombies lunged, slamming and locking the door behind them. The relentless pounding of undead fists against the door filled the air as Li Jiandong laughed in triumphant relief. I've survived. Nanruyan's chest heaved with ragged breaths, her face alight with the joy of narrow escape. Surveying their surroundings, their luck seemed to multiply. They stood in an opulent presidential suite, devoid of both human presence and zombies. Li Jiandong, thank you, Nanruyan murmured, gratitude shining in her eyes. You've saved me yet again. Had he not guided her, she would have fallen behind long ago, becoming fodder for the undead. Li Jiandong's gaze lingered on the rise and fall of her chest, his throat working as he swallowed hard. Manager Nan, such formalities are unnecessary. Isn't it only natural that I protect you? Recognizing the predatory glint in his eyes, Nanruyan instinctively retreated a step, forcing an awkward smile. Let's search for food. Quickly, scanning the room, their efforts bore fruit. Provisions. The refrigerator, too, yielded abundance. Truly fitting for a presidential suite, Li Jiandong remarked with satisfaction. The fridge is remarkably well stocked. Li Jiandong's face twisted with greed. They had uncovered over a dozen bottles of beverages, 7 or 8 bags of potato chips, and an assortment of snacks. Several plates of fruit lay scattered on the table. Though not entirely fresh, most remained unspoiled. With careful rationing, these provisions could sustain the two of us for several days. Ravenous to the point of delirium, the pair immediately began devouring the food without restraint. As the snacks settled in their stomachs, the gnawing hunger gradually subsided. Nan Ruyan absent-mindedly retrieved her phone and tapped to check her messages. The next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. She rubbed them vigorously and looked again. This was no illusion. The messages were from Nan Shireen. Andy, are you still alive? Andy, I've been rescued. My boyfriend, Feng, is a formidable superhuman. Nan Ruyan hastily replied, I'm alive. Can you come save me? Moments later, a response arrived. Feng has agreed. We're coming to rescue you immediately. A surge of euphoria flooded Nan Ruyan's heart. She promptly sent her exact location to Nan Shireen, followed by several frantic messages detailing the peril of her situation. With newfound reassurance, a sliver of relief eased her tension. She reached for a packet of biscuits, intending to resume eating, but to her astonishment, a rough hand suddenly snatched it away. Nan Ruyan looked up in shock. The thief was none other than Li Jiandong. A cold dread crept into her heart. What are you doing? She forced a smile. Li Jiandong's lips curled into a smirk. What am I doing? Nan Ruyan, ever since the apocalypse began, I've gone above and beyond for you, haven't I? At the very least, I've saved your life twice. A peculiar smile played on his face. Though I was hired as your bodyguard and driver, I was merely performing a paid service. Yet my actions now far exceed the duties of a mere bodyguard. Don't you agree? Nan Ruyan's expression darkened at his words. I know, Li Jiandong. That's why I'm endlessly grateful to you. I wish to repay you with money, though I know currency means nothing now. But truly, I don't know how else to express my gratitude. Her voice trembled with sincerity. Li Jiandong cut her off sharply. No, you do know. You know exactly how you can thank me. Li Jiandong's covetous gaze ravenously swept over Nan Ruyan's delicate figure. Her slightly disheveled silken tresses and faintly chapped cherry lips could not diminish her breathtaking beauty in the slightest. The strained suit jacket and the billowing shirt beneath spoke volumes about the magnificent curves concealed within. Not to mention those alabaster legs, long and straight as jade pillars, nor the voluptuous fullness of her rounded hips. The ripe, honeyed allure of this woman stirred desires in Li Jiandong that even satiety could not suppress. Noticing Li Jiandong's predatory stare, Nan Ruyan forced a fragile smile. I don't quite understand what you're saying. Let me make this clear. All the food here belongs to me. You're not to touch any more of it. Why? The question escaped Nan Ruyan's lips before she could stop it. Because I'm stronger than you, Li Jiandong declared with arrogant pride. The current situation speaks for itself, doesn't it? With such danger outside, you need someone to rely on. And I, he grinned wolfishly, am your most suitable choice. Manager Nan, I've actually admired you for a long time. Countless nights you've haunted my dreams. Your myriad charms have utterly captivated me. If not for this deep affection, why would I have risked everything to save you? Nan Ruyan's lips parted slightly, but words failed her. Who knows how long we'll live? Li Jiandong continued, his expression turning lecherous. Shouldn't we seize pleasure while we can? Retreating a step, Nan Ruyan forced another tremulous smile. Li Jiandong, please don't be like this. You're frightening me. His eyes narrowed at her words. Afraid? What's there to fear? Do you think I'll devour you? Could you give me some time to consider? Nan Ruyan ventured cautiously. This is all so sudden. I need time to adjust. Li Jiandong nodded magnanimously. After all, she couldn't escape. A cooked duck doesn't fly away. Very well. But from now on, you'll eat nothing. Everything in this room belongs to me. Nan Ruyan acquiesced silently. As Li Jiandong settled beside her, he inhaled deeply, his twisted smile widening while he rambled on. Truth be told, I rather enjoy this apocalypse. During my bodyguard days, I often wished for the world to end. Without this catastrophe, how could someone like me ever possess a woman of your exquisite caliber? Nan Ruyan maintained her strained smile, nodding mechanically. After a pause, Li Jiandong abruptly demanded, your phone, hand it over. I won't have you contacting the outside world. Her heart skipped a beat. That's unnecessary, she protested instinctively. What use is outside contact now anyway? Leave me a phone so I can watch some videos to pass the time. Li Jiandong cast a suspicious glance at her. Nan Shireen forced herself to remain composed. Li Jiandong seemed to recall something, tilting his head slightly as he fixed his gaze on Nan Ruyan. Give me the phone. Nan Ruyan's expression darkened, uncertain of what to do. Instinctively, she clutched the phone tightly, her body stiffening. Li Jiandong sneered, snatching the phone from her grasp. He scrolled through it rapidly, his face growing increasingly grim with each message he read. By the end, his features were twisted with fury. You wretched woman. You actually dared to call for help from another man. You claimed you were in danger, that I was the threat. His eyes widened, bloodshot with rage. No, that's not what I meant. Nan Ruyan stammered in panic. Ignoring her, Li Jiandong lowered his head and typed out a message. Shireen, I just realized. During our escape earlier, I was bitten by a zombie. Don't come for me. Stay safe, protect yourself, live on for me. He hit send. Then, with chilling calm, he spoke, I just told them you've turned into a zombie. Given how dangerous it is out there, they want to come for you now. Give up on your fantasy of being rescued by some superhuman. Submit to me willingly, and I'll treat you with the tenderness you deserve. Nanruyan paled instantly. No. How could you do this? Give it back. Give me the phone. She lunged for it instinctively. Her reaction only deepened Li Jiandong's fury. Ungrateful wretch. What about me isn't good enough for you? Enraged, he hurled the phone to the ground with a violent crack, shattering the screen. Still unsatisfied, he stomped on it repeatedly until the device lay in broken fragments, its light extinguished. Nanruyan stared at the ruined phone, her face ashen, her eyes hollow. It's over. Yet soon, a flicker of hope reignited in her heart. Perhaps Shireen will still come to check. Maybe. Li Jiandong exhaled, his voice eerily composed. You have no hope left, and I won't wait any longer. Today, you will be mine, whether you agree or not. Desperate, Nanruyan grasped at any possibility, her voice pleading. Li Jiandong, think rationally. Waiting is in your best interest too. If no one comes, you lose nothing, just a little more patience. But what if someone with supernatural abilities comes to rescue me? You would be saved along with me, wouldn't you? Even though you're treating me this way now, you did save me twice after all. I will definitely repay you. I absolutely won't hold a grudge over this. And I won't tell anyone what just happened either. Li Jiandong narrowed his eyes, completely unmoved by her words. Huh, woman, do you take me for a fool? At this point, you're still trying to stall for time? I can't wait any longer. As he spoke, Li Jiandong leered at her and reached out to tear off her suit jacket. Li Jiandong, can you wait just a little longer? Please. Nanruyan pleaded desperately while dodging his grasp. Bang. Snap. Li Jiandong yanked violently at Nanruyan's suit jacket, causing several buttons to pop off from the force. He lunged at her. Just give in to me, orc. Li Jiandong let out a howl of pain. Nanruyan had swiftly delivered a sharp kick between his legs. A wave of excruciating agony surged through him, turning his face a deep shade of purple. Seizing the opportunity, Nanruyan fled in panic into the inner room of the presidential suite and quickly locked the door behind her. Once the pain subsided, Li Jiandong was consumed by fury. He stormed to the door and began pounding on it violently. Bang, bang, bang. His curses spilled out in a torrent. Open the door, damn it. You wretched bitch. You damn whore. Once I break this door down, I'll make you beg for mercy. Nanruyan pressed her body against the door with all her strength. Her heart pounded in terror, her mind a whirlwind of panic. All she could do was pray silently. Shireen, Feng, will you come? Meanwhile, on the road, a sleek silver van raced forward at breakneck speed. Inside the vehicle, Feng and Nan Shireen both wore somber expressions. Nan Shireen had just learned that Nanruyan had turned into a zombie. Her beautiful eyes were reddened as she wept incessantly. Feng stepped forward to console her. Shireen, in these troubled times, such occurrences are hardly uncommon. Please do not grieve excessively. Nan Shireen wiped away her tears and nodded faintly. I understand. It's just. The sudden shift is rather overwhelming. Feng continued to console her with a few more comforting words. Nan Shireen's condition gradually improved. Feng's eyes flickered with contemplation as his mind raced. Since there was no need to proceed to the Golden Summit Hotel, he would return to the Imperial Scenery residence to retrieve Lin Xiaoxiao. Feng contemplated this thought and was about to instruct Mi Li to alter their destination. However, a sudden tremor of unease flickered through his heart, devoid of logic, bereft of any tangible information. It was purely intuition, an ineffable whisper that something felt amiss. Shireen, hand me your phone, he said. Nan Shireen, perplexed, passed it over. He tapped the screen awake. Feng read the messages exchanged between Nan Shireen and Nanruyan. Nan Shireen, Andy, are you still alive? Nan Shireen, Andy, I've been rescued. My boyfriend, Feng, is a powerful superhuman. Nanruyan, I'm still alive. Can you come save me? Nan Shireen, Feng agreed. We're coming to rescue you right away. Nanruyan, Shireen, I just left the kitchen and fled from a horde of zombies to the presidential suite, room 8001. Nanruyan, I'm with my bodyguard, Li Jiandong. We found some food, but I still feel in great danger. Please hurry. Nanruyan, Shireen, I just realized I was bitten by a zombie during the escape. Don't come for me anymore. Stay safe and live on for me. Feng's eyes flickered slightly, the logic seemingly plausible. Yet, An inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him. Yifeng pondered for a moment, then raised his gaze to meet Nan Shirin's eyes, speaking deliberately. Shirin, I sense something amiss in this matter. There might be a possibility that Nan Ruyan is still alive. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, a flicker of joy flashed through Nan Shirin's eyes as she exclaimed excitedly. Is it true, Yifeng? Are you saying my aunt might still be alive? Yifeng nodded with a solemn expression and said, I'm not entirely certain. But since we've already set out, we might as well go and verify it with our own eyes. After all, it won't take much time. You're absolutely right. Yifeng. Nan Shirin seemed to grasp at a lifeline, her watery, beautiful eyes flickering with hope. Let's hurry over there. Yifeng glanced down at his watch, pondering silently. We still have at least 8 minutes before we arrive at the Golden Summit Hotel. I wonder how your aunt is faring there. Yifeng furrowed his brows in contemplation. Was there perhaps a more expeditious method to reach that destination? Yifeng pondered for a brief moment before inspiration struck. Turning to Nan Shirin, he said with a composed demeanor, Shirin, I've just granted you the authorization to operate this motorhome. Simply engage the autonomous driving system and proceed towards the Golden Summit Hotel. Nan Shirin was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden directive. Yifeng, what do you mean? She began hesitantly. Without missing a beat, Yifeng commanded, Mealy, halt the vehicle and open the doors. Yifeng acted with swift decisiveness. Understood, master. The crisp, intelligent voice of the vehicle's AI system responded. The RV came to an abrupt halt, its doors sliding open with measured grace. Yifeng swiftly stepped out of the vehicle and addressed Nan Shirin. Shirin, I fear there may already be unforeseen developments regarding your aunt. To err on the side of caution, my speed surpasses that of the car. I shall proceed ahead. As he spoke, a delicate azure scroll materialized in Yifeng's hand, a temporary enhancement scroll. Having undergone multiple augmentations, his full sprinting velocity already rivaled the pace of the motorhome. Activating this scroll would amplify his movement speed tenfold. Yifeng tore the ancient scroll apart. The shredded parchment instantly transformed into a stream of azure radiance, surging into his very being. In that fleeting moment, he felt his body becoming ethereally weightless. A surge of exhilaration coursed through his heart. My movement speed has truly increased beyond measure. With merely a touch of his toes upon the ground, his silhouette blurred as he darted forth, vanishing without a trace. Nan Shirin remained rooted in place, utterly dumbfounded. How could Yifeng be so swift? Snapping back to reality, she immediately instructed Mi Li to head towards the Golden Cauldron Hotel. Yifeng was like a streak of black lightning, sprinting wildly through the streets. The howling wind whistled past his ears as countless buildings stretched backward in his wake. The explosive sounds of air splitting apart accompanied his every step. His speed had surged dramatically. Yifeng's face was alight with exhilaration. At this moment, his speed had already approached the velocity of sound, leaving only fleeting afterimages in the air. In the 8th-floor suite of the Golden Cauldron Hotel, Li Jiandong, struck at his vital point, had descended into utter madness. He furiously hurled chairs and tables against the door. Bang, bang, bang. His eyes bloodshot, his roars like those of a rabid beast. You wretched woman, open this door, or when I break it down, you'll see what I do to you. Inside, Nan Ruyan trembled uncontrollably. She had no recourse but to press her body against the door in a futile attempt to hold it shut. Bang, bang, with each of Li Jiandong's relentless blows. The door's lock warped and splintered. Before long, with a final deafening crash, the bedroom door burst open, sending Nan Ruyan sprawling to the floor. You bitch, I'll kill you. Li Jiandong snarled, brandishing a cleaver. At that moment, Nan Ruyan felt a bone-chilling dread, as though plunged into an icy abyss. Li Jiandong advanced with a cruel smirk, delivering a vicious slap across her flawless face without a word. Slap. A vivid red handprint bloomed on her delicate cheek. Li Jiandong, please, don't do this. Nan Ruyan pleaded through streaming tears, her voice fragile with despair. Still clinging to hope, are you? Still waiting for rescue? Li Jiandong leered. Let me tell you, that so-called superhuman won't come near you once you turn into a zombie. And even if he did decide to check on you, do you think he'd get here in time? I'll be long finished before he arrives. His greedy gaze raked over Nan Ruyan. Sprawled on the floor, her slender legs and voluptuous curves laid bare in this vulnerable position. Damn, what a sight, he growled. Raising the cleaver, he pressed its cold edge against the porcelain skin of her throat. Move, and I'll sever your head. Nan Ruyan's expression turned hollow, her heart sinking into oblivion. Li Jiandong's eyes narrowed as he leaned in, intent on claiming her trembling lips. But then, a thunderous roar shattered the moment. You dare. The voice boomed like divine wrath, freezing Li Jiandong in place. In the next heartbeat, a shadowy figure exploded through the window, moving faster than thought, and drove a devastating kick into Li Jiandong's chest. Whoosh! Li Jiandong hurtled backward like a rag doll, crashing into the wall before slumping to the floor. He barely registered what had happened. It felt as though a freight train had plowed into him. His organs seemed displaced, ribs shattered beyond counting. Now he lay motionless, a broken heap, barely alive. I truly am a genius. My judgment was flawless. The arrival seemed exceptionally timely. A figure clad in black robes appeared, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. It was Yi Feng. Nanrian's expression became somewhat dazed. What had happened? Had she been saved? Yi Feng cast a glance at Nanrian and found himself unable to look away, secretly marveling in his heart. What an absolute vision of feminine allure! There knelt Nanrian upon the floor, clad in a pristine white blouse, her features exquisitely beautiful with eyes that shimmered with beguiling charm. Upon her delicate cheek bloomed the vivid crimson imprint of a palm, yet far from diminishing her beauty, it rather enhanced her allure with an air of poignant vulnerability. Her raven tresses cascaded over porcelain shoulders, framing a figure of such voluptuous proportions it seemed sculpted by divine hands. But what truly stole Yi Feng's breath were the twin peaks that strained against the fragile fabric of her blouse, so full and proud they threatened at any moment to burst forth from their silken confinement. Yi Feng's gaze revealed an appreciative gleam. Beyond that, there was also the full, rounded curve of her hips, which even her tailored trousers couldn't conceal. Her current posture displayed them unmistakably, utterly captivating to the eye. Yi Feng strode forward swiftly, gently assisting Nanrian to her feet with a warm smile. I am Yi Feng. Are you all right, Miss Nanrian? Gazing at her trembling, voluptuous figure, Yi Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. No wonder that so-called bodyguard had ill intentions. Testing a man like this, what man could possibly resist such temptation? Nanrian stared blankly at Yi Feng. For a moment, she felt as though she were dreaming. Was it this dashing, heroic man in black who had saved her? At the very last moment, in the nick of time. Descending like a celestial warrior to rescue her from peril. Her entire body grew warm with emotion. How unbelievable! Am I dreaming? Nanrian murmured, still unable to believe it. Of course you're not dreaming. Yi Feng laughed heartily. I am Yi Feng, sent by Nanshirine to rescue you. It seems I arrived just in time. You're safe now, completely safe. No one can harm you anymore. Nanrian lifted her gaze, staring at Yi Feng in awe. The man before her was tall, imposing, and extraordinarily handsome, as if bathed in divine radiance. Most importantly, he exuded an inexplicable charm. Her heart pounded wildly, leaving her momentarily speechless. Noticing Nanrian's silent, dazed expression, Yi Feng frowned slightly, a thought crossing his mind. She seems a bit slow. Did I arrive too late? Her clothes are neat, so it doesn't seem like it. Poisoned, perhaps? Clearing his throat once more, he spoke again. My name is Yi Feng. Nanshirine sent me to rescue you. Are you all right? Only then did Nanrian snap out of her trance, her exquisite cheeks flushing crimson. I'm fine. I wasn't hurt at all. Thank goodness you came in time. Thank you. Truly, thank you so much. Yi Feng smiled faintly and carefully examined the palm print on Nanrian's cheek. Look at this injury of yours. How can you claim to be unharmed? Yi Feng raised his gaze to the man still sprawled on the ground, speaking slowly with a cold edge to his voice. This vile creature dared to strike you. Utterly despicable. Nanrian likewise cast a glance at Li Jiandong, her expression inscrutable as she murmured, Has he perished? Yi Feng replied, I spared his life. But given the severity of his injuries, he won't last long. Shall I help you end him once and for all? Nanrian's gaze turned complicated as she let out a faint sigh. I never imagined he would be this kind of person. Still, he did save me twice. Now we're even. Leave him be. Let him perish on his own. After all, it's nearly impossible for him to survive. Yi Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he remained silent. Nanrian glanced around hesitantly before inquiring, Where is Shireen? Didn't she mention coming together? Yi Feng smiled faintly and said, I discerned that you were in peril, so I hastened here ahead of time. Shireen is still en route. Nanrian gasped slightly, her voice tinged with concern. But could she be in danger as well? Rest assured, she is perfectly safe, Yi Feng replied. The armored recreational vehicle possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Yi Feng surveyed the surroundings once more and remarked, If you have no pressing matters, let us depart. I shall take you to meet Nanshirine. Very well. Nanruyan nodded in acquiescence. However, before we proceed, allow me to tend to your injuries, Yifeng added, noticing the faint trace of bewilderment in Nanruyan's expression. Yifeng raised his hand gently, caressing Nanruyan's delicate face. A faint blush adorned Nanruyan's cheeks. Good heavens! What was he about to do? Should she evade his touch? Suddenly, a radiant white light emanated from Yifeng's palm, much to Nanruyan's astonishment. The luminous energy seeped into her visage, permeating every fiber of her being. An indescribable sensation of euphoria coursed through her body, eliciting an involuntary murmur of pleasure. Her entire being was instantly revitalized, as if infused with boundless vitality. The once prominent handprint on her fair countenance faded significantly. Nanruyan's exquisite eyes widened in wonderment. How utterly miraculous! Could this be the legendary supernatural ability? Yifeng smiled and nodded gracefully. This is a divine blessing. Now, let us depart from this place. Yifeng gently grasped Nanruyan's delicate, boneless hand. A faint blush graced Nanruyan's lovely face, yet she offered no resistance. Guided by Yifeng, the two made their way to the window. Yifeng extended an arm, encircling Nanruyan's slender waist. Meeting her questioning gaze, he murmured, I intend to leap from here. So you must hold on to me tightly lest you fall. Nanruyan gasped in astonishment. From the 8th floor? Yet upon reflection, she recalled that Yifeng had arrived through the window. Moreover, as a wielder of extraordinary abilities, his prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, she refrained from further inquiry. With a faint blush, she hesitantly wrapped her delicate arms around his broad torso. Clasped in each other's embrace, Nanruyan rested her head against his chest, her eyes glazing over with a dreamy intoxication. Yifeng whispered softly, Hold on tight, we're about to leap. In the very instant of the descent, Yifeng subtly adjusted his angle, his fingers flicking imperceptibly beyond Nanruyan's line of sight. A flash of lightning erupted. Boom! A terrifying arc of electricity instantly struck Li Jiandong's body. With a muffled groan, he disintegrated into dust, utterly annihilated. Eradicating threats at their roots had always been Yifeng's way. After all, in this apocalyptic world, anything was possible. Though Li Jiandong now lay grievously wounded on death's door, who was to say he wouldn't awaken supernatural abilities in the next moment, revive at full strength, in return for vengeance? Even if he couldn't overpower Yifeng directly, lurking in the shadows to scheme or targeting Yifeng's loved ones would be a nauseating ordeal. The howling wind whispered past Nanruyan's ears. As Yifeng descended, the tips of his toes continuously tapped against the exterior walls of the buildings, counteracting gravity. Soon, the two of them landed safely. Nanruyan, enveloped in the masculine aura emanating from Yifeng, felt an overwhelming sense of security within her heart. Yifeng descended like a divine warrior. The moment he saved her had been deeply engraved in Nanruyan's heart, leaving an indelible mark. Reluctantly, Nanruyan released her embrace from Yifeng. Yifeng took out his phone and glanced at it, lost in contemplation. His movement speed had been too rapid. The battle concluded too swiftly. The Millet RV had not yet arrived. Yifeng said to Nanruyan, How should I address you? Yi. Mr. Yi. You may call me Nanruyan, Nanruyan replied. There's no need for such formality. Just call me Yifeng, he responded. There are still 5 minutes before Nanshirin arrives to pick us up by car, so we'll have to wait a little longer. Yifeng said to Nanruyan, As you wish, I shall follow your lead in all matters. Nanruyan replied softly. Yifeng nodded slightly and led Nanruyan into the lobby of the hotel. Settling in a secure corner to rest, Yifeng opened the interface to check the mission completion progress. Daily mission, eliminate 40 zombies. Mission reward, 40 pieces of bait. Mission status, completed. Yifeng was momentarily stunned. How could this be? The daily task had actually been completed. Yifeng turned his gaze to the random mission. Random mission, slay 100 zombies. Reward, 10 portions of premium bait, unlocking bait synthesis privileges. Progress, 47-100. When did I eliminate these zombies? Yifeng pondered briefly before sudden enlightenment dawned upon him. The zombies crushed by his motorhome were indeed being counted towards the mission statistics. Yifeng's RV was equipped with obstacle-clearing capabilities. Along the journey, countless zombies were sent flying by the impact, while many of the undead weren't completely destroyed by the collisions. Even just counting those that were fatally crushed, the number reached 47. How splendid! Yifeng smiled faintly. Without hesitation, he clicked to claim the daily mission reward. As the system notification chimed, a prompt appeared. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 40 portions of fish bait. Feng received 40 portions of bait directly into his account. Feng, brimming with exhilaration, found his curiosity piqued even further by the advanced fishing bait. Only 53 zombies remained to fulfill the random mission. With roughly 5 minutes to spare, now seemed the opportune moment to complete it. Determined, Feng resolved to cleanse the Golden Cauldron Hotel of its undead inhabitants. Clearing zombies within buildings had always been a relatively safe endeavor. Terrain could be exploited for strategic kills without drawing a horde. Conversely, eliminating too many in open spaces risked triggering a zombie tide, an endless, relentless onslaught that even the formidable Feng of his past life had dreaded. Yet, the current zombies were low-level, and Feng's combat prowess rendered him fearless. However, adding deadweight to the equation changed things. Thus, purging the hotel's interior was the wisest choice. I'm going to eliminate some zombies. Stay close to me, Feng instructed, turning to Nan. Though puzzled, she nodded in acquiescence. Feng retrieved a pistol from his spatial storage and commenced systematically clearing the undead. The hotel's first floor harbored approximately 20-some zombies. The sharp reports of gunfire echoed. Bang, 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 bang. Feng's movements were steady, his marksmanship swift. Not a single bullet was wasted. With each resounding gunshot, a zombie would collapse to the ground, every shot a perfect headshot. Witnessing Feng effortlessly mow down these terrifying undead like harvesting wheat, Nan felt profound astonishment. To think Feng was also a master sharpshooter, truly formidable. Methodically, Feng swept through the hotel rooms one by one. Some chambers concealed lurking zombies. After purging them all, Feng surveyed the hotel room with a discerning eye, leaving no object untouched. With a mere thought, the bed, mini fridge, television, and even bottled water were all seamlessly absorbed into his spatial storage. Like a goose plucking feathers as it passes, he left nothing behind. Feng had a habit of collecting items wherever he went. With infinite storage space at his disposal, why not gather whatever caught his eye? These modern artifacts might prove useful someday. After all, such manufactured goods would only become scarcer with time, though they remained well-preserved now, in a year or two. Such opportunities for acquisition would vanish forever. Feng, upon encountering the opportunity, unhesitatingly claimed it for himself without the slightest courtesy. This spectacle once again left Nan utterly astounded. She couldn't help but rub her eyes in disbelief. Vanished. Everything had truly vanished without a trace. Feng glanced at Nan's astonished expression, then calmly uttered a single sentence. This is my capability. You'll understand in time. Nan's eyes flickered with unspoken questions. What couldn't Feng accomplish? He was utterly enigmatic. Feng descended floor by floor, swiftly arriving at the 3rd level. After eliminating the zombies in the corridor, he proceeded to search 6 consecutive rooms. The number of zombies slain had now surpassed 50, combined with his previous tally. Feng's randomized mission was on the verge of completion. Bang, bang, bang. Feng arrived at yet another chamber. Within its confines dwelled a family of 3 reanimated corpses, 2 adults, and 1 diminutive figure. Feng fired several shots in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. 3 zombies collapsed to the ground instantly. Feng smiled faintly and clicked to view the mission details. Random mission, eliminate 100 zombies. Mission reward, 10 portions of premium fish bait. Unlock fish bait synthesis privileges. Mission status, completed. It's done. Feng felt a faint surge of joy as he stepped out of the room, preparing to leave the place with Nan. Just then, a woman suddenly emerged from the stairwell. She was strikingly beautiful, with long legs clad in black stockings, drawn by the sound of gunfire. Upon seeing Feng, she asked excitedly, "Are you a rescuer?" Then, catching sight of Nan, her expression shifted to shock as she exclaimed, "It's you." Nan turned to look at her and immediately recognized her, the administrative secretary who had been trapped with her on the 8th floor. The woman's face lit up with wild delight as she rushed toward Feng. "You must be a rescuer. Quick, take me away from here." As the woman in black stockings lunged toward him, Feng calmly raised his gun. She froze in stunned confusion. "I'm not a rescuer. I'm just a survivor, like you," Feng said, shaking his head. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief, her emotions spiraling. "No, no," she cried. But soon, desperation took over, and she began to plead. "Please. Save me." "Save you?" Feng glanced at her and instinctively shook his head again. "I don't take on dead weight. What value do you bring?" The woman faltered, stammering. "My value." Feng shook his head and turned to leave. The woman grew frantic, pleading in rapid succession. "Please don't go. take me with you. Manager Nan and I are together. Why can she stay by your side? Manager Nan, speak up for me too. Yifeng was taken aback. Turning to Nan Ruyan with a questioning gaze, you know her? Nan Ruyan nodded subtly, her expression layered with complexity. She's the administrative secretary of one of our partner companies. Though our acquaintance is merely professional. Yifeng suddenly understood and turned to the woman in black stockings, shaking his head as he refused. She is my friend. I came specifically to save her. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the woman's face turned deathly pale. Clenching her teeth, she fell to her knees with a thud. Please take me with you. My only worth is my body. If you can take her, one more won't make a difference. I can do anything. Just let me live. Yifeng gave her a thorough once-over, black stockings accentuating her shapely legs, a delicate and pretty face. She could indeed be considered a beauty. However, compared to Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Ruyan, or Nan Shirin, she fell considerably short. His standards had been elevated to an almost insatiable level. Moreover, within the sinister perception of his malicious sense, something about this woman seemed off. With that thought, Yifeng decisively shook his head in refusal. Given the state of the world now, you must understand, I don't take on dead weight. Your body holds no value to me. The woman in black stockings froze, her expression blank, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. Nan Ruyan, too, wore a complicated look. Yifeng's rejection made Nan Ruyan reflect upon herself. She had no inherent connection with Yifeng whatsoever. It was solely through Nan Shirin's intervention that Yifeng came to her rescue. In truth, she was no different from the Blackstocking's secretary before her, merely a burden weighing Yifeng down. By his side, he would constantly be distracted by the need to protect her. What value did she truly hold for him? Nan Ruyan's gaze flickered subtly, lost in contemplation. Witnessing Yifeng's unyielding resolve, the woman turned to plead with Nan Ruyan instead. Manager Nan, we're friends, aren't we? Please intercede for me. If abandoned here, I'll surely perish. Nan Ruyan regarded her with profound complexity before slowly shaking her head. I saw that moment when you pushed the crew-cut young man down. The woman trembled as if struck by lightning. No, I didn't. I never pushed him. If he hadn't died, it would have been me. I had no choice, you must understand. At that precise moment, Yifeng's phone vibrated faintly. Yifeng took out his phone and glanced at the screen. It was a message from Nan Shirin, informing him that she had already arrived in front of the Golden Summit Hotel in her RV. Shirin is here. Let's go. Yifeng said, turning to Nan Ruyan. Nan Ruyan's face lit up with delight. Wonderful. Then let's hurry. Yifeng, with Nan Ruyan in tow, turned to depart. As they prepared to leave, a glint of venomous resentment flickered in the eyes of the woman clad in black stockings. Nan Ruyan, why do you get to live while I must die? Why do you have protection while I must fend for myself? Then, a thought struck her. Ah, I still have that. The woman in black stockings retrieved a severed zombie finger from her possession. If you show no mercy, don't blame me for my ruthlessness. She muttered under her breath. Manager Nan, wait, I have a secret to tell you. The secretary in black stockings called out hastily. Nan Ruyan turned back in surprise. This secret is for your ears alone, the secretary whispered, swiftly closing the distance between them. Then, with a sudden motion, she thrust the object in her hand toward Nan Ruyan's wrist. Nan Ruyan, become a zombie too. Excitement flashed in the woman's eyes. Die? Just as she felt victory within her grasp, a powerful hand abruptly intercepted, knocking the zombie finger to the ground. Then, that same hand seized her throat, lifting her effortlessly into the air. It was Yifeng. He had intervened, thwarting her scheme. Only then did Nan Ruyan snap out of her daze. Yifeng cast a fleeting glance at the object on the ground and murmured softly, it's a zombie's finger. Upon hearing this, Nan Ruyan paled in horror, her delicate features twisting with fear. Pointing an accusatory finger at the woman, she spat out furiously, you vile creature. How could you be so cruel? The woman in black stockings writhed in frustration, her legs kicking wildly as she struggled desperately. I refuse to accept this. She cried out, her voice thick with resentment. Yifeng exerted force with his fingers. Crack. The woman's eyes rolled back as her neck snapped, life extinguished in that instant. Yifeng indifferently cast the corpse onto the ground. Excellently slain. Nan Ruyan's delicate frame trembled slightly, her expression brimming with bitter resentment. Yifeng gently took her delicate hand in his and whispered softly, pay no heed to such individuals. The carriage awaits, let us depart. Yifeng and Nan Ruyan stepped out of the Golden Summit Hotel. A sleek silver-white luxury RV was already parked in front of the hotel entrance. This silver RV is absolutely stunning, Nan Ruyan exclaimed in awe. Despite her extensive experience and worldly knowledge, she couldn't recall ever encountering a brand like this on Blue Star. Yifeng escorted Nan Ruyan into the vehicle. Upon entering the motorhome's interior, Nan Ruyan was utterly astonished. The exterior already appeared extraordinarily magnificent. Yet she never anticipated the interior's functionalities and furnishings would be even more breathtaking, not to mention anything else. The spatial dimensions alone far exceeded her expectations, vastly more expansive than she had imagined. From the outside, there was simply no indication the vehicle could contain such generous quarters. Nan Ruyan couldn't comprehend it and was profoundly awestruck. Not only was the space remarkably ample, but it also boasted all the standard amenities of a motorhome, and then some. Features beyond the ordinary transformed it into nothing short of a mobile, ultra-luxurious mansion. At that very moment, Nan Shireen rushed forward in tears. "Auntie, you're truly alive." Equally overwhelmed with emotion, Nan Ruyan wept freely. "Shireen, I finally found you." She embraced Nan Shireen tightly in return. The two women, reunited at last, clung to each other and wept bitterly in their shared moment of overwhelming joy. Yifeng stood by, offering a gentle smile of contentment. Yet one thing puzzled him deeply. How could the disparity in scale be so vast between F and B despite their shared bloodline? As the two women began pouring out their emotions, their incessant chatter filled the air. Yifeng's heart stirred slightly. Both the daily and random missions had been successfully accomplished. Yifeng clicked to claim the mission reward. The system notification chimed. Notification: congratulations, host. You have obtained 40 portions of fish bait. Notification: congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 portions of premium fish bait. Notification: congratulations, host. You have unlocked the fish bait synthesis feature. Yifeng delved into his research and soon grasped the essence of the new feature. In simple terms, when Yifeng employs premium bait for angling, the likelihood of acquiring high-tier items significantly increases. The bait synthesis function allows him to combine 10 units of ordinary bait into 1 unit of premium bait. 10 units of common bait, just to synthesize a single premium one? That's exorbitant, he mused. Nevertheless, he remained eager to observe the angling efficacy of the premium bait. As fortune would have it, a random quest rewarded him with 10 units of this coveted premium bait. Yifeng immediately decided to cast his line. Eager to test the quality of the premium bait. System: initiate 5 rounds of high-level fishing. Prompt: fishing in progress. Yifeng's eyes shimmered with anticipation. Notification: congratulations, host. On your successful fishing endeavor, you have acquired a high-definition DVD of the movie Journey to the West along with 1,000 copies. Notification: congratulations, host. On your successful fishing endeavor, you have obtained 300 g of Mongolian yak jerky along with 100 bags. Notification: congratulations, host. On your successful fishing endeavor, you have obtained mystical mist spray along with 3 bottles. Mystical mist spray? Yifeng's heart stirred with a sudden realization. Notification: congratulations, host. For a successful fishing endeavor, you have obtained the premium DVD collector's edition of The Plum and the Golden Vase, Yang Ximin version, along with 10 additional copies. Notification: congratulations, host. For another triumphant catch, you have acquired a vial of corpse poison immunity serum. The 5th and final fishing attempt has concluded. Yifeng's face darkened with disappointment. Is this all? Excluding the 2 types of DVDs and beef jerky, his 5 premium fishing attempts had yielded merely 3 bottles of miraculous spray and 1 vial of zombie toxin immunity serum. Though these items were undoubtedly useful, they paled in comparison to the investment of 5 premium baits. Had he synthesized them using ordinary baits, it would have required 50 attempts. With 50 baits, one could cast 50 lines. How could the haul be so meager? Premium fishing seemed utterly unprofitable, enough to make one's trousers fall off in dismay. What on earth was going on? Yifeng shook his head in confusion and began inspecting the spoils. The magical potion needed no explanation. He had obtained it before. At that time, he had somewhat disdained it, but the current Yifeng could only utter one phrase: absolutely divine. After all, his beloved confidants were increasing in number. Coincidentally, the spray he acquired last time was running low. Yifeng carefully placed the miraculous spray in its proper place. Yifeng turned his gaze to the newly acquired necrotic poison antidote. Item: necrotic poison immunity elixir rarity, rare description, upon consumption. This elixir grants supreme immunity to the zombie virus, rendering the user impervious to infection. Even those already infected, provided they have not yet turned, will attain this formidable immunity. This was not the first time Feng had obtained such a potion. It bestowed an extraordinary resistance against the undead plague, ensuring safety even for those afflicted, so long as it was ingested before full transformation. The previous vial had already been used. Acquiring another now was indeed fortuitous. After all, Feng had several cherished companions by his side. Possessing such an elixir brought him a measure of reassurance. Having organized his gains, Feng checked his bait reserves. Bait, 40 portions premium bait, 5 portions with quiet determination, he murmured inwardly. System, initiate 5 more premium fishing attempts. Notification, fishing in progress. Feng didn't hold much hope. Notification, congratulations, host, for successfully fishing and obtaining 10 AK-47 firearms. Notification, congratulations, host, for successfully fishing and acquiring 10,000 rounds of AK-47 ammunition. Notification, congratulations, host, for successfully fishing and procuring 100 sets of the Death Clan book series. Feng felt a pang of disappointment. Although firearms were useful, they were not what he truly desired. At that very moment, the system experienced a slight hiccup. Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Based on experience, when the process took longer than usual, there was a high probability of reeling in something extraordinary. Just then, the system notification chimed. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the legendary skill, Thunderous Stance. Notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the rare item, Flame Ginseng, 1 portion. Bloody hell. Feng was momentarily stunned before being overwhelmed with ecstasy. The treasure has emerged. Feng successfully reeled in the legendary skill, Thunderous Stance. A golden legendary skill. Feng immediately immersed his consciousness into the angling space. A radiant golden source pearl lay upon the fishing platform. Could this be the legendary skill, Thunderous Stance? Feng immediately clicked to view the details. Skill, Thunderous Stance quality, legendary description, and active ability. Upon activating Thunderous Stance, your form undergoes a subtle transformation. Attributes such as attack, defense, speed, and strength receive a substantial temporary enhancement. Special note, Thunderous Stance grows in power alongside your level and combat prowess. Furthermore, upon reaching a certain threshold of strength, you will unlock even more formidable augmentations, a skill that dramatically amplifies combat effectiveness. And it appears to be a transformative ability with scaling potential. What an exceptional skill. Feng's face was alight with ecstasy. Without hesitation, he chose to extract the skill. Swish. A skill source pearl radiating golden brilliance suddenly materialized in midair. Feng immediately reached out and punctured it. The two women beside him cast a brief glance his way before resuming their conversation. Feng remained an enigma, and they had grown accustomed to his mystique. The skill source orb transformed into a golden streak of light, merging seamlessly into Feng's body. Notification, congratulations. You have mastered the legendary skill, Thunderous Stance. Notification, detected mythical grade Thunder attribute talent. Your skill potency will be significantly enhanced. Your Thunderous Stance will achieve perfect compatibility, evolving into a unique ability. Simultaneously, a surge of skill-related knowledge manifested within Feng's consciousness. Empowered by the primordial chaos divine thunder, the Thunderous Stance had undergone a profound transformation. Its might elevated to an entirely new tier. Feng's heart swelled with exhilaration. He wondered about the formidable power of this legendary skill. However, being confined within the vehicle's interior, it was presently inconvenient to test its capabilities. Feng had no choice but to forcibly suppress his surging excitement. Premium bait, he murmured. Indeed, premium bait was truly a marvelous thing. Feng sighed with profound emotion. How many times had he cast his line with ordinary bait? Aside from the initial 3 attempts blessed with beginner's luck, never had he reeled in a legendary artifact. Yet with premium bait, within merely 10 casts, he had hooked a legendary skill. What does this signify? Common bait is utterly worthless. Employing superior bait is the proper method to unlock the system's true potential. A legendary skill completely eclipses rare-tier items and abilities. There exists no comparison whatsoever. Feng made an immediate resolution. From now on, he would only use premium bait for his angling pursuits. Feng continued to examine the rare-grade items he had obtained. Item: Flame Sea Cucumber quality. Rare description: a mutated sea cucumber imbued with mystical properties. Upon consumption, it enhances physical strength to a certain degree and grants an additional 50 fire resistance. Truly a remarkable treasure. Yifeng promptly retrieved the sea cucumber and took a bite. The fist-sized black sea cucumber was crisp and refreshing to the palate. Yifeng swiftly devoured it all. A surge of warmth coursed through his body, further enhancing his physical strength. Yifeng's heart swelled with joy. He had grown stronger once more. After organizing his gains, he silently commanded the system. Combine all 40 of my ordinary fish baits into premium ones. Instantly, a prompt appeared before him. Notification, confirm synthesis? Yifeng promptly clicked to confirm. The notification appeared. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained 4 premium fishing baits. Another 4 premium fishing baits were successfully acquired. Yifeng's heart swelled with delight. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. System, initiate 4 premium fishing attempts. The golden fishing rod quivered as the hook vanished into the boundless darkness. O celestial sisters, bless me with bountiful catches. The system's chime resonated through the void. Notification, fishing in progress. Notification, congratulations, host has successfully obtained rare grade item, Scout Guardian Spirit 1. Notification, congratulations. Host has successfully obtained 10 crates of Tang Dynasty sabers. Notification, congratulations, host has obtained epic grade item, Awakening Serum of Extraordinary Abilities 1. A Scout Spirit? And an epic tier ability Awakening Potion? Yifeng's heart swelled with joy. At that very moment, the system paused ever so slightly. Yifeng's heart tightened instantly. A system lag could only mean something extraordinary was about to emerge. Before long, the system notification chimed in. Notification, congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Obtaining legendary item, War God's Contract Scroll 1. Bloody hell, my luck is simply too damn good. Yifeng's face was alight with ecstasy. One after another, treasures emerged, an epic, a legend. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Yifeng immersed his consciousness into the fishing dimension. Soon, he discovered the War God's Contract hovering above the island, a scroll emanating a soft golden radiance. Alongside it floated a vial suffused with a violet luminescence. A scroll. And a potion? Yifeng immediately clicked to examine the scroll's details. Item, War God's Covenant Scroll Rank. Legendary description. The War God's Covenant can be used to establish a formidable battle force. The first contracted individual becomes the War God, while the remaining contracted members' lives and deaths fall under the War God's control. Over time, they will develop unwavering loyalty to the War God. Tearing the scroll automatically designates the user as the War God. Special note, the War God's Covenant consists of 1 War God position, 20 War General positions, and 200 Warrior positions. Contracted individuals of different ranks receive varying degrees of permanent enhancement effects upon initial binding and gain access to the War God's team skills. The War God's Covenant. Yifeng was utterly astonished in his heart. What a remarkable treasure, truly befitting its legendary status. Yifeng licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. The contract to become the God of War allowed him to bind 200 warriors and 20 generals under his command. Not only would their lives and deaths be subject to his will, but they would also pledge unwavering loyalty to him. What absolute bliss! Yifeng's heart surged with wild joy, feeling as though a radiant future lay before him. Yifeng did not hesitate for a moment and immediately chose to extract the War God's Contract Scroll. With a soft swish, a scroll emitting a faint golden glow materialized before him. Yifeng reached out and grasped the War God's Contract Scroll, then tore it apart without hesitation. In the next instant, the scroll transformed into a golden stream of light that surged into his body. A radiant golden glow emerged from within Yifeng, illuminating him from the inside out. Yifeng immediately sensed the formidable power of the contract rapidly enhancing his physical energy. Strength, speed, defense, vision, and reflexes were all undergoing comprehensive augmentation. Yifeng's heart swelled with exhilaration. Every contractor would be empowered by the force of the Covenant. The Lord of the Covenant stood as the sole war god, receiving the most profound enhancement. The war generals followed next in magnitude, while the warriors obtained a comparatively modest augmentation. Before long, the strengthening concluded as the golden radiance dissipated into the ether. Yifeng's heart surged with exhilaration. Empowered by the war god's strength, he felt himself ascending to new heights, his might swelling exponentially. Eagerly, he assessed his combat prowess. Combat Power Index, 810, a staggering surge of over 300 points. A faint smile curled upon Yifeng's lips as a sudden influx of information flooded his consciousness. Yifeng's eyes flickered with unrestrained elation. The war god's covenant proved far more formidable than he had envisioned. Upon attaining the status of war god, his divine battalion would inherit sacred abilities, 3 supreme skills, each usable but once per diurnal cycle. The war god's legion skills manifested thusly. First, the benediction of Ares, bestowed upon war gods, champions, and warriors alike. When invoked, it conjured an aureate halo of divine favor lasting 1 celestial hour, temporarily amplifying combat prowess by percentage increments. Secondly, the might of Mars, reserved solely for war gods and champions, forever beyond mortal warriors' grasp. In moments of mortal peril, this power would spontaneously awaken, miraculously healing grievous wounds while restoring partial battle capacity. Lastly, the Wrath of Deimos, the war god's exclusive prerogative. Its activation unleashed a devastating crescent shockwave before the deity, dealing catastrophic damage to adversaries within its arcane radius, the devastation's magnitude being proportionate to the war god's martial prowess. Such magnificent gifts from the pantheon. Feng felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins. After a moment of respite, his fervent emotions gradually subsided into tranquility. This fishing expedition had yielded an extraordinary harvest, an epic tier awakening potion. Item: Ability Awakening Elixir Quality, Epic Description, a mystical concoction capable of unlocking the latent powers slumbering deep within the human body. Upon consumption, this elixir guarantees the awakening of an innate ability. The potency and nature of the ability vary depending on the individual. A potion that awakens dormant abilities? Feng's heart swelled with joy. In his previous life, he had heard that besides natural awakening, humans could also unlock supernatural abilities through the use of extraordinary treasures. However, such treasures were exceedingly rare and never circulated in the open market. Now, he held in his hands a potion capable of facilitating such an awakening. Thus arose the pivotal question: should he consume this awakening elixir himself? Feng's gaze flickered slightly. If he were to consume it, what effects might it elicit? Given that he already possessed an extraordinary ability, this vial of elixir might well go to waste. More likely than not, it would merely awaken an ordinary level power, strength enhancement. That had been his ability in his previous life. Feng shook his head slightly. Ordinary level abilities were far too feeble to be of any assistance in enhancing his own strength. Moreover, there remained the possibility of awakening his powers naturally, if he chose not to consume it. But then arose the dilemma. Should it be given to Lin Xiaoxiao or Nan Shirin? Feng found himself in a dilemma. After all, there was only one awakening potion. Both girls were wonderful women. How could one choose between 2 equally precious options? Feng pondered for a moment before storing the awakening potion in his dimensional space. The matter of how to handle this could be decided later. Feng gazed upon the newly acquired item from his angling endeavor. Item: Scouting Guardian Sprite Rarity, Rare Description, a consumable entity. Upon summoning this ethereal sprite, it shall vigilantly safeguard a perimeter of 100 meters around its master, meticulously scouting the surroundings and promptly detecting latent threats. Should an insurmountable peril arise, it will instantaneously alert its summoner. The sprite shall persist for 72 hours before dissipating into the ether. Feng's eyes flickered slightly. This is indeed a valuable treasure. In this perilous post-apocalyptic world, possessing such an item allows one to ease their mind and rest peacefully. By the way, I also managed to fish out 10 crates of Tang Dynasty sabers. Feng casually opened a crate, discovering 20 Tang swords neatly arranged inside. Item: Tang Sword Quality, Standard Description. The Tang Sword, with its razor-sharp blade, is ideal for swift combat, a reliable weapon of decent craftsmanship. Not bad at all. A fine blade indeed. In the apocalyptic wasteland, possessing a dependable weapon is of paramount importance. And when it comes to dispatching the undead, few tools rival the efficiency of a well-forged blade. However, Feng already wielded the superior flaming battle saber. With the inventory now sorted, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Feng pulled Nan Shirin into his arms and planted a fervent kiss upon her lips. A delicate blush graced Nan Shirin's cheeks as she cast a bashful glance toward Nan Ruyan. "Pay me no mind, carry on as if I weren't here." Nan Ruyan teased with a knowing smile, though a fleeting shadow of envy flickered through her heart. Feng held the beauty in his arms, silently contemplating his next move. Perhaps he should acquire a proper estate for himself? After all, the conditions at that shabby launching Imperial View residential area were truly subpar. He ought to secure a more luxurious villa, one with superior living conditions, adequate security, and ideally, beneficial for his future endeavors. What location would be most suitable? Lost in thought, Yi Feng's eyes suddenly lit up with inspiration. That particular location appeared to be rather promising. In his previous life, it had sparked fierce competition among numerous factions. Acquiring it would serve as an excellent foundation for his own operations. Yi Feng grew increasingly pleased with his thoughts. Just then, his phone vibrated. Yi Feng lowered his gaze to find Lin Xiaoxiao's voice call flashing on the screen. A faint smile graced Yi Feng's lips as memories of Lin Xiaoxiao's curvaceous figure and her exquisitely composed beauty surfaced in his mind. I should bring her along in the car as well, he mused. With this thought, he answered the ringing phone. Yi Feng, something terrible has happened. You need to come save me. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice trembled with urgency. Calm down, speak slowly, Yi Feng commanded, his eyes narrowing sharply. As Lin Xiaoxiao recounted the events, the full picture became clear to him. Lin Haoyan, you audacious scoundrel. To think your despicable nature mirrors my own. A cold glint flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. Lin Haoyan, how dare you lay hands on my woman? For this alone, you're a dead man. Not even Jesus can save you. I said what I said. Lin Haoyan was Yi Feng's downstairs neighbor, previously mentioned. Just today, by sheer luck, he had awakened an extraordinary ability. The man was a lecherous fool at heart. Upon gaining his powers, his first thought wasn't to secure food or supplies. No, his mind immediately fixated on Lin Xiaoxiao, who lived in the same building. Without hesitation, he contacted Lin Xiaoxiao, demanding she become his woman. But Lin Xiaoxiao, already devoted to Yi Feng, refused him outright and without courtesy. Enraged, Lin Haoyan refused to accept defeat. Lin Xiaoxiao was the most beautiful woman he had ever laid eyes on. How could he simply let her go? He promptly issued a vicious threat in the group chat. Lin Xiaoxiao is mine. Anyone who dares take her from me will die. As for Lin Xiaoxiao's own wishes, irrelevant. Whether willing or unwilling, Lin Haoyan was determined to pluck this delicate flower for himself. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately turned to Yi Feng for help. Yi Feng reassured her gently, Xiaoxiao, you must take good care of yourself. I'm heading back to the neighborhood right now and will arrive shortly. With that, he ended the call. Yi Feng's expression turned grave as he immediately issued the command. Depart at once. Destination: Dragon City Imperial View Residential District. Understood, Master. A mechanical electronic voice responded, and the silver RV swiftly roared to life, surging forward toward the designated location. Yi Feng felt a surge of anxiety mingled with frustration. In his previous life, Lin Haoyan had never awakened any supernatural abilities. What was happening? The butterfly effect? It seemed he needed to swiftly establish a secure stronghold to safeguard the women under his protection. Yi Feng's unusual behavior naturally drew the concern of Nan Shirin and Nan Rian. Brother Yi Feng, what has happened? Yi Feng shook his head slowly and spoke softly. Nothing significant, merely a contemptible clown. Let us proceed to fetch Xiaoxiao now. Lin Xiaoxiao's existence had already been explained by Yi Feng to Nan Shirin. Both women nodded in understanding. The vehicle sped swiftly along the road. Meanwhile, in the Dragon City Imperial View residential complex. On the 8th floor, Lin Haoyan stood in his room, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Never had he imagined that he, Lin Haoyan, would one day awaken as a superhuman. Yesterday, he had witnessed the awe-inspiring might of a lightning-wielding superhuman, an encounter that had stirred his ambition deeply. And now, today, just moments ago, he had awakened his own ability. A rare-tier power, Berserker's Might. This ability not only enhanced his physical attributes instantly but also granted him a strength-based skill. Upon activation, his power would triple, with additional boosts to defense and movement speed. Of course, there was a drawback. After using the skill, he would enter a state of mild exhaustion, temporarily unable to wield it again. Nevertheless, Lin Haoyan had undeniably become a superhuman. At the very least, within this building, he could act as he pleased. With such power came inevitable thoughts of dominance and desire. And who was the nearest woman to him? Lin Xiaoxiao. That exquisite woman, her curves, her legs, her alluring figure, flooded his mind with unrestrained fantasies. Without hesitation, he reached out to her. Yet, to his fury, Lin Xiaoxiao had rejected him outright. That damned woman. How dare she refuse me? Her face may radiate innocence, but those long, slender legs and voluptuous hips. Who could resist? I'm doing her a favor by wanting her. Just wait. I'll teach her a lesson she won't forget. She'll learn the might of Lin Haoyan. The mere thought of subduing Lin Xiaoxiao sent waves of heat coursing through him. His tongue flicked across his lips in anticipation. Upstairs. Now. Lin Xiaoxiao, here I come. Driven by lust and arrogance, Lin Haoyan strode out of his room, his chest puffed with confidence. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yi Feng felt a pang of unease in his heart and inquired, Mealy, how much longer until we reach the Dragon City Imperial View residential area? A mechanical electronic voice responded, Master, approximately 8 minutes remain. Yi Feng furrowed his brows. 8 minutes was far too lengthy. Unacceptable. Immediate action was imperative. Yi Feng turned to Nan Shirin and Nan Ruyan and said, The situation is urgent. I must go ahead first. The RV under me Li's control will automatically drive to the launching Imperial View residential area. Nan Shirin nodded in understanding. This scene was all too familiar to her. It was just like when they had rescued Nan Ruyan moments before. Yi Feng commanded Li to roll down the car window and leapt out in the next instant. Yi Feng activated the legendary skill in midair, Thunderous Stance. Boom, boom. The chaotic divine thunder energy surged incessantly from within Yi Feng's body, rapidly enveloping his entire form. Yi Feng's body erupted with a dazzling golden radiance, his hair transforming into a wild, untamed mane that danced wildly amidst crackling arcs of electricity. The air sizzled with energy as sparks snapped and popped around him. Yi Feng's eyes gradually transformed into profound golden orbs, his muscles swelling with formidable strength. His entire body became enveloped in crackling energy that intertwined golden and gray hues of thunder, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. The golden radiance flickered and sparked with electric intensity. Yi Feng appeared like the god of thunder emerging from mythology, majestic, formidable, and enigmatic. This breathtaking sight left Nan Shirin and Nan Ruyan utterly spellbound. How utterly dashing. The god of thunder? Yi Feng surveyed himself with a satisfied nod. Golden pupils. A muscular physique, surrounded by crackling lightning. This sensation, utterly invincible. Just as I had imagined, both strength and speed had been elevated to extraordinary heights. Time was of the essence. With a mere thought in motion, Yi Feng once again retrieved the temporary speed enhancement scroll, tearing it apart without hesitation. His movement speed surged instantaneously. Let us depart, he declared. Yi Feng vanished in a flash, transforming into a shadowy phantom that disappeared at the end of the street. At the Dragon City Imperial View residential complex, Lin Haoyan swiftly arrived on the 18th floor and began pounding frantically on the door. My darling, I'm here. Open up, he called out. Behind the door, Lin Xiaoxiao responded with urgency in her voice. Get lost. Do you even know who my man, Yi Feng, is? He's 10, no? 100 times stronger than you. If you back off now, there's still time. But if you keep pushing your luck, when he arrives, you're finished. Lin Haoyan scoffed dismissively. Stop bluffing. The odds of 2 superhumans appearing in the same building are too low. Impossible. Bang, bang, bang. He continued hammering on the door. How is it impossible? Did you forget the video from yesterday? A man who could summon lightning appeared in our neighborhood and caused an uproar. That was Yi Feng. Her words gave Lin Haoyan pause. There was some logic to her argument. Could there really be another superhuman? Lin Haoyan, if you stop now, I can pretend nothing happened. Lin Xiaoxiao pressed, her tone earnest. You must be lying, he tested. No, I'm not deceiving you, she insisted sincerely. For a moment, the situation hung in tense silence. Then, gritting his teeth, Lin Haoyan made his decision. Enough hesitation. The arrow's already on the bow. I have to act now. His mind raced with justifications. If this lightning wielder had no connection to the girl, he stood to gain immensely. Even if they were linked, who was to say he couldn't take him on? And if all else failed, he could always use Lin Xiaoxiao as a hostage. The more he thought, the more convinced he became of his flawless reasoning. A sinister grin twisted his lips. Bang, bang. His fists resumed their relentless assault on the door. Inside, seeing that persuasion had failed, Lin Xiaoxiao had no choice but to retreat into hiding. Yet, as a strength-based superhuman, Lin Haoyan's persistence paid off. The door eventually gave way beneath his blows. Stepping inside, he called out mockingly, Xiaoxiao, my dear, where are you? Room by room, he searched, the living room, the kitchen, the bathroom, until his attention locked onto the master bedroom. Its door securely fastened. Bang, bang. The lock shattered under his assault, and with a final kick, the door flew open. But his frenzied search yielded nothing. Damn it, where are you? He roared in frustration, turning next to the study and the guest room. He stormed into the latter, only to be met with the swing of a massive rolling pin. I'll smash you to pieces. Lin Xiaoxiao made one final desperate effort. Lin Haoyan was momentarily stunned by the blow, but quickly regained his composure and forcefully wrested the rolling pin away from her. Gazing upon Lin Xiaoxiao's breathtaking beauty and alluring figure, Lin Haoyan licked his lips with a lecherous grin. Humph, quite the feisty little beauty, he sneered. Yi Feng will never let you get away with this. Lin Xiaoxiao roared. Even if that so-called Yi Feng really is some lightning-wielding freak, I'll still make him regret crossing me today. Lin Haoyan laughed maniacally. Just then, a husky charged forward and sank its teeth into Lin Haoyan's calf. Ah! He cried out in pain, turning to see the offending mutt. Enraged, he delivered a vicious kick to the dog's abdomen. Yelp! The husky was sent flying several meters, collapsing onto the ground with pitiful whimpers. Lin Haoyan inspected his wound briefly, relieved to find it minor, then spat venomously. Damn mutt. Better not have rabies, you filthy beast. Once I'm done here, I'll turn you into hot pot. Seeing her beloved husky brutally kicked away, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes welled with tears, her voice trembling. Xiaobai. Don't worry, your turn is next, Lin Haoyan sneered. Lin Xiaoxiao drew a dagger from her sleeve, mustering her courage as she warned sharply. Yi Feng will make you pay for this. Run now while you still can. But Lin Haoyan, consumed by lust and recklessness, cared not for consequences. Better to die beneath the peony than live without tasting its beauty, he jeered, stepping forward. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao's face lit up with hope. Yi Feng, you're finally here. Lin Haoyan's heart lurched, and he spun around, only to find empty space. Realizing he'd been tricked again, he whirled back just in time to see Lin Xiaoxiao darting toward the study. He lunged after her, but too late. The study door slammed shut and locked behind her. Fury ignited within him as he felt his intelligence mocked once more. Deceitful bitch. I'll tear you apart, he bellowed, throwing his full weight against the door in a frenzy of kicks. Soon, the door splintered and gave way. Inside, Lin Xiaoxiao clutched the dagger with trembling hands, resolved to fight to the death. As Lin Haoyan barged in with a twisted grin, ready to gloat, Lin Xiaoxiao's expression brightened again. Lin Haoyan scoffed. Think I'm stupid? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice? But before he could finish, an icy male voice cut through the air like a blade. You truly deserve death. Yi Feng shattered the window in an instant, landing gracefully upon the ground. His entire being was wreathed in crackling arcs of lightning. His untamed hair and golden pupils exuded an aura of terrifying dominance. Lin Haoyan's body froze instantly in place. Yi Feng's arrival was like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. A chilling sensation rose from the depths of his heart, extinguishing the raging flames of desire in an instant. Why you're Yi Feng? Lin Haoyan stammered, his body trembling uncontrollably. It's over. Yi Feng was slightly breathless as he withdrew from his thunderous stance, returning to his ordinary form. The thunderous stance was immensely powerful, yet it drained energy far too rapidly. Yi Feng's energy reserves were utterly depleted at this moment. Xiaoxiao, are you all right? Seeing Yi Feng's return, Lin Xiaoxiao threw herself into his embrace. Her delicate face streaked with tears like pear blossoms after rain, her pitiful demeanor evoking profound tenderness. Whoa, Yi Feng, you finally came. She sobbed. Do you have any idea that if you'd arrived just a moment later, I would have? Yi Feng gently patted her back and softly reassured her. It's all right now. Everything is over. Yi Feng turned his gaze towards Lin Haoyan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Today, if I let you die too easily, it would be my incompetence. Lin Haoyan, intimidated by Yi Feng's killing aura, involuntarily took a step back. But then, regaining his composure, he gnashed his teeth and sneered. Who are you trying to fool? The fight hasn't even begun, and you're already so sure of victory? Besides, unless I'm mistaken, your energy is nearly depleted, isn't it? Yi Feng paid him no heed, gazing instead at Lin Xiaoxiao's pallid countenance as he cast a sacred benediction upon her. This divine skill consumed spiritual energy. Bathed in the radiant white glow, Lin Xiaoxiao's condition rapidly improved. Yi Feng, don't concern yourself with me. Dealing with the enemy takes precedence. Lin Xiaoxiao released her grip on him, her voice laced with tension. Unfamiliar with the ways of supernatural beings, she grew anxious upon hearing Lin Haoyan's claim that Yi Feng's energy was depleted. Lin Haoyan furrowed his brow, his eyes glinting with calculation. Your energy is utterly exhausted. You lack the strength to continue fighting. So you persist in this hollow bluff, theatrically casting yet another skill. If my deduction is correct, that last ability drained the remnants of your power. At this moment, you are like a lamp burning its final drop of oil. He scrutinized Yi Feng's expression, searching for confirmation, but found only impassivity. Maintaining this facade of composure, yet drenched in cold sweat now that I've exposed your weakness. Aren't you? Lin Haoyan pressed on. Lin Xiaoxiao stole a worried glance at Yi Feng. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Yi Feng's lips as he applauded mockingly. Brilliant analysis indeed. What a prodigious intellect you possess. You're absolutely correct. My energy reserves are thoroughly depleted. This presents your most opportune moment to vanquish me. Why hesitate? Unleash whatever capabilities you harbor. Even as he spoke these taunting words, Yi Feng surreptitiously activated his eyes of discernment. Lin Haoyan's complete profile unfolded before his vision with crystalline clarity. Name: Lin Haoyan level. 1-star special ability. Berserker's Might. Rare blue tier. Combat Potential Index. 61. The information displayed for awakened individuals proved markedly more detailed compared to ordinary humans. Lin Haoyan stood frozen, his expression oscillating between shock and uncertainty as he scrutinized Yi Feng, momentarily paralyzed by indecision. Yi Feng advanced towards Lin Haoyan with deliberate steps, each stride resonating like a crushing weight upon Lin Haoyan's heart. Witnessing Yi Feng's unwavering confidence, Lin Haoyan's composure shattered into panic. How can he remain unafraid when his energy is depleted? He must be bluffing, trying to intimidate me into retreat. Convinced of his own cunning, Lin Haoyan roared in defiance. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Berserk mode activated. Lin Haoyan's body underwent a grotesque transformation as his muscles swelled unnaturally, his strength multiplying exponentially in an instant. I feel invincible. Intoxicated by this surge of power, arrogance flooded his veins. His fists clenched with the delusion of shattering anything in his path. One punch. Just one punch to obliterate you. Reinvigorated by his newfound might, Lin Haoyan lunged at Yi Feng with a devastating strike, his fist cutting through the air with brutal, unrelenting force. Yi Feng's expression remained unchanged as he simultaneously threw a punch. Two fists collided midair with a resounding crack. A crisp snapping sound emanated from Lin Haoyan's wrist. Ah! Lin Haoyan let out a piercing scream as his arm fractured instantly. Yet the impact did not stop there. His entire body was violently hurled backwards several meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. The force of the collision shattered the pavement, sending fragments of bricks scattering in all directions. Pale-faced and trembling, only one thought echoed through Lin Haoyan's mind. This is impossible. How could his strength be so overwhelming? Could he, too, be a wielder of superhuman power? Yi Feng's figure flickered as he appeared before Lin Haoyan. Raising his right leg, he mercilessly pressed Lin Haoyan's head beneath his foot, grinding it repeatedly. Is this all you're capable of? Yi Feng mocked with a sardonic smile. Aya! Lin Haoyan wailed incessantly. His face flushed crimson as he struggled desperately. Yet no matter how fiercely he exerted himself, he remained pinned, utterly unable to rise. Yi Feng's right foot descended like a towering mountain, rendering Lin Haoyan utterly powerless to resist. A profound sense of helplessness overwhelmed him. How? How is this possible? Lin Haoyan's mind reeled in disbelief. My strength has increased exponentially. His gaze turned vacant as beads of perspiration cascaded down his face like a torrential downpour. Yi Feng did not employ his thunderous abilities, relying solely on his formidable physical strength to effortlessly overpower him. Yi Feng pinned Lin Haoyan beneath his feet, his thoughts stirring as a blazing battle blade materialized in his grasp. Catching a glimpse of this from the corner of his eye, Lin Haoyan trembled uncontrollably. His face drained of color in sheer terror. No, Yi Feng. I admit my wrongs. Spare my life, I beg you. He pleaded desperately. I am an awakened one. I swear allegiance to you. Have mercy. Lin Haoyan's desperate cries for mercy echoed ceaselessly. Yi Feng let out a cold sneer, remaining utterly unmoved. With a swing of his blade, a flash of steel, a sickening thud followed as Lin Haoyan's arm fell to the ground. Blood gushed forth violently, splattering across the floor in crimson arcs. Ah! Lin Haoyan's agonized scream tore through the room, raw and harrowing. Yi Feng, I beg you spare me. Lin Haoyan pleaded in abject terror, his voice trembling with pain and desperation. Yi Feng swung his blade once more with a backhanded motion. Thud! Lin Haoyan's other arm tumbled to the ground. Crimson blood gushed forth in rivulets. Agony! Such unbearable torment. Yi Feng, may you meet a wretched demise. Lin Haoyan howled in excruciating anguish. Yi Feng ground Lin Haoyan's face beneath his heel with brutal force. Within moments, his visage became a grotesque mask of mangled flesh and blood. Yi Feng raised his flaming battle blade. The gleam of the sword flashed consecutively. In an instant, Lin Haoyan's left and right legs were severed simultaneously. Spare me. Lin Haoyan murmured weakly, his breath faint as a whisper. Finally, with a swift and precise motion, Yifeng brought the blade down like a surgeon's scalpel, cleanly severing Lin Haoyan's fifth limb with flawless accuracy. Lin Haoyan's head lolled to the side as he succumbed to the unbearable agony, plunging into unconsciousness. Yifeng let out a chilling smirk as he cast a divine blessing. Bathed in the holy white light, Lin Haoyan gradually regained consciousness. An overwhelming tide of agony assaulted him. Upon realizing he had been reduced to a mere human stump, utter despair consumed Lin Haoyan's being. He erupted into hysterical screams. Yifeng, may you die a wretched death. Do you truly believe yourself righteous? Bah! You merely wield greater supernatural abilities than I. The day shall come when you encounter one mightier than yourself, and your demise shall eclipse even mine in its wretchedness. Yifeng flicked his wrist, driving the long blade deep into Lin Haoyan's shoulder blade. With a forceful motion, he lifted him aloft. At this moment, Lin Haoyan had become little more than a crimson sphere, blood cascading down in torrents. Yifeng gazed at him with a chilling smile and declared, "No one understands the cruelty of this world better than I do." Yifeng carried Lin Haoyan out of the bedroom, heading toward the window in the living room. "I'm simply leveraging my superiority over you. What can you possibly do about it? This is the law of survival now." Upon reaching the window, Yifeng extended his flaming battle blade, suspending Lin Haoyan in midair. A faint breeze drifted past. Utterly despondent, Lin Haoyan pleaded, "Please, don't feed me to the zombies. Grant me a swift end instead." Yifeng gracefully brandished his blade, sending Lin Haoyan tumbling down. Oh! Lin Haoyan plummeted from the 18th floor, his desperate wails piercing the air. With a sickening splat, his body shattered upon impact, reduced to a pulpy mass upon the concrete. The ravenous zombies below swiftly converged, tearing his remains apart in a grotesque feast. Lin Haoyan deceased. Yifeng turned and departed, returning to his bedchamber. By chance, he encountered Lin Xiaoxiao emerging while cradling Xiaobai in her arms. "Yifeng, come quickly and look at Xiaobai. Just now, to protect me." It was kicked by Lin Haoyan. Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed with evident distress. Yifeng felt a slight shock in his heart and lowered his gaze. There, he saw Xiaobai's right leg bent, its spirit seemingly listless yet its eyes still gleaming with vitality. Yifeng cast a divine blessing, and a white light cascaded down. Woof! Woof! The husky barked several times, its condition significantly improved, though its leg remained broken. "How is Xiaobai?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked with hopeful eyes. "Externally, there appear to be no issues, but we cannot rule out internal bleeding," Yifeng replied with a furrowed brow, speaking slowly. "The divine blessing only restores vitality and alleviates discomfort. It does not heal injuries. Lin Haoyan may be weak, but he is still unawakened. His strength should not be underestimated." Xiaobai took a direct kick from him. "What should we do, Yifeng? Let's take him to a hospital," Lin Xiaoxiao instinctively suggested. But then she shook her head bitterly. "Ah, are any hospitals even still operating now? We should try our luck at a hospital first," Yifeng said decisively. "Hospitals contain valuable medical supplies and equipment. Even if we don't find any doctors, we can still gather resources." Lin Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. "Xiaobai got hurt because he was protecting me." Her eyes filled with guilt. Yifeng gently cradled Xiaobai in his arms before turning to Lin Xiaoxiao with a solemn expression. "Xiaoxiao, let me escort you away from this place," he uttered in a measured tone. "We must seek more secure lodgings, for this location proves rather unsuitable." Naturally, Lin Xiaoxiao voiced no objections. After swiftly gathering a few essential belongings, she obediently followed Yifeng down the stairs. As they reached the ground floor, their designated mobile residence arrived precisely on schedule. Yifeng held Xiaobai in his arms and led Lin Xiaoxiao into the motorhome. Faced with this high-tech vehicle, Lin Xiaoxiao was naturally astounded. What astonished her even more were the two stunning beauties inside. One was a breathtakingly gorgeous young woman with a voluptuous figure and striking features. The other was an ethereal beauty with the proportions of a supermodel, an exquisite face, and an air of cool elegance. Instantly, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of insecurity. "Hello, I'm Nan Shireen." Nan Shireen greeted Lin Xiaoxiao proactively. Though her expression remained composed, inwardly, she was deeply startled. Nan Shireen had known of Lin Xiaoxiao's existence, but she never imagined she would be such a curvaceous beauty. Generous curves, a slender waist, and ample hips, especially her derriere, which was even fuller than her aunt's. Could it be that Yifeng had a preference for this type? For the first time in her life, Nan Shireen felt a pang of inadequacy. In this regard, she simply couldn't compare. Lin Xiaoxiao offered a brief introduction in return. Then, an awkward silence settled between them. Fortunately, Nan Ruyan was there to lighten the mood. Soon, the three women, brought together by Feng, began chatting and laughing with ease. Feng promptly instructed me to locate the nearest hospital. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road. Feng spared a fleeting glance at Lin Xiaoxiao and Nan Shurin. Witnessing their harmonious and amicable interaction, an involuntary sigh of relief escaped his heart. The motorhome raced along the highway. Before long, they arrived at the hospital. As the vehicle came to a halt, Feng cast a glance at the three women. They were merely ordinary people, their physiques too frail. Once settled, he could strengthen them with the war god's covenant. For now, Feng decided not to bring them along. The growing number of companions made him feel increasingly unable to provide adequate protection. Feng rose to his feet, cradling the canine in his arms, and addressed the three young women with a solemn admonition. Rest within the vehicle's confines. I shall venture forth alone. Moreover, this automobile boasts impregnable defenses, impervious to the assaults of ordinary supernaturals. The trio of maidens offered no dissent, nodding in acquiescence with demure grace. They understood all too well their role as burdens upon Feng's shoulders. Intelligent grain, he commanded, unseal the carriage doors. Feng stepped out of the car, then discovered with delightful surprise that behind the hospital stood a sizable veterinary clinic. Feng pondered for a moment, realizing that for Little White's condition, the veterinary clinic would be more appropriate. Without hesitation, he cradled the little creature in his arms and headed toward the back entrance of the animal hospital. First to the veterinary clinic, then to the regular hospital. Feng swiftly arrived at the rear entrance of the pet hospital. The area was sparsely populated with zombies. A few undead creatures lunged toward him. Feng advanced steadily, his blade flashing as he swiftly dispatched the zombies in his path. After eliminating the undead, he stepped into the pet hospital. His gaze swept across the surroundings. The interior was tastefully decorated, and the equipment appeared comprehensive. It seemed to be a privately owned veterinary clinic of considerable scale. He proceeded to explore the first floor. Feng found himself targeted by several zombies. To be precise, it was the little white creature in his arms that had drawn their attention. Growling, two human zombies clad in white lab coats, along with 5 others of varying sizes, including a snarling undead dog, lunged toward him with bared teeth. Feng's mind stirred as he retrieved the pistol from his spatial storage and commenced firing. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid succession of shots, each bullet finding its mark with lethal precision, every shot a headshot. The zombies collapsed instantly. Having cleared the immediate threat, Feng cleared his throat and called out, "Are there any survivors?" Silence was his only reply. Instead, his voice drew the attention of 3 more zombies shambling toward him. Among them was a bald zombie clad in a doctor's white coat. "You wouldn't happen to be a doctor, would you?" Feng muttered to himself, raising his pistol and pulling the trigger to eliminate the 3 zombies. Feng furrowed his brows slightly as he activated his mental detection ability. His spiritual energy extended outward like delicate silk threads, stretching continuously. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters, yet no one was detected. Feng ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor with measured steps. No one in sight. Proceeding to the 3rd level, he meticulously surveyed the surroundings. Soon, a spark of alertness animated his features, the corners of his lips curling into a subtle arc. "Come out now. I've already discovered you." Silence persisted. The 3rd cabinet at the right corner, the one concealing a girl in white nurse attire, awkwardly crouching with her rear protruding. "Need I elaborate further? Show yourself. If you refuse to emerge, I will open fire." 3 seconds elapsed. The cabinet in the corner abruptly trembled. "Don't shoot. I'm coming out." With those words, a young woman clumsily crawled forth, her movements unsteady with evident trepidation. Feng carefully observed the girl before him, her hair tied in a ponytail, with large, expressive eyes, a high nose bridge, and a face of pure, delicate beauty. Though petite in stature, standing just under 160 centimeters, she exuded an aura of dainty charm. Her wide, frightened eyes gazed timidly at Feng, resembling a startled little rabbit. "I have nothing to offer," she pleaded in a trembling voice. "Please, don't hurt me." Feng softened his voice and said, "Don't worry, little girl. I'm not a bad person. What's your name?" Hearing Feng's gentle tone, the girl's tense nerves finally relaxed slightly. With a timid expression, she whispered, "And my name is Chu Xiaodu. I'm a 3rd-year veterinary student at Jiangxing Medical University, and I work here part-time." Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Not a doctor? This could prove rather troublesome. Are there any other survivors here?" Chu Xiaodu first nodded, then immediately shook her head repeatedly. Yi Feng was somewhat speechless. What do you mean? Seeing Yi Feng's confusion, Chu Xiaotu hastily explained. The doctor is right here, in this very building. But he's already turned into a zombie. Yi Feng let out a disappointed sigh, realizing it was most likely the bald doctor downstairs. Noticing Yi Feng's disappointment, Chu Xiaotu hesitated for a moment before gathering her courage to speak. May I ask, are you looking for a doctor because you need help? Is it because of this adorable little dog? Chu Xiaotu quickly glanced at the small white pup nestled in Yi Feng's arms. Yi Feng nodded slightly. Indeed, this poor creature has suffered a vicious kick. I fear internal bleeding may have occurred, hence my urgent need for veterinary assistance. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaotu visibly relaxed, her tone softening with sincerity. Brother, if you trust me with this matter, I could examine its injuries for you. While complex medical conditions are beyond my capabilities, for trauma caused by blunt force, I could utilize the diagnostic equipment here to assess the situation. She patted her chest with newfound confidence, adding, I'm quite proficient with all the instruments in this facility. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's heart swelled with joy. Is that so? That would be splendid. He then handed the husky over to Chu Xiaotu. Despite her petite stature and delicate appearance that seemed easily bullied, Chu Xiaotu possessed surprising strength, cradling the husky effortlessly. Perhaps sensing her benevolent intentions, the little white husky cooperated willingly, even displaying affection toward her. With practiced hands, Chu Xiaotu began operating the medical equipment to examine the husky's condition. Yi Feng stood by, observing the scene. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the pet hospital, an unwelcome group of 4 arrived. Leading them was a frail young man with green hair. From a distance, they caught sight of the silver-white modified RV, its dazzling exterior leaving them awestruck. They quickly surrounded it. Third boss, this vehicle is clearly top tier. One of the underlings, with a long, horse-like face, exclaimed as he ran his hands over the RV's windows, greed gleaming in his eyes. The green-haired youth, referred to as the third boss, mirrored that avarice, rapping his knuckles against the glass. Anyone inside? If so, get the hell out here now. Silence. The RV gave no response. Seems empty. The green-haired leader muttered. Circling the vehicle, his admiration only grew. No matter what, I will find a way to take this for myself. Third boss. Normally something like this would have an owner. Shouldn't we be cautious? One subordinate hesitantly suggested. What I see is mine. The green-haired youth bared his teeth in a vicious grin, eyes glinting with malice. Anyone who dares take it from me, I'll kill them. The others exchanged glances, then nodded. They had witnessed the third boss's formidable abilities firsthand. Whoever owned this RV, they'd simply eliminate them. Smash the windows. Now, the green-haired leader commanded. Immediately, the group brandished axes and iron rods, striking the RV's reinforced glass with all their might. Inside the RV, the 3 girls had noticed the thugs long ago. Yet, since Yi Feng had assured them the vehicle's defenses were impenetrable, even against bullets or artillery, their unease remained minimal. The one-way glass allowed them to observe the outsiders clearly while remaining unseen. The RV trembled slightly under the assault. Bang, bang, bang. The windows held firm, unscathed. Lin Xiaoxiao and the others exchanged relieved glances. The defenses really are incredible, one murmured. Should we inform Brother Yi Feng? Let us wait. If they can't breach it, we'll tell him later. He has his own matters to handle. We shouldn't distract him constantly. Outside, the 4 ruffians circled the RV over a dozen times, exhausting every tool at their disposal. The green-haired leader even activated his ability, steel bones and iron flesh. Yet still, the vehicle remained untouched. Not a single scratch. Staring at each other in disbelief, they finally relented. With a snarl, the green-haired youth spat. Damn it. Contact the second boss. I'm dragging this RV back to the gang. One way or another. Pet hospital. Chu Xiaotu skillfully operated the medical instruments, completing a series of examinations with precision. Gently setting down the husky, she exhaled deeply, her face brightening with relief. Xiaobai doesn't have any serious issues, she said cheerfully. With proper rest, he'll recover gradually. However, he's in considerable pain now and will need medication to alleviate it. His leg is also fractured and requires further treatment. Oh, and he should take antibiotics to prevent infection. Speaking of Xiaobai, Chu Xiaotu became quite animated, elaborating in meticulous detail. Yi Feng's eyes flickered slightly as he activated his insight ability. Name, Chu Xiaotu. Rank, 1-star ability, animal affinity, common grade, combat index, 38. An actual ability user, common grade, animal affinity. No wonder you possess such strength, you're an ability user. Feng remarked with a faint smile. How did you know? Chu Xiaodu's heart skipped a beat in surprise. Animal affinity, is it? Feng continued, his tone light. Yes. Chu Xiaodu nodded dejectedly. Compared to others' abilities, mine is practically useless. Feng pondered for a moment before speaking softly. Chu Xiaodu, my name is Feng. I too am a wielder of extraordinary abilities. Feng briefly introduced himself. Now, I invite you to join my team. Please consider it. I accept. Chu Xiaodu replied without hesitation, her answer immediate. Feng was slightly taken aback. Then chuckled. You agreed so quickly? Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? Chu Xiaodu looked at him earnestly and said, under these circumstances, someone who would go to such lengths to help an ordinary dog must be a good person. In truth, there was another reason she didn't mention. Feng was far too handsome to possibly be a villain. Upon hearing this, Feng burst into laughter. In that case, you shall henceforth be a member of my team. Chu Xiaodu also began giggling foolishly, feeling she had successfully found her place. Subsequently, she lowered her head to tend to Xiao Bai's broken leg, applying a plaster cast. Feng seized the opportunity to pack all the medicines and instruments from the entire pet hospital into his storage space. Chu Xiaodu was naturally astonished. What? All my equipment has vanished in an instant? Feng offered no further explanation, knowing that with time, the truth would naturally reveal itself. After tending to Xiao Bai's broken leg, the two descended the stairs together. Feng once again swept through the merchandise section of the pet hospital, clearing it out completely. He acquired an inexhaustible supply of dog food, canine medication, and toys that would last little by a lifetime. After stepping out of the pet hospital, Feng gazed into the distance and froze momentarily. 4 individuals were encircling his motorhome, leisurely exhaling plumes of smoke. How much longer until second brother arrives? A green-haired youth took a deep drag before crushing his cigarette beneath his foot. Second in command should be here in about 10 minutes. Another subordinate promptly replied. Humph. Second brother's supernatural ability will make carrying this vehicle effortless. If it can withstand my power, it's no ordinary machine. We'll study it thoroughly back at base. The green-haired youth's eyes gleamed with greed. Third in command is truly brilliant and formidable. The underlings fawned with sycophantic admiration. Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. At that very moment, a message arrived on his phone. Feng lowered his gaze to find messages from the 3 women inside the vehicle who had noticed his emergence. After swiftly perusing the contents, he grasped the situation here with crystal clarity. Feng let out a cold sneer. So you dare to smash my car? How utterly despicable. Feng handed Xiao Bai over to Chu Xiaodu for safekeeping, then strode leisurely toward the RV. Without making any effort to conceal his approach, the 4 hoodlums quickly noticed him. One of them shouted loudly, Hey kid, stop right there. What do you think you're doing? We found this vehicle first. Feng's footsteps did not falter as he spoke with chilling indifference. Are you unaware that this vehicle has an owner? Speak. How do you wish to meet your end? Upon hearing these words, the 4 men exchanged bewildered glances before erupting into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. Where did this lunatic crawl out from? The green-haired youth sneered with arrogant amusement. To think there exists someone in this world even more audacious than I? Do you have any idea who I am? Feng cast a fleeting glance at him, his brows slightly furrowing. Suddenly, he felt the figure before him did seem vaguely familiar. Oh, who might you be? Feng inquired languidly. The green-haired youth tilted his head back, exuding an air of haughty arrogance. A subordinate immediately stepped forward, puffing out his chest as he declared with pride, Listen up, kid. We're from the Wild Wolves gang. Our gang currently boasts 8 awakened individuals, with 3 formidable leaders possessing extraordinary abilities. The man standing before you is none other than our 3rd in command, Zhou Qingming, an epic tier awakened. Wild Wolves gang, Zhou Qingming. Feng's gaze sharpened. He scrutinized once more and finally recognized the green-haired youth before him as none other than Zhou Qingming. Zhou Qingming, one of the leaders of the Wild Wolves gang in his previous life. Feng knew him. To be precise, in his previous life, Feng had once joined the Wild Wolves gang. However, the Wild Wolves gang he joined was merely a second-rate faction, led by 2 awakened individuals with epic-level abilities. Yet it was said that the original Wild Wolves gang had emerged from a loan-sharking company, formed by 3 powerful ability users who gathered survivors under their banner. They referred to themselves as the 1st leader, 2nd leader, and 3rd leader. Among them, the 1st leader was an exceptionally strong individual possessing a legendary tier ability. Regrettably, on the 9th day of the apocalypse, the Bloody Night, he perished at the hands of the Blood Demon while contending for a great opportunity. with the first leader gone. The remaining two leaders could not sustain the gang's former strength, and it never rose to prominence again. Eventually, it was absorbed and merged into other factions. Yifeng's mind stirred as he activated his insightful gaze. Name: Zhou Qingming. Rank: 1-star ability. Indestructible physique, epic grade. Skill: Steel Claws Combat Power Index 81. An epic grade ability, indestructible physique. And the skill, Steel Claws. So it really is you. My former leader, Zhou. Yifeng wore a wistful expression. In his previous life, his days in the Wild Wolf gang had been far from pleasant. With a lowly status, he was frequently targeted by Wang Kuan, the son of Wang Guofeng, a physician, at every turn. Yifeng endured a rather difficult existence, having spent only a fleeting period with the Wild Wolves gang before swiftly departing. Thus, his acquaintance with one of the two leaders, Boss Zhou, was but a passing one, merely a handful of brief encounters. In Yifeng's memory, old Zhou didn't have green hair, so he was genuinely surprised to find that the green-haired youth before him was none other than Zhou Qingming, the future deputy leader of the Wild Wolves gang. Renowned for his unparalleled combat prowess, Yifeng harbored no favorable impressions of the Wild Wolf gang, nor did he bear any personal grudges against Zhou Qingming. Yet, there remained an unspoken bond between them. At this thought, Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding an aura of extraordinary power as he spoke with chilling calmness. So, you're the third leader of the Wild Wolf gang? I shall grant you one opportunity. Leave now, and you may live. Stay, and you will die? Yifeng's expression was indifferent. Yet a hidden killing intent flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Zhou Qingming burst into raucous laughter. Haha, so what if you're an ability user? So am I? He sneered arrogantly. You know what I despise? Pretty boys who think they're better looking than me. But you know what I hate even more? Those who put on airs. And damn it, you just happen to be both. Zhou Qingming's face twisted with arrogance, his eyes brimming with disdain. Go on, then. How do you want to die? Yifeng gazed at Zhou Qingming before him, a glint of cold light flashing through his eyes. The path to heaven lies open. Yet you choose the road to hell. Zhou Qingming curled his lips in disdain. Still putting on airs? Today, I'll make you witness the terrifying power of an epic-level superhuman. As he spoke, a razor-sharp aura erupted from his entire being. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaotu, hiding at the hospital entrance, faintly overheard the exchange between Yifeng and Zhou Qingming. Anxieties began to stir in her heart. What if Yifeng is no match for him? An epic-level supernatural ability. It surpasses his own power by a full 2 tiers. Can Yifeng defeat him? You pretty boy, today I'll beat the shit out of you. If you don't end up soiling yourself, consider it a miracle. Zhou Qingming sneered, his body suddenly encased in a gleaming silver battle armor. Beside him, his 3 lackeys wore expressions of utter disdain, hurling mocking remarks with contemptuous ease. TCH, this pretty boy is putting on such an act, must be an esper. But he clearly doesn't know his place. He has no idea that even among espers, there are vast differences in power. Wonder if he'll still be laughing when this is over. Yifeng's gaze turned icy. Enough noise. With a mere thought, boom. A deafening roar split the heavens. 3 pencil-thin bolts of ashen lightning descended with terrifying force. The thugs, caught completely off guard, bang, bang. The 3 ordinary underlings of the Wild Wolf gang froze mid-sneer, their bodies instantly charred to blackened husks before collapsing lifelessly. Zhou Qingming staggered back, his face paling with shock. His earlier arrogance replaced by wary tension. You damn pretty boy, attacking without warning. You're dead. He cursed inwardly, furious at Yifeng's underhanded tactics. Shing, shing. In an instant, his entire body blazed with silver radiance, his flesh morphing into living steel. His right arm twisted grotesquely, reshaping within seconds into a razor-sharp silver claw. Zhou Qingming slashed the air repeatedly. The claw's edge sliced through the wind with a vicious whoosh, the very atmosphere trembling in its wake. Pretty boy, let me show you how I tear you apart. With a final snarl, he lunged forward like a humanoid juggernaut, barreling toward Yifeng with terrifying momentum. Facing the assault, Yifeng's mind remained calm. Perfect timing. This was exactly the opportunity he needed to test his new ability, Thunderclad Form. With a single thought, Thunderclad Form, activate. In the next heartbeat, crackling golden lightning energy began coalescing around Yifeng's body. ZZZT, ZZZT. Intertwining arcs of gold and gray danced across his form, flickering and snapping violently in a dazzling display of raw power. Crackle, pop. Yifeng bathed in the lightning. his eyes transforming into profound golden hues as his muscles gradually swelled. His entire body was enveloped in golden, thunderous energy, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. The golden lightning surged ceaselessly around him. Feng stood like a thunder god descended from myth, exuding an aura of terrifying and awe-inspiring might. Powerful, enigmatic, and utterly domineering. At this moment, Zhou Qingming's face paled dramatically as he realized the gravity of the situation. Damn it, the special effects on the other side were just too exaggerated. Too absurd. Compared to Feng's overwhelming display, his own abilities seemed laughably insignificant. A surge of sheer terror gripped his heart, his body trembling uncontrollably. He immediately halted his advance and cried out in desperation, "I surrender. I won't fight." A cold glint flashed through Feng's eyes. "Humph. You think you can simply refuse to fight? Take this strike from me. If you survive, you'll be the victor." Feng's figure flashed like a golden lightning bolt, charging towards Zhou Qingming's direction. Boom, boom. The air reverberated with sonic booms. No, no, stay away. Under Zhou Qingming's horrified gaze, the two collided. Boom, hum. A tremendous shockwave vibrated through the air, making it hum intensely. The ground trembled violently, sending pebbles flying in all directions. Amidst the swirling dust, only a resounding bang could be heard as Zhou Qingming's body exploded into pieces. A rain of shattered steel fragments and gory flesh scattered across the ground. Feng merely brushed against it, yet